In an era swept by an entrepreneurial frenzy, he became entangled in a money-losing system. For every dollar his company lost, his personal account would double its return. Thus, he recklessly poured funds into gaming, offering his employees tenfold salaries, hiring top-tier artists for main games, and spending millions on voice actors for a web game. Titled A Dog at the start, however, when the lonely desert highway unexpectedly soared to popularity and turning back is the shore garnered scorn from players yet surpassed 100 million in sales, a crimson warning suddenly appeared, detected that the host is continuously profiting through legitimate operations, penalty mechanism is about to be triggered. It turned out that this was not a money-losing system at all, but rather a perilous game testing the grid of human nature, and the financial statements once again turned a profit. The true puppeteer lurking behind the scenes finally revealed a smile. Chapter 1. Wealth Conversion System. 2009, Handong Province, Jinzhou City, Handong University. Qianer, wake up quickly. We're going to be late for class. Today is the Vice Dean's lecture, and attendance will be taken. Pei Qian awoke from his slumber, rubbing his eyes, bewildered by the identity of the voice calling him. Isn't this supposed to be a one-bedroom apartment? Who has invaded my room? Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a long face that nearly filled his entire field of vision. My Yang! Pei Qian exclaimed in astonishment, nearly convinced he was still dreaming. Hurry up! I was the one who called you to get up. If you miss attendance, you can't blame me. Ma Yan's elongated visage swiftly departed from Pei Qian's view as he hurriedly exited the dormitory. Wait, dormitory! Pei Qian instantly regained his senses, springing up from his bed like a salted fish. A university dormitory, shared by 6. He found himself still on the lower bunk by the door, recalling how during winter the door never quite sealed, allowing a draft to seep in through the small gap. For this reason, Pei Qian had often voiced his complaints back then. The only 2 remaining friends in the room were hastily packing their belongings, preparing to leave. Hurry up, Qian! Quick, take a few steps faster, and you might still catch up. Otherwise, we can't risk calling your name during roll call. If the Vice Dean catches you, it'll be disastrous. With that, his 2 roommates dashed out in a flurry. Pei Qian couldn't help but slap his own face twice in disbelief. Ouch, his jaw ached. Is this for real? Isn't this supposed to be university life? The Vice Dean's class roll call, that must mean freshman year. 2009. Has he really returned to a decade ago? After a moment of anxiety, Pei Qian quickly came to terms with this astonishing reality. Having graduated from university in 2013, he had navigated through 2 different industries, jumped between numerous companies, encountered exceedingly incompetent superiors, and experienced the cutthroat nature of the workplace. In essence, he had become a cog in the corporate machine. To find himself in such an extraordinary situation as time travel was undoubtedly exhilarating. Being able to return to 10 years prior and start afresh was a dream many would yearn for. With sleep completely eluding him, Pei Qian flipped over and sat up in bed. What should he do next? Should he report this situation to the Temporal Management Bureau? Would he risk being executed on the spot to silence him? Or perhaps the first course of action after time travel should be to attend class. What madness! A decade ago, the memories have grown increasingly vague, yet Pei Qian still recalls, albeit faintly, that in his freshman year, he had skipped numerous classes, including those of the Vice Dean, without ever receiving a failing mark in his course. Although the Vice Dean would occasionally mention roll call, he never truly enforced it. In stark contrast, a seemingly amiable young male instructor, who never took attendance, unexpectedly conducted a roll call at the end of the term, incorporating it into the exam. Scores, I do not intend to take attendance, I merely wish to become acquainted with everyone, he had proclaimed. Reflecting on this now, Pei Qian feels a profound sense of having been ensnared in a clever ruse, for at that time, he was still quite naive and harbored a deep trust in this genial teacher. At that moment, a translucent screen abruptly materialized before Pei Qian, displaying lines of text that continuously emerged. Wealth conversion system is binding to the host. Binding successful. Host, Pei Qian. Please read the system usage guidelines. What on earth? Pei Qian exclaimed, startled, only to be swiftly engulfed by elation. Indeed, after traversing realms, a system must accompany him. This was the arrival of his golden opportunity. Calm down, this is merely a conventional trope. Nothing to be overly astonished about. Pei Qian quickly regained his composure and began to scrutinize the textual information on the screen. Wealth conversion system. Surplus loss conversion ratio, pending. System funds, 5万分. Personal assets, 443. This is a standard template. Beneath the universal template lies a designated area resembling a dialog box, intended to display dynamic information, presumably the usage guidelines, wealth conversion rules. At regular intervals, the system shall provide the host with a certain amount of system funds, which may solely be utilized for the company's legitimate commercial activities and must not be squandered. After a designated period, a settlement will occur, and the surplus or deficit relative to the system funds will be converted into personal assets at a specific ratio, allowing you the freedom to dispose of them as you wish. Next step, review detailed rules. Oh, truly. This system is immensely profitable. You provide me with funds and even share profits. A benevolent system indeed. Pei Qian instantly grasped the function of this system. Here, the terms system funds and personal assets, while both referring to money, represent two entirely distinct concepts. The display of personal assets amounting to 443 indicates that Pei Qian currently possesses a total of merely 443 units of currency, which he may freely utilize. The 50,000 units represent the system's funds, according to the system's stipulations. These funds are exclusively allocated for commercial endeavors, such as establishing a company. After a certain period, irrespective of profit or loss, the corresponding portion will be converted into personal assets at a specified ratio, at which point Pei Qian will be free to spend as he pleases. Exciting. Let me peruse the detailed rules. Pei Qian continued to click on the luminous screen to explore further. The host must engage in normal, reasonable, legal, and technically proficient commercial activities. The following actions are deemed violations. Please take heed. Surplus related. 1. Large-scale property acquisition and speculation. 2. Purchasing digital currencies, engaging in Ponzi schemes, illegal fundraising, and other unlawful activities. 3. Speculative trading, reselling goods, and disrupting market order. Click to reveal the remaining 97 violations. Loss related. 1. Engaging in charitable acts or transferring company assets to others. 2. Procuring, hiring employees, renting office space, or purchasing office supplies at prices significantly above market value. 3. Displaying negligence, exhibiting exceedingly low efficiency, and failing to generate any value over an extended period. Click to reveal the remaining 97 violations. Supplementary clause. The host must not disclose or imply the existence of the system or the challenge to anyone in any manner. The system retains the final authority in defining violations. Next step, randomly generate the conversion ratio of gains and losses. The rules are indeed meticulous. Pei Qian examined the extensive list of up to 200 violations. The few concepts that had previously crossed his mind were systematically dismissed. Speculation in real estate and purchasing digital currencies were explicitly prohibited by the system. While normal investment and financial management activities are permissible, achieving Pei Qian's needs may prove challenging with the typical annualized returns. The extensive list of 200 violation details not only restricted the surplus activities Pei Qian could engage in but also limited the loss activities available to him. In summary, all dubious practices are strictly forbidden. Pei Qian continued to tap on the luminous screen, proceeding to the next step, randomly generating profit and loss conversion ratios. Profit conversion ratio, 100:1. Loss conversion ratio, 1:1. Ah, wait a moment, this ratio. Upon closer inspection, Pei Qian realized there seemed to be a glitch. The loss conversion ratio appeared rather excessive, didn't it? If one were to squander all the system's funds, they could convert it equally into personal wealth. Losing money would effectively mean a substantial gain. Such an advantageous conversion ratio generated randomly. I must be extraordinarily fortunate. Regrettably, the profit conversion ratio is somewhat low, but that's of little concern. Losing money is far easier than making it. Pei Qian felt an overwhelming surge of luck. Final step. Please name your company. Click here to enter. After some contemplation, he entered in the input box with his thoughts. Tycoon Network Technology Co., Ltd. It signifies prosperity and success. Thus, he hoped that this company would swiftly rise to prominence. Tycoon Network Technology Co., Ltd. Registration complete. With the final step completed, the text on the luminous screen faded away, returning to the initial state of the panel. Wealth conversion system. Host, Pei Qian. Profit conversion ratio, 100:1. Loss conversion ratio, 1:1. Next settlement time, 14 days later. Note, if there are any unpublished products within the week prior to settlement, the settlement date will be postponed, with the duration determined by the system. System funds, 5 分. Personal assets, 443. Pei Qian contemplated the implications of this note. A week prior to the settlement, Pei Qian is prohibited from having any unreleased products at hand. This regulation is quite reasonable. Without this rule, Pei Qian could potentially invest all the company's assets into production just before the settlement, rendering the system's funds to zero, akin to exploiting a loophole. With this rule in place, Pei Qian must launch all products to generate profit a week before the settlement, regardless of whether it results in gains or losses. This step is non-negotiable. Though it eliminates one avenue for exploitation, it matters little. Thus, the next objective is to reduce the system's funds from 50,000 to zero, while simultaneously increasing personal assets from 443 to 50,443. Isn't it merely about incurring losses within the confines of the rules? I find it quite manageable, Pei Qian declared with unwavering confidence, to run a company normally, to genuinely create value and develop products. Then, as the owner, Pei Qian merely needs to slightly misalign this direction, veering onto a misguided path. Isn't that all it takes? Successful startups are rare, while failed ventures abound. The disparity in difficulty is glaringly evident.
Chapter 2. A Transformative World. The subsequent question that arose was which field to choose. After careful contemplation, Pei Qian resolved to first comprehend the larger environmental context of this world. He opened his laptop and accessed a search engine, perusing recent news. Particularly in the realm of technology, there were some changes, albeit not substantial. Pei Qian had a clear understanding. In comparison to the world he had previously inhabited, this world exhibited minimal changes. However, the pace of technological advancement was decidedly swifter. Communication and information technologies were evolving rapidly, with digital hardware configurations such as computer chips and graphics cards advancing at an unprecedented rate. Many technologies that Pei Qian recalled emerging in 2015 or even later were already in their nascent stages here. For instance, the surge of smartphones was expected around 2012. Yet in this world, it had nearly become ubiquitous by 2008, with high-quality games already available on mobile devices. Furthermore, there was a markedly heightened awareness of copyright protection, with a comprehensive crackdown on pirated resources across various sectors and a lowered threshold for criminalizing piracy. As for other aspects, there were not many significant changes. The primary opportunities still resided within the realms of the internet, technology, gaming, and culture, similar to his previous life. Pei Qian had the freedom to engage in any industry, with no restrictions imposed by the system. However, in establishing a company, in order to create value and avoid being deemed in violation by the system, he would also need to recruit several relevant professionals. In an unfamiliar industry, Pei Qian found it challenging to ascertain the correct direction. What if the professionals he hired turned out to be exceptionally capable and managed to achieve success? After much contemplation, Pei Qian resolved to prioritize the gaming industry. Although he had never worked in this sector, his extensive experience as a gamer had afforded him a certain level of understanding. He believed that, compared to other industries, his ability to navigate the gaming realm was somewhat superior. A slight modification in gameplay could potentially lead to the catastrophic failure of a game, which represented a significant advantage. Moreover, the gaming industry is notorious for its rapid expenditure. In traditional sectors, losses could be mitigated through the liquidation of fixed assets, whereas in gaming, losses translate to pure financial waste, merely a heap of code rendered worthless. With a decade's worth of foresight, Pei Qian thought that as long as he deliberately steered clear of potentially lucrative games, he would succeed. Step 1. Create a game. Step 2. Incur losses, converting all system funds into personal assets. Step 3. Spend lavishly. Yes, it was that flawless. Pei Qian felt like a genius. Once he had established his direction, Pei Qian searched for the official website of the Business Bureau, downloaded the personal company management application, and successfully logged in using his identification number and initial password. He discovered that he already owned a company, Tingdan Network Technology Company, Limited, which had a capital of 50,000 yuan. This must have been a result of the system's advanced technology assisting him in registration. In the entrepreneurial landscape of this simpler parallel world, the circumstances differed greatly from those of Pei Qian's previous life. In this world, to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship among the populace, the barriers to establishing a personal enterprise are remarkably low. The majority of company processes have been rendered intelligent, allowing for completion via the internet and client applications. This advancement surpasses even the anticipated developments of a decade from the original world, creating a highly conducive environment for individual entrepreneurs. Moreover, there are numerous similar transformations. For instance, the rapid evolution of communication and cloud technologies has integrated networking resources across various industries, significantly enhancing the efficiency of remote work. Taking the gaming industry as a case in point, there exists a unified official body known as the Entertainment Software Rating Organization (ESRO), responsible for the regulation and review of various games. In tandem, the ESRO has launched an official resource platform intended for entrepreneurs. This platform serves as a comprehensive repository of gaming resources for the domestic market, where one can purchase a variety of common artistic assets, programming templates, and design drafts, as well as connect with professionals who can customize games to specific needs. These artistic resources and programming templates are voluntarily shared by other industry firms or individuals and are available for paid use. Naturally, these are primarily basic and commonly utilized resources. The platform also provides the opportunity to reach out to industry experts, such as top-tier artists, facilitating direct communication and business negotiations. Additionally, ESRO has introduced an official game editor that integrates the more commonly found game editors on the market, simplifying the usage process. With a brief period of study, most individuals, even those lacking programming expertise, can master it. These advancements transpired within a remarkably swift technological breakthrough over the past 2 to 3 years, approximately from 2007 to 2009. It is precisely due to the robust support from a formidable official organization like ESRO that such transformations have materialized within the gaming industry. Of course, other sectors, such as film and animation within the cultural industry, have also experienced similar changes, although Pei Qian currently finds no necessity to delve into them. Let me examine the configuration requirements for this resource station client and editor. It seems manageable. My laptop can barely handle it. However, there are still limitations due to the computer specifications, making it impossible to create large-scale games. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as I have no intention of developing large-scale games. Pei Qian purchased his laptop shortly after enrolling in university, and it has only been a few months since then, so it can still support the resource station client and the ESRO editor. However, due to the mid-range specifications of his laptop, it is not particularly powerful. While it can manage standard games, it cannot handle larger ones. This is of little concern, as Pei Qian has never intended to create large games due to constraints in manpower and funding, and he does not aim to profit from his endeavors. For him, developing a modest, approval-worthy independent game would be quite satisfactory. Pei Qian first opened the editor, diligently studying its tutorial. An hour later, he found himself drowsy. Wasn't it promised that one could learn without any programming background? How frustrating. Pei Qian felt utterly perplexed. Although the learning curve of this editor is significantly lower compared to programming languages or traditional game editors, it remains quite challenging for someone like him, who possesses no programming foundation whatsoever. Nevertheless, he managed to grasp some relatively straightforward tasks, such as utilizing existing game templates and modifying artistic resources. For now, he decided to explore the resource station and analyze the games available in the market. Upon entering the resource station, Pei Qian examined the array of resources present. The variety was quite extensive, encompassing multiple game genres, including simulation driving, fighting, shooting, and RPGs, all featuring some universal templates. These templates are rather elementary and reasonably priced. For instance, the shooting game template allows one to implement basic functionalities such as walking, shooting, and reloading simply by integrating it into the editor. Additionally, some firearms come with predefined trajectories. By purchasing some artistic resources and applying them, one could create a very simple shooting game with limited gameplay. To delve into more complex creations, however, one would need to learn advanced techniques of the editor. Certain particularly challenging features would require the expertise of specialized individuals from the resource station. As for the current landscape of the gaming industry, it appears to bear a striking resemblance to the circumstances Pei Qian encountered in 2009 during his previous life. For instance, the most popular online games have transitioned from Shango Shan to Fantasy World, CS has evolved into Counter-Terrorism Plan, and Dota has transformed into Divine Awakening. The packaging may differ, yet the gameplay remains largely unchanged. Mobile games, however, have seen significant advancements, likely due to the rapid development of hardware compared to previous generations. For example, Pei Qian's card mobile game in his past life benefited from the surge in smartphone popularity, emerging in 2012. In this parallel universe, similar games appeared around 2008 due to the earlier advent of smartphones, and now this genre has matured considerably. Given this context, the situation becomes quite clear. I simply need to invest in templates and artistic resources from resource stations, spending the entirety of my 50,000 yuan. However, if the resulting game fails to attract players and cannot be sold, I would incur total losses within 2 weeks. Perfect. Resolute in my decision, Pei Qian began to search for the desired templates within the resource station. A basic driving simulation template costs 20,000 yuan and includes a set of vehicle exterior and interior textures. The scene template for a desert highway is priced at 15,000 yuan, And if environmental dynamic changes are needed, an additional 8,000 is required, totaling 23,000. It seems a bit pricey, yet I yearn for the exquisite. With a fraction of the budget remaining, I consider purchasing radio music, selecting 30 tracks from a collection of 100, or allowing the system to randomly play from the library, which costs 6,000. After that, merely 1,000 yuan remains. Perhaps I should invest in a simple leaderboard feature, as there is little else I can afford. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Qian fervently placed orders on the resource platform, swiftly depleting his funds of 50,000 yuan. To be candid, these resources are not particularly expensive. For instance, this foundational template for driving simulations, when integrated into a game editor, can effectively realize the fundamental functionalities of a driving simulation game. Features such as acceleration, braking, turning, and collision detection are all comprehensively included. The desert highway scene allows for the flexible adjustment of distance within the editor, presenting random variations within the desert landscape. Upon adding environmental simulation features, one can experience changes such as the rising and setting of the sun and the occurrence of sandstorms. As these templates are universally applicable, many independent game developers also purchase them, making the likelihood of similarities between games an absolute certainty. Some creators, wishing to avoid such resemblances, opt to customize certain artistic resources for replacement. However, this inevitably leads to increased investment. Yet, Pei Qian remains unfazed by this. Similarities? Let them be. After all, my intention is to incur losses. If players choose not to engage with the game due to its similarities, I would welcome that outcome. Pei Qian commenced the development of the game. Although the aim is to incur losses, the game must at least pass the ESRO's review and successfully launch. If the game is a severely incomplete product lacking critical functionalities, it may fail to pass the ESRO's scrutiny, and the system could deem Pei Qian in violation of regulations. Therefore, regardless of the game's shortcomings, its basic features must be thoroughly completed. He drags the foundational template into the editor and subsequently integrates the scene template. Thus, the overarching framework of this game has been established. Upon entering the game, players can traverse the desert highways in their vehicles. However, the acquired resources must not be squandered. Pei Qian has further enhanced the vehicles with a radio feature, allowing players to indulge in random melodies while driving. The selections consist of niche tunes and timeless classics. The popular hits are far too costly to procure with such a limited budget. Next arises a pivotal question. What is the core gameplay of this game? Even Pei Qian himself is uncertain. A racing competition? Nonsense. There are insufficient funds for that. He can only afford a basic template, which includes merely a vehicle skin and a single scene. The intricate tracks, stunning cars, and the corresponding programming for racing mechanics are beyond his financial reach. Without the means to develop gameplay, Pei Qian, struck by inspiration, conceived a straightforward core mechanic: driving. Simply journeying from the starting point to the finish line constitutes completion. Yet, this alone is inadequate. The game is merely a patchwork of generic resources, lacking any innovative gameplay, making it likely to fail the review process. Some modifications must be made to ensure the game passes scrutiny, but these alterations cannot be too remarkable. The game must ensure a loss, resulting in minimal player engagement. After some contemplation, Pei Qian decided to extend the desert track infinitely, stretching the entire game duration to 8 hours. Indeed, players must navigate this road for 8 hours to reach the endpoint, with the desert highway twisting at intervals along the way. It is impossible for players to complete the game by merely pressing a single key. Consequently, this gameplay diverges from typical driving simulation games available in the market, thus likely passing the approval process. Moreover, with such a frustrating gameplay mechanic, would players not express their disdain? The notion that this game could generate revenue is utterly preposterous. Pei Qian was exhilarated, feeling as though he were a genius. Finally, he crafted a rudimentary game completion screen, displaying a singular line: "Congratulations. You have successfully squandered 8 precious hours of your life." Even if someone were to complete the game, they ought to be so exasperated that they would never touch a game from my company again. The leaderboard feature that was purchased should not go to waste. Thus, he devised a time-wasting leaderboard, tallying the number of completions and effective game time for each player. This leaderboard serves no real purpose, merely aimed at utilizing the features for which money was spent. In a matter of moments, he swiftly accomplished this task. These functionalities are fundamental within the editor's capabilities and require only simple drags and parameter adjustments. essentially achievable by anyone with basic skills. Self-taught in the editor, procuring resources, and developing the game all took less than 2 hours combined. Such a simplistic game is bound to incur losses for me. After completing the game, Pei Qian conducted a test run on his computer. He exited the game within 5 minutes, nearly feeling nauseous. The experience was nothing but driving, and more driving. Exceedingly dull. Pei Qian was thoroughly satisfied and promptly released the game. Game title: The Lonely Desert Highway. Game synopsis: on a solitary desert road, driving for hours, one may encounter profound contemplations about life. While crafting the synopsis, Pei Qian found himself in a state of indecision. Should he boast about the game? That seemed inappropriate. What if it attracted a horde of clickbait seekers and resulted in losses? Conversely, should he disparage it? That too felt unsuitable, as it was too overt. He feared being flagged by the system for violations, and the last thing he wanted was to provoke a rebellious spirit among players. After all, the more he criticized the game, the more they might be inclined to play it. Thus, he resolved to compose an honest synopsis that would render the game unappealing at first glance. Next came the pricing. Pei Qian set the price of the game at a mere $1. He was reluctant to set it too high. If he did, and a few misguided individuals impulsively purchased it, he would incur greater losses. A sufficiently low price meant that even if a handful of players decided to buy it, it would scarcely impact Pei Qian's financial setback. Once everything was settled, he uploaded the game and awaited its approval for listing on the official gaming platform. This process typically ranged from a few hours to 2 or 3 days. The official platform operated on an entirely automated recommendation system, where new games were promoted based on evolving data. Unless there was malicious manipulation of rankings, the administrators would not intervene. Pei Qian was entirely unconcerned. Such a lackluster game would surely go unnoticed after its launch, fading into obscurity at lightning speed. Once the 2-week period elapsed, he would have $50,000 in hand. What a delightful prospect. Pei Qian closed his laptop, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him, a sense of happiness bubbling forth. Chapter 4. The Quest for Subpar Games. At noon, the roommates returned one after another. Ma Yang held a plastic bag in his hand, filled with the meal he had just purchased from the cafeteria. Qianer, you possess quite the audacity, skipping class like that. However, fortune seems to favor you this time. The vice dean did not take attendance. Ma Yang remarked with an expression that conveyed disbelief at such luck. The other roommates busied themselves by opening their laptops. Since we have no classes this afternoon, shall we indulge in some gaming? One suggested. Yes, let us get to it. Ma Yang replied. Where are you anyway? Wait a moment, I haven't finished my meal, he responded. Hurry up, you're dawdling. Who will go to the other dorms and gather the others? Meanwhile, the rest of the roommates had already set up small tables on their beds and opened their laptops. The living conditions at the school were rather austere. With no proper setup for studying or gaming, they were left to sit cross-legged on their beds to play. Pei Qian often suspected that his back discomfort stemmed from these very habits. Thus, in pursuit of the finest gaming experience, even with their own computers readily available, many students still opted to frequent internet cafes for their gaming sessions. Ma Yang, clutching a stainless steel bowl topped with food wrapped in a plastic bag, hastily took a few bites before tossing the entire plastic bag into the trash bin. Fortunately, they had classes in the morning, allowing them to eat from the cafeteria. On days without morning classes, however, they would simply lie around on their beds, waiting for someone to make the first move to the cafeteria, prompting the rest to immediately beg for companionship. Certainly, in due course, food delivery emerged. However, during that time, there were no delivery applications, and orders were placed via telephone. Occasionally, financially challenged students would take on part-time jobs, running errands to earn a little pocket money. Ma Yang called out loudly, and soon, the gaming room was nearly filled to capacity. Pei Qian glanced at the computer screen, which displayed a 5v5 battle game titled Divine Awakening. Its gameplay bore similarities to Dota, albeit with a completely different presentation. In terms of timing, League of Legends rose to prominence beginning in 2011. Although it existed in 2009, it was rather rudimentary. That was the situation according to Pei Qian's previous recollections. But now, with the world having undergone such significant transformations, the emergence of League of Legends remained uncertain. At that moment, MMORPGs still held dominion in internet cafes, with the most popular game being Fantasy World. While games like Divine Awakening certainly enjoyed popularity, they were evidently more favored in dormitories, as they did not strictly qualify as online games. One could play them in internet cafes, which also featured competitive platforms. Yet their popularity could not rival that of MMORPGs. Qianer, why do you seem so dazed today? Haven't you woken up yet? Ma Yang expressed some concern about Pei Qian's demeanor. Are you joining us? Pei Qian shook his head, replying, No, you all should find someone else. All right, then I'll grab old Wang from next door. Ma Yang did not press further. Soon, shouts erupted from both the dormitory and the neighboring one. Hey, the mid laner is missing. Watch out for ganks. Darn it, how did he manage to kill me? Amused by the farcical display of three attempting to overpower one. Only to be met with a counterattack, Pei Qian stood behind Ma Yang, observing as his fingers danced swiftly across the mouse, while his left hand struck the keyboard with a percussive rhythm, exuding the aura of a seasoned player. Yet, upon glancing at the scoreboard after 10 minutes of play, he noted the team's total of 109 kills, while Ma Yang's score remained a disheartening 0. His teammates fought valiantly, while he languished under the tower, missing opportunities. Pei Qian couldn't help but reminisce about how, back in 2009, youth allowed everyone to relish the joy of gaming, a truly delightful time. After entering the workforce, he had accumulated an impressive library of games, each a masterpiece in its own right, yet they lay untouched, gathering dust. As he could scarcely remember the last time he had played, each exhausting day at work left him yearning for nothing more than to collapse onto the sofa. Mindlessly scrolling through web pages or watching streams, too lethargic even to engage in mobile games, let alone those that demanded intricate maneuvers. Fortunately, everything had changed now. By simply depleting all his system funds, he could lounge in comfort, earning passively a blissful existence akin to that of a carefree slacker. As he lay in bed, Pei Qian joyfully envisioned his future life. So, how should he allocate the initial sum of 50,000? Surely, he ought to invest in a high-performance computer first. Then, he would seek a modest apartment, embracing an unabashedly leisurely lifestyle. A chuckle escaped his lips as he contemplated this. Thus concludes this episode of the Rant on Terrible Games. If esteemed viewers found this video enjoyable, please do not forget to save, share, and subscribe. In a certain rental apartment in the capital, a young man with thick eyebrows and large, vacant eyes sat before his computer, recording a video. He was a well-known content creator in the gaming section of the Sweet Potato Network, known by his real name, Qiao Liang, and affectionately referred to by his fans as Qiao the Master, or the godfather of gaming channels, due to his habit of exclaiming "Dad" at the end of each episode. Despite his modest fame and a considerable following, Qiao Liang, as a full-time content creator, lived a hand-to-mouth existence in the year 2009, a time when the environment was particularly challenging. Whenever he received a sponsored video opportunity, he felt a surge of exuberance, allowing himself a nice meal at a restaurant. Conversely, in the absence of such opportunities, he would content himself with a bowl of plain noodles, relying on hunger to aid his weight loss efforts. Qiao Liang had explored numerous directions in his content creation, yet ultimately, his segment titled A Rant on Trash Games garnered the most popularity, attracting a dedicated audience of gaming enthusiasts. He also produced a series called New Game Recommendations of the Month, specifically designed for sponsored content. After all, given the nature of his popular segment, no game developer would dare to approach him for sponsorships related to a rant on trash games. Thus, he had established New Game Recommendations of the Month for such purposes, albeit the attention it received paled in comparison to that of a rant on trash games. After completing the latest episode of A Rant on Trash Games, Qiao Liang hesitated to publish it, feeling that something was amiss. Indeed, there was a certain lack of soul in this game. It seemed remarkably unremarkable. After meticulously crafting the script, diligently preparing the materials, and recording the voiceover, Qiao Liang felt that this episode was passable. However, no matter how he pondered, it seemed challenging to create a sensational moment. The game, after all, was rather lackluster and devoid of engaging topics. This predicament left Qiao Liang in a quandary, as his livelihood depended on this endeavor. If the video's viewership did not rise, securing better-paying content would prove arduous. Thus, he refrained from hastily releasing this episode and, out of habit, accessed the official platform's list of newly recommended games, hoping to unearth some hidden gems. Prior to this, he felt a pang of hunger, so he retrieved a packet of instant noodles and boiled some water, preparing to replenish his energy. As the water heated, Qiao Liang continued his search for new games. Lonely Desert Highway? What kind of game is this? Upon reading the description, a simulated driving journey of introspection, Qiao Liang felt a flicker of curiosity. As a dedicated video creator in the gaming sector, He would typically explore any game that piqued his interest. He clicked to download the game, and soon, the download completed and the game launched automatically. Chapter 5. This game truly provokes contemplation on life, ah? And so it begins. The kettle had yet to boil, but Xiao Liang paid it no mind as he immersed himself in the game. The onset of the game was devoid of any introductory animations or various options. It plunged directly into the scene. In the vast expanse of the desert, a serpentine road stretched into the distance. The perspective was from within the car, featuring a straightforward interface, with controls available for both keyboard and gamepad, mirroring those found in mainstream racing games. Xiao Liang surveyed the visuals and controls, deeming them satisfactory. After all, this was merely a template. Its upper limits were not particularly high, yet its lower limits were unlikely to disappoint. He retrieved a gamepad from beside him, connected it to the computer, and commenced his journey. The engine roared to life as Xiao Liang drove along the desert highway. At present, the time in the game was morning, with the sun having just ascended, casting a gentle light that was not yet blinding. Windswept sands danced across the desert, and in the distance, he could perceive swirling sandstorms that would intermittently obscure visibility. The desert road meandered onward, not a straight path, but one that curved at intervals. Click. The kettle had finally boiled. Meanwhile, Xiao Liang found himself lost in thought as he navigated the road. What am I doing? What should I be doing? What does this game expect of me? He had been driving for 3 minutes, indeed taking several turns, yet, beyond that, he had not encountered anything that piqued his interest. Driving, turning, and observing the distant sandstorms. Beyond this, the game offers nothing more. Not a single vehicle traverses this desolate desert road. Xiao Liang wished to prepare some food and instinctively pressed the menu button, only to find it unresponsive. Xiao Liang. In other games, pressing this key pauses the action, yet in this one, it yields no reaction whatsoever. He initially suspected a glitch, thinking it might not support the controller, and proceeded to press the ESC key, the spacebar, and the Enter key on his keyboard in rapid succession. Still, no response. This game cannot be paused. Xiao Liang was utterly astonished. In the midst of his bewilderment, he failed to steer the vehicle properly, missing a turn and careening off the road, his tires sinking into the sand. Game over. The screen displayed a simple string of 8 letters. Xiao Liang gaped, his mind rendered blank. This game redefined his understanding of poor gaming. No, strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a bad game. Typically, a subpar game reflects the creator's lack of skill, insufficient funding, or a disparity in objective capabilities, resulting in compromises that leave players with a sense of shoddy craftsmanship. However, this game was entirely different. It seemed designed to irritate. Otherwise, why would it lack even a pause function, and why did every failure lead directly to a game over? Devoid of save points? Wait a moment, this game seems rather intriguing. Perhaps creating a commentary video could make it popular? Xiao Liang hastily prepared instant noodles with hot water, while simultaneously consuming them and examining the game's title and description. Lonely Desert Highway. It particularly emphasized the word lonely. A reflective journey of simulated driving. Indeed, I am genuinely contemplating life. This description is not misleading at all. From this perspective, the game seems to be laden with malice. The company behind this creation is Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited, which I have never heard of. It appears to be their sole offering. TSK. After finishing the noodles, Xiao Liang picked up the controller once more. However, this time, he launched the video recording software, preparing to document his entire gaming experience. 3 hours later, Xiao Liang's concentration waned slightly. He failed to navigate a turn, and the vehicle became ensnared in the sands, marking the end of the game. Ah, damn it. Xiao Liang was nearly infuriated enough to hurl the controller against the table. 3 hours. A full 3 hours spent doing nothing but driving in the desert, only to be met with a merciless game over on the screen, declaring his defeat. Those precious 3 hours of his life slipped away just like that, yielding no value other than draining his battery. The recorded video was rendered useless as well. Out of the entire 3-hour recording, only a few seconds could be salvaged for a montage of failures. Xiao Liang tossed the controller onto the computer desk and rose to calm his emotions. He did not throw the controller out of frustration, for poverty lingered in his mind. After all, such a controller costs over 200. The thought of it breaking would cause him considerable distress. Breathe. Remain composed. All this is for the sake of work. Indeed, this game has successfully ignited my ire, an admirable trait for a subpar game. Xiao Liang quickly regained his composure. As a content creator dedicated to critiquing inferior games, He had encountered numerous tempestuous challenges. This trivial scenario should be well within his capacity to manage. However, he soon recognized that completing this game would not be a trivial endeavor. It posed a challenge. Thus, Xiao Liang placed a phone call to order takeout. Fortunately, the game concluded early. Had it been any later, the delivery would have been impossible. Seizing this interlude, he reclined on his bed for a brief nap to rejuvenate his spirit. Upon waking and satisfying his hunger, Xiao Liang set a large cup of water on the table, preparing himself for a protracted battle. He had begun to grasp the mechanics of this game. Is it difficult? Not at all. One can achieve victory merely by having hands. A statement that is no exaggeration. There are no urgent bends in the road, no police cars rushing in to disrupt, and there are no speed requirements imposed upon the player. The sole challenge lies in time. 3 hours had elapsed without completing the full course, and the length of the remaining journey remained uncertain. In their eagerness to complete the race swiftly, players often succumb to the instinctive urge to accelerate, pushing their vehicles to the limits of speed. However, this necessitates heightened concentration. Otherwise, they may find themselves ill-prepared to navigate sharp turns. A miscalculation could lead to veering off the track, resulting in a need to restart the race from the very beginning. For those who prefer a more cautious approach, a slower pace may be adopted, yet this inevitably prolongs the gaming experience, which can be quite vexing. Indeed, it is a source of great frustration. At that moment, Xiao Liang felt an unprecedented surge of competitive spirit and a desire to voice his grievances. He mused that if this game were to be transformed into a commentary video, the title alone would attract a multitude of clicks. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Liang resolved to continue his quest within the game. After more than 8 hours, in the dead of night, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! I've done it! I've actually completed the game!" Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt tears welling up as he finally beheld the finish line. It was a rather ordinary finish line, seemingly crafted from the generic artistic resources common in many racing games. Yet to Xiao Liang at that moment, the black and white checkered finish line appeared profoundly endearing. He was nearly overcome with tears. Clutching the controller, he stood up from his computer chair. His back ached, his hands felt cramped, and his eyes, weary from the prolonged hours of gaming, struggled to remain open. Nonetheless, he had persevered for a full 8 hours. Every moment of this endeavor held significance. Xiao Liang was moved by the sheer spirit of determination he had displayed. The instant he crossed the finish line, he felt as though he had been possessed by the spirit of a racing deity. In that moment, he was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence on the track. However, shortly thereafter, the screen went black, revealing a single line of text. "Congratulations, you have successfully squandered a precious 8 hours of your life." Xiao Liang was left utterly bewildered. Was this it? Was this the conclusion? Just a solitary line of text to signify the end? At the very least, they could have crafted a trophy or a podium for the occasion. In the absence of such artistic resources, a simple celebratory sound effect would suffice. How much could a cheer sound effect possibly cost? Was it truly necessary to be so miserly? After 8 hours of gameplay, all he was left with was a black screen and a mocking phrase. Xiao Liang felt overwhelmed, both physically and mentally. He had genuinely immersed himself in the game, to the point where it brought him to tears out of sheer frustration. Yet, amidst this breakdown and fury, a flicker of solace resided within him, a slight sense of relief, not because he derived pleasure from suffering, but because he recognized the value of the content he had created. Witnessing the creator endure such hardship would surely compel the audience to like and share the experience, wouldn't it? Xiao Liang double-checked. Every moment of his 8-hour gameplay had been meticulously recorded. "Just wait. Once I awaken, I shall deal with you," he vowed fiercely to the game, saving the recorded video before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. 3 days later, Pei Qian awoke naturally in his dormitory, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. During this time, he had successfully readjusted to university life, awakening each day at my leisure, free from the burdens of work, devoid of the pressures of KPIs, and liberated from the scowls of superiors. This, in essence, is the epitome of comfort. Naturally, a touch more wealth would enhance this bliss. The first act upon rising is to summon the system. Wealth conversion system. Host. Pei Qian. Surplus conversion rate. 100. 1. Loss conversion rate. 1. 1. Next settlement time. 11 days hence. System funds. 0. 50. 000. Personal assets. 367. Upon observing the system funds at a disheartening 0. Pei Qian felt a surge of illicit delight. How refreshing. As for the paltry figure representing personal assets, there was little he could do. Despite his frugality, savings remained elusive. With a monthly allowance of merely 1,000, even dining at the cafeteria for every meal barely sufficed. After all, not all expenses could be devoted to sustenance. Daily life inevitably incurs other costs. Pei Qian found himself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming settlement in 11 days, when the lost system funds would be transformed into personal wealth, promising sheer ecstasy. The system funds remained at zero, a consequence of the gaming platform's revenue share not yet having reached the company's account. The official eSRO gaming platform disperses funds weekly, a process entirely automated, with developers and the platform sharing profits equally, a remarkably intelligent arrangement. Prior to the disbursement, one can review income and download statistics via the editor's backend. In the initial days following the game's release, Pei Qian sporadically visited the backend of the editor, only to discover that a handful of unfortunate souls had indeed purchased and downloaded his game. Given that it was a newly launched title and had secured a modest corner of the recommendation section, it was not entirely unexpected that a few unsuspecting players would take the plunge and download it. With a mere dozen downloads, and after the platform's revenue sharing, Pei Qian was left with only a few dollars, an inconsequential sum. Moreover, these players predictably bestowed one-star reviews upon Lonely Desert Highway, resulting in a dismal rating that would likely deter any further NA/VE players from downloading it. Having resigned himself to the inevitable failure of his game, Pei Qian spent the previous day in a state of blissful ignorance, refraining from checking the editor. Although he sensed that today's visit to the backend would yield no significant change, he nonetheless felt compelled to take a look. Pei Qian's mindset was peculiar. While other designers eagerly anticipated soaring numbers when accessing their game data, hoping for thousands of downloads with each refresh, Pei Qian found himself wishing for the opposite, yearning for the download count to plummet to an absolute zero. If his assumptions were correct, the download figures should still be in the double digits. What on earth? Pei Qian was taken aback. To his astonishment, he beheld that the download count had escalated to 4 digits and was rapidly approaching 5. Pei Qian slapped his forehead in disbelief, almost convinced that his eyesight had betrayed him. How could it be possible that over 8,000 individuals had downloaded his game? And it seemed poised to surpass 10,000. With 10 days remaining until the next system settlement, Pei Qian was utterly flustered. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. This was a mathematical conundrum even a primary school student could solve. Over 8,000 downloads equated to more than 8,000 in revenue, and with the platform taking half, that would net him more than 4,000. According to eSRO standards, the majority of game revenues incur a tax of only around 5. And independent games published on the eSRO official platform enjoy preferential tax policies, rendering the tax nearly negligible. In essence, once the platform deposited this sum into the company account over the weekend, the system funds would swell to over 4,000. What did this signify? Pei Qian had earned over 4,000? No, quite the contrary. Pei Qian had incurred a loss of over 4,000. Originally, he had faced a loss of 50,000 in system funds while netting 50,000 in personal assets. Now, with the system funds recovering 4,000, his net loss amounted to an astounding 46,000, reducing the amount he could convert from 50,000 to just 46. Even more alarming was the fact that this download count was steadily climbing. With every refresh of the back end, the number would leap upward, sometimes by dozens, at other times by hundreds. Each increment felt like salt being rubbed into Pei Qian's wounds, because the amount earned here directly diminishes his personal assets. Moreover, with 10 days remaining until the next settlement, should the download numbers surge tenfold during this period? Oh no, this is serious. Pei Qian could no longer remain composed. What does this mean? Is there a bug in the official backend? How could such a subpar game possibly garner thousands of downloads? Are they playing tricks on me? He still found it hard to believe this reality and hurriedly opened the official platform, locating the comment section for Lonely Desert Highway. To his astonishment, while the game's rating had not changed significantly, the number of comments had skyrocketed by several hundred. Xiao's Tour Group. Xiao's Tour Group. 1. This is hilarious. I can't believe such an inhumane garbage game exists. What an eye-opener. I downloaded it, I tried it, and I gave up in 5 minutes. $1 doesn't seem worth the trouble to refund. Might as well spit and walk away, huh? Spit. I recommended this game to my friend and told him he must persist until the end, as there would be a grand surprise and an Easter egg. Now my friend wants to sever ties with me. What should I do? Are you still a human up there? I honestly informed my friend that the game ends with nothing, just a black screen and one line of text. I relayed that sentence to him verbatim, yet he thought I was deceiving him and insisted on checking it out for himself. He hasn't even managed to get through and has already broken 3 controllers. I feel like we are not far from severing our friendship either. Does anyone know the address of this producer? I mean no harm. I merely wish to send him some local delicacies. I suggest everyone refrain from playing and instead watch the entire gameplay footage by Qiao Laoshi. He truly recorded for 8 hours. Let me tell you, this game indeed provokes some reflections on life, yet one cannot grasp its essence merely through fast-forwarding the video. It's all a ruse, a continuous ruse. Is it not true that Tang Sung had to endure countless tribulations on his journey to the West? Do you think watching a Journey to the West adaptation will allow you to attain enlightenment like Tang Sung? Pei Qian was utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of all this? Where do all these comments come from? A tour group for Qiao Laoshi? Has some influential figure mentioned this? Pei Qian was lost in thought, so he opened his browser and searched for keywords related to Qiao Laoshi. Soon, he found Qiao Laoshi's personal page on Fanshu, where he discovered a video posted just a day ago titled Trash Game, Rant Episode 64. I spent 8 uninterrupted hours grinding through a terrible game, yet the view count had already surpassed 200,000. Pei Qian felt speechless. It seemed he had found the true culprit. Chapter 7. The culprit has been found. Pei Qian clicked on the video. The unique voice of Qiao Laoshi, characterized by a slight dialect and a raspy yet lingering tone, left a profound impression on Pei Qian. Hello, dear viewers, I am still your familiar game father, Qiao Laoshi. For days, many have urged me for updates, expressing a desire to hear my critiques on absurd games. Why the delay? It's not due to laziness. Rather, it's because the absurd games I found lacked the exquisite charm I sought. Finally, perseverance pays off. After a long and arduous search through a sea of mediocrity, I have unearthed this gem, or rather, this exquisite piece of gold. Indeed, it is the game you see before you, The Lonely Desert Highway. This is a remarkably intriguing game, offering an 8-hour philosophical journey, measured in real time. It is a highly immersive driving simulation, where you can not only drive but also honk the horn, listen to music, and revel in the ever-changing scenery of the desert. Indeed, despite being surrounded by swirling sands with little to admire, trust me, the shifting winds will render every second of the view outside your window unique. And after a while, you may even catch a glimpse of a mirage. What? You haven't seen it? Fear not, during the 8-hour journey. As long as you persevere, you will surely witness it. Moreover, the game boasts a sophisticated leaderboard system that tracks each player's completion times and cumulative durations. Oh my heavens! What a magnificent feature this is, constantly reminding me of the countless lives I have squandered in this game. Well, it should be apparent to everyone that what I just uttered was laden with irony. In truth, this game could easily be deemed the most tedious game in history, without exception. Indeed. You heard me correctly. Whether in the past or the future, whether domestically or internationally, there is unlikely to be a driving simulation game more monotonous than this one. An entire 8-hour journey demands your unwavering attention to the road ahead. For every few minutes, a turn awaits, and should you fail to navigate it promptly, alas, you are met with failure, and your game resets to the very beginning. Do not inquire why there is no option to pause or save, for this game possesses no such functionality. The sole amusement to be found lies in honking the horn and listening to music. However, the dilemma is that you cannot indulge in your preferred tunes, nor can you change the radio station. Instead, you are subjected to an array of obscure, niche, or outdated songs, and even the most unpleasant melodies cannot be skipped. The most astonishing aspect of all comes at the conclusion of the game, when it mockingly presents a message. Congratulations, you have successfully wasted 8 precious hours of your life. Indeed, this is a game that compels one to ponder the essence of existence. And it has succeeded in prompting such reflections. It has enlightened me to the value of my time and underscored how frivolous gaming can be. If the monotony of this game could be factored into its overall rating, I would unhesitatingly award it a staggering 100 out of a perfect 10. However, even a game of such caliber is not without its flaws. As a seasoned player who has conquered the game, as evidenced by my ranking, I wholeheartedly recommend the incorporation of the following features. Firstly, why does the game conclude upon reaching the destination? I fervently propose that players should have the opportunity to turn back and retrace their route after arriving at the endpoint, thereby naturally giving rise to an endless mode. How can one claim to have mastered this game without making at least 10 round trips? Moreover, I strongly advocate for the introduction of a multiplayer feature, allowing other players to join the room, enjoy the scenery from the vehicle, or interact with the driver. I sincerely hope that the developers heed my suggestions and implement updates to the game, as this would undoubtedly lead to significant commercial success. Thus concludes this episode of Critique. The subsequent 8 hours consist of a complete recording of the gameplay. For those viewers who find themselves bored, I encourage you to resist the temptation to fast forward and instead watch the entire duration. Trust me, you may find yourself contemplating deeper reflections on life afterward. Pei Qian dragged the video forward slightly and discovered that the remaining 8 hours were indeed a complete recording of Xiao Laoshir's gameplay. The comments section below was ablaze with fervent activity as viewers expressed their enthusiasm. Having watched the entire 8-hour journey without a moment of fast-forwarding, I find myself contemplating the profound meaning of life. The sacrifices made by the esteemed Mr. Qiao are indeed monumental. He is truly pouring his very essence into this endeavor. Mr. Qiao, please take heed. Your hairline can scarcely endure any further strain. Is it now a matter of risking one's life merely to create a video? I have already taken the initiative to download it, confident that I shall uncover the meaning of existence amidst the desert. To the individual above, count me in. The full title of the game is Lonely Desert Highway, easily searchable in the official game store. No need for thanks. I am simply inclined to be of assistance. Let us embark on this sightseeing journey together. As I perused the comments section beneath the video, Pei Qian found himself utterly bewildered. Surely, something must be amiss in this world. I produced such a lackluster game. Yet here is a video creator utilizing it as material, and the response is overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Though still in a state of confusion, Pei Qian began to grasp the situation's intricacies. His game, quite fortuitously, had been discovered by the video creator Mr. Qiao, who specializes in critiquing games. This led to a burst of inspiration, resulting in an episode of Critique. Thanks to Mr. Qiao's exceptional scriptwriting, extensive viewership, and meticulous editing skills, the video went viral. Soon, a throng of curious onlookers descended, eager to witness just how abysmal the game truly was. The vast majority of individuals engaged with the game for a brief moment before abandoning it, as it is indeed rather monotonous. However, most players are indifferent to the single dollar spent and have not even contemplated requesting a refund. A minority of players, driven by the competitive nature of the leaderboard system, have even resorted to malicious rumors and deceit. Some claim that upon reaching the 4th hour of gameplay, a delightful Easter egg can be discovered in the desert. Others assert that completing the game 3 consecutive times unlocks hidden levels. Furthermore, numerous individuals have commented under videos inquiring whether these clips can be shared. Pei Qian began to sense that the situation was becoming precarious. Could it be that this game was on the brink of becoming popular? Was there a chance that it might incur losses? This was absolutely unacceptable. He felt compelled to take action. Pei Qian was determined not to remain passive. He needed to save himself. Should the game indeed gain traction, he would face ruin. He suspected that the issue might lie in the vagueness of his game description, which had led to misunderstandings among players. It was imperative to be forthright with the audience and to dissuade new players from spending further. Chapter 8. Settled. But how should we dissuade these players? Pei Qian was essentially a nobody, even if he revealed his identity as the creator of the game Lonely Desert Highway. How could such news spread rapidly? After some contemplation, Pei Qian decided it would be best to directly state this on the official game platform's details page. This way, players downloading the game would immediately see his words, resulting in an excellent dissuasion effect. With this thought in mind, Pei Qian promptly accessed the backend to modify the game description. He wrote, "I must apologize. I am truly sorry, but this game is utterly terrible, an absolute waste. It is excruciatingly dull and not worth your time. Please, do not play it. For those who have purchased it, hurry and request a refund. Thank you." Pei Qian completed the description and waited silently. However, an hour passed, and there was no sign of a decrease in the game's download rate. Moreover, new comments began to appear. "Oh, the game description has changed? Has the creator been triggered by something? In light of your apology, I forgive you. But honestly, it's not worth refunding $1. The process is too cumbersome. Consider it a treat for the creator, like buying an ice cream. This designer cracks me up. Did you think we were unaware that this is a terrible game? It's precisely because it is so bad that we play it. I sense that the creator possesses a degree of self-awareness. In acknowledgement of your honesty, I'll tip you $5. I gifted this game to a friend." Upon reading the replies, Pei Qian was nearly moved to tears. What should I articulate in the introduction for you to process a refund? Now, Pei Qian realizes that pricing the game at merely 1 yuan was a monumental blunder, as the price was excessively low, leading many to purchase it without the motivation to pursue a refund. However, the crux of the matter is that Pei Qian hesitated to set a higher price. For it is an independent game. Pricing it in the hundreds would not only complicate the review process with ESRO, but the system would undoubtedly issue warnings as well. Pei Qian felt despondent. Watching the game's popularity soar, he sensed he could no longer bear the pressure. On Monday, Ma Yang inquired, "Qian, did you skip class again this morning?" He had already gathered his belongings, and, upon seeing Pei Qian lying in bed, seemingly awake, yet staring blankly as if contemplating the meaning of life, he felt a tinge of confusion. Pei Qian waved his hand, lacking even the strength to respond. "Impressive," Ma Yang remarked, departing with his textbook. After all, this was only the first year. Most students began to cultivate the habit of skipping classes and sleeping in until noon during their second or third years. Yet, Pei Qian, having traversed from a decade later, understood that skipping these classes held little consequence. After all, he was not enrolled in a field such as medicine or law, where absence could lead to immediate academic peril. As an ordinary liberal arts major, he could easily manage to pass with a last-minute effort, regardless of his attendance. Moreover, how could Pei Qian possibly muster the inclination to attend classes at this moment? Each day, he would open the game editor's backend, refreshing the data, and witnessing the surging figures would evoke deeper reflections on life. After lying on the bed in a state of inertia for a good half hour, he finally gathered the courage to summon the system. Following the Sunday settlement, the revenue share from the gaming platform should have been credited to the company's account by this morning. Consequently, the funds within the system ought to have been updated as well. With a mindset akin to a condemned man awaiting execution, Pei Qian gazed at the figures displayed on the system's interface. Wealth conversion system, host, Pei Qian, profit conversion ratio, 101. Loss conversion ratio, 1, next settlement time, 7 days later, system funds, 51,394, 1,394, 5. Personal assets, 367,000. Pei Qian closed the system interface, feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse. He could no longer endure this. It was truly overwhelming. To be honest, he had braced himself somewhat for this figure, as he had previously estimated potential earnings based on the cumulative download statistics of the game. Ever since the release of that video by Teacher Qiao, the daily download numbers for this game had been skyrocketing. Teacher Qiao's video had been fervently shared by various marketing accounts, and many had sought to capitalize on the popularity of Lonely Desert Highway, even sparking a trend among content creators. Once the fervor ignites and the wave of dissemination takes hold, halting it becomes a formidable challenge. Pei Qian watched in astonishment as the daily downloads of this game surged from mere dozens to hundreds, then to thousands. This remarkable increase in downloads propelled the game to receive greater recommendations on gaming platforms, including categories such as independent games, simulation driving games, and racing games, among others. Each category was highlighted in turn. Every time Pei Qian accessed the system's backend, he was greeted with notifications. "Congratulations! Your game Lonely Desert Highway has received XXX recommendations. During this period, please refrain from updating the version to avoid potential unknown bugs that may affect the gaming experience." Now, upon encountering this message, Pei Qian felt utterly indifferent. The greatest sorrow lies in a deadened heart. With just 1 week remaining, the system's funds had already surpassed 50,000 yuan, which meant that when the settlement occurred, these earnings would convert into Pei Qian's personal assets at a ratio of 101. A mere 1,000 yuan would equate to 10 yuan. Pei Qian gazed at the numbers above, feeling utterly despondent. 1 week later, dormitory. It was perplexing. How on earth did this absurd game become so popular? Please exit my computer. To his disbelief, someone on the leaderboard had already invested over 40 hours into this game. Are they out of their minds? Ma Yang, playing Lonely Desert Highway from the upper bunk, exited the game within 5 minutes, baffled by how it had gained such popularity. Meanwhile, Pei Qian trembled in his lower bunk. "Hey, Qianer, have you been playing that ridiculously popular absurd game lately? Is it that Desert Highway?" Ma Yang inquired, peering down from the upper bunk. "No," Pei Qian replied truthfully, admitting he had scarcely engaged with the game. He was acutely aware of its repulsive nature. How could he possibly partake in such a venture? Ma Yang smacked his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "What a scam! I can't fathom which unscrupulous individual concocted this game." So vile and contemptible. Pei Qian retorted, I never intended for any of you to play. It was your relentless insistence that led to this. Can you truly blame me? He was utterly unprepared for the fact that this game had gained immense popularity within the campus, even infiltrating his own dormitory. Over the course of the week, through the fervent sharing by numerous content creators and gaming media, the Lonely Desert Highway surged in popularity, leaving Pei Qian questioning his very existence. He was profoundly relieved that in 2009, the live streaming platforms were not nearly as ubiquitous as they would become a decade later. They were merely in a nascent stage, with the dominant platform, YY Live, hosting only a few 100,000 users. Had the live streaming scene been as explosive as it would be 10 years hence, Pei Qian could scarcely fathom the ramifications. Chapter 9. A Genius Slacker. Today happens to be Monday, a day designated for revenue sharing on the gaming platform, as well as the day for system settlements. For Pei Qian, this should have been a day filled with eager anticipation. However, at this moment, he felt a profound sense of ennui, even to the point of wanting to weep. The 50,000 yuan, which seemed almost certain, had vanished. Nevertheless, what is destined to come will arrive. Pei Qian did not summon the system interface, yet perhaps due to the settlement process, the interface materialized before his eyes. Wealth Conversion System. Host. Pei Qian. Surplus Conversion Ratio. 100. 1. Loss Conversion Ratio. 1. 1. Settlement in progress. System Funds. 125 for 63. 5. 75. 463. 5. Personal Assets. 153. Settling. Wealth conversion underway. System funds, 125 for 63. 5. Personal assets, 907. 6. 754. 6. Upon seeing these figures, Pei Qian felt like a despondent fish, lying on the bed, devoid of dreams. In a span of 2 weeks, the game had sold over 200,000 copies. For other game developers, this would be an enchanting beginning, a success worthy of a lifetime of boasting. Yet for Pei Qian, it was nothing short of a nightmare. New entries continued to appear on the luminous screen. Next settlement time. 30 days later. System funds will soon be replenished. Target amount. 300,000. System funds 174, 536. 5 being replenished. System funds replenished. System funds. 300,000. Personal assets. 907. 6. Upon reading these lines, Pei Qian felt utterly bereft of hope, akin to a living death. To add insult to injury, it was like rubbing salt into a wound. During the settlement, the anticipated profit of 70,000 yuan had dwindled to a mere 700 yuan, a loss that pierced Pei Qian's heart. Yet, he consoled himself in that moment, believing that the surplus system funds could be reinvested in the next round, potentially yielding greater returns. However, after the settlement, Pei Qian discovered a disheartening pattern. Each settlement seemed to adhere to a fixed minimum value for the system funds. Should the funds fall below this threshold, the system would automatically replenish them. The first minimum value was set at 50,000, while the second was 300,000. Thus, if Pei Qian's system funds were to dip below 300,000, whether it be 10,000 or 290,000, they would be restored to 300,000. The outcome of the previous settlement, whether a profit or a loss, had no bearing on the starting capital for the next phase, unless Pei Qian could transform 50,000 into over 300,000. Now, Pei Qian was at a loss to calculate the extent of his losses. He could only feel a persistent ache in his heart. On the bright side, he still possessed over 700 in extra income, which could marginally enhance his living conditions. Gazing at the 300,000 in system funds, Pei Qian could not help but salivate. Alas, he could not spend that money freely. Pei Qian logged into online banking to check the balance of his bank card, only to find that it had indeed increased by 754.6 yuan, precisely matching the figure displayed by the system. However, there was no record of any transactions. As if the balance of the card had altered autonomously, Pei Qian began to grasp the operational mechanism of the system. Its formidable capability lies in its ability to directly modify the balances of corporate accounts and personal bank accounts without arousing suspicion from any individual or institution. Initially, the system allocated 50,000 yuan to the corporate account of Tongdan Network Technology Company, Limited, which Pei Qian, as the owner of the company, could utilize freely across any industry. However, should any misconduct arise, such as using the funds for indulgent personal expenses, the system would promptly retract the money, terminate the current wealth conversion cycle, and even sever its connection with Pei Qian. The determination of what constitutes misconduct rests with the system, albeit adhering to general principles of understanding. For instance, while spending money on dining out is permissible for company gatherings or team-building activities, it becomes unacceptable if Pei Qian were to treat friends. Following the game's profitability, the funds settled by the gaming platform would likewise be deposited into the corporate account, similar to other gaming companies. Nevertheless, Pei Qian must still refrain from frivolous expenditures during the system's settlement. It would convert the changes in the corporate account balance into personal assets at a fixed ratio, directly altering Pei Qian's personal bank card balance. Only these funds would be at Pei Qian's complete disposal, free from any restrictions imposed by the system. The next settlement is a month away. No. This time I must find a way to squander the entire 300,000 without leaving a single cent. Pei Qian turned over in bed and sat up, opening his computer to search for ways to incur losses. However, the results yielded were solely focused on strategies to avoid losses. What a load of rubbish. Pei Qian gazed up at the ceiling, his frustration palpable. With no classes this afternoon, let us play some games. A voice rang out, and the others in the dormitory responded eagerly. Ma Yang leaned over from the upper bunk. Chinner, are you joining us? You haven't gamed with us in ages, and you seem rather troubled. Could it be a romantic issue? Romantic issues, my foot. It's far more significant than any love affair. I've lost the 50,000 I had. Pei Qian refrained from elaborating, as he was bound by the system's rules, which prohibited him from disclosing or hinting at the system or the challenges it posed, nor could he arouse undue suspicion among others. All right, I'll join you for a game today. Pei Qian opened his computer and launched Divine Awakening. He had previously studied the game, finding it quite similar to Dota. Though not exceptionally skilled, he was competent enough. With Pei Qian's advanced understanding, he believed he could still carry a couple of matches at this level of dormitory competition. Ma Yang was overjoyed. Chinner is here. We will surely dominate the opposing dormitory. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicks, occasionally punctuated by exuberant shouts. Nice. Awesome. Show us what you've got. Where are you, Ma Yang? Old Ma, why are you always absent during team fights? Stop being greedy for minions. The intense and fierce battle momentarily distracted Pei Qian from the agony of losing 50,000. He swiftly became engrossed in the game. Although Pei Qian was not well versed in the game Divine Awakening, his familiarity with similar games from memory allowed him to exhibit a remarkably impressive performance. Half an hour later, defeat. Pei Qian gazed at the explosion of their base on the screen and then glanced at his own stats in the upper right corner. 1127. How could this even happen? Pei Qian felt nauseated. He had been playing exceptionally well, dominating the field, only to find himself unable to keep up mid-game. A loss in a crucial team fight led to a swift defeat. His eyes scanned his four teammates, and Ma Yang's 222 stats stood out glaringly. Unfortunately, Divine Awakening lacked a feature to calculate participation rates. Otherwise, Ma Yang's would likely be quite disheartening. Pei Qian meticulously recalled the various moments from the previous battle. It seemed they had indeed been fighting 4 against 5. While others grouped to pick off single targets, Ma Yang was busy farming minions. When crucial resources were being contested, Ma Yang was contentedly snatching the enemy's small monsters. When a teammate was ambushed, Ma Yang merely shouted that someone was missing before returning to his farming. Sigh. I am utterly exhausted. Ma Yang lamented. Alas, what a pity we lost. He peered once more at Pei Qian in the lower bunk, saying, Chinner, you can't just indulge yourself. You must carry us. Pei Qian nearly choked on his indignation. Am I not carrying enough? Do you expect me to cheat and obliterate the enemy's base with a single skill to be deemed as carrying? Yet, Pei Qian refrained from retorting, for he understood that Ma Yang was simply that kind of person. Ma Yang did not intend to be bothersome. He was just genuinely inept. He belonged to the category with a low baseline and an equally minimal ceiling. In Pei Qian's recollection of their 4 years in university, Ma Yang was exceptionally proactive in participating in various clubs, running errands for teachers, and attending classes diligently without ever being absent. However, upon graduation, he failed to seize any good opportunities, ultimately returning home to work at a position arranged by his parents. Of course, everyone has their aspirations, and one cannot deem this choice as poor. Yet, it certainly cannot be considered favorable either. When it comes to gaming, Ma Yang is similarly unremarkable. If one were to claim he played well, his awareness always lagged a beat. Despite years of gaming, he had rarely carried a match. Conversely, if one were to argue he played poorly, his performance in matches was passable, so one could not label him as the worst player. His skill level was stagnant, neither improving nor declining. Such was the essence of his being. Frankly, he was simply a born slacker. This inevitably reminded Pei Qian of the renowned quote by Otto, which equates silver to terminal cancer. What is there to debate about such individuals? Suddenly, Pei Qian became aware of a significant realization. He recognized that Ma Yang was a natural slacker, more adept at causing trouble than achieving success, embodying the archetype of one who consistently hinders their teammates. Is this not precisely the kind of talent he desperately requires? Chapter 10. The first employee. Pei Qian suddenly felt that his financial prospects had brightened significantly. Previously, he possessed a mere 50,000 in system funds, which was hardly sufficient to hire an employee. However, now he found himself with a substantial 300,000 in system funds. Surely, hiring an employee was no longer an extravagant consideration? Reflecting on past failures, Pei Qian summarized his lessons learned, which encompassed several key points. Firstly, his misfortune had been quite pronounced. Who could have anticipated that a trivial game he created would attract the attention of a somewhat renowned gaming influencer? Had it not been for this Chiao, would he have incurred such losses? Secondly, Pei Qian began to harbor doubts about his own abilities. Was it possible that his intelligence was, in fact, leading him astray in his financial pursuits? Some individuals toil tirelessly to earn money, yet consistently face defeat and losses, while others, despite their best efforts to squander their resources, seem unable to do so. Pei Qian sensed that he belonged to the latter category. Thus, he concluded that it was time to seek assistance. Hiring someone. If he could recruit a few individuals to handle these tasks, he could comfortably let the money slip away. With this thought, Pei Qian found himself devoid of any anger towards Ma Yang, despite being recently deceived by him. In fact, Ma Yang appeared to be a gift from the heavens. Such a brilliant slacker was precisely the ideal employee he had envisioned. As for his classmates, perhaps they should consider the same approach. After all, whether herding one sheep or a flock, the effort remains the same. By offering slightly higher wages, he could potentially incur even greater losses. It simply won't do. Others are far too reliable. Pei Qian initially contemplated considering other classmates, but soon abandoned the idea. After all, Handong University is a prestigious institution. Those who gain admission are, by and large, not lacking in intellect. Individuals like Ma Yang are rare exceptions, serendipitously encountered, yet seldom sought. In seeking others, one might indeed succeed, leaving Pei Qian in a state of despair. Resolute in his decision, Pei Qian summoned Ma Yang to step outside the dormitory. "What is up, Qian? Do you have some secret strategy to share with me?" Ma Yang inquired, his face alight with anticipation, mistakenly believing Pei Qian wished to discuss gaming. "I've been developing a game on my own and find myself in need of assistance. Are you interested?" Pei Qian stated directly, opting for transparency as Ma Yang was not one to harbor ulterior motives. Elaborating unnecessarily would only complicate matters. Ma Yang paused, then shook his head. "Are you joking? With so many courses this semester, why delve into such frivolities?" He hesitated again before continuing. "You can't be fooled by the misleading allure of that wretched independent game, can you? The success of Lonely Desert Highway was largely a stroke of luck. Moreover, creating games requires substantial capital. Where does one acquire such funds?" Pei Qian cleared his throat. "To be candid, I am actually a concealed scion of wealth. My family has endowed me with 300,000 yuan. Is that sufficient?" Ma Yang opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. "Are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you?" Although Ma Yang was unaware of the specifics of Pei Qian's background, he recognized that Pei Qian was not the type to indulge in idle jest, especially not with such a crude prank. At this moment, Ma Yang began to confront the situation more seriously. "Besides money, are there other issues?" he pressed. Pei Qian countered. "Are there any other issues besides money?" Ma Yang was taken aback. "Do you have skills in art? Can you program?" Pei Qian shook his head. "No, but does it matter? We can simply purchase resources online or hire professionals to create them." Ma Yang opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his current feelings. "Isn't this a bit frivolous? Just having money doesn't mean it's that easy." Pei Qian patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Relax, all I want to ask you is this. Are you willing to join? If you are, I will reserve a spot for you in the design team." Ma Yang's face reflected hesitation. Qianer, given the strength of our friendship, I should undoubtedly support you unconditionally. However, both of us are utterly inexperienced in game production. Although the 300,000 yuan is provided by your family, I think you should consider it carefully before making a decision. I fear that if the money goes to waste, it would be too much of a disservice to you. I genuinely cannot participate. Pei Qian was left speechless. He never anticipated that Ma Yang's conscience would become an obstacle in this matter. However, upon reflection, he realized that while Ma Yang might be somewhat naive, his character was beyond reproach. He was the quintessential nice guy. Pei Qian could not reveal the source of the funding, merely stating that he was a rich second generation and that the money came from his family. Consequently, Ma Yang's concern about Pei Qian losing money made him reluctant to join. Pei Qian had no choice but to present a successful case to validate himself. In fact, I have developed a game, and it has already generated revenue. Ma Yang was taken aback. What game? Clearing his throat, Pei Qian replied, The Lonely Desert Highway. Ma Yang nearly spat out his drink. That absurd game was created by you. His eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had complained to Pei Qian about how that despicable designer was responsible for such a frustrating game, only to realize he was disparaging the very person before him. Pei Qian sighed. Indeed, it was my creation. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Ma Yang blinked and then suddenly gave a thumbs up. Well done, Qianer. I had no idea you possessed such talent for game design. The fact that this game has become so popular is nothing short of genius. I always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity while playing it, and now it all makes sense. Pei Qian found himself both amused and exasperated. Old Ma's ability to change his demeanor was astonishingly swift. All right, enough with the flattery. Let me ask you one question. Are you in? I will offer you a salary of 3,000 yuan a month, and you won't be held accountable for any losses. This time, Ma Yang's attitude shifted entirely as he nodded vigorously. Absolutely, I'm in. You know me. Although I may not have many merits, I am indeed reliable. Upon learning that Pei Qian had successfully developed a game, Ma Yang perceived that he was no longer engaging in a mere pastime, but embarking on a venture with great potential. Naturally, he was eager to join in. Pei Qian expressed his strong agreement, saying, Indeed, it is your reliability that has captured my admiration. However, please keep this news to yourself. Among my acquaintances, I believe you possess the most talent. I have not sought out anyone else. Ma Yang's face lit up with joy. No problem, no problem. Well, let us leave it at that for now. Pei Qian had little else to discuss, as there remained a plethora of preparatory tasks ahead. You should attend to your own matters for the time being. I will inform you of any progress. Ma Yang nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will make a trip to the bookstore this afternoon to find some professional literature to study. You needn't worry, I will not hold you back. As Ma Yang turned to return to his dormitory to gather his things, he thought to himself that there was really no need to purchase specialized books for study. Pei Qian silently echoed this sentiment in his mind, but raised his hand, ultimately choosing to say nothing. He began to doubt whether his decision to enlist Ma Yang was indeed wise. Could such a responsible and dependable individual truly collaborate with him to achieve their goals? Yet, upon further reflection, based on his years of acquaintance with Ma Yang, he recognized that while the latter was indeed reliable, his capabilities were somewhat limited. Allowing him the freedom to explore professional literature would not significantly disrupt the overall plan. Chapter 11. A shift in perspective. Ma Yang tidied up his belongings and stepped out, heading to a nearby bookstore to procure professional literature on game design. Pei Qian was uncertain whether he would find what he sought, yet with so many prominent bookstores around, he was bound to stumble upon something worthwhile. At that time, online shopping platforms had begun to emerge, including websites specifically dedicated to book sales. However, many individuals had yet to embrace this shift. Some rather oblivious students had not even activated their online banking services. Ma Yang belonged to the more traditional cohort of students. When contemplating a book purchase, his first instinct was to visit a bookstore, perusing a portion of the contents before deciding whether to buy. Undoubtedly, such habits would undergo a seismic transformation in the coming years. Upon returning to his bed, Pei Qian opened his laptop, contemplating the matters that lay ahead. In the afternoon, Ma Yang returned, arms laden with 7 or 8 tomes, one of which was a substantial volume, roughly 2 fingers thick and in a 16mo format, titled An Overview of Advanced Programming. In addition, he had gathered an array of other books, such as the Survival Guide Beyond Code, the Programmer's Management Compendium, the Complete Code, Design Patterns, and a Guide to Cervical Spine Rehabilitation. Ma Yang felt a sense of considerable accomplishment. Pei Qian leafed through the books Ma Yang had brought back, ultimately fixating on a guide to cervical spine rehabilitation. You have indeed prepared comprehensively. Have you even contemplated the possibility of future cervical spine issues? Yet, the most pressing concern for programmers is not cervical ailments, but rather the peril of overwork. Moreover, you are not a programmer. Previously, Pei Qian observed how dedicated and earnest Ma Yang was regarding this matter, to the point where he almost doubted his choice of partner. However, upon reviewing the few books selected by Ma Yang, Pei Qian felt reassured. Ma Yang was indeed his ideal collaborator, no doubt about it. Just look at him, making the long trek to the bookstore only to return with these few titles. One might argue they are useless, yet one cannot completely dismiss their value. They do possess some relevance. Conversely, if one asserts they are useful, one must question their actual utility. It's a quintessential case of futile effort. Pei Qian patted Ma Yang on the shoulder, saying, Ma Yang, we are in design, not programming. Furthermore, are you aware that game development now predominantly employs editors? Additionally, given the rapid advancements in technology, the pace of innovation is astonishing. The techniques encapsulated in these books are already somewhat outdated and scarcely applicable. Ma Yang's face paled as he exclaimed, is that why bookstores are offering discounts? It seems they can't sell them. He lamented, I searched the bookstore for quite some time, but I couldn't find any books on game design. These were all I could find. Seeing the discounts, I thought I'd pick up a few. What should I do now? Discounted books aren't returnable. Ma Yang appeared somewhat anxious. Pei Qian, completely at ease, smiled and reassured him, it's all right. Your intent is commendable. If you feel these books shouldn't go to waste, then perhaps browse through them a little. They might provide some modest assistance. Upon hearing this, Ma Yang felt a bit more at ease, suggesting, would you like to take a look? We could alternate reading them. Pei Qian's expression darkened as he hastily waved his hand. No need. Who would wish to peruse these books? As they are scarcely suitable even for propping a pillow. Ma Yang lay upon his bed, flipping open the thickest volume, Advanced Programming Overview. After a mere 5 minutes, the sound of snoring emanated from his bed. Pei Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, reliable. Just observe this attitude, 100 points. And now, consider this capability, 0 points. Is this not precisely the designer he has been desperately seeking? Alas, Pei Qian knows but one talent like Ma Yang. If only there were more. Would he not ascend to the heavens? Losing 300,000 would be a trivial matter. Pei Qian opened the official YRSO editor, feeling somewhat melancholic as he disregarded the thousands of new downloads for Lonely Desert Highway today, and began to contemplate the forthcoming plans. As an independent game, popularity often surges suddenly and dissipates just as swiftly. Moreover, for a game like Lonely Desert Highway, which lacks any technical depth or sustainable gameplay, this phenomenon is even more pronounced. In truth, Pei Qian had encountered similar instances in his past life, where games of poor quality, with crude artistic resources and monotonous gameplay, achieved sudden fame due to peculiar circumstances. However, such instances are exceedingly rare. Among hundreds of similar games, perhaps only 1 or 2 might emerge. Pei Qian never anticipated that he would find himself amidst such an occurrence. In the forthcoming period, the popularity of Lonely Desert Highway was bound to plummet rapidly, leading to a natural decline in downloads and revenue, a perfectly ordinary phenomenon. However, regardless of the potential for a drastic decline, this game has undeniably generated profits, which is what troubles Pei Qian the most. Reflecting on the situation, Pei Qian resolved to shift his perspective. This time, creating an independent game would not suffice. A change was imperative. In the short term, Tenda Network Technology Company Limited has become inextricably linked with the game Lonely Desert Highway in the minds of players. Pei Qian finds himself at a crossroads. If he were to produce a disappointing game, there looms the risk of merely replicating the success of Lonely Desert Highway. Even if it doesn't reach such heights, making even a modest profit would still spell disaster for Pei Qian. Conversely, if he opts against creating a disappointing game and instead develops a legitimate independent title, there exists the possibility that players might purchase it simply due to its acceptable quality. This presents a difficult predicament. Furthermore, utilizing 300,000 for an independent game proves to be a considerable challenge. What exorbitant templates or artistic resources must one acquire to exhaust that amount? Moreover, if he invests in these costly artistic assets and the game turns out visually stunning, It could inadvertently attract a substantial number of players who are drawn solely by aesthetics, leading to further losses. Therefore, after much contemplation, Pei Qian decided to temporarily set aside the fervent independent game enthusiasts and venture into a different domain. With 300,000, undertaking a large-scale game seems beyond his capabilities. Although Pei Qian's aim is to incur losses, the essential principle remains that a tangible product must be realized. If the game fails to pass inspection and the 300,000 in systemic funds is expended without yielding results, the system will deem this a violation. Thus, the funds must be utilized wisely, and the game must be completed. Pei Qian diligently sifted through the official platform, ultimately identifying his target, mobile games. This was a decision born out of necessity. On one hand, the funds at his disposal were insufficient for developing a large-scale game. On the other, the realm of independent games was not conducive for immediate ventures. The player bases for mobile games and independent games do not overlap. Independent gamers might be intrigued to try a new title merely because it is associated with the well-known company Tingda, but mobile gamers would not share the same inclination. Pei Qian was resolute in his belief that if a mobile game were to be of poor quality, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Having established a clear direction, he proceeded to conduct market research. Pei Qian entered the official gaming platform and meticulously reviewed an array of popular mobile games, even downloading several trending titles for first-hand experience. He had previously observed that, within the realm of mobile technology, advancements in this parallel world appeared to be significantly swifter than in his past life. The widespread adoption of smartphones in his previous era occurred around 2010 to 2011, leading to the emergence of popular mobile online games, such as card-based games, around 2012. However, in this world, smartphones made their debut much earlier, with similar card game mechanics surfacing around 2008. Now, in 2009, card-based mobile games had become remarkably commonplace. Initially, when card mobile games were introduced, they represented an innovative gaming paradigm and enjoyed considerable popularity for an extended period. However, in the present day, the proliferation of numerous reskin card mobile games has incited a sense of rebellion among players, rendering the once lucrative practice of merely changing aesthetics to generate profit a relic of the past. The pioneer of card mobile games in this realm is Q, whose success can be attributed to a few key elements: its charming chibi art style and the traditional mechanics of card gameplay. Last year, the Three Kingdoms intellectual property had yet to become overly saturated, and players were generally more receptive to it. Riding the wave of smartphone proliferation, this game achieved miraculous success in the mobile gaming sector, amassing considerable wealth and eliciting envy from industry peers. In this landscape, with advanced game editors available, many independent game developers can swiftly enter the competition, resulting in a sudden surge of reskinned card mobile games, which have rapidly diminished the potential longevity of what could have been thriving titles for 3 to 5 years, all within the span of just over a year. Nowadays, many players instinctively exhibit a sense of aversion and resistance upon encountering card mobile games, which is precisely the outcome that Pei Qian desires. Furthermore, Pei Qian observed a significant distinction between Q and the card mobile games of his previous life, particularly in terms of monetization, which is notably restrained. This game operates on a buy-to-play model, priced at 5 yuan, and the in-game products are reasonably priced. For instance, the notion of spending 2,000 yuan for a rare card is utterly absent. The cap on in-game purchases is generally around 1,000 yuan, beyond which there are no avenues for expenditure. Yet, despite this, Q continues to be criticized by players for being a money trap. This world differs markedly from the environment of Pei Qian's previous life. Perhaps due to a strong awareness of copyright protection, piracy is not rampant in this realm, allowing single-player game developers to thrive. Consequently, the primary revenue models are the one-time purchase for single-player games and the subscription-based system for online games, both of which players have come to accept and adapt to. In the case of Q, the creators evidently dared not overstep their bounds, opting for a modest buyout price of $5, supplemented by minor in-game purchases. Nevertheless, they faced intense backlash from players. After conducting a thorough market analysis, Pei Qian began to contemplate how to ensure the game's failure. The most straightforward approach would be to charge headlong into the fray. If there exists a wildly successful game that serves as the archetype for this genre, then a wholesale imitation would likely lead to a disastrous outcome. The card mobile game market has become fiercely competitive, so why not create a card mobile game? If Q is thriving, Then I shall also delve into the Three Kingdoms theme. The gameplay can be directly replicated. One could procure a similar card mobile game template from resource sites for a modest sum of several tens of thousands. Naturally, artistic resources cannot be plagiarized, as this would raise issues of infringement. Pei Qian had no intention of imitating the artistic style, as he relied on the artistic resources to drain his budget. Otherwise, how could he possibly exhaust that 300,000 with mere template purchases? An equally crucial aspect is the game's charging model. The monetization strategy of Q is remarkably restrained. One might wonder if Pei Qian believes that players should be compelled to spend exorbitantly on this game. Quite the contrary. He possesses a profound understanding of the player's psyche. They often exhibit a facade of disdain while remaining deeply engaged. They may vocally lament the game's pitfalls and the burden of financial investment, vowing to abandon it. Yet when a new offering emerges at a premium price, affluent players continue to spend, albeit with complaints. If Pei Qian were to establish an excessively high spending threshold, say in the tens of thousands, he could inadvertently attract a significant number of wealthy players. The expenditure of a single affluent individual could equate to that of several thousand ordinary players, potentially leading the game to profitability at his expense. Thus, a contrary approach is essential. To deter affluent spending, the monetization ceiling must be sufficiently low. Pei Qian deliberated, noting that Q had a spending cap around 1,000 yuan. He resolved to lower it further, aiming for 500 yuan. No, perhaps 100 yuan. Still too high, 30 yuan. He sought to create an environment where wealthy players found no avenues for expenditure. Naturally, as a card game, it necessitates a blend of common and rare cards. The conventional approach involves enticing players to spend on rare cards to generate revenue. However, Pei Qian rejected this notion, as his aim was not to maximize income, but rather to incur losses. The priciest item within the game is a permanent membership card, priced at a mere 30 yuan, which grants additional daily card drawing opportunities. Beyond this, there exists no further avenue for expenditure. Wishing to offer monetary support to Tenda? Not a chance. Ordinary players, even without spending the 30 yuan, still possess opportunities to engage in card draws, albeit slightly diminished. Consequently, the justification for players to spend money becomes exceedingly tenuous. Regarding the price of the game, Pei Qian initially contemplated setting it as free, but upon further reflection, deemed it unwise. Presently, there are few free mobile games. The majority are fixed at a base price of 1 yuan. Should Pei Qian's game be free, it might attract a substantial influx of players. What if it becomes immensely popular? Thus, Pei Qian decided to take an opposite approach, establishing a buyout price of 10 yuan. This is even pricier than Cute Three Kingdoms. This 10 yuan serves as a formidable barrier, effectively deterring 90 of potential players. Consider this, a mobile game that wholly adopts the card game template. Devoid of any innovative gameplay, priced 5 yuan above the current most popular card mobile games. Who would be foolish enough to purchase it? Naturally, this threshold cannot be excessively high. A price of 10 yuan is already sufficient to dissuade players. Raising the price further would merely mean that Pei Qian would earn more while attracting a similar number of players. Increased earnings equate to greater losses, which is entirely unacceptable. Therefore, Pei Qian has solidified his objective. First and foremost, this is an imitation work featuring only the most rudimentary mobile card game mechanics. Any gameplay not found in other card games will certainly be absent here. Conversely, any gameplay present in other card games may not necessarily appear here. In summary, it comprises all overused systems, ensuring that players encounter no semblance of innovative gameplay. Furthermore, this is a game that suffers a dismal collision with Kawaii Three Kingdoms. Both are set in the Three Kingdoms era and belong to the card mobile game genre. The former is an authentic masterpiece, while my creation is but a counterfeit. It leaves players with no compelling reason to choose my game over Kawaii Three Kingdoms. Ultimately, this game employs a pricing strategy that is utterly foolish. First, it deters the average mobile gamer with an initial entry fee of $10. Then, it ensnares wealthier players with a recharge cap set at $30, leaving them unable to indulge in their desire to spend. I am, quite frankly, a genius. A flawlessly devised plan. Even Pei Qian finds himself somewhat admiring his own ingenuity. With such a pitiful state of affairs, can this game possibly turn a profit? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 13, Spend Money. Resolutely. Pei Qian entered the official resource site of ESRO, searching for a universal template for card mobile games. Before long, he discovered one. This was not the template from Cute Three Kingdoms, as that game is the pioneer of the card mobile genre and currently the most popular title on the market. Akin to a veritable money tree, the company would not be foolish enough to sell its own game as a template. However, just because they do not sell it does not mean others do not. Numerous game companies have followed suit in creating card mobile games, coding their own versions while merely drawing inspiration from Cute Three Kingdoms. These companies, having failed to generate profits, were compelled to modify their games and sell the templates on resource sites to recoup some costs. The template Pei Qian had found originated from a failed imitation of a card mobile game. A failed creation? How delightful! Pei Qian considered it an auspicious sign. Upon examining the gameplay system, he noted that since the card mobile game phenomenon ignited in 2008, Cute Three Kingdoms had undergone numerous iterations and enhancements, continually introducing new gameplay features. This template, however, was evidently outdated, containing only the most rudimentary elements, such as levels, sweep functions, and arenas, without any innovative gameplay. The entire game appeared rather meager. Pei Qian was exceedingly pleased. This was precisely the kind of card mobile game template he had longed for, devoid of enjoyable features and utterly lacking any competitive advantage in gameplay. Upon reviewing the price, which stands at a mere 100,000, Pei Qian expressed considerable dissatisfaction, deeming it excessively low. You could easily set the price at 150,000, and I would still purchase it without hesitation. However, he quickly reconsidered, recalling that the driving simulation template he had previously acquired was priced at only 20,000. Although the template for card-based mobile games is indeed more intricate, encompassing a plethora of well-developed gameplay systems, a price of 100,000 does not seem exorbitant. The disparity in download figures further underscores this, as the downloads for this template pale in comparison to those of the driving simulation game template Pei Qian had acquired earlier. This suggests that the price is inflated and lacks practicality. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Qian placed the order. He had a penchant for such overpriced products, relishing the opportunity to invest more without incurring system warnings. After acquiring the template, the fundamental gameplay elements were in place. The next step was to enrich it with artistic resources. These resources encompassed user interface design, battle effects, original card artwork, and a myriad of other components. Additional expenses would include purchasing music and sound effects, as well as renting cloud servers, though these would not amount to significant costs. The substantial expenditure would primarily be allocated to artistic resources. Pei Qian contemplated reserving 20,000 to 30,000 for music and sound effects, while setting aside over 10,000 for miscellaneous expenses, thereby channeling the remaining 160,000 to 170,000 into artistic resources. This sum, while not negligible, is also not overwhelming. However, Pei Qian was still uncertain about the artistic direction the resources would take. Card games are particularly well suited for reskinning. In fact, one could argue that the aesthetic presentation is paramount in the realm of card games. It is precisely due to the significance of this layer that Pei Qian must ensure its utmost success. However, it is not permissible to deliberately render it unattractive, as the system stipulates that one cannot procure goods or services of obviously substandard quality. After spending around 160,000 to 170,000, if only art resources valued at 50,000 to 60,000 are acquired, the system will not approve. It is imperative to purchase services that are approximately equivalent in value, allowing for slight fluctuations, but not excessive ones. At this juncture, Pei Qian must engage his intellect. How can he procure high-quality artistic resources while simultaneously ensuring they are unappealing to players? The solution is straightforward. Have the artists employ their exceptional skills to create styles that players are unlikely to embrace. The crux of the matter lies in formulating a comprehensive art resource requirement plan. Pei Qian harbors some doubts about his capabilities in this regard, particularly due to his previous failure with the Lonely Desert Highway, which has led him to question his execution abilities. It is at this moment that Ma Yang's role becomes apparent. Pei Qian downloads a universal template for the art resource requirement form from the resource site. This form meticulously outlines the dimensions of the required resources, followed by simple descriptions of these resources. They are broadly categorized into two types: original artworks, which are relatively expensive and demand a higher standard from the artists, necessitating detailed execution and clear demands, and other resources, such as UI interfaces and special effects. which can be found online and modified for use with relative ease. However, Pei Qian was certainly not content with mere modifications. How could one efficiently allocate funds otherwise? Thus, all artistic resources were to be custom-made. Pei Qian first compiled a list of system UI and special effects, resources that were relatively less pivotal, then proceeded to articulate some exceedingly simple requirements. For instance, it had to be visually stunning. It must align with the romance of the Three Kingdoms style. Such vague expressions constituted his criteria. As for the ultimate quality of the finished product, Pei Qian was indifferent. Let it be whatever it may. Subsequently, he sent this list to Ma Yang. By this time, Ma Yang had just awakened. However, after perusing a hefty tome for a mere 2 minutes, he exhibited signs of drowsiness once more. Upon receiving Pei Qian's forwarded table, he instantly revived, tossing the book onto the bed, peering down from the upper bunk, and whispering, "Are we starting work?" Pei Qian nodded. "Fill out the form. Unleash your imagination, and fill it out boldly." Ma Yang nodded vigorously. "No problem. My enthusiasm for work is exceedingly high." He glanced over the document, which was an artistic resource requirement sheet, revealing that there was quite a bit for him to fill in, primarily concerning character concept art descriptions. Pei Qian had already determined the game's theme, the Three Kingdoms. The characters from this epic are limited in number. Pei Qian selected a total of 50 figures, comprising 15 rare cards, 25 fine cards, and 10 ordinary cards. The pricing for a piece of concept art varied significantly, with some costing as little as 700 to 800 yuan, while others soared to 4,000 or 5,000. In order to recruit students from art academies in second and third-tier cities, one can easily procure a piece for merely 100 yuan. Engaging renowned artists for custom work, however, could cost anywhere from 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per card, which is not surprising. Ultimately, one gets what one pays for. Pei Qian would undoubtedly refrain from commissioning a well-known artist, despite the potential for increased expenditure, as the artist's reputation could inadvertently serve as promotion for the game. Similarly, purchasing original artwork priced at 4,000 to 5,000 yuan might seem extravagant, but what if players were to fall in love with such captivating designs? As reiterated, in card-based mobile games, the most crucial element is the aesthetic appeal of the cards. Should the design be exquisite, even subpar gameplay could still yield profits. Thus, Pei Qian resolved to acquire more affordable original artwork. If one desires to spend more, one should procure more. He envisioned 50 characters, each undergoing various evolutions and transformations. Essentially, this amounts to 50 base designs, each exhibiting 4 variations to showcase the effects of these advancements. With an estimated pricing of 3,000 yuan for each base design's 4 variations, the total comes to 150,000, aligning perfectly with Pei Qian's budget. After all, the initial card game does not necessitate 3D models, thereby saving a considerable sum. Of course, the specific quotations would be proposed by the other party. Pei Qian's figures are merely an approximation. Ma Yang, somewhat perplexed, pondered over his responsibilities given that these elements were already established. A closer examination of Pei Qian's notes clarified his role, to innovate and creatively modify. In other words, it entails a radical reimagining of these 50 characters, transforming them to such an extent that they become utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 14. The task of Ma Yang. Pei Qian had already contemplated that if they were to crash into the realm of cute Three Kingdoms, they could only opt for the Three Kingdoms theme. However, the Three Kingdoms genre, while reasonably acceptable as an intellectual property, is neither exceptionally good nor terribly bad. To ensure that players develop a disdain for these historical figures, the most effective method would be to radically alter and completely subvert their traditional portrayals. Consequently, the devoted fans of the Three Kingdoms, upon witnessing such chaotic modifications, would undoubtedly express their outrage and abandon the game, thereby tarnishing its overall reputation. The responsibility for this transformative endeavor was entrusted to Ma Yang. Pei Qian held a profound trust in Ma Yang's capabilities. As long as Ma Yang approached the task earnestly, it was certain to yield satisfactory results. Observing the names of these characters, Ma Yang displayed a troubled expression. He leaned down from his upper bunk and murmured, "Chinner, I have only watched the Three Kingdoms television series, and I am not familiar with many of these characters." Pei Qian could not help but feel a surge of joy. Was this not fortuitous? If you were well versed in the characters of the Three Kingdoms, I would have reservations about entrusting this task to you. No worries, I have faith in you. The objective is to subvert tradition, so let your imagination run wild. The more unconventional, the better. Besides, you need not fret about the specific appearance of the characters. That will depend on the artist's design. Your role is merely to provide a direction. Feel free to unleash your creativity. After all, it is a radical transformation, and no one will nitpick about common sense errors. Pei Qian reassured him repeatedly. He sincerely hoped that Ma Yang would not shy away from the challenge and pass the responsibility back to him. Ma Yang finally nodded. All right. I will do my best. Pei Qian, feeling anxious, added, remember, it must be revolutionary. The more outrageous, the better. Ma Yang sat on the upper bunk, scratching his head in confusion. After 10 minutes of futile effort, he could no longer contain himself and leaned out again, saying, Qianer, how about I first buy a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Pei Qian immediately interjected, no, absolutely not. I chose you for your innovative spirit. Do you understand? You are not influenced by the traditional depiction of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which allows you to create this subversion. Do not even think about the original portrayal. Just unleash your imagination and transform it wildly. With no other choice, Ma Yang sighed and withdrew his head, resuming his anxious scratching. Moments later, he poked his head out once more to inquire, Qianer, what if I set Guan Yu as a dragon? Is that acceptable? Pei Qian nodded yes. After a while, he asked again, Qianer, what if I set Ma Chao as a centaur? Is that all right? Yes. After another pause, he ventured, Qianer, what if I set Zhou Tsang as a dragon maiden, Zhuge Liang as a great inventor, Huang Yueying as a mechanical puppet, Su Chu as a tiger, Chao Pai as a tentacled creature, and Lu Meng as a dragon-slaying lowly? Is that permissible? Pei Qian clapped his thigh, exclaiming yes. That's fantastic. Lao Ma, you're truly a genius. Do you know that? Keep going down this path. Ma Yang was initially filled with doubt regarding his own concept, but seeing Pei Qian's unwavering support reignited his confidence. Witnessing Ma Yang's earnest dedication to his work brought immense joy to Pei Qian. He knew he had found the right person, designing Zhou Tsang as a dragon maiden and depicting Lu Meng as a dragon-slaying lowly. What sheer brilliance and absurdity! Pei Qian mused that such ideas were utterly beyond his imagination. The notion of a completely implausible scheme, which could later be entrusted to a relatively inexpensive artist who might carelessly execute it, raised concerns about the game's visual integrity. Just envision the players drawing Chao Pai, only to discover he is a tentacled creature, drawing Ma Chao, only to find a centaur, or drawing Lu Meng, who had transformed into a dragon-slaying lowly. Wouldn't fans of the Three Kingdoms genre vociferously denounce such ideas? A certain renowned international movie star once remarked that parody is not nonsense, and transformation should not be mere fabrication. Yet, this is precisely nonsense and fabrication. If this game were to materialize, it would undoubtedly be met with widespread disdain, leaving devoted Three Kingdoms enthusiasts in tears. The clouds of despair that had hung over Pei Qian for days dissipated, and he felt a renewed brightness in his life. Losing 300,000 was now miraculously balanced by a gain of 300,000. Pei Qian sensed that a beautiful life was beckoning him. Seizing the moment while Ma Yang was engrossed in filling out forms, Pei Qian ventured to the resource station to briefly assess the situation of the artists. The ESRO resource station had consolidated a wealth of resources within the domestic gaming sector, including human resources, whether designers, illustrators, or programmers. They can offer their services to clients at a clearly marked price on resource platforms. Buyers can peruse the credentials and portfolios of these individuals on the site, and if they find satisfaction, they can negotiate collaboration, such as purchasing a certain number of original artworks from a specific illustrator. Pei Qian began to search for illustrators proficient in original art, swiftly eliminating options. He dismissed renowned experts without hesitation, as well as well-regarded elite illustrators in the industry. Instead, he focused solely on novice artists who offered their original pieces for a mere 700 to 800 yuan. After a thorough search and reviewing numerous portfolios, Pei Qian realized that the quality seemed quite similar across the board. The resource platform maintains certain standards. Not just any art student can obtain certification. The staff at ESRO conduct a review process, ensuring that any novice artist featured possesses commendable artistic skills. After much searching, he ultimately settled on a newcomer with a limited portfolio. This artist's representative works all exhibited a cute, two-dimensional style, lacking any realistic representation. This indicated a probable lack of proficiency in realistic styles, which was precisely what Pei Qian required for his game: original artwork in a realistic aesthetic. He made his decision on the spot. Naturally, Pei Qian could not rely on just one illustrator, as the demand for original artworks was substantial. Some card games elevate their card illustrations to the level of poster-quality detail, which means even a seasoned artist would require a week to complete such tasks. The original artwork that Pei Qian currently requires is a card displayed on a mobile screen, where the level of detail can be significantly reduced. However, given the artist's sufficient skill and the arduous nature of the task, it would still take approximately 2 days to complete. In other words, an artist laboring tirelessly for a month, disregarding quality, could produce at most around 15 pieces of original artwork. Of course, although Pei Qian mentioned a total of 200 pieces, they are not entirely distinct. There are only 50 characters, each requiring 4 pieces of artwork representing different star levels. For instance, Zhuge Liang transitions from 1 star to 4 stars, with only minor adjustments in details and effects, rather than completely new designs. Thus, each character's 4 pieces of artwork can be presented as a cohesive set. Even so, a prudent estimation suggests that Pei Qian would need to engage around 6 or 7 artists to ensure that all this content is completed on schedule. Pei Qian intends to first consult with one artist regarding pricing before approaching others. Hello. Our company is currently preparing to develop a card-based mobile game and requires a substantial number of original artworks. I would like to discuss pricing and timelines with you. If you are interested, please respond. Pei Qian left a message for the artist named Wang Guangjian, but after a few minutes of waiting without a reply, it seemed he was not online. Pei Qian was not anxious, as the demand list for Ma Yang would not be available until tomorrow at the earliest. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already evening, and his stomach was beginning to rumble. Old Ma, shall we go for dinner? Pei Qian got off the bed and looked at Ma Yang, who was on the upper bunk. Ma Yang was still racking his brain, immersed in his thoughts while tapping away at the keyboard. The demand sheet was already filled with extensive passages of text. There's no need to take it so seriously. Come on, let us go have a meal, Pei Qian suggested. Although Ma Yang was still somewhat engrossed in his work, he couldn't deny his hunger and rolled out of bed. The cafeteria? He inquired. Pei Qian shook his head and, with a pat on his chest, declared, no. Today we shall dine out, my treat. 10 minutes later, the waiter presented a bowl of noodles and a plate of fried rice, placing them in front of the two. Chapter 15. The Art of Reverse Bargaining. Boss, could I have another serving of meat with my ramen? And an extra fried egg with the fried rice. Oh, and a side dish. Just some smashed cucumber will do. Pei Qian, eager to reward Ma Yang, was willing to splurge. Ma Yang relished the hearty ramen, teasingly remarked, look at you, Qianer, no longer pretending. The traits of a wealthy heir are beginning to show, aren't they? However, with this amount, we could have ordered a couple of side dishes at the nearby eatery. Pei Qian waved his hand dismissively. No. Although the prices at the adjacent restaurant aren't exorbitant, they won't fill you up. To be honest, we should indulge in something better to celebrate our successful commencement. However, all my funds must be allocated to game development, and my budget is rather tight. In truth, his personal assets had dwindled to a mere 700 yuan, making it impossible to spend lavishly. Ma Yang nodded in understanding while savoring his ramen. I get it. It's only right. We're still in the phase of hard work and cannot afford to squander money. Pei Qian added, once the game is completed, I'll treat you to a barbecue buffet that costs 50 yuan per person. Ma Yang enthusiastically nodded. Sounds great. At that time, most buffets were generally priced around 30 yuan, so Pei Qian's plan to indulge in a 50 yuan buffet was already considered quite extravagant. Of course, in 10 years, buffets would soar to an average of 100 or 200 yuan per person, a stark contrast. Pei Qian pondered the possibility of losing the 30,000 yuan entirely, transforming it into personal assets, and wondered what delightful delicacies he would be unable to enjoy. And then there was the matter of the contract. Pei Qian was savoring his fried rice when he turned around and said, let me fetch the next template. We shall directly sign an internship contract with a monthly salary of 3,000. Ma Yang hurriedly responded, Qianer, you are being overly courteous. The money is not of primary importance. And is a contract truly necessary? Pei Qian shook his head. That is not acceptable. You are exerting effort for me, and not a single penny should be shortchanged. We are embarking on a legitimate venture and must adhere to the proper procedures. A contract is essential. Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements. Ma Yang conceded without further insistence. After all, who would refuse payment? He merely felt that 3,000 was somewhat excessive, which caused him a bit of embarrassment. In truth, Pei Qian wished to offer more, but the system imposed restrictions. It stipulated that Pei Qian could not hire employees with compensation that significantly exceeded reasonable levels. After some exploration, Pei Qian discerned that this reasonable threshold could not surpass twice the average wage. Take Ma Yang, for instance. Currently, he was working in a reputable gaming company, performing menial tasks, earning merely around 1,500, the standard for interns. Of course, there are larger companies that might be more generous, where interns who work diligently receive higher pay. However, one must also consider Ma Yang's capabilities, which would render him more of a burden to the company. Thus, offering him 3,000 monthly as an internship salary was the highest compensation permitted by the system. As they continued their meal, suddenly Ma Yang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Aha! Qianer, I have just conceived a brilliant idea. What if we reimagine all the generals from the three kingdoms as women? Wouldn't that be revolutionary?" Pei Qian nearly spewed his fried rice at this audacious suggestion. No, Pei Qian resolutely declined. Ma Yang appeared somewhat perplexed. Why not? Did you not say you wished to revolutionize it? Pei Qian found himself at a loss for words. Why was it not feasible? Quite simply, the prospect of success loomed large. In truth, the concept of gender-swapping the warriors of the three kingdoms had already been explored by various anime works, and with notable success. Although this occurred in 2009, a time when the realm of secondary dimension games had yet to reach its zenith, a discernible trend was evident. Numerous card-based mobile games intentionally adopted a chibi style, thereby aligning with this emerging inclination. What if this game garnered a following among enthusiasts for precisely this reason and soared in popularity? Pei Qian was adamant that such a scenario must not transpire. Of course, this was Pei Qian's genuine sentiment, one he could not divulge to Ma Yang. He cleared his throat and elucidated, this idea is untenable, as it would strip the characters of their distinctiveness. For instance, if Ma Chao were female, and Zhao Yun, too, and Gong Sunzan as well, if they all became women, their traits would become indistinct. Your current proposal is quite commendable. Ma Chao as a centaur and Guan Yu as a dragon possess remarkable uniqueness. Thus, I believe your existing plan is indeed superior. Ma Yang's expression shifted to one of understanding as he nodded. Oh, I see now. Pei Qian exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that recruiting employees was not necessarily a boon, while it would allow for a slight increase in wages. Pei Qian's decisions could also provoke confusion and skepticism among the staff, compelling him to provide a reasonable and justifiable explanation in such instances. Otherwise, if the employees genuinely suspect that Pei Qian is deliberately orchestrating the company's losses, leading to further doubts, such behavior is explicitly prohibited by the system. Fortunately, Ma Yang's intellect is rather limited. Pei Qian silently mused that in the future, if more personnel were to be recruited, it would be prudent to seek out individuals with similarly limited faculties. After finishing their meal, they strolled back to the dormitory. Ma Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, climbed to the upper bunk, his mind racing as he filled out the artistic requirement form. Meanwhile, Pei Qian opened his computer, accessed the resource platform, and discovered that there had been a response to his previous message. Wang Guangjin inquired, "How many pieces do you need? What are the specific requirements?" Pei Qian succinctly outlined his needs, including the number of cards and the general style. Of course, the detailed requirements document was still in progress, so he could only provide a brief oral description. The artistic style should not be chibi. Other aspects are flexible. A total of 50 characters, each requiring a set of 4 original illustrations, amounting to 200 pieces in total. The requirements document is still being prepared and will be sent to you shortly. 3 minutes passed without a reply. It seemed Wang Guangjin was equally perplexed. All my representative works are chibi, and yet your very first request is to avoid that style? After a while, Wang Guangjin responded, "All right. The price is 2,000 for a set. Is that acceptable? I understand this price may seem somewhat steep for a novice artist, but rest assured, my skills are undoubtedly top-notch. I am merely still in school and lack impressive representative works. A set for 2,000? That equates to merely 500 for each piece." Pei Qian was immediately displeased. The price was far too low. Wouldn't that render my expenditure futile? Originally, my psychological price point was set at 3,000 per set, yet it has now depreciated to 2,000. With a total of 50 characters, that amounts to a savings of 50,000 yuan. Absolutely unacceptable. I find this price unsatisfactory, Pei Qian retorted. Wang Guangjin inquired, "What do you deem appropriate?" "This is already close to my bottom line." Pei Qian responded, "Our situation here is somewhat unique. We aim to create a style that has never been executed before, an utterly revolutionary image, which inherently poses considerable challenges. Do you understand? Furthermore, our design team lacks a profound understanding of artistic matters, resulting in rather vague requirements. Thus, I need you to engage your creativity and devise a solution. Given the additional workload involved, 2,000 yuan per set is simply unfair to you. I believe 3,000 yuan per set is more fitting. This includes the character design and subsequent revisions, and I hope you can render it with greater intricacy. What do you think? Wang Guangjian fell silent once more. Clearly, clients like Pei Qian, who negotiate in reverse, are rather rare. A single original artwork had stubbornly increased by 1,000 yuan. However, Pei Qian's actions were not in violation of any regulations, as the system issued no warnings. Due to Pei Qian's rational reasoning, the additional funds encompass extra design costs incurred from ambiguous demands, expenses for enhancing the quality of the original artwork, and subsequent modification fees. After a few moments, Wang Guangjian replied, "All right, a total of 50 sets, 200 original artworks, at 150,000, with opportunities for 20 major revisions and 50 minor adjustments." Pei Qian smiled faintly. "Indeed, I can purchase the right to modify, but I can also choose not to. After all, the outcome may not align with my expectations." The two promptly agreed and prepared to sign an electronic contract on the resource site. Pei Qian pondered, "How many original artworks can you produce within 3 weeks? I will adjust the specific numbers in the agreement." The system stipulated that Pei Qian must not have any unpublished products 1 week prior to settlement. Thus, his game needed to be launched a week before the settlement, leaving only 3 weeks for Wang Guangjian. Wang Guangjian replied, "Producing 200 artworks is certainly unfeasible. However, I can delegate some of this work to my dormitory classmates. Rest assured, with my supervision, their artwork quality will be guaranteed, and I can also help unify the style." Pei Qian was delighted. "Perfect. I will entrust everything to you." Wang Guangjian was still a student, and while he could meet the resource site's standards for original artwork, his classmates might not necessarily do so. This could be seen as a small loophole, allowing the expenditure of funds while objectively diminishing the quality of the original artwork. How delightful. Chapter 16. The Unreliable Requirement Document. The following afternoon, Ma Yang sent the revised requirement document to Pei Qian. Upon reviewing it, Pei Qian found the document to be simply outstanding. It was as if it had been written with utmost clarity. Although Pei Qian had never worked in the gaming industry, this requirement document was based on a template from a resource site, which briefly outlined some fundamental principles for crafting such documents. In succinct terms, the more detailed, the better. When a designer presents a concept, it is often abstract and nebulous, while the artist's task is to render that concept into a tangible and intricate form. This process is prone to discrepancies. For instance, if a designer desires an exceptionally handsome male character, that standard is remarkably vague and utterly unquantifiable. What qualifies as exceptionally handsome? If the artist creates a character they perceive as exceptionally handsome, will the designer be satisfied? Not necessarily. After all, aesthetics are profoundly subjective. Thus, when designers articulate their requirements, they must strive to be as specific as possible, ideally detailing precisely what the character should wear, what accessories they should don, what weaponry they should wield, and what distinctive traits they should possess, among other specifics. If there are similar reference images, that would be even more advantageous. There is a humorous anecdote within the gaming community. When a designer approaches a programmer and states, "I need a feature that resembles such and such," and elaborates on the design philosophy and intended effects, the programmer, with evident impatience, replies, "Just tell me which game's feature you are copying and show it to me." In the realm of design, the dialogue with the artist often unfolds as follows. "I require a character of a specific nature, embodying distinct visual traits and a particular personality that accentuates a certain essence." The artist, displaying evident impatience, retorts, "Just tell me which character to replicate and show me the reference image." This reaction arises not merely from a desire for convenience, but primarily due to the considerable loss of information that occurs when translating concepts from text to visuals. When crafting similar request forms, it is imperative that descriptions are as detailed as possible and reference images are abundant, ensuring that the artist's creation aligns closely with the designer's original vision. Now, let us examine the request form provided by Ma Yang. It appears to be an exercise in self-indulgence. Take Guan Yu as an example. He is akin to a dragon, a humanoid dragon. As the martial saint of the dragon clan, he is regarded as the epitome of martial prowess. His life has been a precarious balance on the edge of a blade, and his comprehension of combat and slaughter is profoundly distinct from that of an ordinary individual. Consider also Ma Chao. He possesses a hybrid appearance, part human and part horse, earning him the designation of otherworldly. Unlike other centaur princes, Ma Chao exhibits pronounced dragon lineage traits, such as the horns reminiscent of a dragon. Perhaps it is this draconic heritage that endows him with strength akin to that of the dragon clan. Lastly, let us reflect on Zhuge Liang. In his youth, he was hailed as the most illustrious inventor, physicist, mechanical engineer, and electrical engineer of the Three Kingdoms era. His research spanned a multitude of cutting-edge fields, including artificial lightning, meteorological weaponry, flying machines, automated vehicles, and robotics. Simultaneously, he bears numerous titles such as poet, philosopher, connoisseur of music, and linguist. The descriptions of Zhuge Liang surpass those of the preceding two individuals, evidently indicating that Ma Yang became rather carried away in his writing. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of characters including the guardian dragon maiden Zhouzong, the orphan of the phoenix Peng Tong, the crystal ice maiden Su Shu, the mechanical puppet Huang Yueying, the blood domain Lord Guojia, the dragon hunter lowly Lu Meng, the knight ranger Tai Shi, and the solitary swordsman Zhou Yu, among others. Essentially, apart from their names and a few peripheral traits, they bear no resemblance to figures from the Three Kingdoms. Such content offers little assistance to the artist's creative endeavors. Moreover, it could have been articulated in far more succinct terms. For instance, stating that Guan Yu is a humanoid dragon would suffice. The subsequent text is entirely superfluous. However, for Pei Qian, this constitutes a perfect demand sheet. He was so pleased that he playfully struck himself. Truly, Ma Yang is reliable. It is certain that Pei Qian could never have composed such a document himself. Indeed, bringing Ma Yang on board as an employee was an exceedingly wise decision. Pei Qian made no alterations to a single word and promptly sent this demand sheet to Ruan Guangjian. 5 minutes later, Ruan Guangjian responded, "Is your demand sheet not overly concise? This makes it quite challenging for me to illustrate, as there is no clear standard." Pei Qian had anticipated this and immediately replied, "No worries, feel free to create as you wish. Even if you find this demand unfeasible and do not adhere strictly to it, I trust in your professional expertise." Ruan Guangjian, "No, we have signed a contract. There must be a standard. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if disputes arise later, wouldn't it?" Pei Qian hastily replied, "Truly, I have complete faith in your artistic prowess. Rest assured, whatever you produce will be accepted as is, without any insistence on revisions. Feel free to take a screenshot of my words as evidence. Alternatively, if you deem it necessary, we can include it in the contract. No need for that." "All right, I will leave it to you," Ruan Guangjian responded. Pei Qian felt relieved. He was genuinely concerned that Ruan Guangjian might insist on a particularly detailed original artwork request, leading to a formal drawing process. Now, this arrangement simplifies matters for both parties, ensuring mutual satisfaction. With some funds remaining, Pei Qian decided not to hold on to them. The next steps involved purchasing music and sound effects, acquiring additional artistic resources, and renting cloud servers, among other expenses. These would not require excessive expenditure. Pei Qian calculated just right, leaving approximately 10,000 yuan for unforeseen circumstances. As for the promotional budget for the game's release, naturally, he left not a single cent. He had no intention of promoting it. Ideally, it would be best if no one knew about this game at all. Pei Qian felt optimistic about his prospects and continued to spend. At a certain financial university in Magic City, Art Department Dormitory, the living conditions here were considerably superior to those at Handong University, where Pei Qian resided. With beds elevated above desks, the dormitory was equipped with air conditioning, brand new, and quite spacious. Thanks to the establishment of resource platforms by YesRO, numerous art students can undertake freelance work online during their university years, thereby slightly improving their quality of life. Furthermore, the works created during this period are beneficial for future job hunting post-graduation. Ruan Guangjian set down his mouse and shouted, "Lao Huang, Lao Zhou, hurry up and call everyone else. We've finally got some work." Soon, the other 5 members of the dormitory gathered around. 3 weeks, 50 sets of original artwork, 4 pieces per set, for 3,000 yuan. How about that? Impressive, right? Ruan Guangjian was an energetic young man, sporting a short haircut, fair skin, and well-defined features, devoid of any artistic demeanor. In contrast, his roommates were quite diverse, with some sporting long hair and others adorned with tattoos, each possessing their own unique traits. Lao Huang, who had a small mustache, was the first to approach, 3,000 yuan for 4 pieces? Wow, that's great. For that price? I'd even accept drawing chibi styles. It's all for survival. Ruan Guangjin shook his head. What chibi style? This time it's not chibi. The client specifically requested no chibi. Other styles are flexible. Lao Huang was taken aback. Huh? I remember all your representative works were chibi. How could the client specifically ask for no chibi? Are they out of their mind for seeking you? No, they possess a discerning eye. Ruan Guangjin rolled his eyes. I despise drawing chibi styles. But since mobile games are currently obsessed with chibi characters, I was left with no choice but to accept those commissions. Now that I don't have to draw chibi, I finally have the opportunity to showcase my own style. Are you going to create your own unique style? It seems inappropriate. Lao Huang hesitated. The client has invested money, yet you intend to create solely what you desire. The client has expressed confidence in my artistic skill and professional expertise, granting me full autonomy in the design process. Moreover, if you examine this requirement sheet, it perfectly aligns with my vision. Chapter 17. The passionate illustrator. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ruan Guangjin's computer screen. Displayed was the demand sheet provided by Ma Yang. Guan Yu, a dragon? Ma Chao, a horse? Then, is Zhuge Liang merely a pig? Lao Huang interjected with a wave of logical speculation. Ruan Guangjin shot him a glance, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Zhuge Liang is a brilliant inventor. At least a pig has some worth," Lao Huang retorted. Casting a glance at the demand sheet, Lao Huang fell into a state of bewilderment. Is this truly a demand sheet? Aside from the forced reinterpretation of these historical figures, there was nothing else written. To suggest reference images would be too extravagant. Not even a modicum of physical description was provided. The modifications varied wildly, from transforming into animals to gender swapping, and even adopting high-tech themes. It was a complete hodgepodge. Is the client lacking in judgment? Such a shoddy demand sheet. Lao Huang was flabbergasted, never imagining that Ruan Guangjin would take on such a task. Was he not concerned that the final product might not meet their expectations, leading to a blame game? They were merely impoverished art students, although slightly better off than those from other disciplines. If a conflict arose with the client, it would undoubtedly be a troublesome affair of mutual blame. What are you worried about? The payment has already been transferred to the resource platform. Ruan Guangjin revealed to Lao Huang, showing him the order status indicating that the buyer had completed the payment. The official resource hub of ESRO resembles that of an intermediary, serving as a platform that offers guarantees. Party A determines the requirements, while Party B commences production. During this period, Party A is required to remit payment to the platform, which holds these funds on behalf of Party B. Only upon the successful completion of the transaction and Party A's satisfaction with the deliverables will the funds be transferred from the platform to Party B's account. In the event of a dispute, the platform will naturally intervene to arbitrate. At that juncture, Ruan Guangjin possesses chat records, and the platform retains the original requirement documents, which clearly places Ruan Guangjin and his team in a more advantageous position. Guangjin, I still regard this matter as somewhat dubious. Perhaps you should reconfirm the requirements with them and request a more detailed outline. Lao Huang remains skeptical about the reliability of this venture. Ruan Guangjin, visibly displeased, retorts, Lao Huang, are you out of your mind? Do you truly wish to continue illustrating those chibi characters? Haven't you had enough? The market is saturated with chibi games, undeniably lucrative, yet I implore you to reflect. Do you genuinely enjoy creating such simplistic works devoid of artistic merit? What about your artistic aspirations? We are presented with an exceptional opportunity here, one that imposes no stylistic limitations and offers a broad scope of requirements, granting us immense creative freedom. If we can achieve acclaim with this set of original artwork, our future paths will undoubtedly be much smoother. Who knows, we might even establish a studio right after graduation. Or do you envision a life of obscurity, toiling away in an outsourcing company, laboring on styles you have no passion for? The other individuals exchanged glances, evidently swayed by Ruan Guangjin's words. They were still students, not the seasoned professionals who had long navigated the complexities of the workplace. Each harbored their own artistic visions, being in a phase of creative inspiration. Who among them would wish to adhere strictly to the constraints imposed by the client, laboring on traditional pieces like mere artisans? They all aspired to create in styles they cherished and excelled at. The opportunity to encounter a client indifferent to artistic direction was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Lao Huang also seemed somewhat persuaded. All right, Guangjin, you take the lead, and we'll assist you. What are your plans for the artwork? This was precisely the response Ruan Guangjian had hoped for. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he opened an image on his computer. I intend to adopt this style, an epic ink and oil painting approach. Lao Huang's lips twitched slightly, for this style was one that Ruan Guangjian had ingeniously conceived. The character depicted in the image was a robust, bull-headed figure, one of its horns shattered, clad in a tattered black heavy armor. The shoulder armor bore an impressive design, resembling the head of a colossal beast, while the chains binding it suggested an air of defiance and struggle. The overall palette of the artwork leaned towards darkness, with a pitch-black sky and ground, evoking a sense of despair and desolation. At first glance, the figure might evoke thoughts of the bull-headed beings from fantasy world. However, a closer inspection would reveal numerous distinctions between this bull and the Western representations of bull-headed creatures. Ruan Guangjian accentuates the Eastern elements of his work through a plethora of intricate details, such as armor and weapon designs that lean towards Eastern aesthetics, facial features that reflect an Eastern sensibility, and the striking crimson battle robes, among others. This particular style, which Ruan Guangjian has aptly termed the epic ink and oil painting style, embodies the trifecta of epic narrative, ink artistry, and oil painting techniques. The imagery does not delve into the minutiae of each pore, but instead employs broad strokes typical of oil painting, with a hazy background that facilitates the creation of a distinctive atmosphere. Simultaneously, the original artwork incorporates a significant amount of ink techniques, evoking a profound sense of Chinese cultural essence. Furthermore, the composition imparts an overwhelming sense of desolation, fostering an epic quality, as if the depicted bull has just endured a cataclysmic conflict between divine beings and demons. Lao Huang and his dormitory companions are already well acquainted with this painting and hold Ruan Guangjian in high esteem. After all, the techniques employed in this artwork, from light to shadow, are realms beyond the capabilities of an ordinary art student. However, the question arises, can this serve as a foundational piece for a video game? It remains ambiguous. Currently, the trend in mobile gaming leans towards chibi-style artwork, and the projects that Ruan Guangjian and his peers have previously undertaken also adhere to this whimsical aesthetic. Even in certain PC games that adopt a realistic painting style, there is a predominant inclination towards detailed, vividly colored illustrations. While Ruan Guangjian's style undeniably exudes brilliance, it may also evoke a sense of gloom, potentially rendering the gaming experience oppressive. Consequently, Ruan Guangjian, apprehensive about the impact on his business opportunities, has refrained from showcasing his work on resource-sharing platforms. Lao Huang hesitated and posed two questions. First, does this style genuinely align with the client's requirements? Second, since this style is solely your forte, are we capable of replicating it? Ruan Guangjian, well-prepared and confident, replied, that is precisely why I assert that this demand sheet resonates perfectly with my vision. My original concept draws inspiration from the realms of fantasy and mythology. What I aim to emphasize is a sense of epic grandeur. And the most crucial aspect of this grandeur is the design. The righteous immortal and the non-human demons. These two starkly contrasting forms are bound to ignite sparks of creativity. In other words, the further the design strays from humanity, the better. Strictly speaking, a conventional Three Kingdoms game would not suit this style, as it revolves around human characters. How can one highlight such a feeling? However, this demand sheet completely subverts the imagery of the Three Kingdoms characters, perfectly aligning with this sensation. Guan Yu is envisioned as a dragon, Ma Chao as a hybrid prince of dragon and horse, and Su Chu as a tiger. Does this not harmoniously resonate with my artistic style? As for concerns regarding the style, you need not worry. I will handle the character design and line art, while you assist in refining it, and I shall finalize everything. Rest assured, with my guidance steering the overarching direction, the style will undoubtedly remain on course. Chapter 18. The cards are complete. Old Huang glanced at Old Zhou and inquired, "What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Old Zhou replied, "I believe there is potential." The others nodded in agreement. Old Huang mused for a moment before declaring, "All right, we'll take this job. After all, we have the client covering the expenses. We might as well test the waters. If this style fails to resonate, it's the client who bears the loss, allowing us to abandon this approach sooner. However, if it proves successful, we could very well establish our own studio right after graduation. Once we garner some recognition, everything else will fall into place." Ruan Guangjian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is precisely my thinking. Essentially, we are leveraging the client's needs to build our own reputation. and the compensation is quite generous. For the next 3 weeks, let us all put in the extra effort. We shall adhere to the highest standards, pouring our utmost into delivering a splendid outcome. If this set of original artwork gains immense popularity, it would present us with a golden opportunity to enhance our visibility, paving the way for a promising future. The group finally reached a consensus and set to work. Ruan Guangjian began drafting character concept sketches, while Old Huang provided the line art. The others, who were either less experienced or unfamiliar with this style, focused on refining and coloring the illustrations. Typically, once the line art from Ruan Guangjian was completed, it would be presented to Pei Qian for approval to ensure it met the client's specifications before proceeding with further refinement. However, Pei Qian was entirely disinterested in these matters. Thus, this step was conveniently omitted. The entire dormitory became bustling with activity. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed at Handong University. Pei Qian accessed the system to review his status. Wealth conversion system. Host. Pei Qian. Profit conversion ratio. 101. Loss conversion ratio. 1. Next settlement time. 16 days later. Note: if there are any unlaunched products within a week prior to settlement, the settlement date will be postponed, with the duration determined by the system. System funds: 8792-291208. Personal assets: 1607. 6. Pei Qian had squandered 290,000 from the system funds, leaving him with less than 10,000. Besides purchasing artistic resources, music effects, and renting cloud servers, Pei Qian also invested in a set of skill templates for a card game. Initially, he had no intention of making this purchase, but upon realizing the system funds remained unspent, he deemed it unnecessary to retain them. Unutilized system funds could not be converted into personal wealth, resulting in a considerable loss for Pei Qian, which he found intolerable. He had fully integrated this skill system into the game. For instance, Guan Yu's skill is the Q in GLing YNYUDO's continuous slashes. Zhou Yu's skill is the fire attack on Chibi, dealing area damage. And Xiahou Dun's ferocity can temporarily provide immunity to control effects and reduce damage, among others. Ultimately, the skills of the cards are rather commonplace. Most card games draw inspiration from Cute Three Kingdoms, and the mechanics of the skills do not differ significantly, hence the skills in the template are quite similar. Pei Qian meticulously allocated these skills among the characters in the game, ensuring that each was utilized to its fullest potential. Naturally, during this process, he relegated certain tasks he found cumbersome to Ma Yang without hesitation. Pei Qian did not even expect him to match all the skills accurately. In fact, he hoped for some miscalculations or bugs to arise. To his surprise, Ma Yang proved to be quite diligent. After the entire skill system was configured, Pei Qian conducted a thorough inspection and found no discrepancies. However, upon reflection, he deemed it inconsequential, as the primary concern of financial loss did not lie there. Ultimately, of the over 8,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan was earmarked as Ma Yang's salary, to be disbursed at the month's end. The remaining sum of over 5,000 yuan was earmarked for an impulsive expenditure before settlement, intending to purchase various items from the resource site, for all system funds were required to be entirely depleted, leaving not a single cent. As for the increase in personal assets, it stemmed from his family providing a living allowance of 1,000 yuan. Pei Qian could not help but lament the indignity of needing financial support from home despite being a system holder. It felt like a disgrace in the realm of hosts. Initially, he aimed to incur a loss of 50,000 yuan, yet inadvertently, he ended up earning 70,000. The mere conversion yielded a meager 700 yuan, which was even less than his original living allowance. Utterly shameful. However, this time was different. With a target of 300,000 yuan, the failure of the game would allow for a complete conversion into personal assets, purely exhilarating. Contemplating the imminent arrival of an immense sum of 300,000, Pei Qian felt a profound sense of happiness welling within him, to the extent that he was even inclined to attend classes. With all preparations in place, he awaited the arrival of the artistic resources to integrate into the game, after which the game would swiftly launch and inevitably falter, marking the completion of a grand undertaking. 1 week later, in a dormitory of the art department at a prestigious financial university in Magic City, Ruan Guangjian, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, flung his stylus onto the desk, exclaiming, "Done. A significant achievement." Turning to observe his companions, He found some slumped over their computers in slumber, others sprawled on their beds, leaving him as the sole wakeful individual. The floor beneath the desk was cluttered with empty instant noodle boxes and snack wrappers, while the table bore numerous empty cans of energy drinks, rendering the room a scene of utter disarray. Phew, the task was completed as scheduled. Ruan Guangjian felt a twinge of regret that this historic moment was devoid of shared joy. Alas, his peers lacked his vigorous stamina. In the midst of this relentless, round-the-clock work regime, they were struggling to cope. Fortunately, the work had still been accomplished on time. In truth, it could have been expedited further. But Ruan Guangjian held exceedingly high standards for the entire set of original artworks, necessitating several revisions for aspects he found unsatisfactory. Thus, even amidst a collective effort of relentless toil, they merely met the deadline. As he swiftly reviewed this batch of original illustrations, Ruan Guangjian felt an overwhelming pride. Works of art, masterpieces of perfection. Each character is meticulously crafted, distinct in their individuality and vividly characterized, seamlessly blending historical imagery, innovative adaptations, and traditional elements. Every piece presented is bound to leave a lasting impression. However, whether these original illustrations will achieve widespread acclaim remains uncertain for Ruan Guangjian. Aesthetic appreciation is profoundly subjective. Even renowned masterpieces may evoke mixed reactions regarding their beauty. The realm of game concept art is no different. Despite exceptional technique and outstanding design, players may still instinctively reject a piece simply because its tones are perceived as too dark. Why do many subpar games favor ostentatious, shimmering wings? Is it merely the preference of their lead artists? Not necessarily. It is because affluent players are enamored with such flamboyant embellishments and are willing to invest in them. Thus, if it were another company, they would likely dismiss this style of artwork. Nonetheless, General Manager Pei of Tengdan Network Technology Company, Limited, has previously stated that creativity and design should be approached with freedom, so producing art in this manner should pose no issue, right? Ruan Guangjian steeled himself and logged into the ESRO resource platform to send this batch of illustrations to Pei Qian. In total, there are 50 sets and 200 illustrations for review. After sending them, he received no immediate response, likely due to Pei being offline. Ruan glanced at the time. Dawn was breaking, and it was just past 7 a.m. He reached for a sausage nearby, peeled it open, and nibbled to satiate his hunger before climbing back into bed for some rest. At long last, the tasks were completed, and he vowed to invite his brothers for a grand feast at noon. Ruan Guangjian, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 19. The quality of the original artwork is astonishing. At noon, Pei Qian awoke. He had been sleeping remarkably soundly over the past few days, though he could not quite articulate the reason why. Perhaps it was the allure of wealth? The mere thought of having 300,000 at his disposal, liberating him from his current state of financial despair, brought him a sense of profound reassurance. He powered on his computer and accessed the resource site, where he discovered a new message, the original artwork sent by Ruan Guangjian. The transmission speed was not particularly slow, yet the high precision of the artwork necessitated a bit of time for the download. The efficiency was commendable. Everything was indeed completed as scheduled. He pondered the quality with trepidation, hoping it would not be excessively exquisite. Such beauty could be perilous. With nearly a week remaining until the settlement, Pei Qian needed to expedite the launch of the game's final product. The system mandated that he could not possess any unpublished products within the week leading up to the settlement. In other words, only after a product was officially launched for a week would the system acknowledge that Pei Qian had engaged in a normal and complete commercial activity process, thus calculating profits and losses accurately. Should there be any unpublished products, the system would postpone the settlement date, a scenario Pei Qian could not possibly tolerate. As Pei Qian opened the original artwork sent by Ruan Guangjian, he was taken aback by the first image. Holy moly! How could the level of detail be so extraordinary? Was this truly the original artwork worth 700 yuan each? Pei Qian nearly doubted his own eyes. Although he may not possess a profound understanding of original artwork, he can certainly discern the value of a painting, with the most evident distinction being its intricacy. Each detail of an original piece is meticulously crafted by the artist, and the greater the number of details, the more effort the artist has invested in the work. Generally speaking, original artworks of poster-level quality are priced in the thousands or even tens of thousands, as artists typically require a week to complete them, resulting in particularly abundant details. In contrast, original artworks priced at several hundred are often produced in bulk, with rigid deadlines that restrict the artist's ability to add finer details, even if they wish to do so. However, this particular piece is far more intricate than Pei Qian had anticipated, showcasing a distinctly pronounced style. The artwork portrays the legendary warrior Guan Yu from the dragon tribe. Previously, Ma Yang's request had merely described him as a dragon, neglecting many details. Yet, this original artwork supplements all those missing elements. The background features a landscape reminiscent of traditional ink wash painting, with verdant pines and cypress trees, enveloped by wispy clouds. Embodying the essence of Chinese landscape painting's use of negative space. Dominating the composition is Guan Yu, wielding his iconic crescent blade. This representation is remarkably transformative. He embodies the archetypal Chinese dragon, with a face, arms, and most of his exposed skin rendered in a striking shade of azure, complete with twin horns that accentuate his draconic traits. Nonetheless, his attire unmistakably reveals his identity as Guan Yu. Clad in a green robe, his left shoulder is adorned with golden armor, complemented by red ornaments, elements that are quintessential to traditional portrayals of Guan Yu, seamlessly integrated into this original artwork. This original artwork immediately reveals the quintessential characteristics of Guan Yu, yet it also presents a strikingly unconventional representation. Most significantly, its artistic style is distinctive and stands apart from the vast majority of original artworks currently available, seamlessly blending ink wash and oil painting techniques, making it undeniably captivating. Upon examining other artworks, one finds that both their quality and style bear a close resemblance to this piece. Naturally, the specific representations were tailored to the demands of Ma Yang, and not all figures conform to this fantastical depiction. The entire collection features extraordinary creatures and anomalies. Even when certain characters retain a human form, their appearances are often radically transformed, such as Lu Ming being reimagined as a dragon-slaying loli. Building upon Ma Yang's detailed requirements, Ruan Guangjian meticulously adjusted the details of these characters, re-envisioning their overall style and imagery, ultimately ensuring a cohesive aesthetic throughout the entire collection while maximizing the unique attributes of each individual character. Pei Qian found himself in a state of bewilderment. 3,000 yuan for 4 such artworks? What a joke. The artist must be suffering a tremendous loss. Is this truly the work of Ruan Guangjian? Yet, if you possess such remarkable creations, why are all the representative pieces on the resource side in chibi style? Pei Qian was almost in tears. Despite having seemingly secured a great deal, he was utterly unable to feel joy. His original intention was to purchase some low-quality artworks, deliberately seeking individuals at the price point of 700 to 800 yuan per piece, and he had intentionally chosen someone seemingly skilled only in chibi characters. Yet, how had fate led him to inadvertently encounter a future master? Others may remain oblivious, yet Pei Qian is acutely aware. This artistic style is truly remarkable. In his previous life, he was acquainted with a renowned concept artist named Yang Qi, who held a profound admiration for this aesthetic, which has had a significant influence. Are you unfamiliar with Yang Qi? Surely, you have heard of Dou Zhanshin? Yang Qi served as the chief artist. Indeed, the original artwork that Ruan Guangjian has provided to Pei Qian resonates with a similar essence to that of Dou Zhanshin. Of course, there is a considerable difference in intricacy, as this is a hurried creation by Ruan Guangjian. Nonetheless, the style and ambience evoke a striking resemblance. Had Pei Qian foreseen Ruan Guangjian's capability to produce works of this caliber, he certainly would not have commissioned him. But what is to be done now? The payment has already been made, and the artwork has been received. Requesting a refund or breaching the contract is out of the question. Moreover, Pei Qian must launch the game within the next couple of days. Otherwise, the system will face a delay in settlement. A delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Pei Qian finds himself unable to resist the allure of 300,000. Even a single day's delay weighs heavily on his mind. Calm. The situation may not be as dire as I envision. Let us consider the silver lining. Firstly, Dou Zhanshin cannot be deemed a successful venture. Secondly, it remains uncertain what the preferences of players in this world truly are. The style of these original artworks is distinctly characterized, yet having pronounced features does not guarantee that players will appreciate them. Currently, the popular art style leans towards Q-version designs, and this set of original artworks may indeed yield a counterproductive effect. Yes, that seems to be the case. Pei Qian calmed himself and reflected that perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The original artwork exhibited a remarkable level of detail, and its distinctive features left a lasting impression at first glance. However, did it truly align with market demands? Not necessarily. Pei Qian had witnessed numerous high-quality games fail spectacularly, illustrating that the market could often be irrational. What currently prevails in the realm of mobile gaming? Chibi style. This aesthetic propelled Cute Three Kingdoms to fame, significantly reflecting the aesthetic preferences of players. The original artwork provided by Ruan Guangjian, imbued with an epic feel and a touch of dark fantasy, melded ink painting and oil painting techniques. Yet, players might not necessarily appreciate it. Moreover, Pei Qian did not place all his hopes solely on the artwork. The game itself utilized a template and featured simplistic gameplay. Other artistic assets and musical elements received little attention or effort, lacking any standout qualities. Furthermore, he had no intention of investing heavily in promotion, merely intending to upload the game to the platform and leave it at that. If it failed to generate revenue after a week, it would naturally be deemed a successful loss. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to proceed with this set of original artwork. Pei Qian opened the editor and configured these artistic resources as cards within the game, allowing Ma Yang to conduct a brief check for any bugs. Upon seeing the artwork, Ma Yang was momentarily speechless, finally managing to exclaim, "Incredible!" He was astonished, never anticipating that the character he had hastily conceived would be rendered with such finesse. Pei Qian spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, primarily, "It is your adeptness in articulating artistic requirements that has provided the artist with excellent inspiration." Ma Yang's face lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful. Who knew I possessed such talent in this regard?" A light-hearted compliment from Pei Qian left Ma Yang momentarily disoriented. Pei Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. Ma Yang's continued engagement in this manner would greatly benefit his future endeavors. "Qianer, it's all done. I've run through it twice and found no bugs. Can we publish it?" Ma Yang was far more exhilarated than Pei Qian, as this was his inaugural contribution to game development, despite having merely filled out a requirements form. The so-called bug check took only 3 to 4 hours, yet Pei Qian had no intention of prolonging the process. This was largely because the game was built upon a template, which had already undergone meticulous scrutiny and was nearly devoid of any bugs. Pei Qian had made only slight adjustments to the skill settings and modified numerous textual descriptions, leaving other elements untouched, thereby minimizing the likelihood of significant bugs arising. Naturally, even if bugs were present, Pei Qian would be unable to rectify them without incurring costs to seek assistance online. The game was published. Pei Qian adhered to the established protocol and submitted the game for review. Prior to this, he needed to finalize the game's title and synopsis. Pei Qian resolved to adhere to his previous strategy, opting for simplicity in both the title and the description, aiming to leave players utterly perplexed and incapable of discerning the game's essence. He endeavored to steer clear of any trending keywords. For instance, the title must not include Three Kingdoms. Otherwise, enthusiasts of such games might stumble upon it during their searches, leading to potential downloads. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him, and he began typing fervently, finalizing the title and description. Title: Ghost Generals. Description: This is an unremarkable card game. Price: under 10 yuan for in-game purchases. He was confident that players encountering this title and description would have no inkling of what the game truly entailed. Moreover, the modest threshold of 10 yuan would likely dissuade a significant number of unwitting players from venturing into this game. In contrast to his previous endeavor, The Lonely Desert Highway, this game boasted a considerably larger capacity, being a mobile game with richer content. Thus, the review period would likely extend, with approval anticipated no sooner than the following day. Having arranged all these details, Pei Qian's earlier apprehensions vanished without a trace. Even if the original artwork of the game was of commendable quality, so what? Players would have no means of discovering the game, let alone viewing its artwork. With a sense of satisfaction, Pei Qian closed the back end, eagerly anticipating the results a week hence. He seemed to have envisioned a splendid future, one filled with leisure and indulgence, as he anticipated the arrival of 300,000. In the afternoon, Ruan Guangjian was roused from his slumber by hunger. The others had already risen as well. Lao Huang was tidying up the room, collecting the remnants of instant noodle boxes and various refuse into a large trash bag, preparing to discard them. "Guangjian, you're awake? How did it go with that batch of original artworks? Did the client request any modifications?" Lao Huang inquired while continuing his cleanup. Guangjian rolled out of bed. "No. President Pei expressed great satisfaction and requested no changes. Great satisfaction? Lao Huang replied, somewhat surprised. What kind of miraculous client did you encounter that didn't request a single alteration? Wang Guangjin nodded. Indeed, I find it puzzling. Although our original artworks are undeniably flawless, typically, clients tend to nitpick. By the way, are there any instant noodles left? None. They're all gone. Let's dine out tonight to celebrate, Lao Huang suggested. Wang Guangjin agreed. Sounds good. I was thinking the same. We'll feast and then divide the expenses. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Oh, but you've borne the brunt of the effort, Lao Huang remarked as he dragged the large bag of garbage out the door. Wang Guangjin was taken aback by President Pei's unhesitating acceptance of the artwork. As it was customary for clients, even those who were thoroughly pleased, to nitpick for minor flaws during their initial review. It wasn't that clients were unreasonable. Rather, it was a matter of standard procedure. Most clients are not represented by a single individual, but rather by an organization or a company. The handover to the second party often involves merely one representative from the client. When the second party submits a proposal, if the client's representative accepts it, this individual finds it challenging to justify their work to their superiors. If there are no flaws to point out, it reflects poorly on their competence and suggests a lack of diligence in their role. Consequently, many client representatives tend to nitpick in order to establish their relevance. There are even instances where they might insist on reverting to the initial version, which can be quite disheartening. Wang Guangjin expressed his astonishment at encountering such a benevolent client this time around. The payments were prompt and unambiguous, with no haggling involved. In fact, the client even offered additional funds. They provided a loose set of requirements, allowing the design team free rein. Upon completion, there were no requests for modifications, and the client accepted the work with utmost satisfaction. This left Wang Guangjin feeling somewhat bashful. However, reflecting on the high quality of the original artwork, which was the result of intense effort, he felt justified in his pride. It can only be said that collaborating with straightforward individuals is truly refreshing. After 3 weeks of hard work alongside his fellow comrades, they completed the project, received their payment, and it was time to indulge in a hearty feast. Wang Guangjin took a few friends to a nearby restaurant, reserved a private room, and purchased 2 cases of beer from a nearby supermarket. The plan was to enjoy a lavish meal and not leave without a celebration. By the way, Guangjin, which game are these original artworks for? When will the game be launched? As Lao Huang munched on his cold dishes, this pivotal question suddenly crossed his mind. Naturally, these individuals yearned to see the fruits of their labor come to fruition as soon as possible. If it were to achieve remarkable success, that would be even better. I am uncertain about the launch date, as I did not inquire. However, similar games typically undergo extensive testing before their release, so I surmise that there is little hope for an imminent launch. By the way, I can investigate further. Wang Guangjin possesses an account on the ESRO resource site, which allows him to trace Pei Qian's account and subsequently discover all the games released by his company. Goodness, is the Lonely Desert Highway developed by this company? Wang Guangjin was taken aback. He had heard of this frustrating game, and although he had not played it himself, he had gleaned some information from recent reports. Upon examining the second game, titled Ghost General, a card-based mobile game currently under review, he realized it must be the one utilizing our original artwork. Does this mean it will be available to play soon? But wait, this efficiency seems exceedingly rapid. I only submitted the original artworks this morning, and it has already been submitted for review by the afternoon. Will it really be playable by tomorrow? Wang Guangjin was utterly astonished by such a whirlwind pace. Typically, other games undergo testing for at least 3 to 5 days or even a week, right? What if there are bugs in the game? Yet, here, the game was dispatched on the very same day. Lao Huang, crunching on peanuts, remarked, "That's quite normal. Perhaps the programming had already been completed long ago, just awaiting the artistic resources to finalize everything. There's nothing peculiar about it." Wang Guangjin nodded. Indeed, we can download it tomorrow to take a look. Now, let's set aside the discussion about the game for another time. Come, come. Lao Huang raised his glass, and the brothers joyfully clinked their cups, determined to drink until they could no longer stand. Chapter 21. There seems to be an issue with this game. The following afternoon, Wang Guangjin emerged from his slumber, still feeling slightly disoriented. Fortunately, having indulged in beer, a brief respite had almost alleviated the effects of the alcohol. Ah, yes, the game. Wang Guangjin suddenly recalled that the game should have passed its review by now. Eagerly, he retrieved his phone and searched for Ghost General on the official platform. This batch of original artwork had been painstakingly crafted by him and a few brothers from his dormitory, cherished as dearly as one's own offspring, and naturally, they hoped for this game to achieve remarkable success. Should it flourish, he would rightfully earn the title of concept designer. In the future, whether seeking employment or attracting investment, showcasing this collection of original artwork would undoubtedly yield impressive results. Thus, despite his role being outsourced, his dedication surpassed even that of Pei Qian. Hey, our game has passed review. Quickly download it and check it out. Just search for Ghost General, Ruan Guangjin exclaimed, prompting his awakened companions to hastily pull out their phones to download the game. Upon scrutinizing the game's details page, Ruan Guangjin frowned in dismay. How could it be so cursory? Especially the description, merely insipid. It was a gross understatement. It was utterly lackluster. Was this truly a run-of-the-mill card game? Could it be that the producer harbored some grudge against their own creation? Moreover, other games typically adorned this page with promotional images, attractive posters, to enhance their appeal. In any case, the most visually appealing artistic resources in games are often relegated to the game's detail page, merely to entice players. As for the discrepancy between the actual in-game visuals and promotional images, it hardly matters. After all, once players are drawn in, a portion of them is bound to remain. However, in the case of the game Demon General, it is quite remarkable that not a single image exists. Thus, when Ruan Guangjin discovered this game, its cumulative download count stood at 0, with even Pei Qian yet to download it. Perhaps the game had just passed approval and had not yet embarked on widespread promotion. Indeed, that must be the case. Comforting himself with this thought, Ruan Guangjin proceeded to download and enter the game. The game required a payment of 10 yuan, which he readily paid without a second thought. It was a rather rudimentary card game, reminiscent of the version of Cute 3 Kingdoms from 6 months prior. Yet, this was not necessarily a significant drawback. Mobile games do not require overly complex systems or mechanics. In this era, the trend leans towards lighter, more casual mobile games. Most players can typically dedicate 2 to 3 hours of cumulative entertainment each day, distributed throughout the day. Consequently, card-based mobile games of this period primarily rely on challenges and sweep mechanics as their main forms of engagement, utilizing stamina and challenge attempts to regulate players' gaming time. Engaging in overly extravagant mechanics proves to be a rather unprofitable endeavor. However, a paradox exists for an established game like Cute 3 Kingdoms, which has been operating for nearly a year. The update of gameplay has proven to be a laborious endeavor that yields little satisfaction, rendering the game cumbersome, much to the discontent of the players who find it excessively demanding. However, should the gameplay remain stagnant, players would soon grow weary of the same monotonous experience. Thus, the game queue undergoes a version update every 2 to 3 months, introducing new features and cards, which regrettably leads to an increasingly unwieldy game. This is indeed an unavoidable circumstance. Conversely, as a new game circumvents this dilemma, although it employs the older mechanics borrowed from Q. These time-tested gameplay elements have been validated by the market and are readily accepted by players. A mere change in aesthetics suffices to maintain interest. Moreover, the game consists of relatively simple foundational mechanics, allowing card game enthusiasts to grasp the gameplay swiftly without feeling overwhelmed or fatigued. Ruan Guangjin quickly acquired several cards, all of which were basic cards designed for beginners. Upon evaluating the overall effect, he found it to be quite impressive. During the design of the original artwork, Ruan Guangjin was aware that these illustrations were intended for a card game. Hence, he deliberately infused some unique designs to enhance the dynamism of the character representations on the cards. For instance, the card depicting Guan Yu features a dragon poised to slash with its blade, and coupled with the card's animation effects, it exudes a particularly captivating aura. The more Ruan Guangjin observed, the prouder he felt. Indeed, it is a testament to my talent that I could create such exquisite original artwork. Initially, Ruan Guangjin harbored concerns that his artistic style might appear jarring or incongruous within the game's context. However, it has now become evident that there are no issues whatsoever. The integration of these cards is remarkably seamless, bestowing upon the game a unique charm. The exquisite cards, commendable interface effects, and reasonably pleasant audio-visual elements combine to offer an exceedingly gratifying gaming experience for Ruan Guangjin. Having previously engaged with other card-based mobile games, he found himself quickly acclimated to this one. Perhaps it is the fact that he personally illustrated the original artwork that evokes a sense of paternal affection, leading Ruan Guangjin to harbor a natural fondness for this game. After a few minutes of play, he typically proceeded to the card drawing segment. Most card games incorporate this phase early on, intending to ensnare players with the allure of a rare card. Naturally, to maintain the game's monetization ceiling. This card is often a commonplace purple card, appealing to newcomers yet ultimately ineffective, becoming ubiquitous in later stages. Wang Guangjian was well aware of this. However, after executing a 10 draw, he was left astounded. To his astonishment, he had drawn 2 orange cards. Wang Guangjian was acutely cognizant of the value of these cards, as the art demand sheet clearly indicated that a portion of the generals were indeed rare. The 2 generals he had drawn were none other than Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang, both unequivocally rare and among the most elusive within the game. Wang Guangjian was momentarily taken aback. His initial reaction was that the game might still be in its testing phase, thus the statistical distribution was skewed, resulting in an elevated probability of obtaining rare generals. Yet soon, an even more outrageous occurrence unfolded. Wang Guangjian was astonished to discover that the game's marketplace featured but a single item, a permanent membership card. Players who refrained from purchasing this card were limited to a mere 10 consecutive draws each day, while those who did acquire it could indulge in double that amount. Beyond this, Yuan noted the absence of any other merchandise or systems such as a nobility system. In essence, the game indeed offered in-app purchases. Yet it strictly permitted an expenditure of only 30 yuan, with not a single cent more to be spent, not even within the game itself. Was this perhaps a result of being in a testing phase, leading to incomplete functionalities? But no, this was already a version submitted for review by ESRO. One felt a sense of unease. After submission to ESRO, any updates or bug fixes would necessitate a resubmission for review. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of submissions allowed each month, preventing repeated submissions that would squander the time of ESRO's staff. Typically, the versions submitted for review were finalized and should not contain such fundamental errors. After all, once approved, the game would be launched on the official store, presented to players, some of whom would undoubtedly choose to make purchases. With a sense of responsibility towards the players, developers ought not to make frequent and careless alterations to the game's content. Wang Guangjian was bewildered. If this was not a trivial mistake, then it must have been a deliberate design choice. He had never anticipated that Demon's Sword would be such a conscientious card game. Was this not destined to incur significant losses? Chapter 22. Mr. Pei is truly generous. Soon, the other members in the dormitory began to voice similar inquiries. Why is there only a single product available in the game store? Why is the recharge limited to 30 yuan? Moreover, after purchase, it merely grants an additional opportunity for a tenfold draw each day, which seems rather inconsequential. What about the noble system? In Quming 3 Kingdoms, they have already reached noble level 8. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Guangjian. However, Wang Guangjian himself was equally perplexed. After contemplating, he thought, perhaps I should inquire with Mr. Pei. There might be some special considerations at play. Or perhaps the game has not yet reached its official version. Wang Guangjian found himself in a quandary and left a message for Pei Qian using the contact information from the resource site. Mr. Pei, I noticed that there is no noble system in the game, and the store only offers one product. Is this because the game is still in the testing phase? Surely the official version will include more? Before long, Pei Qian responded. This is indeed the official version. Wang Guangjian was taken aback. Then what about the items in the store? Pei Qian replied, our game only sells this lifetime card, and we do not intend to introduce new products in the future. Wang Guangjian exclaimed, why? Pei Qian answered, why? There is no reason. Our pricing strategy is primarily based on a buyout model. Players have already spent 10 yuan to purchase our game. How could we expect them to invest excessively in in-game purchases? Initially, I had no intention of selling this lifetime card for $30. However, upon reflection, I realized that a portion of players might indeed find it beneficial, so I decided to include it. Wang Guangjian was utterly astonished, left at a loss for words for quite some time. President Pei, what a conscience! In the realm of cute 3 Kingdoms, the ceiling for spending approaches $1,000, where only affluent players can acquire those exceedingly rare and precious cards, while the average player must invest considerable time to grind for a single purple card. Yet, in Ghost Generals, there exists a sense of equality among all. The sole distinction lies in that $30 lifetime card. In cute 3 Kingdoms, that amount wouldn't even suffice for a single 10 draw. Wang Guangjian suddenly felt that he had underestimated President Pei's intentions. He had initially presumed that Pei Qian had refrained from implementing a spending system due to the game's incomplete status or some other reason. However, upon inquiry, He discovered that Pei Qian had no intention of creating a monetization system at all. His aim was to develop an exceptionally fair card game. He aspired to allow ordinary players to relish the thrill of drawing rare cards as well. Wang Guangjian's eyes moistened, and he even felt that charging Pei Qian 3,000 for a set of original artwork was somewhat excessive. For a designer with such ideals and character, a discount should be in order. Wang Guangjian then pondered another question and hastily asked, President Pei, I have one more question. I've noticed that the game's download statistics are quite poor. Is it because there has been no promotion yet? Pei Qian replied, Promotion? There has been no promotion. Wang Guangjian was taken aback. Why is there no promotion? Having developed a game, yet neglecting its promotion, what could be the reason for this? Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. Without promotion, how shall the players become aware of your game? Pei Qian replied, because we lack funds. A total of 300,000 yuan has been invested in this game, covering the purchase of templates, artistic resources, musical scores, sound effects, and renting cloud servers. We have nearly exhausted our budget. Wang Guangjian was utterly moved to tears. What a remarkable spirit this is. He recalled how extravagant Pei Qian had been when acquiring the original artwork. Initially, Wang Guangjian proposed 4 pieces of art for 2,000 yuan, but Pei Qian, feeling that Wang Guangjian's design efforts were considerable, insisted on raising the price to 3,000 yuan out of a sense of fairness. At that time, Wang Guangjian believed that Tycoon Network Technology Company Limited was a financially robust company, unconcerned about a few tens of thousands of yuan. However, it has now become evident that this is far from the truth. Tycoon does not possess such ample funds. Their total research and development budget is merely 300,000 yuan, tightly stretched to create a card mobile game, leaving no surplus for promotional endeavors. Upon further reflection, this revelation was both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Prior to this, Tycoon Network Technology Company Limited had released only one game, titled Lonely Desert Highway. Although it experienced a modest success, its price was merely 1 yuan. How much profit could be generated from that? Now, with the investment in the development of a second game, financial constraints are likely to become apparent. Despite the constraints of the research and development budget, President Pei, during discussions about the original artwork, refrained from imposing undue pressure. Instead, he proposed a price that was relatively fair, one that both parties found reasonable. Such integrity is truly commendable. However, Wang Guangjian suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps if he were to request slightly less funding, President Pei could allocate some resources for promotion. Yet, Wang Guangjian could not voice this thought, for he understood that due to President Pei's character, he would surely refuse such an offer. After all, as the owner of a company, maintaining one's dignity is paramount. A sense of frustration welled up within Wang Guangjian. It was disheartening to see such a conscientious game on the verge of being overlooked due to lack of promotional funds. What a troubling predicament. Brothers, I believe Ghost General needs us now. Wang Guangjian shared his thoughts with his dormitory mates. Lao Huang and the others were equally astonished. Could it be that this game, so earnest in its design, truly had no intention of making a profit? It was not that they did not wish to earn. After all, who in the business of game development does not aspire for profit? In my view, President Pei possesses noble aspirations, unwilling to engage in unscrupulous gains. Indeed, if the goal were not profitability, President Pei might as well make the game entirely free. He still hopes to generate income through a modest buyout fee of 10 yuan per player, seeking to earn his keep with dignity. Yet, it seems quite challenging. No matter how commendable a game may be, without prior promotion, it cannot possibly gain traction. Perhaps we should consider grassroots promotion? While grassroots promotion is feasible, with just the few of us, it may prove ineffective. If we were prominent influencers or popular video content creators, we could certainly rely on word-of-mouth promotion. However, we lack such resources. A few individuals fell into contemplation. Even Lao Huang and others were persuaded by Wang Guangjian, all agreeing that a game as conscientious as Ghost General must not be overlooked, as its neglect would undoubtedly constitute a significant loss to the domestic mobile gaming market. Yet, after much consideration, no viable avenues emerged. Surely, we couldn't resort to manually posting online, incessantly proclaiming that Ghost Sword is an excellent game, as that would be exceedingly inefficient and likely a fruitless endeavor. Suddenly, Wang Guangjian slapped his thigh. Eureka! I have a group composed of several renowned artists. I shall reach out to them and see if they can brainstorm some strategies. Lao Huang was taken aback. You have such a group? Why was I not aware of this sooner? Wang Guangjian sighed. It's a long story. Last year, I took a part-time job at a conceptual art competition, where I met teacher Qinqi. I showed him my work, and he expressed great admiration, encouraging me to pursue this direction further, and he added me to a group. He paused and continued. Regrettably, this group is filled with industry veterans, and I feel somewhat hesitant to speak up, hence I have remained a silent observer thus far. Chapter 23. The chat group Old Huang felt a tinge of anxiety. Will this work? Although teacher Qinqi is a prominent figure in the industry, he may have long forgotten the events from a year ago. Who would still remember who you are? Moreover, industry giants typically engage in promotions with clear pricing. Their worth is undeniably substantial. We hope he can assist in promoting Ghost General, yet we possess nothing of value to offer in return. Wang Guangjian shook his head. Not necessarily. From my observations, these influential individuals tend to be quite approachable. While they do partake in numerous commercial promotions, it is also commonplace for them to casually advertise one another's work on Weibo. The crux of the matter lies in whether they appreciate our creation. If they do, there will undoubtedly be those willing to share it. If not, there is little we can do. Old Huang could only nod. Well, we can only give it a try. Wang Guangjian opened the chat group, and Old Huang leaned in to take a look. Indeed, the group was filled with notable talents. The group leader, Qinqi, had made a name for himself years ago within the domestic gaming and concept art circles, frequently serving as a judge in various game concept art competitions. The other administrators in the group were equally distinguished individuals, some well known in the domestic animation scene, others specializing in concept design, and even a few game designers, producers, and novelists. These were all acquaintances of Qinqi, primarily artists, with a minority from the gaming, animation, and other fields. In this circle filled with prominent figures, Wang Guangjian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He pondered that he could not simply request others to promote his game right off the bat, as that would certainly elicit no response and would appear quite impolite. Esteemed colleagues, I am a senior art student and have recently released a set of original illustrations. I would greatly appreciate it if you could take a moment to review them for any shortcomings or areas for improvement, if you would be so kind. Wang Guangjian's tone was exceedingly courteous. Although he possessed considerable confidence in his artistic skills, he recognized the importance of humility as a junior member of the community. The group was not particularly active, and the established figures tended to engage in restrained conversation. Thus, Wang Guangjian's message lingered in the chat for a while rather than being swiftly overshadowed. After a couple of minutes, a user named Lao Lu replied, "Sure. Send them over for a look." Wang Guangjian shared a few of his most cherished representative works with the group. "Thank you for your guidance." Lao Lu responded, "No need for thanks. We are all colleagues here, striving for mutual growth. I have merely been in the field a few years longer than you." After a brief pause, Lao Lu added, "Wait. I take back what I just said. You are the real expert. The light and shadow, the form, the intricacies. Are you truly a senior student?" Soon, the previously silent members of the group were stirred by these images. Another novice trying to play cute? With such mastery, they dare to call themselves a beginner? If you are a novice, then what am I? Your foundation is remarkably solid. This expressive technique is remarkably unique. Is this dragon a representation of Guan Yu? The imagery is profoundly transformative, yet remains effortlessly natural. This sensation is truly magnificent. Both the characters and landscapes exude immense dynamism. Are all newcomers monsters of talent? At such a level of original artwork, it transcends mere technical evaluation. This is pure genius. It evokes a sense reminiscent of works by foreign masters. The original artwork of Fantasy World may scarcely surpass this. However, one cannot deny that there is still a modicum of room for improvement in detail. Of course, it undoubtedly surpasses my own efforts. Upon the release of a few images, the entire group was instantly ablaze with excitement. These individuals are professionals, adept at discerning many merits that elude the ordinary observer. An average person gazing upon a painting merely assesses its resemblance, intricacy, or perhaps clings to a subjective impression. Yet, in the eyes of experts, they perceive the interplay of light and shadow, intricate details, and form. In other words, when presented with two similar paintings, an average viewer may struggle to distinguish which is superior. Conversely, a professional can immediately identify the higher caliber of the artist. Currently, the original works released by Wang Guangjian belong to that exceptional echelon, revered by industry giants. Remarkable indeed, particularly the imagination involved. breaking free from the confines of traditional character frameworks to embark on a journey of reinvention requires a boundless imagination. Yet, to transform such creativity into a tangible image necessitates profound expertise and exceptional talent. This collection of concept art, if realized as a game, would be nothing short of remarkable. The speaker, Chen Qi, the leader of this group and a renowned concept design master in the domestic gaming industry, paused momentarily before typing. When did this friend join the group? I seem to have no recollection. Ruan Guangjian felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Chen Qi had forgotten him. After all, he had been added to the group by chance last year and had remained silent for a year, during which many new members had joined, causing Chen Qi to overlook him. However, this mattered little. For an artist, the paramount importance lies in letting their work speak for itself. As soon as these images were unveiled, everyone in the group became aware of the genius newcomer, Ruan Guangjian. Dear brother, have you considered joining our company after graduation? The salary and benefits are certainly above industry standards. Come to us. The prospects for development here are far better, with generous profit sharing from game projects. The group had already begun to vie for him. Ruan Guangjian, naturally, was elated. The recognition of his work by these industry professionals was a source of immense joy. In truth, prior to the release of this collection of concept art, Ruan Guangjian harbored considerable uncertainty about whether his original style would achieve significant success. In similar fields, the uncertainty prevails. Prior to the publication of a book, its potential success remains unknown. Likewise, before a film is released, its box office performance is equally unpredictable. This uncertainty is especially pronounced in the realm of original artwork, where subjective aesthetic preferences reign supreme. However, upon receiving feedback from the professionals in the group, Ruan Guangjian felt a surge of confidence. Nevertheless, he remained acutely aware of his purpose. In fact, he was seeking original artwork for a game titled Ghost General. Ruan Guangjian typed, explaining that the game had encountered a minor setback, prompting him to seek assistance from esteemed colleagues. Chen Qi inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" Ruan Guangjian responded, "The company developing this game is a conscientious small enterprise. They have invested all their funds into research and enhancement of game quality, leaving no budget for promotion. Thus, he humbly requested the esteemed colleagues to help publicize the game, suggesting a simple retweet on Weibo would suffice." Chen Qi replied, "Sure. Is it just a matter of posting on Weibo? That's easily manageable. What is the name of the game, and which company is behind it?" Ruan Guangjian answered, "It's called Ghost General, produced by Tingda Network Technology Company, Limited Tingda." Tingda? Why does that sound so familiar? Chen Qi pondered, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 24. The artist community has become sensational. Moments later, the group erupted with excitement. Isn't Tingda the company behind the Lonely Desert Highway? They have ceased producing deceptive games and transitioned to mobile gaming? Can such a company truly be regarded as conscientious? Is this for real? Everyone hastily conducted a search and soon discovered that this game is indeed produced by the same company that released the notorious deceptive game The Lonely Desert Highway not long ago. To claim that this company possesses integrity seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Ruan Guangjian quickly clarified, "It's true. If you don't believe me, download the game and see for yourself. It's genuinely fair. You can play for a flat fee of 10 yuan. And the only additional payment option is a lifetime card priced at 30 yuan, which merely grants you an extra opportunity for a tenfold draw each day. There are no other monetization points." Is that really the case? Chen Qi expressed skepticism. A card-based mobile game with virtually no in-app purchases? What then is the source of revenue? Are they relying solely on each player's 10 yuan to recoup costs? Isn't this a project destined for financial loss? Doubt lingered among the crowd as they each decided to purchase the game to investigate further. Upon entering, they were astonished to find that the game genuinely upheld its promise of fairness. Indeed, there exists a shopping system, yet it offers only one item, the lifetime card priced at 30 yuan. Unlike other card games laden with various monetization features, such as stamina potions, challenge attempts, and card draws, Ghost General completely eschews these elements. In essence, all players experience a remarkably uniform gaming environment, devoid of distinctions in status or wealth, and there exists no disparity between affluent players and those who play for free. Remarkably, even the sole in-game purchase for a lifetime subscription costs merely 30 yuan, a sum that is only equivalent to a single card recharge in the Fantasy World game, yet it grants lifetime benefits. Chen Qi was astounded. He found it difficult to comprehend. As a renowned concept artist in the gaming industry, Employed at a leading domestic game company, he is indeed a legitimate insider. Although his expertise lies in art, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding game design. In card games, in-game purchases constitute a significant source of revenue, with many wealthy players often spending hundreds or even thousands, effectively equating to the engagement of hundreds of ordinary players. This lucrative model was initiated in the mobile gaming sector with Qt 3 Kingdoms, a game whose in-game purchase revenue has certainly incited envy among numerous game companies. Naturally, many players have criticized this game for its perceived greed. However, how could gaming companies neglect profit? Qin never anticipated that a company could be so resolute, not only allocating all its research and development funds to enhance game quality, foregoing any budget for marketing, but also voluntarily eliminating its revenue stream, all to provide an equitable gaming experience for every player. What a remarkable spirit this exemplifies. It is both naive and noble in its essence. Qin's eyes brimmed with tears as he reminisced about his early days in the industry. At that time, the domestic single-player game market was flourishing, and game developers like him remained steadfast in their pursuit of creating what could be deemed as conscientious games. However, such principled companies are now exceedingly rare. No problem. I shall take to Weibo to promote you. Such remarkable games must not be overlooked, Qin declared, prompting an enthusiastic chorus of agreement from others. Indeed, a game of integrity deserves my endorsement as well. Although my Weibo following is modest, I will rally support in other groups. He added, for those posting on Weibo, do not forget to attach these original artworks. They encapsulate the essence of the game. Naturally, a few harbored suspicions. Could it be that they are merely seeking free publicity from the esteemed figures here? Yet, upon reflection, such doubts dissipated. The crux of the matter was that Wang Guangjian's original artwork was undeniably exquisite, captivating everyone's admiration. After all, these individuals were prominent figures in the industry, who would assist him in promoting something for free. Furthermore, this game was genuinely principled, having eliminated all in-game purchases entirely. Such a conscientious company neither employed fake reviews nor engaged in deceptive practices. It stood tall and true, leaving little room for skepticism. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that the game would incur significant losses. Therefore, lending a hand in its promotion could at least grant it a more dignified farewell. Before long, several influential figures in the groups promptly shared Wang Guangjian's Weibo post and original artwork. Qin also reshared it, adding a personal note of his own. A friend in our group has created a piece of artwork that I particularly admire for its original illustration style. It offers a fresh reinterpretation of the traditional Three Kingdoms characters, showcasing a rich imagination that can be described as distinctively unique. It appears to be a submission for a gaming company titled Ghost General. Qin did not provide an elaborate introduction, partly due to his natural disposition, as he is not one to embellish with extravagant language. Moreover, he wished to avoid the impression that this was merely a commercial endeavor or advertisement. To overly praise it would be counterproductive. The original Weibo post conveys a casual mention, sharing his friend's work with everyone. Although these artists are prominent figures in the industry, their fan base is relatively modest. For instance, Qin, despite holding the position of lead artist and concept designer on major domestic gaming projects and having produced several well-known original illustrations, has only around 100,000 followers on Weibo. Similar posts typically garner only a few hundred comments at most. However, Qin's Weibo friends include not only artists focused solely on game illustrations, but also renowned comic artists, notable producers from gaming companies, and even some second and third-tier celebrities and novelists, creating a web of connections. The collective promotion from this group certainly holds influence. Consequently, the comments on Weibo began to surge rapidly. Are these characters from the Three Kingdoms reimagined? How striking. Are these works by foreign artists? No, they are created by a domestic artist. Can it be that a domestic artist has managed to create such a uniquely styled original artwork? I am truly astonished. Merely gazing at the artwork evokes a profound sense of excitement. This game, titled Ghost General, is entirely new to me. The mobile gaming scene is inundated with chibi-style graphics, which have become overwhelmingly monotonous. This distinct style feels refreshingly novel. Upon further exploration, the response has been unexpectedly fervent. This is, in fact, quite reasonable, as Chibi 3 Kingdoms has already enjoyed a year of popularity. Throughout this year, Chibi 3 Kingdoms has consistently expanded its player base within the card mobile game genre, enabling a majority of mobile gamers to engage effortlessly with card-based gameplay. However, on the flip side, players are gradually growing weary of the chibi Three Kingdoms model. Particularly, after being inundated with a plethora of similar chibi-style games, many players are experiencing severe aesthetic fatigue, leading them to feel nauseated at the mere sight of chibi graphics. In stark contrast, Ghost General stands apart. The very essence of its original artwork is sufficient to convey to players that this is a game entirely different from chibi Three Kingdoms, naturally piquing their interest. Mahjong wears a furrowed brow. Chin Air. Is our game truly so subpar that it garners no attention whatsoever? I observed the launch of their new game, which boasts tens of thousands of downloads on the first day, while our own first-day downloads barely reach a dozen. Mahjong is profoundly disheartened. After the game's release, he finds himself compulsively refreshing the official gaming platform to check the data for Ghost General every few minutes, eager to monitor the download count and player feedback. As time passed, an hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, the data remained virtually unchanged. This was due to Ghost General merely occupying a marginal recommendation slot. Its name lacked luster, and it boasted no captivating promotional imagery. Who would take notice? Lonely Desert Highway was discovered by the esteemed Joe, a creator specializing in critiques of single-player games, who routinely scoured the single-player section for new releases. This was indeed an exception among exceptions. Typically, mobile gamers do not seek out new mobile games unless they are exceptionally popular and generate considerable anticipation during their pre-registration phase. Without effective promotional strategies, a new mobile game like Ghost General is almost guaranteed to be overlooked in its early stages. It's alright. This is the nature of new games. Just wait patiently. Pei Qian reassured himself. Wait patiently. Hardly. While Pei Qian outwardly feigned the same urgency as Mahjong, inwardly, he was reveling in delight. The lack of downloads was entirely expected. The game had no exposure channels. Where would the downloads come from? Whether it be 1 or 2 days, or even a week or a month later, the game would undoubtedly meet a fate of utter neglect. Pei Qian was simply counting down the days until the week had elapsed, at which point Ghost General would have descended from its marginal recommendation slot, its popularity extinguished. And once the system settled accounts, the 300,000 system funds would convert entirely into personal assets. How delightful! Pei Qian's attempts at consolation proved ineffective, as Mahjong still wore a countenance shrouded in gloom. With a sigh, he resolved to examine the data once more, pondering whether any changes had transpired over the past 3 hours. Speaking aloud, Mahjong reopened the official ESRO gaming platform and searched for Ghost General. Upon reaching the game's detail page, he paused in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered if he had misread the figures. Previously, the download count had languished in the teens. But now, astonishingly, it had surged to over 2,000. Assuming he had made an error, he scrutinized the game's ratings and player reviews, confirming his astonishment was warranted. A veritable wave of players had indeed discovered this game. Mahjong's eyes were first drawn to the game's score, which had soared to an astounding 9.7. The comment section, once barren, now overflowed with hundreds of reviews. How could this game be priced at merely 10 yuan? Was it not more expensive than Cute Three Kingdoms? A voice from above chimed in. Have you even played the game? 10 yuan is a steal. It's incredibly reasonable. After immersing himself in the gameplay, he realized it was a card-based mobile game brimming with sincerity. Remarkably, the game offered only a lifetime card for purchase, with total expenditures amounting to a mere 40 yuan. For just 40 yuan, players could enjoy equal access without any hidden traps of recharge or additional spending. Mahjong was astonished. Was this truly a card-based mobile game? The quality of this game was impressive, and as a devoted aficionado of such games, he had finally unearthed a distinctive gem in the realm of card mobile gaming. What leaves a profound impression on me are the characters within this game. I never anticipated that figures from the Three Kingdoms could be interpreted in such a peculiar manner. These character designs seem to soar with creativity, exuding an air of absurdity yet offering a refreshing perspective. The artwork is simply remarkable. It is this very artistry that has compelled me to invest in the game. What? No in-game purchases allowed. Then I can only leave a 5-star review. Mahjong's hands trembled with excitement as he flipped through page after page of player reviews, finding not a single negative comment. The absence of unfavorable critiques is not solely attributed to the stunning artwork and fair pricing. A significant factor is that the initial wave of players was predominantly drawn in by the captivating visuals. Once Chen-Chi's team of artists shared these illustrations on Weibo, they garnered an overwhelming number of likes, prompting many to search for the game by name. Although numerous individuals expressed disappointment upon discovering that Ghost Generals is a card-based mobile game rather than a standalone or large-scale online game. Those who ventured to play even briefly found it difficult to rate it poorly. This game indeed embodies a commendable spirit. The quality is impressive, with both artistic and musical resources reflecting a generous investment from Pei Qian, leaving a splendid first impression. Furthermore, the game's non-reliance on microtransactions has won over a host of casual players. Consequently, following the influx of initial players, Ghost Generals has garnered an overwhelmingly positive reputation. Ma Yang excitedly leaned down from the top bunk to tell Pei Qian, "Chinner, we did it. Our download numbers are soaring. There are numerous reviews, all 5-star ratings." Pei Qian was drinking water when he suddenly spat it out, then coughed for over a minute due to choking. "What did you just say?" Pei Qian almost thought he had misheard. Ma Yang excitedly reiterated, "Downloads have surged to over 2,000. Moreover, the feedback on the game is overwhelmingly positive, with some even praising the character design I created." Pei Qian was left dumbfounded. A download surge of several thousand? How could that be? Where did these players obtain their information? And all 5-star reviews? It seemed implausible. The game merely employed a generic card game template, lacking any innovative gameplay. Did it truly warrant such a claim? If it were someone else's game, Pei Qian would have instinctively suspected that the developers had hired reviewers to inflate the ratings. However, this was his own creation. Was there any possibility of having enlisted such services? With a limited budget, he had already exhausted all funds. There was no money left to hire reviewers. Furthermore, even if he had the means, Pei Qian would never resort to such tactics to inflate ratings. He desired his game to fade quietly into obscurity, not to engage in such promotional antics. Could other companies have mistakenly inflated their data? That was unlikely. Surely no reviewer could be that incompetent as to misrepresent data. Could it be that the same fortunate coincidence encountered with the previous game had occurred once more? Pei Qian hurriedly logged into the ESRO resource site, glancing at the game's data. Ma Yang had not deceived him. The game statistics had indeed skyrocketed. Moreover, the players' reviews all appear to be artificially inflated, echoing the same praises for how remarkably conscientious the game Ghost General is. The number of players downloading the game continues to rise incessantly. Likewise, the count of those purchasing lifetime memberships is also on the ascent. Observing these two ever-increasing figures, Pei Qian fell into a state of stupor. What on earth is happening in this world? Where has the problem truly arisen? Pei Qian felt a darkness envelop him and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 26. The friendship of gentlemen is as pure as water. Chinner. Pei Qian slowly awakened at the call of Ma Yang. "Ah, I understand the immense effort you have invested in this game. Now that you have finally reaped the rewards, it must be exhilarating. However, do temper your excitement for the sake of your health. Calm your emotions. We have succeeded." Ma Yang's exuberance was palpable. Pei Qian, feeling helpless, rolled his eyes in frustration. "Am I joyful? Am I excited? No, I am in despair." His face was ashen as he forced a smile, saying, "Yes, we have succeeded." He was perplexed, wondering where things had gone awry. Despite the pain and despair of having to acknowledge his failure, Pei Qian felt it was imperative to ascertain the source of his defeat. Why has this game gained popularity again? Surely, it cannot be due to some video blogger criticizing it once more. Yet, there seemed to be no points of contention with this game this time. He first conducted a thorough search on the keyword Ghost General, yielding no useful information. The comments section of the game also lacked any references to groups like the XX Tourism Group. So, where exactly had the problem arisen? Pei Qian was at a loss. The truth was, only a handful of individuals were aware of this game. Pei Qian had not engaged in any promotional activities himself. As for Ma Yang, he had even less possibility of doing so, as he lacked the necessary connections. Aside from that, the only individuals Pei Qian encountered were those on the ESRO resource site, while purchasing materials and templates. Wait a moment. It seems that the majority of the commenters have mentioned the original artwork. Clearly, they were drawn in by the allure of the original illustrations. However, these images exist within the game. How did they come across them? With a sense of chance, Pei Qian opened Weibo and searched for Gui Jiang. This time, he found results. Numerous renowned artists had shared the original artwork for Gui Jiang, willingly promoting it. These posts were also widely shared by many, including influential figures from the gaming, anime, and even technology circles. The ordinary users on Weibo also contributed to the high share counts. Remarkably, the topic of Gui Jiang even trended on Weibo, albeit at the lower end, but the traffic it generated was substantial. Pei Qian was flabbergasted. Who was responsible for this? Who possessed such influence that so many industry leaders chose to endorse Gui Jiang? It seemed unlikely that a typical agency or hired promotion team could achieve such a feat. The key was that many of these artists were prominent figures in their respective fields, often holding themselves in high regard. Even if certain companies approached them for promotional opportunities, they might not accept. Following the trail of shares, Pei Qian ultimately located the original poster, Ruan Guangjian. This was Ruan Guangjian's personal account. With merely 200 to 300 followers, yet this particular post had been shared thousands of times and maintained considerable popularity. Although Pei Qian could not comprehend why a mere account with only 200 or 300 followers could create such a substantial impact, it was evident that everything stemmed from Ruan Guangjian's spontaneous promotion. Pei Qian slapped his forehead, realizing that this predicament originated from his own camp. However, he could not fathom why Ruan Guangjian would exert such effort to promote his game. It seemed illogical. Their relationship was purely transactional. I pay you, and you create the artwork. The financial exchange had been settled, yet Ruan Guangjian was still tirelessly advocating for him. Wasn't that akin to indulging in excess? He had not provided any additional funds for promotion. Pei Qian was utterly perplexed. He decided to inquire on the SRO resource station to unravel the mystery. You helped promote Ghost General on Weibo? A few minutes later, Ruan Guangjian responded. Yes, I asked a few artist friends to help share it. And I did not anticipate such a remarkable outcome. Mr. Pei, there is no need for excessive gratitude. I simply believe that a game as conscientious as yours should not be overlooked. With a total of 300,000 in development funds entirely devoted to the game, not a single penny was allocated for promotion. I must say, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a game developer with such fervor as you. My artist friends were equally moved by your passion, which is why they were willing to assist in sharing. Moreover, the game Ghost General is remarkably conscientious, boasting commendable quality. The original artwork is also quite impressive, which undoubtedly contributes to its positive reception. Ultimately, one could succinctly state that a high-quality and genuinely sincere game like Ghost General deserves to achieve great success. I have merely contributed a minuscule effort. Upon reading the messages sent by Ruan Guangjian, Pei Qian was utterly taken aback. He found himself at a loss for words. Are there truly so few passionate producers like myself? Ghost General is exceptionally conscientious. It ought to succeed? This logic is utterly perplexing. I harbor no fervor. I simply wish for the game to incur losses. Ghost General should succeed? No way. If it succeeds, how can I possibly sustain losses? Pei Qian was genuinely tempted to berate Ruan Guangjian. Are you simply idle? Why concern yourself with such matters? Once you finish the artwork and receive payment, why not indulge in leisure? There is no need for you to worry about the game's promotion. Yet, Pei Qian felt utterly constrained, his fingers resting on the keyboard. And after a prolonged moment, he ultimately pressed the delete key. He was left speechless, for he could neither hint at the existence of a system nor challenge it. Nor could he raise suspicions in others. According to the reaction of a typical individual, Pei Qian could only feign delight at this moment. After a considerable wait, Ruan Guangjian had yet to receive a response from Pei Qian. Surely, President Pei was so moved that he momentarily did not know what to say. Ruan Guangjian typed, President Pei, you need not say anything at all. My willingness to promote is entirely voluntary. Had you not inquired about it, I would not have deemed it necessary to disclose this matter to you. There is no need for you to feel awkward. After all, the success of Ghost General will undoubtedly allow my original artwork to reach a wider audience, which will significantly aid my future career aspirations. Mr. Pei, I encourage you to persevere. I firmly believe you will produce even more exceptional games in the future, and I hope we will have the opportunity to collaborate again. Confronted with Ruan Guangjian's fervent words, Pei Qian found himself in a state of stupor. Hope for future collaboration? No, there shall never be another opportunity. You are merely a seasoned expert masquerading as a novice. How could I possibly continue to incur losses by working with you? Pei Qian's heart was filled with unexpressed indignation, and he could only manage to utter 2 words, thank you. Although he spoke those words, his heart seethed with resentment. Upon seeing Pei Qian's expression of gratitude, Ruan Guangjian's face broke into a smile of relief. Indeed, the so-called friendship among gentlemen is as insipid as water. It must be just so. It is truly a privilege to collaborate with someone as exceptional as Mr. Pei. Chapter 27. The loss is unbearable. Congratulations. Your game Ghost General has been recommended as the hottest new mobile game of the month. During this period, Please refrain from updating the version to avoid unforeseen bugs that may affect the gaming experience. Upon reading this message, Pei Qian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Here it comes again, a chain reaction. Calamities never arrive singly. In truth, both Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost General gained traction due to a rare occurrence. Lonely Desert Highway caught fire after a critique video by the renowned Xiao, while Ghost General gained popularity due to Wan Guangjian's original artwork circulating within the artist community on Weibo. If it had merely been these isolated incidents, the consequences would not have been so dire. The impact of these rare events was limited to a small audience. Without sustained interest, the games would eventually fade into obscurity. However, the real issue lies in the automatic recommendation mechanism of the ESRO official platform. The ESRO platform compares data from games launched in the same period, and those with superior metrics naturally receive better recommendation placements. Both Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost General were deemed to possess authentic data following the surge from these rare events, consequently securing prime recommendation positions. The inherent qualities of these games further propelled their data upward post-recommendation. Thus, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Now, Ghost General has unexpectedly ascended to the pinnacle of mobile game recommendations, heralded as this month's most popular new release. With such commendation, the influx of users is nothing short of remarkable. Coupled with Ghost General's high ratings and the accolades pouring in from the comments section, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Pei Qian even hesitates to check the back-end data, for the more he observes, the deeper his despair grows. He yearns to beseech the authorities to refrain from further promoting his game, pleading for mercy. Yet, he is unable to do so, as the platform's recommendations are generated automatically based on data, and such actions would constitute a violation, incurring system warnings. At this moment, Pei Qian profoundly resonates with the adage, in the world of Jianghu, one is not the master of oneself. Standing alone on the rooftop of the dormitory, Pei Qian is beset by a torrent of emotions. He is reluctant to remain in his room, for the settlement time approaches, and he fears that he might weep aloud. Alerting Ma Yang to his distress, the system interface materializes before Pei Qian's eyes, signaling the arrival of the wealth conversion system's settlement time. Wealth conversion system, host, Pei Qian, surplus conversion ratio, 100, 1, loss conversion ratio, 1, 1, settlement in progress. System funds, 514,723, 5, 214,723. 5. Personal assets, 224. 6. Settling. Commencing wealth conversion. System funds, 514723. 5. Personal assets, 2371. 8. 2,147. 2. Pei Qian gazed at these figures, feeling a profound sense of desolation. He never fathomed that a card game could be so lucrative. Within that $500,000, a portion stemmed from the ongoing revenue of Lonely Desert Highway, a game still in operation, with even a single dollar accumulating into a substantial amount. However, this constituted merely a small fraction. The lion's share of income was derived from Demon General. Employing his rudimentary mathematical skills, Pei Qian made a rough calculation. In a week's time, Demon General netted approximately 500,000, implying a total revenue of 1,000,000. Next week, with the continued surge in popularity and an influx of players, the earnings would only escalate. Even if the game had minimal payment points and future revenue appeared lackluster, the vast market would not show signs of fatigue for at least 2 to 3 months. Based on this data, it was highly plausible that the game's monthly revenue could surpass 5,000,000. A mobile game with a monthly revenue of 5 million is, in reality, merely average. For a small company with 20 to 30 employees, it might only signify a modest level of success. However, for Pei Qian, the situation is entirely different. He single-handedly developed the game from inception to completion. The only contribution from Ma Yang's side was a meager salary of 3,000 yuan for a month, merely assisting with a requirements document. All other programming templates, artistic resources, and so forth were purchased, totaling merely 300,000 yuan. The game recouped its costs within the first week of launch, netting an additional 200,000 yuan. While the figures may not appear particularly extraordinary, Pei Qian feels a profound sense of despair. What exacerbates his hopelessness is the realization that the game Ghost General will continue to generate revenue for him indefinitely. In contrast, Cute Three Kingdoms has been thriving for a year. What does this imply? It suggests that Pei Qian may expend every ounce of effort to incur losses and still be unable to rectify the situation. In the forthcoming months, there will be a consistent stream of funds entering the system, and the assessment of losses will be based on the foundational system funds. Take the current settlement, for instance. The system evaluates profit and loss in a remarkably straightforward manner. It compares the current system fund value against the original 300,000. If it exceeds 300,000, it is considered a profit. If it falls below, a loss. Should there be additional income each month, and the system funds consistently remain above the initial amount provided, the system will perpetually ascertain that Pei Qian is profiting. A dire calamity, an astonishing misfortune. Pei Qian is overwhelmed with despair. Could it truly be this dire? Earning 200,000, only to see it reduced to a mere 2,000? Moreover, will future earnings come effortlessly, such that losses become impossible? No, there must be some error. I must remain calm. Allow me to ponder this further. Surely, the situation cannot be so bleak. As Pei Qian regained his composure, new entries appeared on the system's luminous interface. Next settlement time, 90 days later. Upcoming system fund supplementation, target amount, 500,000. Detected system funds exceeding 500,000. No further supplementation will occur. System funds, 515,792. 5. Personal assets, 2. 371. 8. 2. 147. Indeed. My mindset has shattered. Pei Qian realized that his previous assumptions were correct. With each settlement, the system supplements its funds. The amount of supplementation varies each time. This time, the supplementation amount was set at 500,000, yet Pei Qian's current system funds already surpassed this threshold, resulting in no additional funds being credited. Had he previously lost 300,000, he would have received the full 500,000 now. Pei Qian felt utterly despondent. What was once a near certainty of 300,000 had dwindled to a paltry 2,000. Who could endure this? Furthermore, within just a few short minutes, the system funds increased by over 1,000. This was due to Ghost General continuously generating profits. Pei Qian felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, even questioning his own judgment. Should he perhaps shift his perspective? Should he focus solely on the pursuit of wealth? No, it would be too late for that. Moreover, it is unlikely that he would encounter such fortuitous circumstances again. In that fleeting moment, Pei Qian even entertained the notion of dedicating himself to the pursuit of profit. But he swiftly dismissed the idea. The reasoning was straightforward. The cost-benefit ratio was far too low, and there was little actionable potential. Whether it be the lonely desert highway or Ghost General, success was heavily reliant on luck. Would Pei Qian ever experience such good fortune again? It was uncertain. The fear lay in earnestly attempting to make money, only to find that the profits were minimal and losses non-existent. How awkward that would be. The crux of the matter was that the model had already been established and could not be altered. The profit conversion ratio stood at a mere 101, meaning one would need to earn 1,000,000 to see a mere 10,000 in return. The cost effectiveness was lamentably low. Chapter 28. Employing staff is a wise strategy. Let go of trivial thoughts. The pressing concern now is how to swiftly allocate this sum of money. Pei Qian stood atop the dormitory building, feeling the cool breeze heralding the onset of autumn, contemplating future strategies. Acquiring the various resources essential for game development was progressing at an exasperatingly slow pace. The primary expenses of operating the company stem from rent, utilities, office supplies, and employee salaries. When all these are accounted for, monthly expenditures ascend exponentially. Let me perform a rough calculation. Pei Qian took out his mobile calculator and computed quickly. In the first week alone, he earned 500,000. Next week, the figure could only rise, estimating a monthly turnover of 5 million, with net income hovering around 250 to 60,000. Although a decline is anticipated over the subsequent 2 months, a drastic fall seems unlikely. The next settlement is 3 months away. If I adopt a conservative estimate, the net income over 3 months will surely exceed 6 million. Goodness, what have I been doing? If no actions are taken, personal assets would dwindle to 60,000. However, should everything be lost, personal assets could plummet to 500,000. The disparity is staggering. This implies that I must strive to incur a loss of 6 million within 3 months. Now, where to allocate the funds? Renting the most expensive office space, calculated at $5 per day per square meter, for a space of 3,000 square meters, would amount to 450,000 per month. recruiting 30 employees. With an average salary of $7,000 per month, amounts to a monthly expenditure of $210,000. Yet, there lingers a sense of inadequacy. While others lament the burdens of such expenses in their businesses, I find myself feeling that it is rather inexpensive. Shouldn't all office supplies be calculated at their highest cost? It seems reasonable to anticipate spending an additional million or so, does it not? Indeed. The pace of expenditure accelerates significantly. However, the thought of searching for office space, hiring employees, and procuring company materials is overwhelming. Especially since I have never undertaken such tasks before. Perhaps it is wise to deliberate further. The mere idea of personally managing recruitment and locating an office causes a throbbing headache for Pei Qian. In his previous life, he had never engaged in such endeavors, finding neither enjoyment nor proficiency in them. It feels exhausting. Yet, spending money appears to be the most expedient solution. Pei Qian resolved to set this matter aside for now and reconsider it tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, he heard, "Qianer, the game has become a hit. Shall we indulge in a grand feast?" Ma Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Pei Qian recalled that he had indeed promised Ma Yang a celebratory buffet costing over 50. Very well, let us feast. Although he had not secured the 300,000. There remained 2,000. Spending a little over 100 for a meal seems entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, Pei Qian found it impossible to feel genuinely joyful. Just across the street to the south of the school, there existed a rather splendid buffet, priced at 58 yuan per person, which, for a student in 2009, constituted a rather extravagant meal. Pei Qian sat at the table, his expression devoid of emotion as he watched Ma Yang pile several plates of cake and a large cup of beverage. The barbecue at this buffet was served per individual. Yet the common area offered an array of dishes, including cakes, stir-fried vegetables, and fruits, which could be taken freely. Ma Yang was evidently there with the mindset of maximizing his return, likely aiming to waddle in and out, fully indulged. "Qianer, why do you seem so burdened?" he inquired. "Indeed, your affluent nature is becoming increasingly evident. This game has been a success, hasn't it? Surely you've earned tens of thousands by now, yet you appear so troubled. Do you have even loftier aspirations? And you hardly glance at all this delectable food." As Ma Yang voraciously devoured his meal, he mumbled his questions. Pei Qian surveyed the spread before him, casually selecting a few morsels of meat to taste, only to find them utterly bland. Although he had once been a member of the ordinary working class, he had indulged in numerous upscale buffets in the imperial capital, rendering this inexpensive buffet unremarkable in comparison. The crux of the matter was that his current mood was far from pleasant, which naturally diminished his appetite. He pondered how to incur losses. At that moment, Pei Qian felt a twinge of envy towards Ma Yang, who seemed carefree and had no grasp of numerical values. Ma Yang, oblivious to the game's profit model, mistakenly believed Pei Qian had reaped a fortune. In truth, Pei Qian earned over 500,000 in just a week. Alas, he could not spend a single cent. Sigh. It's nothing really, just that I've been preoccupied with game-related matters lately and feel a bit weary. A moment of respite is in order. After all, running a company is a task that demands both mental and physical exertion. Pei Qian casually responded to this. "Qianer, I must chastise you a little," Ma Yang remarked after finishing a piece of cake. "Now that you are the owner of a company, how can you neglect your health so? You cannot attend to every matter personally. Hire an assistant and delegate the workload to her. It would be splendid." "An assistant?" Pei Qian was taken aback. Ma Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, hire an assistant. I've seen it portrayed in countless dramas where the domineering CEO drives luxury cars and flirts, while all business affairs are managed by the assistant. As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary does it, when there's none. Wait, Lao Ma, you are a genius. I truly need an assistant. Moreover, it must be a professional assistant, exceptionally capable." Suddenly, Pei Qian was enlightened. Of course, what Pei Qian envisioned was entirely different from what Ma Yang had in mind. Ma Yang was simply absorbed in the drama's narrative, believing that a boss should have an assistant by their side, hence his suggestion. However, Pei Qian contemplated that with this assistant, he could delegate his previous ideas of loss-making ventures, such as renting office space, hiring additional employees, purchasing office supplies, and so forth, allowing the assistant to manage them instead. The following morning, Pei Qian sat in the customer service center of Exxon Headhunters in Jingzhou, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of a headhunter consultant. This customer service center housed numerous headhunter consultants, yet Pei Qian had specifically requested only the most seasoned. regional manager-level professionals. Thus, a brief wait was necessary. Pei Qian was in no rush, for he possessed ample time. Having already resolved to recruit an assistant, Pei Qian contemplated various methods of hiring. He could post job listings online for interviews, or perhaps seek a candidate directly from a university, which was also a viable option. However, neither of these approaches met Pei Qian's standards. One was too slow, while the other lacked the requisite caliber. Conducting interviews himself seemed cumbersome. Pei Qian was reluctant to expend such effort. Moreover, online recruitment rarely yielded candidates with exceptionally strong personal capabilities. Pei Qian sought a true workplace elite. Someone capable of independent work, ideally one who could grasp his intentions with a single instruction and execute tasks swiftly and with high quality. After some consideration, he concluded that enlisting the services of a headhunting firm would be the most reliable course of action. Naturally, this would incur additional expenses, yet for Pei Qian, as the funds were sourced from the system, it was an opportunity he relished. During the interlude of waiting, which proved rather tedious, Pei Qian opened his smartphone and casually browsed the web. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a game review in the gaming section of a popular portal. Titled from the conscientious mobile game Ghost General, Insights into the Future Trends of Mobile Gaming. Chapter 29. An exceptional assistant. Pei Qian was utterly astonished to discover a game review for Ghost General on a prominent portal website. Driven by curiosity, he clicked to explore further. Recently, a mobile game titled Ghost General has surged in popularity, achieving nearly 80,000 downloads in its inaugural week. Despite the developer's lack of proactive promotion, estimates suggest that this game significantly outshines its contemporaries in terms of active user numbers, player satisfaction, and retention rates, standing unrivaled in the realm of card games. Many industry analysts previously posited that the current card game market is a saturated red ocean, where even the pioneering Three Kingdoms has faced dwindling active users and declining revenues, seemingly without a viable solution in sight. However, Ghost General has entirely overturned this perspective, demonstrating that there remains considerable potential for growth within the card game genre. What accounts for this game's remarkable ascent? Positioning it as the successor to Three Kingdoms and a new benchmark for card games in the minds of many players? In the following analysis, I shall unveil the secrets behind the success of Ghost General. Firstly, this game diverges from the Q-version art style pioneered by Three Kingdoms, opting instead for a refreshing new visual aesthetic that reimagines the characters of the Three Kingdoms, providing players with a novel experience. The monotony of uniform Q-version characters has left players feeling weary. However, this innovative epic ink and wash oil painting style unveils a distinct interpretation of the Three Kingdoms, instantly captivating players' hearts at first glance. Furthermore, the game Guizhong simplifies complexity, refining the overly cumbersome mechanics prevalent in contemporary card mobile games. It distills the essence while discarding the dross, retaining only the most fundamental and classic gameplay, thereby alleviating the burden on players. In contrast, Ming Sengua and other established card mobile games merely add layers, transforming what was once a leisurely experience into an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, much to the player's dismay. Guizhong, on the other hand, maintains the most basic gameplay, requiring only 1 to 2 hours of play each day, thus garnering the favor of many casual gamers and skillfully sidestepping the time wars prevalent in other games. Lastly, Guizhong exemplifies commendable integrity. Aside from a modest one-time purchase of 10 yuan, the only other expenditure in the game is a 30 yuan lifetime card, ensuring absolute equality among players. Even those who do not invest excessive time or money can still relish the full enjoyment of a card mobile game. This is the pivotal factor behind Guizhong's success and the fundamental reason for its widespread acclaim. Perhaps Guizhong is pioneering the future trajectory of card mobile games, and it is believed that such fair and relaxed card mobile experiences will proliferate in the times to come. Beneath the news, netizens are commenting in unison, professional, well-articulated. Indeed, I play Guizhong because of its fairness. One can draw rare cards without spending. Moreover, I truly adore the artistic style of this game. Merely collecting generals and illuminating the illustrations could occupy me for an entire year. Such is the case. After reading the entire text, Pei Qian felt a twinge of existential doubt. Is this even possible? The ghost generals I created, are they truly the same game you are playing? The change in artistic style was deliberately intended to dissuade those who favor a chibi aesthetic. Simplifying the gameplay? It is not my intention to streamline the complexity. The purchase template offers only these functionalities. I struggle even with the editor, and any alteration seemed beyond my reach. The game is deemed exceptionally generous? That is merely because I intentionally set the pricing to prevent affluent players from affecting my financial losses. How have all these aspects transformed into advantages? Pei Qian felt utterly despondent. This world is utterly insane. Surely something is amiss. He set down his phone and quietly contemplated the meaning of life. Mr. Pei, greetings. I apologize for the wait. A sharply dressed man in his 30s entered after knocking, extending his hand to Pei Qian. I am Lawrence, the regional manager of Exxon Human Resources Group in Handong Province, as well as a seasoned headhunter. It is a pleasure to serve you. This headhunter, who had adopted an English name, was exceedingly courteous, as Pei Qian had already informed the reception of his identity as the owner of Tungdan Network Technology Company, Limited. Engaging a headhunter of this managerial caliber for one-on-one service incurs an additional consultation fee, yet Pei Qian showed no hesitation, demonstrating his substantial financial resources. The headhunting firm would naturally not dare to be negligent. Of course, Pei Qian remained unfazed primarily because he was spending the system's funds, which he felt no reluctance to part with. Hello, Manager Lau. My purpose for coming here is quite clear. I wish to recruit an assistant, Pei Qian stated directly. Very well. Could you please specify your requirements? Manager Lau maintained a professional smile. The most expensive one, Pei Qian replied, his expression exuding a sense of financial ease. Since employee salaries were deducted from the system's funds, Pei Qian certainly hoped for the highest possible salary. The more deducted, the greater the loss. Manager Lau chuckled lightly. All right, that is one aspect I have noted. However, there are some more specific considerations. For instance, do you prefer an administrative secretary type assistant or a young talent cultivation type assistant? Pei Qian appeared slightly bewildered. Is there a difference? Manager Lau smiled and explained, indeed, there is a distinction. An administrative secretary type assistant is often a highly capable young woman, adept in various areas, but primarily responsible for the trivial matters that the president cannot attend to, akin to a celebrity's manager. Their annual salary ranges from 100,000 to 350,000, with exceptionally outstanding individuals potentially reaching around 400,000, which could be considered the ceiling. Conversely, a young talent cultivation type assistant is typically a promising young man being groomed as a core member of the company, who may potentially become the successor to the vice president or president in the future. Of course, the two are not absolutely incompatible. It ultimately depends on your needs. Pei Qian responded without a moment's hesitation. The former. There is no room for doubt. Tungdan Network Technology Company, Limited consists of merely 2 individuals. To even contemplate succession at this juncture seems rather absurd. Moreover, Pei Qian harbored not the slightest interest in a male secretary. Not in the least. The manager nodded in agreement. Very well, please hold on for a moment. We have several resumes for your perusal. You may wish to review them and make a selection. Moments later, a collection of resumes was laid before Pei Qian. Each one featured young, attractive women, and the contents were quite similar. All boasted impressive educational backgrounds, fluency in English, and some even command of 3 languages. In terms of experience, several had previously served as executive assistants to presidents of leading domestic conglomerates. Additional qualifications included expertise in finance and legal knowledge, among others. The manager added, these candidates represent the finest executive assistant talents from Handong Province. Our recruiters have engaged with them, ensuring that in terms of eloquence, professionalism, and interpersonal skills, they are poised and methodical. Pei Qian sifted through the resumes and selected the one with the highest salary expectation. Chapter 30. So inexpensive? This Xian Hailu, who once served as the assistant to the vice president at a renowned foreign enterprise, why did she resign? It seems her resume omits this detail. Manager Lau chuckled. Perhaps President Pei does not frequently follow the news? This vice president, under the influence of alcohol, harbored inappropriate intentions and unexpectedly encountered formidable resistance. The outcome was her dismissal, while Assistant Xian chose to resign voluntarily. This incident significantly tarnished the reputation of the foreign enterprise and sparked fervent discussions online not long ago. Pei Qian was somewhat astonished. A remarkable woman, indeed? Manager Lau nodded in agreement. One might say so. Perhaps her experiences in a large corporation have led to a sense of ennui, hence her openness to working at a smaller, a startup. To be fair, from a business perspective, she is undoubtedly the best candidate for the assistant position. Manager Lau deliberately added the phrase from a business perspective, implying that she might not be as suitable when viewed from other angles. Pei Qian decisively concluded, "Agreed, she is the one. However, I have a stipulation." Manager Lau nodded. "Please, go ahead. As long as it is not an excessive demand, we can discuss it. She may only offer me suggestions when I consult her. In all other circumstances, regardless of what transpires, she must remain silent and refrain from asking unnecessary questions," Pei Qian stated. Manager Lau smiled. "Of course, even without your emphasis. This is a fundamental professional quality for an executive assistant." 3 days later, Monday, a luxurious Qian is parked beneath the prestigious Shenhua Haijing office building in Jingzhou City. "Mr. Pei, we have arrived," Xian Hailu announces, gracefully opening the car door to guide Pei Qian into the opulent structure ahead. Through the connections established by headhunters, Xian Hailu has become the third employee of Tycoon Network Technology Company, Limited, assuming the role of executive assistant to the president. Xian Hailu embodies the essence of a successful professional woman. Her appearance is dignified, her demeanor poised, and even her figure, elegantly clad in a blouse and business skirt, is impeccable. Upon their first encounter, Pei Qian found his gaze lingering for a moment on the prominent buttons of her blouse. In every conceivable aspect, she represents the ideal choice for Pei Qian's assistant. With a high level of education and quality, fluency in 3 foreign languages, striking beauty, articulate communication, and a remarkable ability to navigate interpersonal dynamics, she handles urgent matters with composure and is renowned for her professional acumen, refraining from unnecessary inquiries. After a brief period of collaboration, Pei Qian has formed a singular impression. She is efficient and dependable, without a shred of hesitation. He offered her a salary elevated by 30 over the original, amounting to just over 30,000 yuan per month. This was in 2009, a time when fresh graduates from Handong University were still striving to reach a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. The generous compensation is attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, Tycoon Network Technology Company, Limited, is a startup, and in comparison to the foreign enterprise where Xian Hailu previously worked, it lacks promising career advancement opportunities, necessitating a premium to attract talent. Xian Hailu possesses exceptional abilities, earning a notably high salary at the foreign enterprise, which becomes even more extravagant with an additional 30 premium. Furthermore, Pei Qian's objective is to spend lavishly, thus naturally opting for the more expensive hires. Talented professionals like Xian Hailu, when offered a slightly elevated salary, do not violate any regulations within the system. After all, even someone like Ma Yang was granted a monthly salary of 3,000. The Qian was recently rented under the company's name. Pei Qian intended to purchase a vehicle in the company's name, but the system denied this request. While buying a car is permissible, the budget is contingent upon the current financial status of the company, prohibiting the acquisition of overly expensive vehicles. Pei Qian contemplated purchasing a more affordable car, but found it rather unappealing. Thus, he opted to rent a Qian, which would serve to elevate the company's image. Although the expenses related to renting and maintaining the vehicle are not exorbitant, even the smallest of expenditures can accumulate. Pei Qian is certainly not one to overlook any opportunity to spend. Today, Pei Qian visited Shenhua Haoying with the intention of leasing office space. This establishment is the most luxurious office building in the entire Jingzhou City, and Pei Qian estimated that the rental price would be around 5 yuan per square meter per day. The parallel world is set in 2009 in Jingzhou City. The capital of Handong Province is classified as a second-tier city. In comparison, the rental prices in the 2019 capital city would exceed 3 times that amount. Other office buildings in Jingzhou City average around 2 to 3 yuan. However, Shenhua Haoying features ultra-high-end, fully renovated spaces, which significantly increases its cost. For other companies, this is considered a disadvantage. However, for Pei Qian, this is an immense advantage. Pei Qian was drawn to its opulence. Xian Hailu entered the hall and walked directly towards the staff. With an assistant at his side, Pei Qian naturally need not involve himself in every matter. The office staff were all clad in formal attire, while Pei Qian donned a simple jacket and trousers. Yet, in such a setting, he felt no discomfort. He merely noticed the chill in the air. It was not that Pei Qian was inherently self-assured. Rather, it was due to the presence of Assistant Xian beside him. A man, regardless of his stature, girth, or looks, will always appear affluent when accompanied by a young, attractive, and tasteful woman. Moreover, Pei Qian was neither short nor overweight, nor unattractive. He possessed a certain charm. In this era, those deemed unappealing are unlikely to transcend their circumstances, as this would diminish the reader's sense of immersion. A moment later, the manager approached Pei Qian with a beaming smile. "Hello, Mr. Pei. My surname is Zhang. Please feel free to instruct me on anything you require." Manager Zhang was unaware of Pei Qian's background, but upon seeing that Xian Hailu was his assistant, he instinctively sensed that this individual was extraordinary. Though Pei Qian's attire lacked luster and he appeared youthful, he bore an uncanny resemblance to an unemployed individual of modest means. Yet, the fact that he had an assistant like Xian Hailu immediately led others to perceive him as a carefree, unexpectedly unconventional scion of wealth. Perhaps, such individuals preferred to dress in this manner. Hence, Manager Zhang certainly did not dare to be neglectful. "I intend to rent a floor in your building for office space," Pei Qian stated, delving straight into the matter at hand. "Indeed, if you, Mr. Pei, wish to lease an entire floor without sharing it with other companies, we have the 17th floor available. It offers a magnificent view from above. Shall I take you on a tour?" Manager Zhang inquired cautiously. Pei Qian nodded in agreement. "All right, let's take a look." Under Manager Zhang's guidance, the three of them ascended to the 17th floor of Shenhua. The space was pristine and immaculate, albeit rather empty and devoid of furnishings. "Ah, the view is quite splendid," Pei Qian remarked as he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the urban landscape unfolded before him. He could also glimpse the adjacent park and scenic area. Even amidst a financial downturn, one could still relish the view. Working in such an environment should indeed promote both mental and physical well-being. Pei Qian surveyed the vastness of the floor. It was an entire level, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 basketball courts, with a conservative estimate of around 3,000 square meters. If you are a startup company, the government offers relevant preferential policies. Here at Shenhua, we can accommodate a deposit of 1 month's rent with monthly payments, which is a privilege rarely found in other office buildings, Manager Zhang proudly explained. Typically, office buildings require a deposit of 1 to 2 months' rent, and the payment arrangements are mostly quarterly or biannually. The allowance for a deposit of 1 month's rent is indeed a noteworthy advantage worth boasting about, providing a significant competitive edge. Of course, where there are advantages, there are bound to be disadvantages in other aspects, such as pricing. Moreover, such incentives are tied to specific policies aimed at supporting startups, which aligns perfectly with Pei Qian's situation. "What is the price?" Pei Qian casually inquired. Manager Zhang wore a broad smile. "For units, I understand that this price might seem slightly exorbitant in Jingzhou City, yet as you have observed, the various amenities we offer here are unparalleled. You truly get what you pay for. Leasing our office space will undoubtedly enhance the first impression your esteemed company conveys." "For units, such a bargain?" Pei Qian couldn't help but furrow his brow. "A bargain?" Manager Zhang was taken aback. Chapter 31. A splurge on purchases. Manager Zhang never anticipated that previously, his company had deemed the rent exorbitant, as other office buildings typically charged between 2 to 3 yuan, while Shenhua demanded 4. Nearly double the rate. To his astonishment, General Pei considered it a bargain. Was he being sarcastic? Or did he simply lack a grasp of monetary value? Pei Qian furrowed his brow, mentally calculating. His original expectation for this location was around 5 yuan. Calculating at 5 yuan per day per square meter for a 3,000 square meter office space, a month's rent would amount to 450,000 yuan. Losing 450,000 yuan for a month of idleness was an opportunity too rare to find. Yet, the price was a full yuan less than he had estimated. That single yuan would spare him a loss of over 90,000 yuan each month. Though it left him slightly perturbed, it remained within an acceptable range. Pei Qian's urgency stemmed from the fact that Ghost General was generating profits daily. After all, Ghost General was still in its growth phase, and as the gaming platform provided increasing exposure, the game's popularity surged, attracting a steady influx of players, thereby elevating revenue. With such substantial finances, it was no simple task to squander them all. Pei Qian needed to exert himself further. "I will rent this floor. Please prepare the contract," Pei Qian stated decisively. Manager Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a joyful smile. "Excellent. Please follow me." A client so resolute was indeed a rarity. Pei Qian and Xian Hailu followed Manager Zhang to his office, where they swiftly completed the payment and signed the contract. The deposit, coupled with the first month's rent, swiftly amounted to 700,000. Pei Qian did not even furrow his brow. Rather, he felt a sense of secret satisfaction. The wind blows the eggshell, and wealth brings peace. If one does not swiftly dissipate the system's funds, how might they be converted into personal assets? As for the contents of the contract, Pei Qian need not worry. Assistant Xin was there to handle such matters. Xin Hailu, equally proficient in financial and legal affairs, ensured Pei Qian's peace of mind. Welcome to your esteemed company at Shenhua Haoying. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to contact me, and I shall resolve them promptly. Manager Zhang beamed. Pei Qian exchanged a few casual pleasantries and accepted the lease agreement from Manager Zhang, passing it to Assistant Xin for safekeeping. Subsequently, Pei Qian and Xin Hailu departed Manager Zhang's office, returning once more to the 17th floor. Pei Qian strolled through the empty office area, contemplating the layout of the company. This was indeed a crucial aspect of financial investment. A conducive work environment could enhance employee efficiency and elevate our corporate image. Assistant Xin, please take note and prepare a procurement list for me later. The office desks and chairs must be luxurious, well, not merely expensive, but truly high-end. They must stand apart from those of other companies. The computers must be top of the line. Complete with mechanical keyboards and high-quality mice, we required dual monitors. In this information age, particularly as a gaming company, computers represent our productivity. Additionally, we must incorporate greenery. When work becomes taxing, a glance at the plants can provide a refreshing respite. The maintenance of greenery is quite challenging, thus it necessitates the hiring of a dedicated caretaker. I perceive that the available space over there is ideally suited for a compact gymnasium. Given the prevalence of occupational ailments in the gaming industry, it is imperative to engage in physical exercise to enhance work efficiency. A reception area with a sofa and coffee table is indispensable, and it would be prudent to procure a set of exquisite tea utensils, complemented by a selection of 7 or 8 varieties of fine tea. After all, during business discussions, one cannot simply offer guests purified water. Pei Qian spoke eloquently. All of this is funded by the system, so let us make the most of it. Regardless, everything utilized within the company should be of the highest quality. Even items that are not directly needed should also be of the finest caliber. As Pei Qian spoke, he observed the system's responses. The system exhibited no alterations or warnings, indicating that Pei Qian's actions were within compliance. Xin Hailu swiftly recorded notes with a small notebook. Certainly. President Pei, I will ensure that everything is arranged promptly. May I inquire about the total budget you are willing to consider? Xin Hailu asked. Pei Qian contemplated for a moment, approximately between 500,000 and 800,000, leaning towards the latter. Xin Hailu nodded in understanding. Pei Qian was cautious not to overindulge. He aimed for extravagance without overtly exceeding the company's necessities. For instance, regarding the computers required for office operations, a standard model would suffice. However, Pei Qian sought to incur losses and therefore insisted on high-performance computers. Generally, high-performance computers would not attract the system's scrutiny. Yet, if Pei Qian were to invest tens of thousands or even millions in a supercomputer, the system would classify it as a violation. Thus, Pei Qian could not indulge in extravagant spending without restraint. Setting a budget around 800,000 was already testing the limits of the system. A day later, after our previous discussion, I compiled a procurement list for your review. Xin Hailu handed a document from the folder to Pei Qian. It contained the entire procurement list, including office desks, chairs, computers, potted plants, fitness equipment, sofas, coffee tables, tea sets, and much more. Every item Pei Qian could conceive was included. A cursory glance left Pei Qian slightly astonished. The prices were astonishingly high. The cost of the potted plants was indicative. A bonsai of a Rohan pine was priced at 988. However, it was not an exorbitant price born of deceit. The image revealed that this bonsai was indeed exquisite, likely cultivated and pruned by a master, making the 988 seem quite justified. 10 money trees were listed at 188 each. The rationale for purchasing 10 was that placing only one by the floor-to-ceiling window would appear rather lonely. They needed to be arranged in a row. Buying 10 symbolized perfection. Additionally, a high-end sofa set was priced at 60,000. The tea set comprised a pure handmade silver tea set costing 22,000 and a natural Duan inkstone tea tray at 13,000 to be used interchangeably. Several varieties of tea were also procured, all at steep prices. As Pei Qian gazed at the accumulating zeros, he felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. He feigned earnestness as he perused the document, flipping to the last page. The total amounted to $780,000. The majority of the expenses were concentrated in the workstations. Each individual is equipped with a luxurious office desk, a high-end gaming chair, a top-tier computer workstation, 2 high refresh rate gaming monitors, and a mechanical keyboard. The total cost for this setup exceeds $20,000. With 30 workstations configured, the expenditure surges to over $600,000. A modest additional budget for miscellaneous expenses brings the total to approximately $780,000. After perusing the prices of these items, Pei Qian experiences a peculiar sensation. Only $780,000? How remarkably inexpensive. The decision to establish 30 workstations is a calculated one on Pei Qian's part. Although he anticipates a financial loss, he must engage in legitimate business activities under the system's regulations, avoiding the pitfall of hiring individuals who merely indulge in gaming at the office. Such blatant exploitation would undoubtedly attract the system's admonition. In light of the availability of cloud-based editing tools, a team of 30 individuals can barely produce a large-scale game, albeit with compromised quality. The challenge of having only 30 workstations in an excessively spacious office is easily addressed. Pei Qian has envisioned a myriad of amenities, including a billiards table, an entertainment room, a multimedia room, a beverage bar, a snack area, and a lounge. The actual workspace occupies only a small fraction of the total area. Moreover, the distance between each workstation ensures ample personal space for every employee. The desks are of the largest variety, allowing for additional decorations. Employees are free to adorn their spaces with collectibles, even if it costs them a fortune. With this thoughtful arrangement, while the 30 workstations may not entirely fill the space, they come remarkably close. Pei Qian cast an admiring glance at Xian Hailu, conveying his appreciation with a simple yet profound expression. "You are truly remarkable. Look at this. This is professionalism." Xian Hailu maintained a professional smile as she reported. All the products are sourced through legitimate channels, procured at the lowest internal prices, and the company certainly does not waste a single penny. Pei Qian nodded in agreement. He had complete faith in Xian Hailu's capabilities, with products acquired through proper channels at the minimum procurement price. There was no reason for the system to issue any warnings to Pei Qian. He held a great fondness for this assistant, who adeptly grasped the leadership's intentions, demonstrated exceptional execution, and possessed both intelligence and charm, leaving no room for criticism. Collaborating with astute individuals is indeed so transparent. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied. Let us proceed with the procurement accordingly. Pei Qian did not hesitate to express his praise, stating, "Starting next week, I will be interviewing candidates in the small conference room. So I will need you to prepare the materials." Xian Hailu smiled and nodded. "Of course, that is my responsibility." Pei Qian felt a sense of optimism as everything seemed to be falling into place. The recruitment process was crucial, and the success of their mission hinged on this pivotal moment. Observing Pei Qian's spirited demeanor, Xian Hailu gently reminded him, "It seems you have overlooked a very important matter. Shouldn't you consider updating your attire?" Chapter 32. Attire. Pei Qian paused momentarily, realizing that Assistant Xian had indeed anticipated this aspect, something he had completely overlooked. Typically, in the gaming industry, attire is regarded with little importance. In contrast, traditional sectors such as finance place immense emphasis on appearance during business negotiations. From the clothing worn to the watches donned, and even the vehicles driven, there are stringent expectations. Some individuals invest tens of thousands in custom-tailored suits, which is deemed essential. Inappropriate attire can create a poor first impression, jeopardizing the prospects of successful business negotiations. Likewise, in many conventional industries, donning formal attire is a fundamental courtesy during recruitment and job seeking. However, the internet sector, particularly the gaming industry, diverges from this norm. Many prominent figures in gaming companies often arrive at work dressed in t-shirts and shorts. It is not uncommon for programmers to attend interviews clad in the quintessential ensemble of a t-shirt or plaid shirt, jeans, flip-flops, and a backpack. Due to the unique nature of this field, actual professional skills are prioritized over appearance during interviews. This prevailing atmosphere leads most candidates to forego formal attire and ties, as such choices would appear particularly out of place. Thus, Pei Qian had neglected this detail. Yet, with Assistant Xian's gentle reminder, he reconsidered and recognized his need for appropriate attire. Firstly, it would be charged to the company's account, allowing for expenditure. Secondly, it would facilitate a smoother workflow in the upcoming tasks. At present, Pei Qian is merely a student, having recently turned 18. And despite possessing memories from a decade into the future, It is challenging for him to exude an aura of maturity and composure that comes from enduring life's trials. His youth imposes a rigid constraint. No matter how much a young man may attempt to project an image of a seasoned professional, he cannot truly embody the essence of a workplace elite. In such instances, attire holds significant importance. Much like in certain state-owned enterprises, where older leaders may display approachability, younger leaders must consistently maintain a stern demeanor. Why is this so? Because if a young leader does not present a serious facade, they risk lacking authority, which could lead to a failure in commanding respect from their subordinates. If subordinates do not regard you with due seriousness, how can any work be effectively conducted? Pei Qian, already youthful as a university student, is surrounded by interviewees who are seasoned professionals, some with 2 or 3 years of experience and 6 or 7 years his senior. If Pei Qian were to appear in a cheap t-shirt and shorts daily, would these individuals take him seriously? Although Pei Qian is indeed set on sabotaging the game, there are specific methods he must adhere to. The game must at least pass inspection and be successfully launched, otherwise, it risks being deemed a violation by the system. To achieve this objective, Pei Qian must impose some discipline upon these individuals, ensuring their compliance. This necessitates the establishment of his own persona. Even if he cannot cultivate the image of a brilliant young designer, he must at least project the image of a reliable scion of wealth. At this juncture, donning an expensive ensemble becomes imperative. After all, it is only logical that the offspring of affluent families would not typically be seen clad in t-shirts and shorts costing but a few dollars. While some wealthy heirs may occasionally don such attire, it is unlikely to be a common occurrence. With a smile, Xian Hailu remarked, "If you deem it necessary, I can accompany you to a nearby mall to select an outfit." Pei Qian could hardly contain his eagerness. The Qian came to a halt in the underground parking lot of the largest shopping center in Jingzhou. Pei Qian opened the car door and stepped out. "Right this way," Xian's assistant guided, ensuring Pei Qian experienced treatment befitting a CEO. This was the grandest and most opulent shopping venue in Jingzhou, a place Pei Qian had never visited. However, he was indifferent to such details. He merely sought to procure an ensemble, wearing whatever the assistant deemed appropriate. The shopping experience for men and women diverges significantly. Women traverse the mall, exploring each floor, captivated by every sight, relishing the journey of shopping itself. In contrast, men typically have a singular focus, rushing directly to procure their desired items, completing their task with no inclination to linger, savoring only the outcome of their shopping expedition. Pei Qian, embodying the quintessential straight man, possessed no interest in leisurely browsing. His sole intention was to swiftly acquire an outfit and depart. Clearly, Xian's assistant understood Pei Qian well, leading him directly to a luxury suit boutique rather than meandering aimlessly. Jexia, an Italian fashion luxury brand with a legacy spanning over a century, is renowned for its impeccable tailoring and bespoke fittings. This establishment stands as the sole Jexia store in Handong. If you find yourself dissatisfied, I can seek out a more upscale suit. However, from selection to customization, it may require a longer duration. Prior to entering the boutique, Xian Hailu provided Pei Qian with a brief overview of the establishment's background. "This will suffice," Pei Qian decisively declared. For him, bespoke suits were largely comparable. Those conducting the interviews could readily discern the distinction between a tailored suit and a non-tailored one, the former being fitted and sophisticated, while the latter appeared loose and inexpensive. The former exuded the aura of Wall Street elites, whereas the latter resembled insurance salesmen. However, they found it challenging to differentiate between two bespoke suits. In simpler terms, any additional investment yielded minimal enhancement. Thus, the suits here aligned perfectly with Pei Qian's requirements, particularly as he valued expedience. He had little patience for delays. Although clad in a modest t-shirt and shorts worth merely a few dollars, Pei Qian strode confidently into the store, feeling no discomfort, largely due to Xian Hailu's presence beside him. "While your physique allows for a variety of styles, I still recommend these 3 options," Xian Hailu remarked, momentarily setting aside the sales assistant, displaying her familiarity with the selection. The first suit was more formal, suitable for crucial occasions, such as business negotiations with fellow executives or award ceremonies. The latter 2 were more casual, appropriate for everyday wear. Implicitly, the latter 2 were primarily intended to impress the interviewees. When interviewing others, there was no need for excessive formality, yet one should not appear shabby. In the course of daily operations, Pei Qian must exude the aura of a wealthy and influential second-generation heir, as this facilitates the work environment. The system issued no warnings. Pei Qian nodded affirmatively. All right. Xi and Hailu turned to the sales assistant. Let us each select 2 sets, ensuring a distinction in patterns and accessories. And we may adjust the sizes as necessary. Expedite the process. 2 sets each? Remarkable. Pei Qian nearly blurted out his approval, but managed to restrain himself. The absence of a system prompt indicated compliance with the rules. The sales assistant promptly approached to take Pei Qian's measurements. This was not a purely bespoke tailoring service. Otherwise, each ensemble would require several weeks to create, which would be excessively cumbersome. This establishment's suits are crafted based on numerous measurement data points, allowing for the selection of the most suitable style according to the client's physique. Consequently, delivery can be arranged in a remarkably short time. While the assistant took his measurements, Pei Qian refrained from being too curious, merely stealing a glance at the price tag hanging from a nearby garment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5-digit figure, with the leading digit not even a 1. To purchase 6 sets of such attire, Pei Qian felt his arithmetic skills had significantly declined. Having obtained Pei Qian's size, Xi and Hailu smiled and said, "Given your busy schedule, shall we conclude our session here today? I will procure some casual clothing for you, so you need not personally select them." "That would be splendid." Pei Qian was delighted. "Look at that. This is what one calls professionalism." Assistant Xian, please arrange everything as you see fit. Chapter 33. The ascetic master the Qian came to a halt at the southern gate of the school. Pei Qian was about to push open the car door to alight when Xi and Hailu, seated in the driver's seat, extended a delicate jade hand, holding a compact card holder. "This is what you requested earlier. I have arranged for a 2-bedroom apartment nearby, containing the access card and keys." Pei Qian did not immediately take it. Instead, he observed the system's response. The system did not indicate any objections. Thus, it must be permissible. Purchasing clothing and renting a residence may seem unrelated to company affairs. Yet they pertain to the personal image of the boss. One cannot simply leave new attire piled in the dormitory, can one? With the demands of work, overtime, and business trips, what if the dormitory lights were extinguished and one was unable to venture out at midnight? Hence, renting an apartment is entirely reasonable. Moreover, the rent is quite modest. Having already invested in suits worth several tens of thousands, how much could a rental possibly cost? It is now 2009, and in Handong, the rent for a well-furnished 2-bedroom in a high-end community would scarcely exceed 2,000. How different it will be a decade later, when a dilapidated 1-bedroom in the capital would command upwards of 7 or 8,000. With no reservations from the system, Pei Qian felt relieved and reached out to accept the card holder. Upon a brief inspection, he found the keys, access card, and a small slip of paper inscribed with Xi and Hailu's elegant handwriting, detailing the address of the apartment. It was conveniently located just a stone's throw from the school's southern gate, merely a few dozen meters away. Well then, do take your time to rest. The newly acquired garments will be delivered to your residence within the next few days. With that, the Qian drove away. Pei Qian felt quite content. The system has not prohibited these actions. It has been quite loyal to me. Using a swipe card, I gained entry to a luxurious residential area near the school. During my school days, Pei Qian had only observed from a distance, never entering. Following the address on the note, Pei Qian discovered his own 2-bedroom apartment. Upon opening the door, Pei Qian was taken aback. Although it was labeled as a 2-bedroom, the space was nearly comparable to a 3-bedroom, estimated to be around 130 to 140 square meters. The furnishings were complete, with bed linens, blankets, toiletries, and more all prepared. It was truly move-in ready. One need not even carry a bag to settle in. Pei Qian sank into the sofa, reluctant to rise. Compared to this place, the dormitory felt like a mere birdcage. No, even a birdcage would be more spacious and cooler. After luxuriating on the sofa for a while, Pei Qian rallied himself, ready to attend to serious matters. He must not be lost in pleasure. Dreams must be pursued. The losses had not yet been fully realized. Pei Qian summoned the system to review his current financial status. Wealth conversion system. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 100. 1. Loss conversion ratio 1. 1. System funds, 271. 145. 5. 228. 854. 5. Personal assets, 1. 957. 6. The income for the first week was over 500,000. The second week exceeded 700,000. And the third week's earnings had yet to be credited, but it was expected to reach around 700,000 to 800,000. It appears that Pei Qian's estimate of a monthly revenue of 5 million is quite accurate. albeit slightly understated. The expenditure on leasing office space amounted to over $700,000 at once, and in the following months, he will need to allocate over $300,000 for ongoing expenses. The procurement of office supplies is approximately $800,000, which has yet to be dispersed. Pei Qian intends to expend it immediately upon the arrival of next week's income. As for expenses related to clothing, car rentals, and housing, which collectively exceed $100,000, Pei Qian finds them rather inconsequential. Although there are remaining funds in the system, when evaluated against the original standard of $500,000, it signifies a loss exceeding $200,000. The results are promising. Naturally, there are still matters to attend to. With the office space secured, it is imperative to recruit employees. Otherwise, leaving such a large office unutilized would constitute a violation, subjecting him to a warning from the system. He must contemplate the type of personnel to hire. Those who are excessively talented are certainly not suitable, as they would disrupt his plans. While those lacking competence are equally undesirable, for the game must still be developed to meet the system's requirements. This is indeed a meticulous task that requires careful planning. The more Pei Qian reflects, the more complex the undertaking appears. However, for the sake of a prosperous present and future, he is compelled to embrace even the most formidable challenges. After much deliberation, Pei Qian confirms a crucial point. Recruitment cannot be limited to online platforms. He must actively seek out candidates. Posting job openings online will only attract those who believe themselves capable of fulfilling the position's demands. Some individuals whom Pei Qian deems worthy may withdraw, lacking the courage to attend an interview. In other words, the lower limit is insufficient. The recruitment information posted online must be written with sincerity. Pei Qian could not brazenly label the job description as seeking sluggards. The system would undoubtedly issue a warning. Having only one confidant like Ma Yang is hardly sufficient. Where else could one find talents akin to Ma Yang? After much contemplation, Pei Qian suddenly thought of someone. If he could persuade this individual to emerge from seclusion, great achievements could be realized. After searching 3 internet cafes near the school, Pei Qian finally located the person he sought. This individual, somewhat of a wanderer, could generally be found in one internet CAF or another, if not in a CAF. He was likely en route to one. Perhaps the monotony of frequenting the same internet CAF led him to occasionally seek a change of scenery. Spending 10 days to half a month in a different establishment, this extraordinary person is known as Bao Su, and among the patrons of the CAF, he is affectionately referred to as Bao Su. The term Liver Emperor only gained popularity in the following years, but given Bao Su's prowess, to merely call him that seems somewhat diminutive. He deserves the title of Super Liver Emperor. At present, Bao Su is not widely recognized, but soon, his name will resonate throughout the school, becoming known to all. 2 tales about him circulate widely. The first recounts how, during his freshman year, from late winter to early spring and into the summer, he immersed himself in the internet CAF, tirelessly grinding through games. As the sweltering summer arrived, while others donned shorts and t-shirts, he remained clad in a sweater and thermal pants, with his jacket draped over the back of his chair. He had never returned to the dormitory, nor did he have the time to change his clothes. When fatigue set in, he would recline his chair and take a brief nap. Upon awakening, he would wash his face in the restroom and resume his relentless pursuit. Thus, he disregarded the changing seasons for an entire year. Following this period, he became known as the Autumn Pants Guy. The second incident occurred during his sophomore year when he was advised to withdraw from school due to an overwhelming number of failing grades. After his expulsion, he continued to frequent internet cafes. His family lost contact with him, fearing he might have met with a tragic fate. Bao Su survived through account boosting, selling virtual items, and other gaming-related endeavors, residing in internet cafes for 2 to 3 years. He was indeed a remarkable individual. To the average observer, he appeared to be a severe case of internet addiction in dire need of intervention. However, Pei Qian recognized his unique talents. Such a person is a true gaming aficionado, possessing intricate knowledge of most games on the market, able to elucidate numerous details and respond to inquiries with ease. It seems reasonable to consider hiring such a seasoned player, provided he attends to his personal hygiene. Moreover, Pei Qian valued another of his traits. He excelled in gameplay, yet lacked an understanding of design. Individuals like him are prone to veering off course. To illustrate, if one aspires to be a proficient chef, they must possess the ability to discern the quality of food. However, conversely, if someone has an overly critical palate, does that guarantee they will become a great chef? The answer is often negative. In fact, Those who are excessively finicky about food often find it difficult to master the culinary arts. There exists a delicate balance. Moderation is key. The creation of games indeed necessitates a fervent passion and profound love for the craft, yet excessive enthusiasm can be detrimental. An overwhelming adoration for games often clouds one's rationality and objectivity, leading individuals to conflate their own interpretations with those of the average player. Therefore, Pei Qian perceives Bao Su as an ideal candidate. On one hand, he is an ardent gaming enthusiast, a veritable gaming maestro, whose recruitment as an employee, with a slightly enhanced salary, would not breach any regulations within the system. On the other hand, he lacks proficiency in design and is prone to becoming overly fixated on details, potentially jeopardizing projects. How splendidly fitting he would be as an employee. However, Pei Qian harbors uncertainties about his ability to persuade him. After all, this is an individual who, 2 years hence, would cause his family to presume he has met with an untimely fate. It is difficult to fathom the circumstances that would compel him to vacate the Internet CAF. Chapter 34. Online recruitment relying on his memory. Pei Qian located Bao Su in the Internet CAF by the west gate of the school. His features were exceedingly distinct. With autumn now upon us, while others donned long sleeves and trousers, he was clad in a sweater, with a thick coat draped over his chair. It was not that he was particularly sensitive to the cold. Rather, he had been wearing this outfit since last winter. No one else would dare to engage in such an act. Bao Su was staring blankly at the computer screen, where a character was aimlessly wandering through the main city atop a flying mount. As Pei Qian approached from behind, he caught a faint whiff of an oily scent. It was not overpowering, likely due to Bao Su's significantly receding hairline and sparse hair. If one could persuade him to leave the CAF, it would surely require offering him some money to shower and change into clean clothes. Bao Su, Pei Qian tentatively called out. Bao Su remained frozen for 10 seconds before turning his head sluggishly, his large dark circles framing eyes that blinked in confusion. Are you looking for me? Confirming he had not mistaken the individual, Pei Qian seated himself in the empty chair beside Bao Su. I have a job opportunity. Would you be interested? He inquired. Bao Su slowly turned his head again, returning to his trance before the screen. Is it to be a network administrator? Not interested. It's not a network administrator position. It's for a designer. You would create your own game, Pei Qian clarified. Bao Su's face turned slowly to examine Pei Qian up and down, ultimately concluding that he appeared to be an ordinary student. Don't jest with me, he replied, skeptical. Pei Qian found himself at a loss for words, contemplating that if he were clad in a different attire, the situation might have been far more favorable. However, his suit had yet to arrive. Resolutely, Pei Qian decided to forego any further hesitation and retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket. If you are willing to come aboard, this shall serve as your advance salary. The moment Bao Su laid eyes on the 5 crisp, crimson 100 yuan notes, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. He began to surmise that Pei Qian was indeed serious. If this were a scam, it would be Pei Qian demanding money from him, rather than offering it so willingly. Moreover, the sum of 500 was substantial, especially in 2009, considering that Internet CAF fees typically hovered around 2 to 3 yuan per hour. Furthermore, the company boasted top-tier computers equipped with dual monitors, providing the freedom to indulge in gaming as one pleased. Pei Qian, sensing the shift in Bao Su's demeanor, pressed on. Bao Su's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. The prospect of no internet fees and high-end computers for gaming was far more enticing than the confines of an Internet CAF. It was akin to tossing a handful of fish treats in front of a famished cat. Are you truly not deceiving me? What exactly will my role entail? Bao Su inquired, perplexed. Your role will be to play games. I am offering you the position of game experience tester. You will engage with games created by others as well as our own, identifying any issues and promptly reporting back to me. Additionally, you will have the opportunity to partake in the design process and offer your insights. I firmly believe you are more than capable of excelling in this role. Wouldn't you agree? Pei Qian smiled, his expression imbued with an enticing allure. Bao Su pressed his lips together, a subtle movement in his throat betraying his emotions. Was this not the life he had always yearned for? Playing video games while earning money. What could be more delightful? I am willing to consider it. If it is indeed as you claim, I might contemplate stepping out. Initially, Bao Su almost blurted out his agreement, but reconsidered. What if this turned out to be a deception? Thus, he chose his words with caution, recognizing that a decision must await an actual glimpse of the working environment. Pei Qian was convinced that he had successfully persuaded him. Given such favorable conditions, there was little reason to decline. What you need to do now is take this 500 yuan, have a good bath, get a haircut, and purchase some clean clothes. Our company is located in Shanhua Housing, and in your current state, you might be mistaken for a vagrant by the security guard. As for when you will start working, it should be within the next couple of days. I will give you a call then. Be prepared at all times. With that, Pei Qian turned and left. Bao Su gazed at the 500 yuan in his hand, unable to contain the tears that welled up in his eyes. I have finally been recognized. He clutched the money tightly, resting his head on the computer desk as he wept uncontrollably. The sparse hairs on his balding head caught the light from the monitor, casting a gentle warmth. Those nearby could not help but glance over, wondering what had transpired. Had he acquired some rare equipment, perhaps? Having successfully secured Bao Su, Pei Qian felt elated. Another capable ally had joined his ranks. With Ma Yang and Bao Su as his trusted aides, matters became significantly more manageable for Pei Qian. He harbored no fear of Bao Su absconding. For the glimmer of anticipation in Bao Su's eyes was an emotion that could not be feigned. Such generous conditions were impossible for Bao Su to decline. Regrettably, individuals of Bao Su's caliber are scarce, compelling Pei Qian to resort to online recruitment. In a mere 5 minutes, he composed several recruitment criteria on his phone and forwarded them to Xian Hailu, instructing her to publish the job requirements in accordance with these standards. This recruitment drive encompassed 3 distinct positions. The first was a design role, where candidates were preferred if they possessed a passion for gaming and proficiency in using cloud-based editors. The second was an art position, necessitating a certain level of aesthetic sensibility, the ability to fully comprehend a designer's intent, and effective communication with outsourced teams. The third was an administrative role, which required female candidates with pleasing features and an elegant demeanor. In terms of salary, the remuneration offered was above the industry average, with specifics to be discussed during negotiations. Notably absent was a programming position, as game development could now be accomplished through cloud editors and templates. The utilization of cloud editors primarily fell within the designer's purview, addressing execution-level concerns. Any specialized functional requirements could be custom requested within the cloud editor, with dedicated programmers completing tasks remotely and charging based on workload, thus negating the need for in-house programming hires. Furthermore, the art position primarily focused on communication, as the cloud editor housed a plethora of artistic resources and facilitated contact with specialized art teams for customization, necessitating a designated individual to negotiate and coordinate the specifics. Those engaged in negotiations must possess a certain level of artistic literacy. Otherwise, it would be akin to a feudal exchange between a chicken and a duck, resulting in severely diminished communication efficiency. As for administrative positions, it seems reasonable to hire 2 or 3 attractive female receptionists to complement the company's splendid aesthetic. Xian Hailu is not merely Pei Qian's assistant. She is also responsible for overseeing various affairs within the company. It is essential to allocate a few administrative personnel to assist her in her duties. The job requirements penned by Pei Qian are particularly ambiguous. For instance, the criteria for the design position merely state a passion for gaming and a preference for those proficient in cloud editing tools. This amounts to virtually no barriers to entry. Setting the standards too high would attract only industry elites, which is not desirable. Pei Qian needs to lower the threshold slightly, allowing a few less qualified individuals to enter, so he can filter them later. Consequently, the preparatory work will be nearly complete. The workplace has been determined, and the office furniture can be arranged expediently. Pei Qian's attire has also been finalized. His capable assistants, Ma Yang and Bao Su, are well prepared. Xian Hailu manages the company with remarkable efficiency. Once the interviews are conducted and the positions filled, they can officially commence operations and, as anticipated, begin incurring losses at an astonishing pace. Pei Qian envisions the future with great delight. Chapter 35. The interview on Tuesday morning, Huang Xibao arrived at the entrance of Shanhua Housing, feeling a wave of disorientation. The gaming company, Tengdan Network Technology Company, Limited, indeed operated within the confines of Shanhua Housing. Huang was familiar with Shanhua Housing, a prestigious office building owned by Shanhua Real Estate, where all the resident companies were undoubtedly affluent. Before he could muster the courage to step inside, a group of young, ambitious individuals approached, all strikingly tall and elegant, clad in tailored suits and exuding poise. They were young employees from a nearby investment bank, and it was immediately apparent that they were the CRME de la CRME, destined for future success. Huang felt a twinge of trepidation at that moment. It was on a weekend that he fortuitously stumbled upon the recruitment advertisement for Tycoon Network Technology Company, Limited on a job portal. Believing he met the qualifications, he submitted his resume. To his surprise, a charmingly sweet-voiced female assistant promptly responded, instructing him to arrive at the 17th floor of Shanhua Housing for an interview at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. The assistant was considerate enough to send an email detailing the specific location. Upon hearing Shanhua Housing, Huang was momentarily taken aback. Was this not one of the most prestigious office buildings? However, after an exhaustive search online, he could not even locate the official website for Tycoon Network Technology Company, Limited. A further inquiry revealed that this was indeed the company responsible for creating the acclaimed games Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost General. It is with a sense of shame that Huang Xibao admits to having played these two games without realizing that the companies responsible for their creation are situated in Jingzhou City. While he is not fully aware of the specifics regarding this company, it is evident that they have successfully developed games and operate from a prestigious location, suggesting that their circumstances are likely quite favorable. To be more precise, it would be an understatement to say their conditions are merely acceptable. They are certainly far superior to those of his current employer. Yet, he finds himself anxious about whether he will be able to secure a position there. Having transitioned into this industry only 6 months ago, Huang Xibao currently earns the minimum salary for an executive planner, a mere 1,500 yuan per month. His daily routine involves extensive overtime, and he exhibits signs of premature aging. Consequently, when he stumbled upon recruitment information, he felt compelled to give it a try. Even if he were to change jobs while maintaining his current salary, he would be grateful, provided it entailed fewer hours of overtime. However, he is acutely aware that his resume is rather unimpressive, and the likelihood of being dismissed is significantly high. Even within the small circle of the gaming industry in Jingzhou City, he finds himself at the lowest echelon, potentially less sought after than some freshly graduated students. This feeling of inadequacy was only exacerbated when he observed investment banking elites, impeccably dressed in suits, while he stood there in a t-shirt and shorts. Glancing at the time, he realized he had arrived a tad early. Concerned about being late, he had left home early enough to catch the bus smoothly, encountering little traffic along the way. Yet, standing idly outside was not an option. Summoning his courage, Huang Xibao stepped into the resplendent lobby. After explaining his purpose to the front desk, the building staff directed him to register and subsequently provided him with a temporary access card. Huang Xibao pressed the elevator button, feeling his heart race with an intensity surpassing that of the college entrance examination. Perhaps it was the lofty ceiling of the lobby, adorned with opulent decor, that rendered him feeling diminutive and inexplicably hesitant. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Just as Huang Xibao was about to step inside, he looked up and was taken aback to see a familiar face, his direct superior, the company's chief planner, Old Lu. Just yesterday afternoon, Huang Xibao had called Old Lu to request a leave of absence, citing an urgent matter to attend to this morning, to which Old Lu had graciously acquiesced. Yet, here they were, encountering each other fortuitously. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, as both men exchanged silent glances. However, given their unexpected meeting, pretending not to acknowledge one another would have been rather inappropriate. Moreover, both were acutely aware of the reason for their presence. They were both here for an interview at Tycoon Network Technology Company, Limited. Judging by Old Lu's demeanor, he had likely just completed his interview. Their interviews were staggered, one in the first half and the other in the latter half of the session. Huang Xibao decided to take the initiative and greeted Brother Lu. Old Lu's expression was grim, his mood evidently soured. He was quite pleased with the work environment at Tycoon. Yet the young interviewer had told him to return and await further notice. During Old Lu's eloquent discourse, the youthful interviewer seemed disinterested, as if lost in reverie. It appeared that this interview had not gone well. Old Lu was decidedly displeased. My credentials and level of expertise are indeed quite rare within the gaming community of Jingzhou City. How could this young interviewer possibly look down upon me? It is likely that he is merely a privileged offspring dabbling in this industry. A company like this is doomed to failure. Of course, there is a hint of bitterness in my sentiments. Upon seeing Huang Xibao, I felt a surge of frustration. Having been in the industry for merely 6 months, he has been nothing but an assistant under my supervision, accomplishing little to nothing. I often find myself seething with anger, insisting that he must complete his tasks before leaving. And at times, out of displeasure, I even increase his workload. Yet, this incompetent fool dares to consider changing jobs. Moreover, he wishes to join the same company as me. Does he not possess any self-awareness regarding his capabilities? I could not help but sarcastically remark, this place has high standards. You stand no chance. The fact that he has time to attend interviews suggests that his workload is insufficient. I must revisit and reconfigure the numerical table. With a disdainful expression, I departed. Huang Xibao felt utterly defeated. The requirements here are evidently so stringent that even a seasoned chief planner like myself is deemed unworthy. It is even less likely that a newcomer like him, with less than 6 months of experience, would be considered. Furthermore, upon returning, it is highly probable that I will make things difficult for him. He cannot escalate this issue to the boss. There is no means to file a complaint. Imagine him reporting to the boss, "Sir, Liu has secretly interviewed at another company." When the boss inquires, "How do you know that?" Huang Xibao would awkwardly respond, "Because I was interviewing there too, and I happened to run into him." That scenario is simply unacceptable. Perhaps he should consider resigning outright. Resigning directly to face hardships and subsequently seeking employment was a course of action Huang Xibao reluctantly contemplated. As he pondered this, the elevator arrived at the 17th floor. Stepping out, he was immediately struck by the impressive signage of Tengdan Network Technology Company, Limited peering inside. Huang Xibao was taken aback by the grandeur of the establishment. The expansive reception desk was manned by 2 strikingly beautiful receptionists, twins, no less. The city of Jingzhou, while not particularly large, had managed to attract such an exceptional pair for its front desk, a testament to the company's stature. In truth, Huang Xibao's thoughts had spiraled into excessive imagination. Pei Qian had not originally envisioned such extravagance during the recruitment process. He simply sought to hire 2 or 3 attractive receptionists to enhance the company's facade. However, Xi and Hailu had fortuitously discovered a pair of twin sisters, asserting that their presence would bolster the company's image. Naturally, Pei Qian was delighted and promptly offered them salaries at the pinnacle of the market for receptionists and general administrative positions, each earning 5,000 per month. While this may not seem substantial, in 2009, in Jingzhou, the typical salary for receptionists hovered around 2,000, and even for those with striking appearances, 3,000 was considered generous. Pei Qian's decision to grant them a salary of 5,000 was indeed a remarkably generous offer. He would not have minded offering even more, such as a monthly salary of 10,000, in hopes of expediting the expenditure of his own funds. However, at this juncture, a monthly salary of 10,000 seems rather exaggerated. A receptionist earning such a sum, even if they were a pair of stunning twins, would be implausible. The crux of the matter is that the system would undoubtedly not acquiesce to such a demand. Chapter 36, Expected Salary? The effect on the twin sisters was indeed as anticipated. Upon entering, Huang Xibao was utterly astounded. A company capable of affording such an exquisite reception could hardly be one plagued by financial constraints. It seemed implausible. Regrettably, the standards set by this company were exceedingly high, rendering her unable to gain entry. Otherwise, how impressive it would be to share that she worked at Shenhua Yuan, where the front desk was manned by a pair of enchanting twins. Huang Xibao glanced at the interior workstations, and her astonishment only deepened. Each office desk was remarkably spacious. Was the rent for this place negligible, or was there some other explanation for the considerable distance between each desk? One could nearly engage in a game of badminton. The desks were adorned with 2 oversized, high-end monitors that exuded an air of opulence. Nearby, a row of verdant plants graced the expansive windows, each appearing exquisitely delicate, tended to with care by a diligent lady. Huang Xibao felt as though she had stepped into a scene from a romantic drama. This was the image of a company she had only ever seen portrayed on screen, never in reality. Yet, as previously stated, it was a pity that this company had such lofty requirements that she could not penetrate its ranks. Approaching the reception desk, Huang Xibao, adopting a mindset of merely going through the motions, announced her name. "Please hold on. I will notify the interviewer momentarily." The charming receptionist on the left flashed a radiant smile, her service attitude impeccable, emanating a healing aura. "Please, follow me." With a beaming countenance, the receptionist stood and guided Huang Xibao further inside. To Huang Xibao's surprise, the company appeared rather spacious and devoid of many people. Encountering such a scenario, he instinctively felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether he had fallen prey to a scam. However, upon observing the decorum within the establishment, it became evident that deception was unlikely. After all, what kind of fraudster would invest so lavishly? Scammers, too, must weigh the costs against potential gains. One must ponder how many individuals they would need to deceive to recoup such an extravagant expenditure. Thus, it was clear that this company was indeed affluent. Not merely putting on a fade. This establishment was a new venture spearheaded by a wealthy entrepreneur, presumably aiming to capitalize on the burgeoning trend of cloud gaming. Huang Xibao felt he had unraveled the truth of the situation. Upon entering the reception room, he noticed a young man seated on the sofa, dapper and refined. Clad in a bespoke suit, the young man exuded an air of sophistication that instantly made Huang Xibao feel inferior. The attire appeared far more luxurious than that of the investment banking associates he had previously encountered, rendering Huang Xibao incapable of estimating the cost of such an exquisite tailored suit, certainly far beyond his imagination. Previously, Huang Xibao had interviewed with several gaming companies, all of which had an informal atmosphere. Interviewers often donned casual attire, having just transitioned from their workstations to the interview room in an instant. However, this setting was markedly different. The interviewer radiated an aura that suggested he was anything but ordinary. Huang Xibao couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. "Mr. Huang, please take a seat. I am Pei Qian, the president of Tengdan Network Technology Company, Limited," the young man across from him stated, rising to offer a handshake. Huang Xibao, taken aback, felt a tremor in his voice as he responded, "Hello, President Pei. Do not be too constrained. Let us engage in a casual conversation. Come, have some tea." Pei Qian casually pushed a pure silver teacup towards Huang Xibao. Huang Xibao gazed at the casually arranged silver tea set on the table, struggling to fathom its worth. Although he had never met Pei Qian, that did not hinder Huang Xibao's imagination. A young man, exceptionally talented. Both games had achieved remarkable success. Moreover, observing the nonchalant manner in which he held the pure silver cup, it was clear that such demeanor could not be feigned. He truly regarded money as inconsequential. To Pei Qian, that silver cup seemed as trivial as a plastic cup. This instinctively instilled in Huang Xibao a sense of unease. "Please, briefly share your work experience." Pei Qian smiled. Huang Xibao felt his heart race, his mouth dry. Nevertheless, he forcefully suppressed his anxiety and recounted his resume. Midway, he stumbled over his words, committing several verbal blunders, which only heightened his nervousness. Pei Qian listened while sipping tea, his face adorned with a subtle smile, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Huang Xibao's heart sank. It was over. Surely my resume is too inadequate. Pei Qian must be mocking me internally. Am I to be ridiculed for my audacity in applying here? Huang Xibao's face flushed slightly, and upon barely completing his self-introduction, he yearned to flee. Very good. After listening to Huang Xibao's self-introduction, Pei Qian nodded with a smile. Very good? Huang Xibao nearly believed he had misheard. Was that sarcasm? Huang Xibao spent half a year at his previous company, primarily engaged in menial tasks under the supervision of Lao Lu, performing only the most basic physical labor. Given such a modest background, it seemed almost better left unmentioned. To his astonishment, General Manager Pei remarked that it was quite commendable. What could that possibly mean? Was he attempting to humiliate me? Huang Xibao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Huang Xibao's expression, Pei Qian quickly discerned the misunderstanding and continued. What I meant to convey is that your qualifications align exceptionally well with our company's requirements. May I inquire when you would be able to commence work? The day after tomorrow. Huang Xibao casually proposed a timeline. After all, for someone of his lowly status, resigning was as simple as departing at a moment's notice, devoid of any cumbersome procedures. Excellent. Then please come in the day after tomorrow to finalize your resignation paperwork, and we shall proceed to sign the formal labor contract. Now, regarding your salary expectations, do you have any thoughts? Pei Qian inquired. As for salary, Huang Xibao had been earning the minimum wage at his previous company, a mere 1,500 yuan per month, without any social security benefits. This amount barely sufficed for living expenses, with hardly any savings to speak of. If he could secure this new position, merely the improved working environment would be a significant advantage. Ideally, he hoped for a salary that matched his previous earnings. However, he also felt that after making a career change, his salary should see a modest increase. With half a year's work experience now under his belt, an additional 400 yuan did not seem unreasonable. Thus, he thought, perhaps a round figure of 2,000? Yet, contemplating this number made Huang Xibao feel as though he might be asking for too much. However, as the conversation progressed, Huang Xibao tentatively ventured, 2,000 a month. What do you think? Mr. Pei, rest assured. I am dedicated to my work and have no complaints about putting in extra hours. Pei Qian let out a slight sigh and shook his head. Huang Sibo's heart sank. Was my request too excessive? Indeed, it seems a bit high. Huang Sibo could only wait for Pei Qian to negotiate a lower price. Thinking to himself that as long as the figure did not drop below the current offer, he would be amenable, Pei Qian began to calculate with his fingers. Let me break this down for you. Huang Sibo nervously swallowed and nodded in acknowledgement, aware that this was a common tactic for price reduction. Pei Qian organized his thoughts. In Jingzhou, renting an apartment typically costs around 1,000 yuan a month, which is reasonable, isn't it? For meals, even with dining out. 800 yuan a month seems fair, wouldn't you agree? The living expenses for a university student exceed that amount. One should also budget for 2 or 3 new outfits each month, adding another 300 yuan, which is also quite reasonable. Regular utilities and daily expenses would add another 200 yuan, also within reason. Transportation costs at 100 yuan a month is already on the conservative side. And if one is in a romantic relationship, setting aside 300 yuan for gifts and cosmetics during holidays is essential. Young people cannot spend all their income. One should ideally save 500 yuan. Adding this up brings us to over 3,000, and that is after tax. Our company wholeheartedly adheres to the national call and ensures the full payment of the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. By this calculation, your pre-tax income should be at least 3,500 to guarantee a basic standard of living. Furthermore, our company has pledged to provide compensation that exceeds the industry average, adding an additional 500, which is both fair and reasonable. What do you think about a monthly salary of 4,000? Chapter 37. The recruitment appears to be surprisingly smooth. Pei Qian enumerated each point for Huang Sibao, leaving him momentarily astonished. This round of reverse bargaining had rendered Huang Sibao utterly bewildered. A monthly salary of 4,000? This was double what he had anticipated. Did President Pei perhaps have a lapse in judgment? Or is this the peculiar nature of the wealthy? With his mouth agape, Huang Sibao hesitated for quite some time before finally nodding in agreement, saying, "All right, that sounds good." Pei Qian smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. It is common for new employees to have a lower starting salary. As long as you work diligently, there will be opportunities for salary increases each month." A salary increase? Huang Sibao felt as though he were in a dream. Well then, let us conclude this pleasantly. Pei Qian rose, reminding him to report for duty the day after tomorrow, and welcomed him to join Tingdan Network Technology Company, Limited. The receptionist bid farewell to Huang Sibao. Pei Qian was quite pleased, having found another suitable candidate. What joy! The moment Huang Sibao sat down, Pei Qian confirmed that this was indeed the person he had been searching for, not particularly bright, yet diligent. An ideal employee. As for the salary of 4,000, it was wholly reasonable, and the system could find no fault with it. In contrast, the previous chief planner, surnamed Liu, had been entirely unsuitable for Pei Qian's requirements. Contemplating this, Pei Qian began to jot down his interview feedback on 2 resumes. Pei Qian annotated on Liu Zhutz's resume. Experienced but inflexible in thought, severely bound by traditional thinking, lacking in innovative spirit, perceiving gaming merely as a mundane occupation. Devoid of passion for the craft, and thus incapable of undertaking the task of developing an innovative game. Consequently, he was not offered the position. In contrast, he noted on Huang Sibao's resume, a fresh mind, still brimming with enthusiasm for gaming, diligent and earnest in demeanor. To ensure the employee's basic livelihood, he was hired at a monthly salary of 4,000. After completing his annotations, Pei Qian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, convinced that the system would find no fault. At this pace, significant achievements were within reach. A week swiftly elapsed, and Friday arrived once more. Reclining on the sofa in the lounge, Pei Qian, having consumed copious amounts of tea, felt somewhat sated, yet the invigorating effects of the tea rendered him unable to indulge in a midday nap. The office's air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, and clad in his 5-figure suit, he turned over on the sofa, feeling relaxed and content. Initially, when adorned in this attire, Pei Qian had incessantly reminded himself that he was wearing hundreds of vibrant red bills. However, at this moment, he perceived it merely as an ordinary outfit. After all, in due time, XN Hailu would make a trip to his residence, collecting all his worn garments for dry cleaning, rendering the duration of his wear inconsequential. Thus, there was no need for restraint. He could wear it freely. Should it become tattered, he would simply purchase another. Pei Qian sensed a burgeoning sense of self-importance within him, swelling considerably. During this period, he seldom returned to the dormitory. Accustomed to a two-bedroom apartment, he found it impossible to endure the cramped conditions of a six-person dormitory, akin to a pigeonhole. His classmates were vaguely aware of his entrepreneurial endeavors, yet their interest was minimal. On one hand, they were preoccupied with their studies, being freshmen, and were still enamored with campus life and the allure of attractive senior students, while their yearning for wealth was not particularly pronounced. On the other hand, Pei Qian did not boast about his ambitions, and his peers did not believe in his potential for success. Each year, a few students would abruptly leave school to pursue entrepreneurship, only to return in defeat. The venture of entrepreneurship is fraught with high risks and high rewards, yet the majority only experience its perilous nature. Even seasoned professionals with established networks can face ruin. What chance does a penniless student have? Naturally, Pei Qian felt no need to convey anything to his classmates. He was reveling in his pursuits. Indeed, entrepreneurship is a treacherous path, but what if my intent from the outset is to embrace failure? If my goal in entrepreneurship is to fail, does that not make the objective more easily attainable? Observe, with a shift in perspective, the harshness of life suddenly brims with a sense of fulfillment. Over the course of this week, several exceptional employees that Pei Qian recruited began to join the team, including Bao Su and Huang Xibao. Upon reflection, with 30 positions available, the hiring process progressed far more swiftly than Pei Qian had anticipated. The original plan was to leisurely fill 30 positions within a month, yet the progress has been rather unexpectedly swift. This may be attributed to the nature of the gaming industry in Jingzhou, where companies often exhibit a lack of integrity. Such behavior is commonplace. The smaller the locality, the more exploitative the gaming companies tend to be. In major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the abundance of gaming firms allows employees to leave unceremoniously if dissatisfied, readily seeking employment elsewhere. Consequently, employers in these bustling metropolises are less inclined to impose harsh demands on their staff. Contrarily, in Jingzhou, the number of gaming companies is limited, and the owners likely share a close camaraderie, perhaps even socializing over drinks from time to time. If one finds themselves discontent in their current role, the dilemma of where to seek employment next becomes pressing. In major cities, finding a new position is typically a matter of time. If opportunities are scarce, one might simply lower their expectations regarding the company and salary to find a reasonably suitable job for the interim. However, Jingzhou presents a different scenario with its few companies. Frequent job hopping leaves little room for choice. Moreover, as the owners are likely acquainted, offending one might lead to being shunned by others. In such an environment, many employers feel emboldened to exploit their workforce, exemplified by individuals like Huang Xibao, who are quintessential victims of this relentless pressure. Consequently, a great number of employees harbor a sense of frustration. When a new company announces job openings, regardless of its reliability, numerous individuals are willing to take a chance. Additionally, Pei Qian's relatively lenient hiring standards may also play a significant role in attracting applicants. As of now, merely a week has passed, and out of the 30 available positions, only 6 remain unfilled, indicating that we are on the verge of completion. Moreover, given the current composition of personnel, we are nearly ready to commence operations. When it comes to the question of when we shall begin, Pei Qian adopts a rather laid-back attitude. If we fail to recruit sufficient personnel, we naturally cannot initiate work. The system will not voice any objections. However, if we manage to gather a considerable number of individuals and then dawdle without taking action, it becomes somewhat indefensible. Just as he was contemplating the timing for the commencement, a sudden knock echoed from outside the reception room. "Come in." The visitors who would knock at this hour are either Assistant Xian or Ma Yang. Indeed, it was Ma Yang who entered. Come, let us have some tea." Pei Qian remained sprawled on the sofa, gesturing for Ma Yang to partake in the tea. Ma Yang cautiously cradled the pure silver teacup and took a sip, savoring the tea's crisp and fragrant essence, which lingered delightfully. Although he lacked knowledge of tea, it undeniably felt exquisite. There was a hint of soft currency in the air. "Qianer, your efficiency is astonishing. In such a short span, everything has been settled. How goes the recruitment process?" Ma Yang inquired with genuine concern. Chapter 38. Truly a pool of talent. "Not bad. Would you like to peruse their resumes?" Pei Qian casually handed a stack of resumes, carelessly discarded on the coffee table, to Ma Yang. Can I really take a look?" Ma Yang asked, somewhat astonished. "Of course, feel free to browse," Pei Qian replied. Pei Qian hoped that by allowing Ma Yang to review these employees' resumes, he could cultivate him to share some of his responsibilities in the future. On one hand, Ma Yang was Pei Qian's most trusted confidant. On the other hand, with Ma Yang assisting in distributing the workload, it was likely that the company would deteriorate even more rapidly. As Ma Yang sifted through the profiles of over 20 individuals, his expression shifted to one of perplexity, prompting him to revisit the documents once more. His confusion was entirely warranted. It would have been abnormal not to question. The individuals Pei Qian recruited were essentially a collection of mere drifters, and regardless of how their resumes were embellished, the reality remained unchanged. Take Huang Xibao, for instance. Having entered the industry for merely 6 months, he had spent his tenure in his previous company executing plans, essentially monitoring progress, adjusting tables, and uploading documents. He had never even had the opportunity to draft a design himself. Instead, he merely executed the designs crafted by more seasoned designers, and when encountering issues, he was required to consult the original authors for modifications. As Ma Yang meticulously reviewed all the materials, he discerned that none of the employees had ever held the position of lead designer. They were all relegated to menial tasks. Could one not feel bewildered by this? Qianer, is it particularly challenging to find a lead designer? Perhaps we should increase the salary? Or enlist the help of a headhunter to seek one out? Ma Yang expressed his bewilderment candidly. He discerned that the individuals currently recruited could barely serve as assistants. And when it came to finding someone to oversee the core design of the game, no suitable candidate could be identified. He initially suspected that there was an issue within the recruitment phase for the chief designer, perhaps due to inadequate compensation, which deterred potential applicants. However, Pei Qian vigorously shook his head, asserting that while there were indeed chief designers applying, he had dismissed them all. Ma Yang, bewildered, inquired about the rationale behind such decisions. Pei Qian explained that they simply did not align with their requirements. He then rose and took a few strides around the meeting room, projecting an aura of authority. Firstly, a significant issue prevalent among these chief designers was their rigid mindset. Their thinking was shackled by outdated conventions, rendering them incapable of embracing innovative ideas. The gaming industry thrives on bursts of inspiration, and if the creativity of the chief designer is stifled, how can we expect our game to flourish? Secondly, these chief designers commanded exorbitant fees, presenting a poor cost-performance ratio. Currently, the monthly salary for a chief designer approached 8,000, which equated to 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary employee, posing a considerable burden on our finances. Ultimately, however, the crux of the matter lay in their diminished passion for gaming, which had nearly been extinguished. In the prime of their youth, when aspirations are fervently pursued, it is disheartening to observe that these lead designers, each in their 30s, are preoccupied with the mundane concerns of daily life. Many are unable to cultivate even a modest account in fantasy world. One cannot help but question their enthusiasm for gaming. It appears woefully inadequate. Ma Yang, feeling somewhat perplexed, contemplated this observation and recognized that there indeed lies a significant issue. Yet, he pondered, without them, who would spearhead the design of the gaming project? A sense of unease lingered in Ma Yang's mind. Pei Qian confidently asserted, I shall take on that role. Ma Yang hesitated. Qian, I have every faith in your capabilities, but as the owner, it seems prudent for you to have a lead designer assisting you. Otherwise, the implementation might prove challenging. Pei Qian shook his head dismissively. Bring in a lead designer to assist me? That would merely expose the flaws in my design scheme at first glance. Absolutely not. His expression turned serious as he continued. I already have someone to assist. Huang Xibao is quite competent. Huang Xibao? Ma Yang vaguely recalled encountering that name moments ago. Yet he struggled to form a concrete impression. After all, sifting through more than 20 resumes filled with mediocrity makes it arduous to remember a particular individual. He flipped through the documents and soon located Huang Xibao's profile. Having entered the industry for only 6 months, he had been engaged as an execution planner. Could he truly be capable? Pei Qian replied earnestly, he is, in fact, a talent who has been overlooked. Do not merely focus on his title. Consider the contributions he has made. The original lead designer relentlessly exploited him. While the vast majority of the game's systems were crafted under his diligent hands within the cloud editor, he contributed to approximately 70 to 80% of the data tables in the game. This is not merely an execution planner. He is, in truth, the executive assistant to the lead designer. He took the lead designer's proposals and brought them to life in the editor, frequently working overtime, often dedicating more than 10 hours a day to his craft. Consider this. While the standard work schedule is 8 hours, he sometimes toiled for 16 hours. This half year of experience equates to a full year for an ordinary individual. Even more commendable is his passion for the game. This fervor drives him to continually strive for improvement, innovation, and excellence. You can trust my judgment. Entrusting him with the responsibility of transforming ideas into reality poses no issue whatsoever. Ma Yang suddenly realized, indeed, he is quite the talent. Should we not consider compensating him according to the lead designer's salary standards? Currently, he receives only 4,000 a month, which seems rather inadequate. Pei Qian nearly choked on his words. Yes, I share the same sentiment. However, there is no rush. We'll consider a salary adjustment based on performance. His reluctance to offer a higher salary stems primarily from systemic constraints. Ma Yang nodded in agreement. True, as the owner. You must manage costs and save money for the company. Pei Qian could hardly contain himself and swiftly continued. Moreover, each of the individuals you see here possesses exceptional skills and unique talents. They are all hidden gems, overlooked by other gaming companies. There are countless talented individuals who have yet to enter the gaming industry, such as Bao Su, who is undeniably a gaming prodigy in the realm of fantasy world. While others dominate with mastery over every profession, he stands apart as a master of all races and professions. He boasts 6 accounts, each adorned with complete achievements. Every gameplay system within the game is second nature to him. Leading a team to secure a first kill is as effortless as the most mundane tasks. Moreover, his expertise spans a wide array of games, including Crazy Kart, where he excels as a top-tier player. Therefore, I have designated him as a game experience tester, to engage with other games as well as our own. When we aspire to create any type of game, his insights and guidance will be invaluable, particularly in analyzing competing titles with remarkable ease. Most importantly, I believe we can uncover his managerial talents. Consider the challenge of leading a 40-person team to achieve a first kill, an endeavor not easily accomplished. If he can manage that many, overseeing our team of 30 will be a walk in the park. Entrusting him with project progress is bound to yield success. Chapter 39. To commemorate the 3-day holiday for the commencement of work. Ma Yang was utterly in awe upon discovering that the account associated with Man Chung had amassed 6 achievements. Although Ma Yang also played Fantasy World, he had only managed to reach the level of a novice thus far. This Bao Su was indeed a remarkable talent, a seasoned gaming virtuoso. However, upon glancing at the remuneration, he was taken aback. How could such an extraordinary individual be offered a mere 3,000 yuan a month? That was even lower than his own salary. Wasn't that rather inadequate? What if he decided to change jobs midway? Ma Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Pei Qian cleared his throat twice and reassured. No, my charisma has already won him over. He mused that if a general salary increase were to occur for all employees in the future, he would inevitably have to part with a significant portion of his funds. Indeed, it was perfect. Although the salaries appeared modest, averaging around 3,000 to 5,000 for each individual, the cumulative effect over time represented a substantial expenditure. Otherwise, companies would not be so frugal, haggling over mere hundreds and only increasing salaries by a couple of hundred at a time. After listening to Pei Qian's account, Ma Yang suddenly found him remarkably dependable. Establishing a company and recruiting talent was no easy feat, yet Pei Qian not only succeeded but did so with remarkable efficacy. He had unearthed a plethora of overlooked talents, all at a reasonable compensation level. He had indeed scored a perfect 100 on this exam. So, when shall we commence work? Ma Yang inquired, brimming with anticipation. Pei Qian glanced at the calendar. Rather than waiting for a more auspicious date, they would start tomorrow. In the few days since Huang Xibao joined the company, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. On the day he was informed of his successful interview, Pei Qian had conveyed the news, and Huang could scarcely believe it, fearing he had fallen victim to a fraudulent company. However, recalling the incident of encountering his superior at the foot of the building, Huang realized that upon his return, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from old Lu. Thus, he made the decisive choice to resign. His departure was met with little resistance, as Huang was merely a low-level worker, a role that is easily filled by the numerous graduates each year. Old Lu was not at all concerned about finding someone to replace him. In fact, Old Lu did not even inquire about Huang's future plans post-resignation. Although he was aware that Huang had interviewed at Tsingda, Old Lu could not fathom that someone of Huang's limited capabilities would secure a position there. He was utterly incredulous. Armed with his resignation letter, Huang successfully commenced his new role at Tsingda. Yet, on his very first day, he found himself questioning the meaning of life. The work hours stretched from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. What had he accomplished during this day? Nothing at all. Pei Qian greeted him warmly and assigned him a series of tasks to complete. Play games. What type of games? Any type. How to play. It was entirely up to him. Huang had never encountered such a company before. In his previous workplace, engaging in games was strictly prohibited. Playing during work hours was entirely out of the question. The rationale was simple. A gaming company is not merely a place for playing games. It is a place for creating them. The act of playing video games inevitably impacts work efficiency, which is why many gaming companies prohibit their employees from indulging in games, and in some peculiar instances, even forbid them from playing their own creations. Is this not absurd? How can one refine their work without engaging with their own games? Yet, this surrealistic phenomenon is indeed prevalent. Thus, upon arriving at Tenda, Huang Xibao felt a deep sense of anxiety. Have you ever encountered a gaming company that concludes its workday at 5 in the afternoon? Seated at a nearby workstation is a gentleman named Bao Su. While his exact age remains uncertain, his receding hairline suggests he is likely a senior. Although they are said to be in adjacent positions, they are actually separated by a considerable distance of 3 to 4 meters due to the vastness of the company. Huang Xibao, initially filled with trepidation, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment upon witnessing Bao Su's tireless dedication. Look at him, a truly conscientious and responsible employee. When the boss assigns a task to play games, this individual genuinely immerses himself in the endeavor. Previously, Huang Xibao had inadvertently glimpsed Bao Su's account for Fantasy World. This account boasted a plethora of characters, each at maximum level, and switching between them revealed an entire array of top-tier equipment. It is uncertain how many such accounts Bao Su possesses. In an instant, Huang Xibao felt a pang of inferiority. He questioned his own work ethic, realizing that when tasked with playing games, he could not fully commit to the experience. How could that be acceptable? Observing this senior set a commendable example for him, prompting Huang Xibao to also throw himself into gaming with fervor. Do not speak. The top-tier computer coupled with 2 gaming monitors, a mechanical keyboard, and a gaming mouse. This entire setup truly elevates the gaming experience to extraordinary heights. Upon entering the game, one should disregard everything else and maximize the visual effects. The sensation can be encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. By 5 in the afternoon, Huang Xibao was utterly oblivious to the impending end of the workday, as the daylight outside remained brilliantly illuminating. It was only when Pei Qian raised his voice to usher everyone out that they finally returned home. In the past, Huang Xibao often found himself laboring until midnight. Yet now, as he stepped into the radiant sunlight at 5, he was struck by an acute sense of discomfort, as if something was amiss. Eventually, he learned that only one individual in the entire company possessed the privilege of remaining after 5 o'clock, Bao Su. This revelation deepened Huang Xibao's admiration for Bao Su, fueling his determination to emulate him. Indeed, it is only such truly exceptional employees who earn Pei Zong's recognition and the right to work overtime. He resolved to learn from his esteemed senior, Bao Su, in hopes of swiftly gaining Pei Zong's approval. During his initial days, Huang Xibao felt a sense of bewilderment. However, he soon discovered the significance of his endeavors and the direction he wished to pursue. Over the past few days, he gradually acclimated to life here and felt an invigorating sense of hope for the future. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had always perceived his life as that of a failure, devoid of motivation. Yet now, gazing at the verdant plants by the window and the view beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, Huang Xibao suddenly felt an overwhelming resurgence of determination, as if he could battle on for another 500 years. Everyone, please set aside your current tasks for a moment. I have an important announcement to make, Pei Qian declared, entering the office area with a resonant voice. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Clearing his throat, he continued, after this period of preparation, most of you should have acclimated to your roles, which is commendable. We are now poised to formally embark on an intensive research and development phase. I hope we can all collaborate diligently to create an exceptional game. Starting tomorrow, we will commence our work. As soon as Pei Qian finished speaking, Xi and Hailu was the first to break into applause. Others were momentarily taken aback but quickly joined in the clapping. Huang Xibao clapped the hardest, exhilarated that the time had finally come. The rigorous development phase was about to begin. Bring it on, 996, feel free to push me to my limits. Huang Xibao had previously harbored a strong aversion to the 996 work culture, particularly during his time at the former company. He viewed it as a ruthless exploitation of employees, a rather despicable phenomenon. However, in this new environment, with its superior working conditions, generous compensation, an appreciative boss, and diligent colleagues, he suddenly found the 996 culture entirely acceptable. What's wrong with 996? Bring it on. I can endure it. Pei Qian's expression turned serious as he raised his hands, and the applause swiftly ceased. Everyone looked at him with eager anticipation, awaiting further instructions. All right, to celebrate the commencement of our official work tomorrow, we shall conclude today's meeting here. You may all head home now. With that, Pei Qian led the way out. He took 2 steps, then recalled something and turned back. Today is Friday, and he finishes work early. Tomorrow and the day after are holidays, and Monday. Oh, Monday is Singles Day. A holiday for Singles Day as well. With 3 days off, what should one do? Those in relationships should spend time with their significant others, while those who are single should seek companionship. Let us all engage in meaningful pursuits. Do not let me catch anyone working overtime. Who dares to work extra hours shall face salary deductions. Work is done. Work is done. It's time to leave. Huang Sibo. He glanced at his watch. It is currently 3 p.m. Chapter 40. New project. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Pei Qian changed into his loungewear and settled comfortably on the sofa, basking in the afternoon sunlight, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. During his previous employment, he had often yearned to experience the liberating sensation of an impromptu holiday. Now, he finally savored that delight. Regrettably, such indulgences cannot be a recurring experience, lest the system deem it a violation. After retrieving a chilled can of cola from the refrigerator and taking a couple of sips, Pei Qian began contemplating his future plans. His recent expenditure strategy had progressed quite smoothly. The costs associated with renting office space, hiring employees, and purchasing office supplies had indeed consumed a significant amount of system funds. Moreover, these fixed expenses constituted a continuous burden each month, allowing for an ongoing outflow of finances. This realization brought Pei Qian a sense of reassurance. From the perspective of accelerating spending, Pei Qian had achieved his objective. However, the company still needed to function normally, as the system mandated that he could not engage in willful negligence. With an increase in staff, Pei Qian now faced a new dilemma. He needed to select a misguided direction that would lead the company to inevitable losses, all while ensuring that the employees did not perceive his intentions as deliberate. This was indeed a daunting challenge. Pei Qian contemplated this matter broadly. The crux lay in choosing the appropriate genre of game. Mobile games were absolutely off the table. That was a perilous pitfall. Drawing from the lessons learned from Ghost General, Pei Qian had come to a profound realization. Currently benefiting from the surge of smartphone popularity, the mobile gaming sector was riding a wave of opportunity. Even a product as uninspired as a pig could potentially soar in such favorable winds. In light of this, let us embark upon the development of a PC game. Presently, the PC gaming market appears to be in a state of decline, continuously deteriorating. Among the offerings available, there exists a comprehensive MMORPG titled Fantasy World, which bears a striking resemblance to the bygone Shango Shan. For those seeking failure, colliding with Fantasy World might seem a tempting option. However, upon further reflection, Pei Qian reconsidered. Such a venture carries inherent risks. What if, by chance, it resulted in a game akin to Jian Wang San? That would indeed be quite awkward. The crux of the matter is that MMORPGs tend to adhere to a relatively fixed gameplay structure. Even with the presence of a top-tier title like Fantasy World, producing a game that scores a mere 90 points still attracts players. It is not particularly foolproof. What games are guaranteed to flounder upon collision? Perhaps attempting to replicate Shinshi? Absolutely not. Imagine if it inadvertently led to the creation of something like League of Legends. That would spell disaster. As for which games are likely to incur losses, Pei Qian finds himself uncertain, relying solely on the lessons learned from his previous life to inform his choices. It is prudent to avoid any ventures that have previously seen success. After considerable contemplation, Pei Qian ultimately identified a promising genre. This genre is currently represented by a highly successful game in the market. Regardless of the diligence exhibited by his team in development, Pei Qian's game will undoubtedly fall short in terms of user experience when compared to this existing title. In his previous life, while there was a successful example in this domain, its triumph was largely attributable to favorable external conditions. However, in this parallel world, the circumstances have undergone significant transformation. Pei Qian is convinced that this represents a rather commendable choice. Moreover, Additional modifications destined for inevitable failure were introduced, ensuring that this financial loss would be inescapable. Pei Qian became increasingly enamored with his plans, having considered every facet. The sole remaining issue was to slightly mislead the newly recruited employees, who were rather lackadaisical. Of course, it wouldn't matter much if he chose not to deceive them. As the employer, Pei Qian possessed the authority to dictate their actions. Yet, he prided himself on being a reasonable individual. Forcing these employees to work on games they deemed unpromising carried two significant risks, one being the potential for many to slack off, resulting in an unfinished product that could fail to pass inspection, an act of passive resistance triggering violations. The other risk was that employees might suspect Pei Qian of deliberately sabotaging the project, which could similarly lead to infractions. Therefore, to ensure prudence, Pei Qian aimed to unify their mindset, compelling them to complete their tasks. He merely needed to subtly steer the critical decisions, causing the entire development direction to veer drastically. On Tuesday at Tingda Network Technology Company, Limited, in the conference room, Huang Xibao and his colleagues were seated in an orderly manner, their faces brimming with anticipation as they gazed at Pei Qian. Today was November 12th. The previous day, originally Singles Day, had been transformed into an enforced holiday at Pei Qian's behest, granting them an unexpected day off. This 3.5-day break left Huang Xibao feeling as if he were living in paradise. However, upon returning from the holiday, Huang Xibao's conviction solidified. Pei Qian was indeed a commendable boss, deserving of unwavering dedication. The sentiments were echoed by the others, who shared the same mindset. Such exceptional bosses have become a rarity. On Singles Day, everyone enjoys a holiday. Those in relationships spend time with their partners, while the unattached seek companionship. What a remarkable spirit! Where can one find such a caring boss, so genuinely concerned for the well-being of their employees? Consequently, after this holiday, most individuals return rejuvenated and brimming with enthusiasm. Even Bao Su seems to radiate an air of optimism and positivity atop his slightly thinning crown. Pei Qian gently cleared his throat and surveyed the gathering. The project we are about to embark on is an FPS game. At this revelation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, particularly Huang Xibao. He was aware that Pei Qian's previous successful endeavor was Ghost General, a card-based mobile game. Logically, one would expect the new project to be a larger-scale card mobile game, or at the very least, another mobile title. The sudden leap to a PC game, particularly an FPS, appeared rather audacious. Such a decision is rarely undertaken by companies. After all, the entire company has no prior experience in this arena, and the associated risks seem excessively daunting. Moreover, mobile gaming is poised for a period of significant growth, a veritable boom, making the decision to abandon it seem rather unwise. As if anticipating Huang Xibao's unvoiced thoughts, Pei Qian continued, "We shall not pursue mobile game projects. Tingda's ambition is to ascend to the ranks of gaming giants. We cannot allow ourselves to be blinded by the trivialities of mobile gaming. Contentment with modest success is not in Tingda's nature, nor is it in my character. At Tingda, we shall not merely be silent. When we speak, we shall resoundingly astonish." When Pei Qian spoke these words, he did so with righteous fervor, exuding an air of authority. As if he were a billionaire commanding the tides of fortune, with everything firmly within his grasp. Huang Xibao, taken aback, nodded vigorously in realization. So that is it. The realms of understanding are indeed different. While Huang Xibao contemplated a steady, methodical approach to ensure the company's profits, President Pei's vision and magnanimity were entirely distinct. The phrase silent until a remarkable sound is made resonated deeply, igniting a fervor within Huang Xibao. Look, this exemplifies the disparity in realms. In his previous company, the daily focus was merely on extracting money from players, a pursuit that felt base and contemptible. In contrast, look at Tingda. The chasm between companies is indeed vast. Pei Qian surveyed the reactions of those present with evident satisfaction. Now, I shall outline my expectations for this project. Huang Xibao, Bao Su, you two will take the lead. Bao Su is responsible for proposing the design concept, while Huang Xibao will act as the chief executor to ensure its implementation. Both Bao Su and Huang Xibao were taken aback, nearly doubting their own ears. What? Such a significant task? The conceptual design is, without question, the very soul of a game. Meanwhile, the chief executor must drive the progress, ensuring the game is developed smoothly. Essentially, the two most crucial positions within the design team were casually entrusted to them by Pei Qian. Bao Su, being somewhat unfamiliar with the structure of a game company, lacked a clear understanding of the weight of his responsibilities. However, Huang Xibao was utterly astonished, executing a plan and suddenly ascending to the role of chief executor. Does that truly work? This leap bypasses 5 or 6 years of professional experience. Chapter 41. 3 Conditions. Pei Qian did not afford the two individuals much time to react and continued speaking. Regarding this game, I have 3 stipulations. Firstly, I desire an ample narrative mode. It must not merely devolve into a player versus player format. Our game must possess depth and substance. Secondly, we must prioritize the experience of novice players, ensuring that the game is as straightforward as possible. Thirdly, we shall create epic weapons. As for pricing, let us set a permanent price at 888 yuan. And you may decide the cost for limited time experiences as you see fit. The crowd fell into a state of collective bewilderment. Internally, Pei Qian chuckled. It's that simple to ruin a game. The production of an FPS game was something Pei Qian had contemplated from the very beginning. Entrusting a completely inexperienced team with the task of developing an FPS game is, in itself, a perilous endeavor. The reason being that FPS games differ significantly from other genres, as they demand exceptionally high standards in terms of gameplay feel. In this world, there are established FPS games, such as Counterterrorism Plan, which has achieved a perfect score in terms of gameplay feel. Even if another game emerges, achieving a score of 99, it will still falter. For in the realm of hardcore FPS enthusiasts, a mere 1-point difference is infinitely magnified. With Counterterrorism Plan in existence, who would still wish to engage with a clumsy imitation? This aspect is markedly different from card-based mobile games and MMORPGs, as both of these genres are merely repackaged iterations. A change in presentation does little to alter the core essence. Even with certain flaws, they can be perceived as entirely new games. In contrast, FPS games are unforgiving. A mere point difference in handling translates into a significant disparity that is challenging to rectify. Attempting to replicate titles like Counter-Strike is inherently perilous. Moreover, Pei Qian's 3 stipulations are profoundly disconcerting. While a substantial narrative mode appears appealing, it actually exceeds the capabilities of this team. Narrative modes typically demand high investment with minimal returns. The likely outcome is a thankless endeavor, consuming vast amounts of time and energy from the project members, only for players to remain unimpressed. With equivalent development time and personnel, an increased focus on narrative will inevitably detract from other facets of the game. Additionally, prioritizing a simplified experience for newcomers will undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among core players, especially since FPS games are inherently tailored for dedicated enthusiasts. The crux lies in the third requirement: pay-to-win weapons. This insight stems from Pei Qian's lessons learned from the previous title Ghost General. In the past, Crossfire managed to surpass Counter-Strike despite inferior mechanics. However, in this realm, there is no Crossfire, nor any comparable games. The reason for this, according to Pei Qian, is that the gaming environment here lacks the necessary ecosystem for such titles to thrive. On the surface, what Pei Qian is undertaking appears akin to the practices seen in Crossfire, where the threshold for monetary investment in games is significantly elevated. However, the outcomes will be entirely disparate due to the vastly different circumstances. In the past, particularly in 2009, free-to-play games reigned supreme, and games requiring monetary investment were commonplace. Yet, in the current landscape, the prevailing models are those that necessitate outright purchase or subscription fees. Mobile games like Cute Three Kingdoms, which implement a 1,000 yuan ceiling for in-game purchases, are met with vehement dissent from players. When Pei Qian was developing Ghost General, he made a monumental error by crafting a game that was excessively considerate, thereby inciting a fervent appreciation from players and generating an acclaim that Pei Qian had not anticipated. In a certain sense, Pei Qian is akin to an originator who undervalued a product that could have fetched a higher price. Of course, the potential ramifications of this situation are not something Pei Qian needs to concern himself with at the moment. His immediate focus should be on how to incur losses with his next game. Implementing a heavy pay-to-win model while simultaneously damaging the game's reputation might indeed prove to be an astute strategy. Imagine a first-person shooter that pales in comparison to Counter-Strike. With mediocre quality, an abundance of resources squandered on an ineffective storyline, and weapons that are prohibitively expensive and not freely accessible. Such a game would possess no discernible advantages whatsoever. Without further elaboration, it is destined to fail. Currently, Pei Qian has essentially assigned a challenging task to Huang Xibao and Bao Su, presenting them with 3 stringent constraints to adhere to in their development process. Under the premise of fulfilling these 3 conditions, feel free to experiment and create as you wish. Pei Qian will not intervene. Given that the entire project team lacks experience in developing FPS games, merely managing to produce a game that can pass inspection is already commendable, let alone generating profit. Utterly impossible. Indeed, after listening to Pei Qian's 3 requirements, Huang Sibo and Bao Su both fell into deep contemplation. Huang Sibo was taken aback by the level of freedom and difficulty. He had anticipated that Mr. Pei, being a seasoned producer, would provide meticulous planning and guidance for the game design. Instead, he merely pointed out a general direction and became a hands-off supervisor. A PFS game with a narrative mode, user-friendly for novices, and an exceptionally high ceiling for in-game purchases. The challenge is formidable. However, Huang Sibo could not simply state that it was unfeasible. He had just resolved to endeavor tirelessly for Mr. Pei before the meeting, and retreating now would be unacceptable. The greater the challenge, the harder he must strive. Otherwise, how could he justify Mr. Pei's generous treatment and trust? As for Bao Su, he did not engage in as much inner turmoil as Huang Sibo. He was merely recalling his own experiences playing PFS games, contemplating how to successfully accomplish the task assigned by Pei Qian. Is there any issue? Pei Qian inquired. Just as Huang Sibo opened his mouth to speak, Pei Qian nodded, indicating that everyone had no objections, which was excellent. Several individuals swallowed their words, frustrated at not being given the opportunity to voice their thoughts. Pei Qian surveyed the group. Therefore, grant the design team 1 week to produce a design draft. Bao Su, you are entrusted with overseeing the creative vision and overarching direction. Huang Sibo, you shall convene the design team to refine the proposal and allocate tasks. Ma Yong, your primary role is to learn from others while offering assistance within your capabilities. Should any issues arise, particularly concerning finances, do not hesitate to inform me. Meeting adjourned. Once the meeting concluded, Pei Qian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Is this what it feels like to be a boss? To delegate all responsibilities to subordinates and remain unburdened? What a liberating sensation it is. Naturally, a typical employer, even when attempting to relinquish control, cannot escape the urge to inquire about progress. However, Pei Qian's approach was truly hands-off. He refrained from asking even a single additional question. The quality of the output was of no concern to him. Yet, he did intend to monitor a few critical milestones, such as the timeline for design drafts, the release of the first demo, and the submission for approval. The game may not be exceptional, but it must pass inspection, otherwise, the system could deem it a violation. Pei Qian's objective is to ensure the game is successfully produced while allowing his team the freedom to experiment and spend liberally. Chapter 42. A mixture of joy and anxiety. As the crowd departed from the conference room, Huang Sibo called out to Bao Su. Brother Bao, I kindly ask you to expedite your thoughts on the proposal. I will require at least 5 days to prepare the design drafts. It would be ideal if we could establish a preliminary concept by tomorrow so that we may communicate effectively in advance. Huang Sibo exhibited great courtesy, for he was uncertain of Bao Su's true capabilities, basing his judgment on a few observable traits. Bao Su appeared somewhat aged, with a noticeably receding hairline. He was an experienced veteran, possessing overtime privileges and enjoying the trust of General Manager Pei. His taciturn nature suggested he was often deep in thought. Considering these factors, Huang Sibo presumed that Bao Su was likely a senior figure. Bao Su nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Brother Huang. He too was unaware of Huang Sibo's background, but recognized his own status as merely a freshman. Huang Sibo, having already entered the industry post-graduation, was undoubtedly a senior in comparison. Both men perceived the term brother as a form of courteous flattery typical among new colleagues, not realizing the sincerity behind it. Upon returning to his workstation, Huang Sibo felt a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety. His joy stemmed from discovering a workplace where both the boss and colleagues were remarkably amiable and polite, a stark contrast to the rigid and oppressive atmosphere of his previous company. His anxiety, however, arose from the fear of inadequacy, worrying that he might hinder the team's progress. Eager to prepare himself, Huang Sibo hurriedly gathered numerous design documents he had previously collected for a last-minute review, seeking to fortify his understanding. After 2 days of contemplation, Bao Su had formulated a fundamental approach, yet he still required the creation of a design document. Meanwhile, he swiftly immersed himself in the ideation phase as memories of various first-person shooter, FPS, games surged within him like a relentless tide, providing abundant inspiration. Ensuring that the gameplay is welcoming for novices is hardly a daunting task. It can be achieved through simple adjustments. For instance, enlarging the character's collision box, particularly around the head, could significantly enhance the headshot rate for beginners. Alternatively, accelerating the scope and speed of sniper rifles and the weapon switching pace would enable novices to rapidly master quickscoping with minimal practice. Although Baosu cannot claim to be an expert in FPS games, he certainly ranks among the skilled players within the casual demographic. With a few adjustments tailored to his own comfort, this task is far from insurmountable. As for monetized weapons, merely increasing their price is a trivial matter. However, the singular challenge for Baosu lies in Pei Qian's initial requirement, the narrative. He found himself deep in thought, grappling with an aspect he struggled to comprehend. Frankly, he was perplexed. For the majority of popular FPS games in the domestic market eschew storytelling altogether. Even counterterrorism plan lacks a narrative. It's all about the relentless shooting. While some renowned single-player FPS titles abroad do indeed possess intricate plots, one must consider the scale of the companies behind them. Tengda, with its modest team of 30, attempting to craft a narrative akin to that of major international FPS blockbusters is, to put it mildly, an exercise in hubris. Although Baosu had just embarked on his journey in the gaming industry, he possessed a keen awareness of the reality at hand. He couldn't help but engage in reverse reasoning. With the company comprising only 30 individuals, it was evident that they could not replicate the narrative depth of foreign blockbuster FPS games. Even a novice like him recognized this fact. Was the astute President Pei unaware? Surely, he was cognizant of this. If that were the case, why impose such a rigid requirement? This served as both a challenge and a revelation. President Pei was testing their capabilities while simultaneously hinting that they should not emulate the practices of established single-player FPS giants from abroad. The question then arose, how should they proceed? Baosu succumbed to contemplation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Qian joyfully made his escape. The feeling of leaving work on time was exhilarating. Naturally, as the boss, he had the liberty to forego his presence at the office. However, that would deprive him of the thrill of anticipating the end of the workday and the exhilaration that accompanied it. Much like a wealthy heir with over 30 properties who still ventured out daily to collect rent, he once remarked, one must not remain idle. Idleness leads to decay. Pei Qian shared this sentiment. Although the system granted him the luxury of financial security with minimal effort, he could not succumb to indulgence and waste away his potential. Attending classes based on his mood and adhering to a regular work schedule allowed him to savor the essence of striving, thus preventing himself from languishing in idleness. In the preceding week, Pei Qian had taken it upon himself to usher out all employees who habitually lingered in the office after hours, particularly those like Huang Sibao. He sought to rectify such detrimental practices among his colleagues. Of course, Baosu was an exception. Pei Qian tacitly permitted him to indulge in video games at work, even at the expense of a little extra electricity. After a week of diligent effort, Pei Qian felt confident that most employees had shed their unproductive habits. After all, who relishes the idea of aimlessly toiling away in the office? One by one, they had adopted the punctuality that Pei Qian exemplified, which filled him with satisfaction. Huang Sibao was initially in the midst of tidying his desk. However, upon seeing Pei Qian leave, he promptly settled back into his chair, resolved to take a risk. Defying the warning of potential salary deductions from the CEO, he decided to stay late voluntarily. This overtime was entirely his own choice, rooted in his anxiety about his capability to fulfill the role of chief executor. He felt compelled to remain and enhance his understanding, ensuring that he would not become a hindrance to the team. Most other employees, however, adhered to the designated quitting time, as there was little left for them to do. They all awaited eagerly for the concept draft of the game from Baosu. Huang Sibao pondered the possibility of Pei Qian making an unexpected return. How would he justify his presence? Soon, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Pei Qian was far too occupied to return to the office merely to monitor who was working late. In the expansive office space, it soon became evident that only Huang Sibao and Baosu remained. Baosu skillfully retrieved a large bag of potato chips from the snack area and poured himself a cup of coffee from the machine in the beverage station. These refreshments were generously provided by the company with no limitations. Initially, Baosu found great delight in indulging in coffee and drinks as if they were mere water. However, after consuming them excessively, he realized their allure was somewhat diminished, and now he only partook in moderation. Noticing that Huang Sibao had not yet departed was a slight surprise to Baosu. Yet he chose not to comment further and simply returned to his seat, doodling on a blank sheet of printed paper. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Bao Su rose and approached Huang Sibo, holding a sheet of paper adorned with a chaotic array of drawings and inscriptions. "Brother Huang, I believe I have formulated my ideas," Bao Su stated. Huang Sibo promptly nodded. "Please, go ahead, Bao Gu." Bao Su pulled up a chair beside him and began to articulate his general concept. The last two requirements for Manager Pei are quite manageable. But the first one, concerning the narrative mode, poses a challenge. I believe we are unlikely to achieve the narrative scale of a foreign FPS blockbuster, given that our character models, animations, and scene resources fall significantly short. Huang Sibo nodded in agreement. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts as well. Chapter 43. This is President Pei's essay topic. Consequently, I perceive this as a challenge posed to us by President Pei, akin to a prescribed essay. President Pei excels at achieving remarkable outcomes with minimal resources. Both the Lonely Desert Highway and the Ghost General exemplify this principle. Thus, we must endeavor to produce the finest results with the least amount of resources at our disposal. I have contemplated several aspects: character, setting, and plot transitions, all of which must be optimized for efficiency. Otherwise, the narrative will undoubtedly lack substance. We must ensure that our finest resources are employed judiciously. Bao Su, filled with confidence, articulated his thoughts. Huang Sibao nodded repeatedly, clearly in agreement. Bao Su continued, "In determining that we must conserve these resources as much as possible, our options become quite limited. Firstly, regarding characters, the game will adopt a first-person perspective, thereby eliminating the need for a detailed character model. Only 2 arms and 2 legs are necessary. The game may embrace a zombie theme, featuring 2 types of adversaries, zombies and mercenaries, both of which can utilize common templates, with minor modifications to ensure a diverse array of monstrous entities." Huang Sibao nodded in understanding. "Yes, I see. That is an excellent approach. However, relying solely on zombies and mercenaries may not adequately convey a compelling narrative. We still require supporting characters. I have already conceived of one, a young girl." Bao Su gazed at the printed paper adorned with incomprehensible scribbles. "In an effort to conserve resources, I intend to render this young girl incapable of speech. This way, we can forego the need for dialogue and voice acting in the narrative," he proclaimed. Huang Sibao was taken aback. "What? The sole supporting character cannot speak? How will the plot be conveyed?" In Huang Sibao's perspective, the dialogue of supporting characters was a crucial element in expressing the storyline and revealing the personalities of the characters. With only one supporting character present and rendered mute at that, it seemed as if the entire game would devolve into a silent play. Bao Su pondered for a moment. "Well, it is an unavoidable compromise. If the girl were to speak, we would need to hire a voice actor and adjust the model's lip movements, which entails considerable effort. Furthermore, I believe her silence will not detract from the narrative. There are myriad ways to convey her presence. For instance, through her actions, expressions, and gestures. If we were to include a mute character, this girl would be the perfect embodiment of such a role. The young girl's existence serves 2 primary functions. Firstly, she provides a form of emotional solace and respite. Throughout the game, players engage in combat against zombies and mercenaries, and this girl acts as a beacon of light in the darkness, helping to alleviate the player's emotions and preventing the gameplay from becoming monotonously frantic. Secondly, she can partake in various puzzle-solving mechanics. Many renowned game developers abroad employ a similar approach in their single-player games, allowing players to engage in puzzle-solving interactions with a specific NPC. We could design levels with such mechanics. The main entrance is locked, and adjacent to it is a narrow ventilation duct that the young girl can traverse to assist the protagonist in unlocking the door. This way, both from an emotional perspective and practical assistance, the girl will hold significant importance to the player. Huang Sibao nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, that sounds promising. However, I have a question regarding the narrative backdrop. Should we set it in a post-apocalyptic theme? The world must concurrently incorporate zombies, the young girl, and mercenaries, all while maintaining coherence and avoiding implausibility." Bao Su sketched on a piece of paper filled with chaotic symbols. This brings us to the second point, the setting. There is a prerequisite. The environments must be reusable, assuming we aim to create a 3-hour narrative experience. Typical major single-player titles from abroad present 3 or 4 distinctly different and stylistically varied game environments, which would be exceedingly challenging for us. My vision is for the story to unfold within a massive fortress situated on the sea, where a nefarious multinational corporation conducts viral experiments. Their objective is to transform mercenaries into tireless and formidable warriors through the virus. Consequently, the protagonist's goal throughout the narrative mode will be to escape this colossal fortress, battling from the lowest levels to the highest, ultimately seeking freedom. The players will encounter environments that embody the secret base aesthetic of the fortress. We can employ numerous methods to differentiate levels, such as variations in monsters and subtle adjustments in the scenery. Although the theme remains consistent with the secret base style, a slight alteration in textures can yield distinct environments. For instance, certain settings may be tainted by a virus, with walls and floors marred by rust and the grotesque, viscous effects of decay. Other scenes may retain the fort's original state, albeit in disarray, while some areas may depict mercenaries utilizing heavy firepower to purge zombies, resulting in severe destruction. Within the same thematic framework, we can create 3 or 4 variations to comprehensively address all environmental needs in the game. Huang Sibao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, this concept is quite ingenious. However, given that this is an evil multinational corporation's offshore base, what is the rationale for the presence of a young girl? This can be easily explained, replied Bao Su. The girl possesses a unique antibody, which is why the multinational corporation has captured her for experimentation. During the course of these experiments, she lost her ability to speak. Brilliant. Huang Sibao's eyes lit up. Moreover, this premise appears to have potential for further development. I envision a scenario where the girl's blood could grant the protagonist immunity to the virus. For example, if the player inadvertently suffers a scratch or bite from a zombie, the girl would instinctively use a syringe to draw blood and heal the protagonist. Excellent idea. Bao Su concurred, recognizing that this would elevate the girl's significance to the player even further. Each instance of blood collection deepens the bond between the player and the young girl. As the frequency of these blood draws increases, the girl grows weaker and moves more slowly. To spare her from suffering, the player must enhance their skills to more effectively vanquish adversaries, which also serves to heighten the player's immersion in the game. During their collaborative brainstorming sessions, a multitude of game elements were swiftly established. The narrative unfolds within a clandestine fortress at sea, where the protagonist, an Eastern Special Forces operative, infiltrates the base for reconnaissance, only to find himself amidst a viral outbreak. The protagonist must continuously seize firearms from foes, defeating an unending tide of zombies and mercenaries, battling his way from the depths of the maritime stronghold to its pinnacle in a bid to escape. In the course of his flight, he encounters a mute young girl, who becomes his motivation for survival. The entire storyline revolves around the dynamic between the protagonist and this girl. While the plot may not be intricate, it is far from monotonous. Although the game features only this singular supporting character, if executed well, her impact on the player will undoubtedly surpass that of 10 minor characters. Huang Sibao diligently documented everything on his computer. Upon reviewing the entire document, he felt a surge of astonishment. Such a flawless solution. Is this the culmination of Ba Su's hours of contemplation? Not only does it adeptly resolve the issue of limited resources within the game, but it also ensures a coherent narrative, logical consistency, and complete emotional resonance, leaving a profound impression. Huang Sibao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Bao, you are truly remarkable. Bao Su shook his head, replying, No, I merely fulfilled President Pei's assigned task. He must have intended to approach it this way from the outset. He simply offered us a modest challenge to see if we could truly grasp his intent. Chapter 44. Mr. Pei's Thoughtful Intentions. Huang Sibao initially did not perceive any underlying significance, but upon hearing Bao Su's remarks, he began to share a similar sentiment. Thus far, it appeared that all aspects were impeccably aligned, as if meticulously orchestrated by Pei Qian himself. Pei Qian had mandated that this game include a narrative mode, and under the current circumstances, the solution proposed by Bao Su was indeed the most optimal. Furthermore, this solution was remarkably effective. Could it be mere coincidence? No, Mr. Pei has successfully produced 2 hit games in succession and articulated 3 requirements prior to the commencement of this game's development. It was evident that he had predetermined the direction from the outset. Truly, Mr. Pei is an enigma, possessing an uncanny mastery over everything. Huang Sibao couldn't help but ponder in awe. Is this the realm of a true design maestro? Wait, there is another question. Huang Sibao suddenly recalled Mr. Pei's other 2 requirements and how they would be interpreted and addressed. One was to reduce the game's difficulty to better accommodate newcomers. The other was to sell epic weapons with a permanent usage right priced at 888. Bao Su felt confident. I have contemplated these 2 points as well. Lowering the game's difficulty to cater to novices primarily concerns tactile issues. By enlarging the player's collision box, adjusting the trajectory, and fine-tuning the speed of weapon switching and aiming, we can achieve this. There's no rush. We can take our time with these adjustments. As for the rationale behind these requirements, I have yet to fully grasp Mr. Pei's intentions. However, given his specifications, it is undoubtedly wise, and we shall proceed accordingly. The sale of epic weapons exemplifies the foresight of President Pei. Initially, I failed to grasp this notion, mistakenly believing it to be a mere transaction of a costly weapon. However, upon reflection, I pondered how such a simplistic request could emerge from him. It is evident that a profound demand lies beneath, awaiting our discovery. After much contemplation, I finally comprehended this insight. The price for the permanent usage of an epic weapon is set at 888. What, then, is the price for non-permanent usage? With the presence of epic weapons, should there not also be ordinary, elite, and hero weapons? How, then, should players acquire these distinct weapons? Should they also be sold with permanent rights? Certainly not. President Pei has only mentioned the price of 888 for the permanent usage of the epic weapon, implying that the other weapons are not for sale. In other words, he subtly suggests that the weapons in the game must be categorized into tiers: ordinary, elite, hero, and epic. All these weapons can be divided into 2 types, one for permanent use and the other for limited use. Aside from the permanent epic weapon priced at 888, we can facilitate various means for players to acquire the others. For instance, we could reward players with a weapon upon completing a certain level in story mode, or grant one after accumulating a specific number of matches in battle mode, or provide another after a certain number of consecutive login days. I believe this encapsulates the underlying message from President Pei. Huang Xibao suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. He had wondered why President Pei would propose such an obscure request. It turns out there was a deeper significance. Bao Su continued, moreover. During the process of conceptualizing the storyline, I discovered certain discarded elements of the plot that could be repurposed for special gameplay modes. For instance, considering the numerous mutated zombies in the game, we could develop a biochemical mode. Additionally, some mercenaries within the game have been transformed into semi-transparent specters by a nefarious multinational corporation, allowing us to create a ghost mode. Coupled with the brawl mode, annihilation mode, demolition mode, and others we originally intended to implement, the gameplay becomes extraordinarily diverse. Furthermore, these modes require minimal artistic resources. They primarily involve custom programming costs, and the development timeline will not be significantly delayed. There's ample time to accomplish it. Huang Xibao's fingers danced across the keyboard as he swiftly documented all the ideas generated during this brainstorming session. Perfect, utterly perfect. When he first received this game from President Pei, he felt utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, especially with President Pei's 3 requirements, which left him feeling overwhelmed. However, after Bao Su's analysis, everything suddenly fell into place. It became evident that President Pei was not intentionally making things difficult. Rather, he was offering subtle guidance. Huang Xibao was unexpectedly moved. President Pei clearly understood that both he and Bao Su had limited capabilities. Independently planning a game could easily lead them astray. Once a game veers off course, it signifies a death sentence. No amount of investment will rectify the misdirection, only leading one further astray. Thus, Mr. Pei firmly established the direction of this game through 3 pivotal requirements. It dawned on us that Mr. Pei was indeed considerate of our feelings. He did not wish to monopolize the process, for that would not facilitate our growth. Through this ingenious approach, Mr. Pei provided us with guidance while encouraging us to engage our intellect in the design process, aspiring to create an exceptional game. Mr. Pei truly labored with great care. Huang Xibao's eyes welled with emotion. He resolved to diligently compose the design document and to meticulously craft this game, determined not to disappoint Mr. Pei's expectations. On the morning of Wednesday, November 14th, Pei Qian had classes for the past 2 days and did not go to the company. The primary work at the company was currently dependent on the design team's proposal. Until it was presented, there was little that could be accomplished. Going to the company would serve little purpose and might even hinder the team's productivity, so he opted to refrain from attending. Today's class was the one where the male instructor expressed a desire to get to know the students rather than take attendance. Pei Qian clearly remembered the previous incident when he had placed too much trust in him. only to be deceived. Therefore, he was resolute not to repeat the same mistake this time. However, it must be said, this class was exceedingly dull. Pei Qian stifled a yawn and pulled out his phone to check how much longer until the class concluded. It was discovered that Huang Xibao had mentioned him in the company group, and there was also a document. Director Pei, the preliminary design draft is nearly complete. May I ask you to take a glance and confirm the overall direction? Another document was sent. 2 days' time. Does that count as fast or slow? It should be considered swift, right? Never mind. Let us take a look first. Pei Qian himself was uncertain about the pace required for the design draft. He merely knew that, at this rate, producing all the design drafts within this week should not pose a problem. After all, he was a newly hired employee, brimming with enthusiasm for his work, not slacking off. Well, I hope you all soon realize that a little slacking off is acceptable. Pei Qian opened the document. His head spun. Pei Qian had never authored a design draft, nor had he ever seen one. This was his first encounter. The initial impression? Overwhelming. The content was voluminous. An extensive design draft easily spanned dozens of pages and thousands of words, with each point meticulously delineated. Perhaps every single phrase held immense significance, and not a word could be overlooked. Moreover, Huang Xibao's document was a first draft, meaning it had yet to undergo revisions. Some sections were excessively intricate, while others were overly succinct, all of which would necessitate repeated amendments later. Huang Xibao's intention was to first present this material to Pei Qian for an initial assessment of the overall direction, ensuring there were no fundamental issues before proceeding with revisions and refinements. Otherwise, discovering a major flaw after the modifications and having to start over would be a waste of effort. Consequently, Pei Qian found himself in an awkward predicament. The content was already extensive and somewhat disorganized, especially when viewed on the small screen of a mobile device. Pei Qian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He could only hastily flip through the pages, skimming through the information. He aimed to ascertain whether Huang Xibao had earnestly addressed the 3 points he had outlined. Huang Xibao seemed quite aware of Pei Qian's interests, having deliberately annotated the relevant sections for easy access. The first point, the storyline mode, was indeed present, with a planned duration of 3 to 4 hours, which was quite substantial. The second point, the reduction of difficulty, was also addressed. The third point, the epic weapons, was faithfully priced according to Pei Qian's specifications, with a permanent usage fee of 888 soft currency. This was quite commendable. Everything was accomplished as per my requests. Pei Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. He promptly responded, "Well done, let us proceed in this direction." Chapter 45. Overtime compensation is essential. Upon receiving a response from President Pei, Huang Xibao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, their work had garnered President Pei's approval. This indicated that the direction he and Bao Su had settled upon aligned with President Pei's original vision. President Pei truly possessed remarkable foresight. In Huang Xibao's eyes, President Pei's stature grew even more imposing. "President Pei, there is another matter, the name of the game." Bao Su suggested calling it Maritime Fortress. "I find that name somewhat peculiar and rather unrefined, but I'm at a loss for better alternatives. Perhaps it would be best if you decided on the game's title." Maritime Fortress? Why does that name sound so familiar? Pei Qian pondered, suddenly recalling that it resembled the title of a certain unsuccessful film from his previous life. Without hesitation, Pei Qian declared, "Maritime Fortress is excellent. We shall go with this." President Pei, are we not going to deliberate further? We are not in a rush to finalize the name. There is still time. Pei Qian replied, "No, it shall be called Maritime Fortress. I am fond of this name." "All right, President Pei, then I shall proceed with the design draft." Huang Xibao went silent. Pei Qian felt elated. Was Maritime Fortress a splendid name? It sounded auspicious. It foreshadowed inevitable financial losses. Some may not comprehend the significance of a 300 million investment against a 100 million box office, which is commonly referred to as an unparalleled catastrophic failure. Given that this film has incurred substantial losses, it seems reasonable to assume that my game, which bears a similar name, could also result in a significant financial setback. Perhaps in the millions. Indeed, it is a splendid choice for a game title. Pei Qian was exceedingly pleased with this name. That evening, the design team at Tingdan Network Technology Company Limited was bustling with activity. Huang Xibao and Bao Su had been working overtime these past few days, striving to expedite the completion of the design draft so that the game could officially enter its development phase. Meanwhile, the other members of the design team were diligently assigned various tasks. After drafting the overarching document, Each function needed to be meticulously broken down into specific details, which would be executed by the other team members, ultimately to be reviewed by Huang Xibao. This included organizing the artistic resources required for models, firearms, and other elements within the game. There was an abundance of work to be done. However, Huang Xibao did not impose overtime on his colleagues. Rather, they voluntarily chose to stay late, much to his astonishment. With no other recourse, Huang Xibao could only acquiesce to their determination. Their mindset mirrored his own. Previously, they had been among the lowest-ranking employees in various gaming companies, engaged in monotonous tasks devoid of any technical merit and consistently subject to exploitation. Yet, at Tingda, everything was transformed. Each individual was entrusted with a specific function, allowing for independent design. The work environment was relaxed, the leadership was enlightened, and colleagues were amicable, all striving towards a common goal. Most importantly, the games they were creating were not merely inferior cash grabs, but rather innovative in gameplay. Various factors have aroused their keen interest in work, making them quite willing to stay late. Huang Xibao found himself at a loss, having no other option but to acquiesce to their enthusiasm. After all, overtime was merely a temporary arrangement for this week. Once the design drafts were completed by the following week, the workload would likely diminish, and all would return to normal. In recent days, Bao Su had been engrossed in an array of FPS games, particularly some prominent international titles. Crafting the narrative for Maritime Fortress was no simple feat. Engaging players through the perspective of a mute young girl, immersing them in the storyline while continuously evoking emotional shifts, required meticulous design. Huang Gu, there's a particular segment of the story that stands out. I've recorded it and sent it to you. See if it can be of use, Bao Su remarked. All right, Bao Gu, I've received it. Huang Xibao opened the video sent by Bao Su, immersing himself in the first-person narrative of the game. Both he and Bao Su had invested considerable effort into the storyline, as it was one of the game's highlights and needed to be exceptional. The video Bao Su provided was indeed impressive, given its origin from a renowned foreign studio. The plot was captivating, and Huang Xibao found himself entranced. He was oblivious to the fleeting glimpse of a tall, elongated figure outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside Pei Qian's rental apartment. Oh, is it so late already? Pei Qian glanced at the time, realizing it was around 8 p.m. Only Assistant Xin and Ma Yang are aware of this matter. It is unlikely that Assistant Xin would disturb us at this hour, leaving only Ma Yang as a possibility. What could Ma Yang want? As Pei Qian opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Ma Yang's elongated visage. Qianer, I have uncovered something, Ma Yang declared. Huang Xibao and the others are secretly working overtime, using the company's computers. Ma Yang appeared as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Pei Qian's expression darkened involuntarily. Ma Yang emphasized the unauthorized use of company computers, while Pei Qian was perturbed by the notion of overtime. What does working overtime signify? What is the matter with Huang Xibao? Old habits die hard. Hadn't I been urging everyone to leave promptly last week? I explicitly instructed you not to work overtime. How could they disregard President Pei's words so casually? This is utterly outrageous. What is Huang Xibao doing while working overtime? Writing documents? Or perhaps designing? Pei Qian was decidedly displeased. Ma Yang reflected on the scene he had witnessed. They were playing games. Pei Qian was momentarily taken aback. Playing games? His expression softened slightly. He was aware that Bao Su had the privilege of staying after hours to indulge in gaming, a privilege he had granted. But why had Huang Xibao also begun to game after work? Was he influenced by Bao Su? Pei Qian's policy was to disallow employees from working overtime at the office. But if they were merely playing games, that was a different matter. With this thought, Pei Qian's demeanor improved somewhat. Are you certain you did not misinterpret the situation? Huang Xibao was indeed playing games? Ma Yang nodded. Yes, that is why I came to report to you. Do they consider this a waste of company resources? Tomorrow at work, should you gently remind them? Haha, no need. Pei Qian felt relieved. Since working overtime is merely playing games, there is absolutely no issue. They can indulge in snacks, expend electricity, and even squander a bit of system funds. How wonderful. Moreover, it seems there is now a legitimate reason to deplete the system funds. Suddenly, Pei Qian had a brilliant idea. Old Ma, we are a gaming company. When employees play games, they are learning, drawing inspiration, and absorbing advanced experiences from outstanding foreign games. This, too, is part of their work. Do you understand? Pei Qian spoke earnestly. Ma Yang seemed to grasp it partially. Oh, so you mean this matter will not be pursued? Not pursued? No. That certainly cannot be the case. Pei Qian asserted with conviction. Employees are laboring overtime for the company, exhausting their health. How can we simply let this slide? Our Tengda is a conscientious company that prioritizes its employees. The state mandates that employees working overtime must receive extra pay, and we Tengda must adhere to national policies. Overtime pay on weekdays is 1.5 times the hourly wage, and on weekends, it is double, not a single cent less. Old Ma, I am entrusting you with a very important task. Please keep track of how many hours they work overtime each day. I will ensure they are compensated according to their hours worked, not a single cent less. Ma Yang nodded. I understand. Leave this matter to me. After bidding farewell to Ma Yang, Pei Qian could not help but chuckle thrice. How had he forgotten about the matter of overtime pay? By adding that overtime compensation, wouldn't it have been effortless to squander additional funds from the system in just a month? Truly, I am nothing short of a genius. Chapter 46. Double my budget. November 18th, Monday. As a new week dawned, Pei Qian found himself engulfed in a wave of existential melancholy. He summoned the system to review his financial status. Wealth conversion system. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio, 100. 1. Loss conversion ratio, 1. 1. Next settlement time, 67 days. System funds, 971. 634. 3. 471. 634. 3. Personal assets, 1. 322. 8. Gazing at the lengthy string of figures representing system funds, and then at his meager personal assets of just over 1,000. Pei Qian was often seized by an urge to contemplate the meaning of life. Why had it come to this? The last time he checked, the system funds had dwindled to a mere 20-some thousand. Yet, upon this latest inquiry, the system funds had surged once more. The net income from the past 2 weeks totaled approximately 90-some thousand, and even after replenishing the system funds, Pei Qian had barely managed to expend any significant amount despite his fervent purchasing of snacks, coffee, and various office supplies, both essential and superfluous. Pei Qian felt a slight throb in his temples. Was it truly so difficult to incur losses? He could hardly suppress the desire to promptly take down Ghost General to prevent it from generating further income. However, he could not act on such impulses, constrained by the system's warnings against violations, and thus had to endure. Fortunately, with 2 months remaining until the next settlement, there were ample opportunities for expenditure during this period. As the end of this month approaches, another rent payment is due, alongside the disbursement of salaries and overtime pay for the employees. A considerable sum of several hundred thousand in system funds is poised to be expended. Furthermore, commencing this week, Maritime Fortress will embark on extensive procurement at the resource station. This encompasses a variety of artistic resources, programming functionalities, musical compositions, and sound effects, all of which require customization. After all, this is no mere mobile game like Ghost General. Since it is a PC game, it must adhere to the stringent standards befitting such a platform. Pei Qian is eager to set the bar high, relishing the prospect of additional expenditure. One cannot help but wonder how many resources Huang Xibao has listed for online acquisition this time, and how much will ultimately be spent. President Pei, here is the comprehensive list of resources that need to be procured online for your review. Huang Xibao presented a lengthy document to Pei Qian. Pei Qian accepted it and swiftly scanned through the details, his gaze halting at the final total, 670,000. A frown involuntarily creased his brow, instilling a sense of unease in Huang Xibao. Did President Pei perceive this as extravagant? Surely not. I have been diligently managing the budget. With Pei Qian silent, Huang Xibao found himself in a state of anxious anticipation. The figure left Pei Qian thoroughly dissatisfied. It was far too modest. For a PC game, to allocate merely 700,000 to 800,000 for game resources and customized functionalities was akin to mere pittance. It was utterly parsimonious. At this rate, when would I ever deplete the system funds? Pei Qian did not immediately express his frustration, but instead continued to examine the details of the pricing. The basic template for shooting games, Precision Tune version, was priced at 120,000. The scene template, styled as a secret base, cost 50,000, along with an additional 100,000 for 3 styles of custom effects and various destructible objects within the scene. The character models, including zombies and mercenaries, along with motion capture and customization fees, amounted to over 80,000. The model of a little girl and her custom motion effects were priced at 60,000. Various firearm templates, encompassing ballistics and appearances, were priced at over 90,000. The customization of functionalities for different game modes required hiring programmers for approximately 2 months, with a team of 5, totaling around 70,000. Moreover, additional expenses for music, sound effects, and voiceovers for common characters were not included. The costs for renting cloud servers and other subsequent expenses had yet to be calculated. These considerations would only arise after the game's completion when assessing its popularity. Pei Qian found himself in a state of perplexity. What was happening? He felt that, purely from a numerical standpoint, the price of 670,000 seemed rather insufficient. However, upon reviewing the list, it was evident that although some prices were slightly lower, they remained within a reasonable range. There was no deliberate attempt to procure inexpensive resources, so how was it possible to spend so little? It was entirely understandable for Pei Qian to feel confused, as his understanding of the game Maritime Fortress was quite limited. According to the thoughts of Bao Su and Huang Xibao, the aim was to conserve resources as much as possible. The narrative mode was accomplished using merely one style of scene, with the principal supporting character being just a little girl. The other zombies and mercenaries were merely generic resources with slight modifications. With minimal custom content, the costs were naturally lower. However, Pei Qian, upon a cursory glance, could not discern the subtleties involved. He simply felt dissatisfied with the expenditure being too low. He decided to revise it, demanding that the budget be doubled. Pei Qian directly returned the form to Huang Xibao, leaving him in a state of shock. Double the budget? However, Pei Qian's unwavering gaze left no room for negotiation. If I say double it, then double it. There is no need for hesitation. This was the essence of his message. Huang Xibao swallowed the words he had intended to voice and silently exited with the form in hand. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair, contemplating quietly. Over 600,000 was insufficient. Doubling it to 120,000 seemed more appropriate. Otherwise, the system's funds would truly become unmanageable. With more than 2 months until the next settlement, although the income from Ghost General had begun to decline, it was still generating revenue. If he did not spend more, he would face dire financial straits at the next settlement. As for Huang Xibao's intentions regarding the allocation of such funds for resources, Pei Qian was indifferent. He could purchase whatever he desired. As long as it did not trigger any warnings from the system, Pei Qian was not inclined to interfere. Upon returning to his seat, Huang Xibao found himself in a quandary. Was it feasible to double the budget? Previously, he had scoured the internet for resources, primarily seeking cost-effectiveness. The resources sought were all of high cost-performance ratio, boasting commendable quality at reasonable prices. Resources of exceptional quality, albeit at a higher cost, were disregarded by Huang Xibao. Consequently, it appears that President Pei is dissatisfied with the pricing. Is it a critique of the resources I sourced? Indeed, such a possibility exists. For President Pei is a person who strives for perfection. The original artwork of Ghost General serves as an example. Given this, I shall replace everything with high-quality resources, employing only the finest. This dedication to the players in pursuit of excellence must surely align with President Pei's intentions. Huang Xibao accessed the resource platform and completely overhauled the previous plan. All resources, including the pre-arranged artists and programmers, were replaced with the best available. The double budget provided Huang Xibao with greater creative latitude, allowing for extravagant expenditures, barely meeting the targets set by Pei Qian. Ultimately, the budget settled at 1.26 million, incorporating many elements that Huang Xibao had initially eliminated. After laboring until past 3 in the afternoon, he finally completed the revisions. Huang Xibao exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. President Pei should be satisfied now. He picked up the new proposal and sought out Pei Qian once more. Pei Qian accepted the proposal, quickly scanning its contents before his gaze fixed upon the total at the bottom. 1.26 million. This time, Pei Qian was relatively content. As long as the amount was met, he had little interest in the specific items purchased. Well done, go find Assistant Xin. Purchasing will be conducted in 2 phases, prioritizing the more critical items first, while the less essential ones will be acquired next week. Although Pei Qian is rather extravagant with his spending, he is also taking future income into account. Hence, the total of 1.26 million must be expended in 2 installments. Otherwise, the available funds will be insufficient. Huang Xibao has returned with the proposal, which is now the finalized version. Pei Qian emphasized, furthermore, for any future expenditures, do not hesitate or compromise by altering the proposal on your own. Always come to me at the earliest opportunity. Do you understand? Huang Xibao nodded vigorously. Yes, President Pei. I understand. Chapter 47. The legendary Overtime Pei. The intricate details of Maritime Fortress were swiftly finalized. Within a week, the design drafts for various functions were completed as scheduled. Huang Xibao meticulously reviewed each one, making revisions wherever he discovered discrepancies from the original concepts envisioned by Bao Su. Simultaneously, this group of designers commenced the creation of a game prototype utilizing an editor. Due to the extensive use of universal templates, the initial progress was steady. However, further adjustments were necessary to achieve the desired effects envisioned by Huang Xibao and Bao Su. The artistic resource requirements were promptly communicated to the art team, who engaged in dialogue with the illustrators at the resource station for customization. This included the rapid preparation of generic zombie and mercenary character models, as well as the tailored design of a little girl-esque character. To illustrate the customization of the little girl-esque character, the art team at Tingda needed to engage in thorough discussions with both the illustrators and Bao Su and Huang Xibao for confirmation. 3 individuals were tasked with the creation of the little girl-esque character, one focusing on conceptual design and original artwork, another on modeling, and the third on animation, each responsible for distinct aspects of the project. This comprehensive process ensured that the little girl would emerge as the most significant character within the game. Every motion and expression of the little girl during specific narrative segments was meticulously crafted, reflecting an unwavering commitment to quality. Of course, the expenditures remained within the established budget. In contrast to those international AAA titles, which often employ such standards for every character, typically comprising 7 or 8 main figures, Maritime Fortress allocated this level of investment solely for the little girl, thereby maintaining excellent budgetary control. At times, when Huang Xibao discovers superior artistic resources, he promptly approaches Pei Qian. Without hesitation, Pei Qian decisively instructs, purchase. Initially, Huang Xibao felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering whether the escalating budget for acquiring resources could truly be justified. In other companies, the boss would likely have erupted in fury by now. The expenditure surged from 7 or 800,000 to 1,200,000, then to 1,500,000. In any other firm, Huang Xibao would undoubtedly be branded as lacking clarity in planning and deficient in cost control. Yet, at Tingda, not only did President Pei refrain from reproaching Huang Xibao, but he also appeared genuinely pleased. Huang Xibao couldn't help but reflect on the vast difference in perspectives. Despite his own shortcomings, President Pei extends unwavering trust toward him. It feels as if he is pouring his heart and soul into this endeavor, leaving him feeling indebted. If he fails to excel in this game, it would be a disservice to the cultivation bestowed upon him by President Pei. Before he knew it, the month had drawn to a close. Today is November 29th, a Friday. For Huang Xibao, it is just an ordinary day. He has nearly completed his tasks. The design work is all but finalized, with every detail meticulously addressed. And various game resources are currently in production. As the lead executor, it is naturally beyond Huang Xibao's purview to personally adjust the editor, as he has subordinates to handle such tasks. His responsibility is to oversee the design team, ensuring the progression of work. This role, in comparison to drafting design documents, is considerably less burdensome, allowing Huang Xibao to enjoy a reprieve from overtime work for quite some time. With ample manpower and a sufficient budget, the development progress remains well within grasp, thus there is no necessity for overtime. Huang Xibao has never perceived work to be so effortlessly enjoyable. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. To his astonishment, it was a message indicating the arrival of his salary on his bank card. What? Isn't today the 29th? Huang Xibao felt a bit bewildered. Typically, in most companies, salaries for the current month are disbursed in the following month. Receiving payment on the 5th is already considered quite generous. Some rather unscrupulous companies delay payment until mid or even the end of the following month, effectively withholding employees' wages for an entire month, only to nitpick and deduct upon resignation, finding various excuses to vex their staff. Thus, companies that disburse salaries before the 5th of the next month are already regarded as exceedingly benevolent. This was the first time Huang Xibao encountered a company that paid salaries within the same month. The message read, "Your account XXXX received a salary of 5,375. 8 renminbi at 11:09 on November 29th, XX Bank." Huang Xibao was taken aback. This salary was clearly erroneous. He distinctly recalled that he commenced his employment around November 5th, hence his tenure was certainly less than a month. The base salary was set at 4,000 renminbi per month, and after deductions for social insurance and income tax, the amount should have been significantly lower than 4,000. Yet, how could it amount to over 5,000? Feeling perplexed, Huang Xibao concluded that such trivial matters were not worthy of troubling general manager Pei. It would suffice to inquire with assistant Xin. Huang Xibao approached Xin Hailu, expressing his confusion. Xin Hailu smiled and replied, "Indeed, that's the total amount, which includes overtime pay." Overtime pay? Huang Xibao was even more perplexed. Xin Hailu nodded, saying, "Yes, it's not just you. Everyone who works overtime at the company receives overtime pay. You've probably worked around 50 hours of overtime. So if we calculate the pay at 1.5 times your hourly wage, and then deduct the 5 insurances and 1 fund, along with personal income tax, you arrive at this amount." Huang Xibao's mouth fell open, momentarily at a loss for words. The overtime pay, which existed only in legend. Moreover, it was calculated at 1.5 times the individual's hourly wage. Most gaming companies do not offer such benefits. Even now, and likely even a decade from now, companies that provide overtime pay will remain exceedingly rare across most industries. Furthermore, many companies that do offer overtime pay calculate it based on the local minimum wage, akin to contributing to the 5 insurances and 1 fund at the minimum standard. Both are merely tricks. In contrast, Tengda calculates overtime pay based on each employee's standard hourly wage. To put it simply, the overtime pay offered is significantly more. Take Huang Xibao, for instance, with a base salary of 4,000 each month. Calculated over 20 working days and 8 hours a day, his hourly wage amounts to 25 yuan, making his overtime pay 37.5 yuan per hour. Subsequently, the overtime payment calculated based on Huang Xibao's extra hours was added to his salary. After accounting for the contributions to social insurance and housing fund, along with tax deductions, it resulted in the sum he currently received in his bank account. In a word, it was gratifying. Huang Xibao had never encountered such a benevolent company. Indeed, he had neither met nor even heard of one before. Upon returning to his workstation, Huang Xibao found his emotions tumultuous. It turned out that President Pei was fully aware of everything. He knew we were working overtime against his directives, yet he did not reprimand us. Instead, he silently credited the overtime pay to our accounts. A warmth spread through Huang Xibao's heart, and his eyes glistened with tears. He felt deeply moved, truly. An extraordinary boss. As for Pei Qian, he remained oblivious to the overwhelming gratitude expressed by the employees who had received their overtime wages. He was still troubled by the persistent issue of the system's funds. Why could they never seem to be fully utilized? The reason for disbursing salaries to employees at the end of the month was primarily due to the system's settlement occurring at the beginning of each month. Pei Qian had to ensure that all employees' salaries were distributed before each settlement. Otherwise, a significant backlog of wages would accumulate, adversely affecting the financial health of the system. Chapter 48, Communication and Learning, Impulsive Spending. This month, Pei Qian has been extravagantly spending. The funds allocated for purchasing artistic resources were divided into 2 parts. One portion was spent last week, while the other was dispersed this week. The rent for the office space has also been paid, along with the salaries and overtime pay for the employees. Additionally, various miscellaneous expenses have been accounted for. Pei Qian engaged in a flurry of spending, managing to exhaust a significant portion of the system's funds. However, this is not the end of the matter. There are still 2 months until the next settlement. During these 2 months, the profits from Ghost General will continuously flow into the system's funds. Aside from the fixed costs such as office rent and employee salaries, Pei Qian must devise other strategies to ensure that all this money is spent. He feels a twinge of melancholy. Impulsive spending is indeed an art. Are there any effective methods for such expenditure? Team-building activities? Yes, team-building activities. Pei Qian suddenly conceived an excellent idea. Utilizing the system's funds for team building is certainly a sound plan, right? With over 30 individuals, simply dining at a high-end restaurant with an average expenditure of over 100 per person would instantly lead to several thousand being spent. However, that still seems insufficient. After some reflection, Pei Qian realized he was being too conservative. This task should be entrusted to assistant Xin. He called Xin Hailu into his office. Arrange a team-building activity for the end of this month and plan the itinerary, Pei Qian instructed. Certainly, please proceed. Assistant Xin is an astute individual who never questions the directives given by Pei Qian. Instead, he diligently strives to achieve the desired outcomes. After some contemplation, Pei Qian mused, I intend to take the company employees to, Yangcheng, to thoroughly explore, engage, and learn. The duration of the trip need not be extensive. Approximately 5 days will suffice. Initially, Pei Qian had not settled on a destination. International travel was out of the question, as it would require obtaining visas, and the unfamiliarity of foreign lands would be quite cumbersome. Domestically, gaming companies are predominantly located in the capital, the metropolis, and Yangcheng. Pei Qian reasoned that since Yangcheng is the farthest and the airfare is the most expensive, it would be the ideal choice. The system did not issue any warnings. Pei Qian felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that he was increasingly attuned to the system's temperament. His pretense was a team-building activity, which involved exploration, engagement, and learning, perfectly reasonable from all perspectives. As for what there is to observe, engage, and learn from the multitude of gaming companies, do not inquire. For the answer lies in acquiring the advanced experiences of successful gaming companies in Yangcheng. Over the span of 5 days, we shall visit one company each day. Assistant Xian, please ensure to make arrangements in advance, and it would also be pleasant to invite the designers or owners from those companies for a meal. That should not pose any issues. It would be best to target companies involved in large-scale games, particularly those specializing in FPS genres, as they would be beneficial for us. The remaining time should be left for everyone to explore freely, experiencing the local culture and cuisine, allowing them to unwind, which would further enhance their productivity. The expenses for airfare, accommodation, and group dining will be fully reimbursed by the company. Please prepare an itinerary and provide a rough budget estimate. Pei Qian promptly issued his instructions. Understood, General Manager Pei. I will take care of it shortly. Assistant Xian remained as reliable as ever. Pei Qian was cautious not to indulge too much. On one hand, he feared excessive enjoyment might trigger system alerts, especially since the purpose of this outing was for learning and exchange. On the other hand, he was concerned about potentially delaying game progress, which could lead to awkwardness if settlement could not be completed in time. Next month's development schedule was not overly tight, allowing him to set aside 5 days for a little getaway, spending some system funds. Pei Qian felt quite pleased. After all, how could one not spend at least 100 to 200,000 on such an excursion? Although it still felt somewhat insufficient. The prospect of spending so much on a team-building trip delighted Pei Qian immensely. Assistant Xian's efficiency was commendable, and by the afternoon, she had prepared the itinerary. Pei Qian, feeling pleased, glanced at the total cost on the itinerary. It was under 150,000. He was somewhat taken aback. This was significantly less than he had anticipated. With a smile, Assistant Xian explained, everything has been arranged according to standard business practices. Pei Qian scrutinized the details. Assistant Xian had organized travel for 30 people. As some employees might be reluctant to travel all the way to Yangcheng, Pei Qian would not force anyone. After all, this was meant to be a recreational trip, or rather, a learning exchange, entirely voluntary. The round-trip airfare was approximately 2,000 yuan per person. Accommodation is set at a standard of 300 yuan per person, amounting to 600 yuan per night for a double occupancy, alongside the expenses for group dining, transportation, and various miscellaneous costs combined. With an additional budget reserved for any excess should the number of participants exceed 30, the total cost remains under 150,000 yuan. Pei Qian calculated it, and indeed, it was just that amount. The thought of traveling in first class flickered through his mind, only to be promptly admonished by the system. Clearly, such an indulgence was out of the question. This was merely a routine team-building exchange. It would be utterly excessive for every employee to fly first class, a luxury the system would not permit. Similarly, the accommodation at 300 yuan per person was already quite ample, and there could be no further increase. The notion of each individual enjoying a presidential suite was simply unrealistic. Pei Qian perused the itinerary once more, yet could not identify any areas where additional funds could be allocated. This left him feeling somewhat despondent. To think that for less than 150,000 yuan, he could take over 30 employees on an excursion to Guangzhou? It was considerably more economical than he had anticipated. Of course, Pei Qian's perception of affordability was based on the system's budgetary standards. When divided among the participants, the budget would amount to approximately 5,000 yuan per person. If he were to personally contribute 5,000 yuan for a few days in Guangzhou, he would certainly not regard it as inexpensive. Rather, he would feel the pinch of the cost. Well, 150,000 yuan it is. Let us proceed with this standard and prepare in advance. Pei Qian handed the itinerary to Assistant Xin. He dared not overstep his bounds, for although 150,000 seemed somewhat meager, the system had not rejected it, and for that, he was immensely grateful. The date he had set for his trip was the end of December. On one hand, the weather was turning colder, making it an opportune time to visit the warm city of Yangqing. On the other hand, Yangqing was home to numerous prominent gaming companies, offering an excellent atmosphere and environment, making the rationale of going for and learning entirely reasonable. Of course, preparations needed to be made in advance, such as booking flights and contacting the gaming companies there. Although Pei Qian did not intend to make a fuss, the necessity of providing everyone's identification information for the flight bookings made it inevitable for the news to spread within the company. In the internal group of the design team, many could hardly contain their excitement and began to discuss. Are we really going to Yangqing for a visit and study? It seems so, as Assistant Xin is reportedly preparing to book tickets. Our company's benefits are truly remarkable, aren't they? I've never heard of any gaming company taking its employees to learn from others indeed. I haven't heard of such a thing either. A trip like this must cost quite a bit. I certainly wouldn't spend my own money on it. Which companies are we going to visit? Surely Tianhua Studio will be among them? It should be, right? Tianhua Studio is so renowned and excels in FPS games, making it a perfect opportunity for us to learn. When I first entered the industry, I dreamed of working at Tianhua Studio. Is this not a step closer to that dream? When the time comes, we shall witness how top-tier game studios operate. The design team is brimming with excitement. As for the others, such as the art department and administrative staff, their interests lie elsewhere. They are contemplating what to eat and what to do in the vibrant city of Guangzhou, transforming the trip into a funded excursion. This is quite natural, as the majority of the design team consists of avid gamers who harbor aspirations for renowned domestic gaming companies and studios. In contrast, the rest of the team exhibits a lack of enthusiasm for companies like Tianhua Studio. Nevertheless, everyone is filled with anticipation for this funded journey. Chapter 49. Tianhua Studio, Yangqing. Tianhua Studio, Tengdan Network Technology Company, Limited. Come to Yangqing and visit our studio for an exchange? Zhou Muyan felt somewhat perplexed. What a peculiar notion it is for a gaming company to visit another gaming company for an exchange. He had never heard of such a thing before. Typically, visits to major companies are undertaken by university students as part of their social practice activities, organized by their schools to prepare for their future careers. It was unheard of for a gaming company to arrange for its employees to visit another firm. At least, it was not something he had encountered domestically. Most gaming companies in the country are focused on generating profit, and embarking on such a distant visit would incur substantial losses. Just considering a team of 20 or 30 individuals, the round-trip airfare, hotel accommodations, and other expenses, along with the lost wages from employees not working during those days, amounts to a considerable sum. Moreover, orchestrating such a grand journey yields little in terms of benefits. It is purely a financial drain. They proclaim it as an exchange for learning, but what can truly be exchanged? Which gaming company is so unwise? Zhou Muyan instinctively wished to decline. As the producer of Tianhua Studio, he was quite renowned in the industry. However, it is fair to say that this reputation was mixed. Many criticized Tianhua Studio, and as its producer, he inevitably bore the brunt of that criticism. Zhou Muyan is not his real name, but rather a pseudonym, a practice that has become quite fashionable in various companies in the southern regions, and Tianhua Studio is no exception. Recently, Tianhua Studio has been diligently developing a first-person shooter online game, a project that has been underway for over a year and is about to enter internal testing. Amidst this atmosphere of relentless overtime, Zhou Muyan found it quite taxing to allocate even half a day to entertain employees from a distant game company hailing from Handong province. Zhou, this company has successful projects. Ghost General is one of their creations. I suggest you take some time to meet with them. If your schedule is tight, perhaps you could have Brother Sun attend to them instead. After all, a brief tour of the company wouldn't require much effort. The administrative assistant reminded him over the phone. Ghost General is their work? Zhou Muyan paused in surprise, only to find the administrative assistant's point to be quite reasonable. As the saying goes, more friends, more avenues. Although competitors may often be viewed as adversaries, it would be somewhat ungracious to dismiss those who have traveled such a distance to visit and exchange insights with his company. Moreover, Zhou Muyan recognized Ghost General as a recently emerging mobile game, likely produced by individuals of considerable talent. Meeting such people would surely be beneficial. After all, It was merely a matter of setting aside a day for a meeting and showing them around the studio. It wouldn't significantly impede his work. With this thought, Zhou Muyao nodded. Very well, let us agree to it. Please arrange the schedule, and I will personally host them. Understood, Zhou. Additionally, the list of new hires facing elimination has been compiled. Please take a look. Zhou Muyao accepted the list and glanced over it. Aside from Lin Wan, let them all be dismissed according to the regulations. Understood. The administrative assistant did not inquire further and took the list away. The practice of eliminating the lowest performers is quite prevalent in many gaming companies, particularly those that recruit a significant number of graduates. Tianhua Studio is no exception. Newly hired graduates undergo evaluations during their initial months of employment, with the bottom 15 facing complete dismissal. Those recent graduates who were let go find themselves in a rather precarious position. On one hand, they are no longer considered fresh graduates and have missed the opportunity for campus recruitment. On the other, they possess merely a few months of work experience, coupled with the stigma of being eliminated by their previous employer, rendering them at a disadvantage in the job market. It can be said that Zhou Muyin's decisive action has placed a considerable stumbling block on the life paths of these dismissed graduates. However, Zhou Muyin felt no remorse. Although he understood that those eliminated would likely express their grievances about him and his immediate family in private, he remained indifferent. In his view, the gaming industry inherently adheres to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest amidst fierce competition. In such a ruthless environment, there is no room for sentiment. Of course, there is one exception on this list, Lin Wan. She is a young woman, similarly recruited from a prestigious university in the capital, possessing an impressive academic background. According to the evaluation criteria of the elimination system, she too falls within the bottom 15 slated for dismissal. Lin Wan, like many young individuals, has fallen into the same pitfall of being somewhat optimistic and naive. For Zhou Muyin, gaming is a business. However, Lin Wan, akin to numerous other young people, views it as an art form or a dream, which often clashes with the harsh realities of a meritocratic elimination system. In other words, she is not the type of talent that Tianhua Studio requires. Yet, among all those who have been eliminated, Zhou Muyin specifically chose Lin Wan, not for any other reason, but simply because her background is rather daunting. Her father is the president of Shenhua Group, the largest telecommunications and smart hardware development company in the country, and Zhou Muyin cannot afford to offend him. To say he cannot afford to offend would perhaps be an understatement. He is more likely to be groveling. Naturally, Lin Wan remains oblivious to the fact that her identity has been revealed as she entered Tianhua Studio through the normal recruitment process. However, it is evident that Lin Wan has underestimated the level of concern and importance her father places on her. On the very next day after Lin Wan's official onboarding at Tianhua Studio, Zhou Muyin received a call from the office of the president of Shenhua Group. The call conveyed two wishes. The first, a request for Zhou Muyin and Tianhua Studio to take care of Lin Wan and ensure she does not overexert herself. The second, a hope that Zhou Muyin could swiftly dispel Lin Wan's favorable impression of the gaming industry, encouraging her to abandon this path. The conversation was couched in delicacy, yet Zhou Muyin, being astute, grasped the underlying message immediately. The old gentleman does not wish for Lin Wan to pursue a career in the gaming industry, yet he is reluctant to be overly forceful, fearing that it might strain their father-daughter relationship. Hence, he has chosen a more circuitous approach. Naturally, Zhou Muyin welcomes this development and readily agrees. After all, this opportunity involves the formidable Shenhua Group, a behemoth within the domestic landscape, and establishing a connection with them could yield immense benefits for Tianhua Studio in the future. Consequently, those ranked lower on the list were dismissed, while Lin Wan remained. Zhou Muyin had long contemplated ways to gradually diminish Lin Wan's enthusiasm for gaming, steering her away from this industry. This task is not particularly arduous. One merely needs to unveil the harsh realities of the gaming sector to her. The gaming industry, at least in the domestic context, resembles a sweatshop, characterized by elimination of the least productive, the grueling 996 work schedule, and the abandonment of dreams and aspirations in exchange for wealth, transforming art into a mere profit-making tool. Such revelations are hardly novel within the domestic gaming circle. Of course, there are exceptions. Brilliant designers and conscientious studios do exist, albeit in limited numbers. Zhou Muyin is confident that once Lin Wan perceives the stark truth of the gaming world, disappointment will ensue, prompting her inevitable departure from this field. an outcome he considers almost a foregone conclusion. Xiao, there are still some issues with the functionality here. Please make further adjustments. For the tactile concerns, consult with Brother Bao. He is a master in this area, Huang Sibo said, pointing at the design draft and explaining patiently. Xiao is a member of the design team, currently responsible for the design and production of the Ghost Mode feature. His qualifications are inferior to those of Huang Sibao. He was originally an intern at a game company. However, during his tenure, he was scarcely entrusted with any core responsibilities, primarily engaged in filling out forms and performing menial tasks. One could not entirely dismiss his work experience, but it was nearly negligible. In most companies, positions are assessed by both title and qualifications, capabilities. Although both individuals possess the same tenure, their qualifications differ, allowing Huang Sibao to naturally assume the role of the leader. All right, Huang Go, I shall make the changes immediately. Xiao Lu promptly opened the editor to modify the functions as per Huang Sibao's instructions. Maritime Fortress has now entered the production phase, and the various templates and functions purchased at great expense have been incorporated into the editor. The design team's designers have commenced utilizing the editor to create the game. Utilizing the editor itself is not particularly challenging. These designers possess ample experience, and their production speed undoubtedly surpasses that of Pei Qian, a novice in this realm. Focus on your work. Do not let your thoughts drift off to Yacheng. Prioritize your responsibilities, Huang Sibao advised, noticing Xiao Lu's distraction. Xiao Lu sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Hey, Huang Go. It's just that I've never been to Yancheng before, and to be heading to the renowned Tianhua studio, I can't help but feel a bit excited. But rest assured, I will ensure that the work is completed with utmost quality. Huang Sibao nodded and returned to his workstation to continue his busy schedule. To be frank, he too had never been to Yancheng. In fact, it is likely that the majority of people in this company have not visited either. The airfare from Jingzhou to Yancheng amounts to several thousand yuan. Before entering Tingda, these individuals were all financially constrained, unable to afford such expenses. Upon hearing the announcement of an exchange and study trip to Yancheng, while others rejoiced, Huang Sibao and Bao Su felt differently. Bao Su, being inherently introverted, showed no interest in venturing out. He would rather immerse himself in gaming at the office for 5 consecutive days. Huang Sibao, on the other hand, was concerned about the potential impact on their gaming progress. After estimating the workload, he concluded that this trip would not significantly hinder their progress, and that Seaside Fortress could still be completed on schedule, which eased his worries. At this moment, Huang Sibao could disregard other matters, but the advancement of the game was of utmost importance to him. With President Pei's high regard, significant responsibilities entrusted, and generous rewards promised, coupled with the opportunity for team-building activities in Yancheng, the gratitude he felt was beyond measure. He was determined to produce an exceptional game to honor President Pei's mentorship. Moreover, Huang Sibao genuinely wished to visit the Tianhua studio, a renowned game development studio in the country that had once been his ultimate aspiration in the gaming industry prior to his career. After embarking on his professional journey, he had heard numerous rumors about Tianhua Studio. Some have claimed that Tianhua Studio once distributed 5 months' salary as a bonus. Others assert that the bonuses for the design team surpassed their base salaries each month. There are even whispers that during a previous annual meeting, Tianhua Studio awarded a sports car as the grand prize. Huang Sibo has not verified these assertions. Yet it is evident that many within the gaming industry regard Tianhua Studio as a coveted aspiration. The opportunity to visit and learn from such a place would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for one's future career. A month swiftly elapsed. On December 27th, a Friday, the employees of Tinda Network Technology Company Limited arrived at their hotel from the airport, each retreating to their respective rooms to deposit their luggage. In Henan Province, winter had firmly taken hold, with a biting chill permeating the air, while in Yancheng, the temperature was significantly milder. The gentle afternoon sunlight enveloped everyone, imparting a profoundly warm sensation. Huang Sibo found himself momentarily dazed. The atmosphere felt akin to a vacation. Several administrative staff members were engaged in checking itineraries on their phones, deliberating on which attractions and shopping malls to visit the following morning. Meanwhile, a few lads from the design team were searching for a nearby supermarket, intent on purchasing a case of beer to bring back to their hotel room, where they planned to indulge in drinks and card games that evening. In total, 27 individuals made the journey, and Bao Su opted not to join, preferring to remain at the office, disinterested in such affairs. As for President Pei, he did not mingle with the crowd, retreating to his room early, likely fatigued from travel and in need of rest. The entire itinerary had been arranged by Assistant Xin, and Pei Qian showed little interest in the proceedings. Huang Xibao and Xiao Lu shared a room. After settling their luggage, Huang Xibao retrieved his laptop from the suitcase, continuing to review the design drafts and refine the game's narrative. Thus far, the overarching framework of Maritime Fortress had been completed. However, in Bao Su's view, both the gameplay experience and specific details still held ample room for enhancement. Huang Xibao was also preoccupied with these matters, striving to perfect the game. Only when even seasoned gamers like Bao Su could find no fault would the game truly be deemed worthy. Brother Huang, I'm heading out to have some fun with the others. You should rest if you're tired. Xiao Lu cheerfully bid farewell to Huang Xibao before joining the others in their revelry. Meanwhile, in Pei Qian's room, Xian, I'm so exhausted. Our relationship has grown distant due to work. Ma Yang wore a weary expression. As of now, the staff at the company remained unaware of the relationship between Ma Yang and Pei Qian, save for Assistant Xin. Therefore, in the presence of company employees, Ma Yang had to feign complete unfamiliarity with Pei Qian, addressing him formally as President Pei, which weighed heavily on him. It was ironic that they had once been comrades sharing a bunk, now separated by an insurmountable chasm. For the sake of the company, make some sacrifices. Pei Qian patted Ma Yang on the shoulder and remarked, You are my vital informant within the company. Should you discover anything noteworthy, you must notify me promptly. If Pei Qian were to publicly disclose their relationship, others might become wary of Ma Yang, making it increasingly difficult to ascertain the company's affairs. Pei Qian must ensure he remains acutely aware of the company's situation. Otherwise, should any discrepancies arise, it would be detrimental, leading to significant losses. Ma Yang's elongated face appeared even longer as he replied, You make it sound as though I am an undercover operative. Recently, there has been nothing out of the ordinary. Everything is proceeding as planned, and everyone is diligently working on the game according to the design draft. Pei Qian nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. He had perused the design draft hastily and did not fully comprehend its intricacies. Yet he acknowledged that the 3 key points he had requested were being adhered to. Provided the design draft remains largely unchanged, the game would likely not face dire consequences, alleviating his concerns. Oh, and it seems everyone is quite intrigued by Tianhua Studio. Is this studio particularly impressive? Ma Yang inquired. How would I know? Pei Qian admitted, as his knowledge of the gaming industry was rather limited, and he had no clear understanding of what Tianhua Studio entailed. He had merely impulsively decided to visit Yangcheng to spend money. And then Assistant Xin casually reached out to several well-known local gaming companies, fortuitously contacting Tianhua Studio. Other employees assumed this was a deliberate arrangement by Pei Qian. But in reality, he was unaware even of the producer's name at Tianhua Studio. Tomorrow, the first gaming company we will visit is Tianhua Studio. Be sure to ask several questions. We don't want any awkward silences. They welcomed us with warmth, and we ought to respond with kindness, Pei Qian advised. As the proprietor, it was beneath Pei Qian to engage directly in casual conversation or inquire excessively, so he entrusted this task to Ma Yang. Ma Yang nodded confidently, assuring, Rest easy, Qianer. I shall take care of it. Chapter 51. This office space is quite cramped in the city of Yangcheng, at the Tianhua Studio. Outside the grand edifice of Tianhua Studio, Xiao Lu and others stood with expressions of astonishment. The studio boasted an entire 7-story building, indeed, quite luxurious. Adjacent to the entrance was a prominent sign bearing the name of the studio, surrounded by majestic pines and verdant cypress trees, creating a remarkably pleasant environment. A game company capable of erecting its own building undoubtedly possessed substantial financial resources. Many harbored hopes of one day working in a place as impressive as this. Pei Qian, however, exhibited little reaction. He merely came under the pretense of a visit for exchange and to spend money. After all, it was merely a larger office building, nothing to be envious of. As the group reached the entrance, they were greeted by an employee from Tianhua Studio. Hello, Assistant Xin. Is this Mr. Pei? Greetings. I am Sun Shi, responsible for the reception. The individual who approached appeared to be in his mid-20s, tasked with this reception duty. It was rumored that Zhou Mu Yin, the producer of Tianhua Studio, would also meet with them. However, as a producer, it was unlikely he would come all the way to the entrance for such an occasion. Pei Qian and his companions had not yet attained that level of significance. Sun Shi guided them inside, providing introductions along the way. This is our front courtyard, featuring a bamboo grove, ideal for our ancient-themed game projects, hence the planting of this bamboo. Oh, and over there is a guqin. Occasionally, A lady in traditional attire performs on it. Further beyond is the parking lot, where some colleagues drive to work. Ahead lies the reception area. I will lead you directly to the meeting zone and the project team. Pei Qian observed as he walked. Indeed, large corporations exude a remarkable grandeur. Constructing such an expansive establishment must have incurred a substantial expenditure, wouldn't it? Erecting an office building, frequently undergoing renovations, planting a grove of bamboo, and commissioning a few sculptures. All of these undertakings undoubtedly require significant financial resources, alleviating any concerns about overspending. Naturally, to construct such a colossal edifice, one would need at least several tens of millions, a sum that Pei Qian currently cannot afford. The funding provided by the system remains at the modest level of 500,000, and although his game has generated considerable revenue, the total profit amounts to merely a few million. Should he ever achieve annual profits of tens of millions, or even 100 million, he might contemplate building a structure. Yet, Pei Qian fervently hopes that such a scenario never materializes. He would prefer the company to incur an annual loss of a few 100,000 rather than earn tens of millions in profit. The latter translates to personal wealth that is tenfold that of the former. Assistant Xian, having witnessed grander spectacles, remained unfazed. However, others, such as Huang Sibo, Xiao Lu, and Ma Yang, exhibited expressions of curiosity, akin to country bumpkins venturing into the city, finding everything novel. Strictly speaking, the office conditions at Tingda surpass those of Tianhua Studio. Whether considering the spaciousness of workstations or the configuration of computers, few companies, both domestically and internationally, could rival Tingda. Yet, the sheer magnitude of their office space, coupled with the ownership of the building, naturally conveys an impression of considerable opulence from an external perspective. Upon arriving at the reception, a sense of pride enveloped the group. They had reclaimed a measure of honor. The front desk of Tingda was manned by a pair of stunning sisters, whose beauty overshadowed that of the receptionist at Tianhua Studio. Victory was theirs. Sun Shi led the group to the 4th floor, where they encountered Zhou Muyan, the producer of Tianhua Studio. Clad in a casual suit, which was quite formal within the gaming industry, Zhou's gaze immediately honed in on Pei Qian. Goodness, a bespoke suit. Zhou Muyan could discern at a glance that this attire was undoubtedly of considerable expense, likely costing 5 figures at the very least. This realization left Zhou feeling increasingly pressured, as though he had already succumbed in terms of presence. Zhou was perplexed. This individual, appearing even younger than an intern, had somehow ascended to the role of a boss and produced the successful mobile game Guijiang. Could he possibly be a scion of wealth? Surely, that must be the case. A person who isn't affluent would not don such apparel. Typically, entrepreneurs tend to be frugal, lacking ostentatious spending habits, especially in an industry where formal attire is not a necessity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both parties acknowledged each other's renown, despite being strangers. Pei Qian was completely unaware of the games produced by Tianhua Studio, while Zhou had only recently learned that Pei Qian was the producer of Guijiang, knowing little else about him. Due to their mutual unfamiliarity, they gracefully bypassed the customary flattery often found in business interactions, and Zhou began to guide the group on a tour of the studio. This is our recording area, with the studio ahead, specifically designated for game voiceovers. Naturally, the music and sound effects for the games are also produced here. To the side is the workspace, where our artists are diligently creating original artwork. Adjacent to it is the training room, where we regularly impart knowledge about game design to our trainees. Here, we have a set of cosplay costumes that were previously worn by celebrities during game promotions, which are now stored in the display cabinet. This wall showcases various peripheral products related to our games. Over here is the relaxation area, and further along is our cafeteria. Zhou Muyan is leading Pei Qian and the others on a tour while discreetly observing their reactions. Tianhua Studio is one of the more established game studios in the country, maintaining a relatively traditional working style. It possesses its own recording studio, art team, and can handle nearly all aspects of game production in-house, unlike Tingda, which sources its artistic and musical resources from external repositories. Zhou Muyan is somewhat surprised to see that while Xiao Lu and the others exhibited excitement outside the building, their expressions have now become subdued within. Has the situation reversed? Previously, other students visiting here would remain composed outside, but become animated once inside. The building boasts a relaxation area, cafeteria, beverage bar, entertainment room, and more, creating a remarkably comfortable working environment. Consequently, those students would feel exhilarated upon witnessing these amenities, envisioning their future selves working in this esteemed company. However, how is it that the people at Tinda have all turned against this? Let us be clear. This is indeed an entertainment room, and there is a lounge area as well. Is that large television not appealing? Is the sofa not comfortable? Why is there such a lack of response from you all? Zhou Muyin found this quite perplexing. The absence of reaction from the crowd was, in fact, rather typical. Most individuals upon seeing this so-called entertainment room and snack area could only muster one response. Is this it? Within this small pigeon coop, there is merely a small television and a single gaming console, and yet they dare to call it an entertainment room? This snack area consists of just a few packets of biscuits and chips, and there is even a sign stating that each employee is limited in their consumption. How can they audaciously label it a snack area? After all the boasting, Tinda has far superior facilities. Naturally, the crowd could not voice their thoughts, yet internally, they felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Disappointment, indeed, considerable disappointment. A top-tier gaming company in the country, and this is the working environment? They have been left in the dust by Tinda. The exterior of the building is impressively designed, yet it is merely a fade. The interior tells a different story altogether. The collective response from the crowd was tepid, leading to an awkward silence. Ma Yang recalled Pei Qian's advice and promptly realized that this was his moment to shine. He must not allow the atmosphere to stagnate. He needed to take the initiative to ask questions and provide more feedback. With this thought in mind, he surveyed the bustling office area and casually inquired, "Isn't today Saturday? Why are there so many people working overtime?" Zhou Muyin was momentarily taken aback. Was this question not rather redundant? How many gaming companies in the country are not operating under the 996 work schedule? If it weren't for the fact that I am working normally today, would I be able to host you here at the company? This question is so absurd that even Zhou Muyin is at a loss for how to respond. Huang Xibo quickly intervenes, stating, "It's all for work. Overtime is quite commonplace." Ma Yang nods in agreement. Indeed, and it allows us to earn some extra overtime pay. With so many people in the studio working overtime, the accumulated pay should be substantial each month, right? Overtime pay? Zhou Muyin remains bewildered. He is curious about the origins of this tall-faced individual, feeling that they seem utterly ignorant of the industry, uttering remarks that reflect a lack of understanding. What kind of overtime pay exists in the gaming industry? Isn't it all unpaid 996? Upon noticing Zhou Muyin's slightly awkward expression, Huang Xibo and the others quickly comprehend the situation. Only Ma Yang remains unaware, still eager to pose further inquiries. Pei Qian hastily pulls Ma Yang aside. "What on earth are you asking? You were supposed to inquire, not undermine this situation. Do you believe Zhou Muyin won't throw you out if this continues? I didn't come all this way to foster enmity." Ma Yang scratches his head, slightly perplexed by Pei Qian's discreet gesture. Aren't these perfectly reasonable questions? What is inappropriate about them? Fortunately, he refrains from pressing further, opting instead for silence. Zhou Muyin felt rather speechless. However, being a person of refinement, he chose to disregard the minor incident and continued to proudly present the working environment of the Tianhua studio to the audience. Yet, the spectators, having glimpsed the harsh reality, appeared utterly disinterested, their expressions markedly nonchalant. Zhou Muyin was perplexed. Logically, one would expect them to demonstrate eagerness and envy, wouldn't they? The working environment of Tianhua Studio could undoubtedly surpass over 90% of gaming companies in the country. Their lack of envy seemed utterly unfathomable. Xiaoel glanced at the office seating arrangement and instinctively murmured, "This workspace is rather cramped." Chapter 52. Sharing successful experiences. Is it truly crowded? Are you serious? Zhou Muyin glanced around the workspace of his studio, finding it hardly congested. Isn't this the norm in most companies? Each individual has merely a desk assigned to them. Isn't that the standard practice elsewhere? Moreover, Tianhua Studio occupies its own building, affording it ample space, making the distance between workstations considerably more generous compared to other firms. To claim it as cramped is quite absurd. Huang Xibao understood that the perception of cramped conditions did not stem from Tianhua Studio, but rather from the expansive workspace at Tingda. Which ordinary company operates with such luxury? Even real estate firms cannot afford such extravagance. However, after acclimatizing to the opulent environment at Tingda, returning to the workspace at Tianhua Studio left everyone feeling rather dispirited. The atmosphere was lackluster, as if a group of individuals accustomed to living in seaside villas were now subjected to a sales pitch for a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Their enthusiasm was completely extinguished. The disillusionment was palpable. Initially, there had been great anticipation for Tianhua Studio, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared rather lackluster. The workstations felt cramped. The office computers were of mediocre specifications, and the design team lacked even dual monitors. A few bags of snacks merely constituted a snack area. The entertainment room featured a single small television, hardly sufficient for leisure. Moreover, the enforced 996 work schedule came with no overtime compensation. Is this truly a leading gaming company in the country? In comparison to Tengda, it falls woefully short. The sensation was akin to encountering one's first love after many years of marriage, only to find that she has succumbed to the ravages of time and transformed into a weary visage. Yet, upon gazing at his own wife, he marvels at her enduring beauty. Indeed, President Pei is undoubtedly the finest boss in the world, without exception. It is best to dismiss any frivolous thoughts and dedicate oneself entirely to supporting President Pei, ready to face any challenge for him. Zhou Muyan, caught in a moment of awkward flattery, sensed the discomfort in the air, particularly as the other party's expression appeared rather insincere, which diminished his enthusiasm to continue. "Let us proceed," he suggested, "as we have already arranged an experience-sharing conference. Please come this way." The group moved into a spacious conference room within the Tianhua studio. The day's itinerary, meticulously organized by Assistant Xian and the staff here, encompassed a tour of the company and a session dedicated to sharing experiences. Assistant Xian structured the agenda in accordance with standard corporate exchanges, for it would be rather inappropriate to visit from afar and merely glance at the office building before departing. Since this was an opportunity for mutual learning, it was essential to exchange successful experiences to ensure that the journey was worthwhile. The Tengda group consisted of over 20 individuals, while Tianhua Studio had also arranged for more than 20 employees to accompany them, with designated speakers prepared to share insights. The first to take the stage was Sun Shi, who had previously welcomed them. He is a core designer for a major MMORPG project at Tianhua Studio. Sun Shi extended a warm welcome to President Pei and his entourage, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Subsequently, Sun Shi began to share the successful experiences pertaining to the MMORPG he currently oversees. Pei Qian, clutching a notepad, listened attentively, nodding frequently as his pen danced across the pages. Before long, a turtle materialized on the paper. After a while, a mouse and a duck joined the turtle. It was utterly incomprehensible. The crucial aspect was that Pei Qian occupied the front row and could not afford to doze off. Sun Shi's discourse was not particularly esoteric. Huang Xibao and the others grasped it well enough. However, his narrative was interspersed with numerous technical terminologies and various English abbreviations, leaving Pei Qian to infer, solely through Sun Shi's expressions and gestures, that the game was indeed remarkable, though the precise extent of its excellence eluded him entirely. Soon, Sun Shi concluded his presentation, and a drowsy Pei Qian was suddenly jolted awake, leading the applause. Next, it was Tengda's turn. In the spirit of reciprocity, having received insights from the opposing side, Tengda naturally felt compelled to share as well. Huang Xibao was dispatched to elucidate the triumphs of Ghost General. Given that Seaside Fortress was still incomplete and its success uncertain, it was deemed inappropriate for discussion. Strictly speaking, it should have been Pei Qian who shared the success story, as he was the sole creator of Ghost General. However, Pei Qian resolutely declined the proposal. Firstly, he had no desire to take the stage. Secondly, he himself could not articulate precisely how Ghost General achieved its success. Therefore, upon Assistant Xian informing Pei Qian of the itinerary, he swiftly delegated the task to Huang Xibao, instructing him to simply speak at the event. When Huang Xibao took the stage, he was met with thunderous applause. He began by clarifying that he had not participated in the production of Ghost General, which had been entirely the work of General Pei. However, during my time at Tengda, I have diligently studied Ghost General and believe I possess a certain understanding of it, as well as a glimpse into General Pei's design artistry. General Pei, should I err during my discourse, I welcome your timely corrections. In my perspective, the success of Ghost General can be attributed to three key factors. Firstly, the unwavering commitment to exceptional game quality and its audacious artistic style. To my knowledge, General Pei invested a significant portion of the funds directly into acquiring artistic resources and boldly employed novice artists. The epic ink and oil painting style of Ghost General, once unveiled, was met with enthusiastic acclaim from players, a testament to General Pei's foresight and exquisite aesthetic sensibility. General Pei not only brought Ghost General to fruition but also fostered the emergence of the outstanding newcomer artist, Wang Guangjian, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Secondly, the integrity of in-game purchases. The entire expenditure for Ghost General amounts to a mere 40 yuan, standing in stark contrast to card games such as Cute Three Kingdoms. This equitable approach, which allows players to earn while standing, has garnered the admiration and respect of the gaming community. Furthermore, the policy of thin profit margins coupled with high sales has led to both commercial success and positive reputation for the game. Thirdly, the innovative promotional strategies employed are noteworthy. Due to the allocation of all funds towards research and development, Ghost General found itself in a predicament of insufficient funds for promotion. However, General Pei ingeniously utilized Weibo marketing, igniting a fervor within the artist community that successfully permeated the gaming sphere, yielding remarkable marketing and promotional results. I believe this could serve as a classic case study in marketing communication worthy of repeated examination. Huang Xibao was well prepared, engaging in articulate discourse. He had not directly inquired about the intricacies of Ghost General from Pei Qian, but rather through indirect means. He gathered information from online game reviews and perused the Weibo accounts of figures like Wang Guangjian, combining this with his understanding of General Pei's personality and design philosophy. This enabled him to reconstruct the situation with considerable accuracy. During his explanation, he occasionally glanced in the direction of Pei Qian, who wore a smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed, my conjectures were correct. Huang Xibao felt an immense sense of pride, although he had not participated in the development of Ghost General. His ability to accurately deduce General Pei's design intentions was a remarkable achievement, signifying that he was gradually keeping pace with General Pei. Meanwhile, Pei Qian nodded along, silently reflecting on his thoughts. What a splendid remark. How was I unaware of my thoughts at that moment? Below the stage, Sun Shi and Zhou Muyan, along with the employees of Tianhua Studio, listened intently, diligently taking notes. Zhou Muyan could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is what one calls a youthful hero. Although this Pei Zong is quite young, his audacity is remarkable. He has invested all his funds into research and development, leaving not a single penny for promotional expenses. Boldly employing novice illustrators, embracing a fresh artistic style, and radically transforming the traditional profit model of card-based mobile games. Such feats are not within the reach of an ordinary designer. This individual is truly formidable. Does he not fear incurring devastating losses? It seems he is likely from a wealthy family. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to take such substantial risks with such composure. Is this merely a difference in mindset? The legendary ability to remain unperturbed in the face of weighty matters, treating life and death with equanimity. Zhou Muyan found himself lost in thought, regarding Pei Qian with newfound respect. Soon, Huang Xibo concluded his presentation, and the audience erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. Pei Qian sensed numerous sincere and admiring gazes directed toward him, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. Steady yourself. My current persona is that of an innovative, conscientious, and visionary genius designer. Chapter 53. The smile of President Pei. Immediately following, Zhou Muyan took the stage. This marked the final segment of the experience exchange sharing session, during which Zhou Muyan would provide a brief introduction to the FPS game they were currently developing. This portion was a pivotal aspect of the itinerary confirmed by Assistant Xian. Although this gathering was ostensibly a platform for sharing experiences, the disparity in scale between Tianhua Studio and Tengda was evident. It was clear which entity stood to learn from the other, given that Tengda was developing Maritime Fortress, an FPS game, and Tianhua Studio was also engaged in the creation of an FPS title. It was evident that Tengda could greatly benefit from Tianhua Studio's advanced insights into FPS game development. Huang Xibo and others listened attentively, eager to glean valuable experiences and insights from Zhou Muyan to enhance Maritime Fortress. Zhou Muyan exuded charm and confidence. The FPS game we are developing is titled Bullet Mark, and our ambition is to surpass counterterrorism plan. In FPS games, the most crucial element is the tactile experience. The majority of FPS players are indeed quite hardcore. Our research indicates that many players of counterterrorism plan are willing to invest extensive hours honing their skills, such as weapon drawing and quick scoping, often practicing daily to cultivate muscle memory. For these players, the nuances of gameplay will directly influence their decision to engage with this game. Thus, Bullet Marks has maximally restored the tactile experience of counterterrorism plan. We can assure that, in terms of feel, Bullet marks and counterterrorism plan achieve a remarkable 90% similarity. This is an exceptionally challenging target for all domestic FPS games, yet we have accomplished it. Simultaneously, we have meticulously refined the artistic style. Whether it pertains to weaponry or attire, we have achieved an absolute representation of foreign special forces. We even enlisted specialized military experts to oversee the details, ensuring that military enthusiasts cannot find any faults. Furthermore, we intend to transplant the successful item monetization model from MMORPG projects into bullet marks, aiming to create a revenue marvel for an FPS project through a free-to-play item model. Listening to Zhou Muyan's explanation, Huang Xibao's expression shifted subtly. This is bad. Maritime Fortress is on the verge of failure. How could Zhou Muyan's production of bullet marks be entirely contrary in direction to Maritime Fortress? Bullet marks emphasizes the experience of veteran and core players, striving to replicate the feel of counterterrorism plan to the fullest, while faithfully recreating weaponry and attire, even consulting military experts for quality assurance. Both games feature item monetization. Yet bullet marks benefits from the successful experience of item monetization in MMORPGs, whereas Maritime Fortress has nothing to offer. What does this imply? It signifies that among the veteran players of counterterrorism plan, bullet marks will undoubtedly be far more appealing. Although counterterrorism plan remains immensely popular, it is, in fact, an old game and not classified as an online game. Nowadays, many companies are endeavoring to create first-person shooter games with the sole intention of crafting a pure online experience, aiming to capture the player base of counterterrorism plan. It is easy to imagine that if a player of counterterrorism plan were to encounter both bullet marks and Maritime Fortress, they would undoubtedly gravitate towards bullet marks. In such a scenario, would Maritime Fortress not be doomed? Huang Xibao began to feel uneasy. The more he listened, the more he sensed impending doom for Maritime Fortress. What could be done? He instinctively glanced at Pei Qian. To his surprise, however, Pei seemed completely unfazed, and the smile on his face only grew more pronounced. Why was this? Huang Xibao was perplexed. How could Pei find joy in the stark contrast between the design philosophies of bullet marks and Maritime Fortress? Suddenly, a realization struck Huang Xibao. Pei's smile was one of assured confidence. Clearly, Pei regarded bullet marks as the primary adversary, which is why he had come to Tianhua Studio to gather intelligence on its development. Upon learning that bullet marks was pursuing a direction utterly opposed to that of Maritime Fortress, Pei's smile conveyed a singular message. He was convinced that bullet marks would inevitably falter while Maritime Fortress would thrive, hence his serene and confident demeanor. Huang Xibao couldn't help but marvel at Pei's inscrutable depth and cunning. As for why Pei believed that bullet marks was destined for failure while Maritime Fortress would succeed, who could say? President Pei possesses a remarkable foresight. His insights are surely beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. It appears that his understanding and perception of the game far surpass that of Zhou Muyan, which explains the contented smile upon his countenance. Reflecting on this, Huang Xibo felt as though he had consumed a calming elixir, as his previous anxieties dissipated into thin air. With such unwavering confidence from President Pei, there can be no doubt that Maritime Fortress will thrive. As he listened to Zhou Muyan's elucidation, Pei Qian felt a swell of satisfaction. Indeed, great minds think alike. According to Zhou Muyan's perspective, Maritime Fortress is destined for failure. Furthermore, with bullet marks directly competing against Maritime Fortress, the latter is bound to suffer an overwhelming defeat. Tianhua Studio possesses both talent and resources. In terms of game quality, visuals, and promotional efforts, they undoubtedly overshadow Tingda. With bullet marks as a rival, Maritime Fortress is bound to incur losses. Thus, Pei Qian could not help but display a look of relief. After enduring such trepidation for so long, he could finally rest easy. This time, it would surely be a guaranteed loss. Soon, Zhou Muyan concluded his presentation. Pei Qian and Zhou Muyan exchanged a handshake, engaging in further pleasantries. What a revelation! I have learned so much, Pei Qian remarked. Zhou Muyan quickly reciprocated, I am unworthy. President Pei is exceptionally talented and accomplished at such a young age. I hold great admiration for you. After this exchange of courtesies, the gathering transitioned into a period of free interaction, allowing everyone to wander through Tianhua Studio, engaging in casual conversation. Following this, Pei Qian and his companions prepared to depart. Mr. Pei, I have a few other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Sun Shi, please keep Mr. Pei company and ensure he is well received. Zhou Mu Yin offered a few words of instruction before bidding farewell to Pei Qian. Pei Qian and his companions entered the CAF within the Tianhua studio, each ordering a beverage, intending to linger briefly before departing. At that moment, a young lady who had been quietly listening during the meeting approached Pei Qian, her face brimming with anticipation. "Hello, Mr. Pei, my name is Lin Wan. May I take a few minutes of your time to ask you some questions?" Pei Qian paused, taking a moment to assess the young woman named Lin Wan. She was quite attractive, with well-defined features and bright eyes. Though she wore no makeup, her fair complexion had a hint of rosy color, lending her an endearing quality. "Certainly," Pei Qian replied with a nod. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Wan inquired, "Mr. Pei, is the primary objective of a game to generate profit?" Pei Qian was taken aback. Such a profound question right from the start. Is the primary goal of a game to earn money? For others, perhaps. But for me, it should be to incur losses. Of course, he could not voice such thoughts. Clearing his throat, he responded, "Certainly not. I believe the foremost purpose of a game is to bring joy to the players." Lin Wan's large eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly illuminating with delight. This was the answer she had been hoping for. Chapter 54. Lin Wan's resignation letter. Upon seeing Lin Wan's eyes light up, Pei Qian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? What did I say? Why such a strong reaction? Lin Wan slightly steadied her emotions and inquired, "Mr. Pei, your company does not implement a bottom-tier elimination system, does it?" A bottom-tier elimination system? Pei Qian was familiar with such a practice. Yet it was one he would never adopt. If he were to eliminate anyone, it would be those who lack diligence, not those who are industrious. A top-tier elimination system would be far more just. "No," Pei Qian replied, shaking his head. "Every employee is like family to me. Even if a family member has shortcomings, we must strive to uplift one another and progress together. How could we simply cast them aside?" Lin Wan nodded, glancing over at Ma Yang. Indeed, Mr. Pei's unwavering support for even such employees was evidently sincere. Lin Wan then asked, "So, do your employees often work overtime, Mr. Pei?" "Oh, that too is a source of concern for me." Pei Qian sighed softly. "I have been making efforts to encourage them to return home, yet some choose to stay voluntarily. Consequently, I find myself compelled to offer additional overtime compensation as a form of recompense." "Then, Mr. Pei, is your game development driven by a desire to fulfill your own gaming dreams?" Lin Wan's gaze was filled with fervor. Pei Qian found himself momentarily at a loss, smiling as he shook his head. "No, in truth, it is primarily for financial gain." "Mr. Pei, you jest. If it were truly for money, you could easily increase the fees for Ghost General tenfold, yet you have chosen not to do so. I understand, you are a person of ideals." Lin Wan seemed to have discovered the answer. "I understand now, Mr. Pei. Thank you for taking the precious time to answer my questions." "Thank you." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Pei Qian somewhat perplexed. Who was this girl? During the earlier exchange and sharing session, she appeared to have been listening attentively from the audience. She must be a relatively new employee at Tianhua Studio. Pei Qian did not dwell on it further. Pei Qian and his group spent a total of 5 days in Yanqing, visiting several different gaming companies. However, the subsequent companies paled in comparison to Tianhua Studio. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu and the others transitioned from initial enthusiasm to sheer disinterest. Wasn't the intention to broaden their horizons and learn from advanced experiences? Initially, they had expected that Yanqing, being a hub for the domestic gaming industry, would host commendable companies. Yet, upon personal observation, they realized the stark reality. Each company was more disappointing than the last. The most favorable conditions were found at Tianhua Studio on the first day of their visit. Everyone had presumed that Tianhua's working environment was subpar. Yet the subsequent companies continued to decline, further tarnishing their impression of Yanqing's gaming industry. By the 5th day, no one even cared which company they were scheduled to visit for observation and discussion. Some individuals contemplated shopping, hoping to bring back local specialties. Others were eager to savor all the renowned delicacies of the city, while a third group believed it best to return to Tenda, diligently working for President Pei. In summary, this exchange aimed at learning yielded entirely counterproductive results. What was intended to be an enlightening experience ultimately devolved into a lamentation gathering for gaming companies in the city. Particularly for Tianhua Studio, the lofty image it held in many minds was shattered in an instant. All employees of Tenda were inadvertently subjected to an education on their affection for Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited, Huang Xibao and others, burdened with bags. Boarded the flight back to Jingzhou without a trace of nostalgia. ready to continue their toil on Maritime Fortress. Meanwhile, at Tianhua Studio, Lin Wan presented her resignation letter to Zhou Muyao with both hands. Zhou Muyao was taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that she had finally come to realize the gaming industry was a quagmire and decided to return to inherit a vast fortune? Did this imply that the task assigned to him by Lin had been completed? Was she truly contemplating leaving the gaming industry? Zhou Muyao eagerly inquired. Lin Wan shook her head. No? Zhou Muyao, perplexed, asked, "You do not wish to leave the gaming industry, yet you are resigning? Does this imply you hold Tianhua Studio in disdain? What is this? Tianhua Studio has not rejected you, yet you reject Tianhua Studio." Zhou Muyao felt a throbbing headache. Certainly, internally grappling with frustration while outwardly maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. What troubles you? Is there something amiss in your work here? Zhou Muyan exerted effort to produce a congenial smile. Were it any other intern, he would have dismissed them without a second thought. However, Lin Wan was different. She had influential connections. Zhou Muyan bore the heavy responsibility of ensuring that Lin Wan's aspirations for the gaming industry were dashed, and he could not simply allow her to depart. Even if he could not retain her, he at least needed to ascertain her reasons for leaving and her intended destination. Otherwise, if the call from the president's office of Shanhua Group came through again, it would be quite difficult to explain. "I appreciate your ongoing support, but I feel I cannot pursue my gaming aspirations here," Lin Wan remarked, gazing out the window with a look of longing. "I plan to seek opportunities elsewhere." "Where to?" Zhou Muyan inquired, perplexed. Tianhua Studio was already among the leading game companies in the country. Could it be that this young lady intended to venture abroad? Perhaps to a foreign corporation? Such a notion was not entirely implausible. "I plan to go to Tengda," Lin Wan declared resolutely, as though this decision had long been made. Tengda? Zhou Muyan initially struggled to comprehend which company she referred to, although he had recently hosted Pei Qian and employees from Tengda. The encounter had left little lasting impression on him, and he had quickly relegated it to the recesses of his mind. Upon recollection, Zhou Muyan was left bewildered. Tengda was a startup. It was merely the creation of a mobile game, and in comparison to Tianhua Studio, it was leagues apart. "If you wish to pursue your ideal in gaming, I shall not hinder you. If you aspire to work for a renowned overseas company, I can tolerate that. However, to chase after some frivolous gaming ideal at a startup is beyond comprehension." Zhou Muya coughs gently. "You must understand. Over there, the environment and atmosphere will undoubtedly fall short of what Tianhua Studio offers, and you may find yourself disillusioned." Lin Wan shook her head resolutely. "I have faith in President Pei. I perceive in him something distinct. A quality that sets him apart from you and the other designers. He seems to radiate a certain glow of idealism. I cannot be mistaken." Zhou Muya's mouth fell open slightly, nearly believing that Pei Qian had somehow enchanted this young woman. They had merely met a few days prior, and yet she was so easily swayed. Nonetheless, witnessing Lin Wan's unwavering determination, Zhou Muya recognized that further argument would be futile and dared not impede her. He understood that while she appeared gentle and amiable, her stubbornness could be formidable. Lin's father, General Lin of Shanhua Group, was a nationally renowned entrepreneur. Yet even he could not rein in his daughter, resorting instead to subtle suggestions to guide her back to the family business. Zhou Muya did not presume he could adopt a more forceful approach to keep Lin Wan. After some contemplation, he resigned himself to her choice. However, as she was heading to a smaller company, perhaps she would gain a clearer insight into the darker facets of the gaming industry. At that moment, Lin Wan would soon perceive the truths of the gaming industry and return to inherit the family business, thus finding resolution in divergent paths. Contemplating this, Zhou Muyan accepted the resignation letter, stating, "Very well, I wish you success in realizing your gaming aspirations. The Tianhua Studio will always be your home." "Thank you, General Manager Zhou," Lin Wan replied, turning to depart without a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 55, A Worthy Mission Accomplished. Upon returning to the bustling city of Jingzhou, the dawn of the new year 2010 soon approached. Everything within the company was operating smoothly. Salaries were disbursed punctually, rents were duly paid, and the financial resources were ample enough to cover all expenditures. In the event of total financial depletion due to the game's dismal performance upon its launch, Pei Qian was poised to reap a sum of 500,000. As the academic institution transitioned into examination week, Pei Qian made a conscious decision to frequent the company less, as his primary concern was avoiding failure in his courses. In truth, he harbored little interest in the potential success of the game. Experiencing losses would be the most favorable outcome. On January 7th, a Thursday, after completing yet another examination, Pei Qian returned to his rented accommodation near the school. He sank into the sofa, enveloped in an indescribable sense of relaxation and contentment. As the deadline for the system's financial reckoning drew nearer and the goal of incurring losses materialized, Pei Qian's once-taut nerves began to ease. As was his custom, he summoned the system to review the financial standings. Wealth Conversion System, Host, Pei Qian, Surplus Conversion Ratio, 101. Loss Conversion Ratio, 1. Next settlement date, 19 days hence. System funds, 138, 754, 5, 361, 245, 5. Personal assets, 1, 255. Remarkably fruitful. At long last, he had nearly exhausted all his resources. Overcome with emotion, Pei Qian felt tears welling up. Through his diligent efforts, he had finally achieved a semblance of financial equilibrium, gradually transitioning from profit to loss. Currently, Tinda's monthly expenses encompass several key items: rent for the office space, employee salaries and overtime wages, utility bills and daily expenditures, procurement of various company supplies, and sporadic team-building dinners that incur additional costs. After this series of expenditures, the funds accumulated from Ghost General have been nearly depleted, leaving the system's finances with little surplus. As of now, in comparison to the initial capital of 500,000, the system is operating at a loss. Moving forward, Pei Qian has two primary tasks. In the coming days, he will launch Maritime Fortress online, thereby satisfying the system's requirement to have no unpublished products 1 week prior to settlement. Subsequently, he intends to spend the remaining funds as liberally as possible. After that, he can simply await the inflow of money once the system settles accounts. Regarding the promotion of Maritime Fortress, Pei Qian has no intention of marketing it. He plans to upload it directly to the official platform, ideally without drawing any attention to it. The goal is to incur losses, and it is crucial to prevent players from discovering this game. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, after the game's development is completed, he will organize a team-building event to exhaust the remaining funds as much as possible. After all the hard work put into game development, isn't it reasonable to enjoy a movie, dinner, and karaoke together? With this in mind, Pei Qian promptly called Assistant Xian. Assistant Xian, please arrange a team-building activity this Friday evening to celebrate the completion of Maritime Fortress. First, we shall watch a film, followed by a delightful meal, and ultimately indulge in some karaoke. If possible, let us reserve the entire venue. The timing is as stated, Friday evening. It would be quite inappropriate to occupy our employees' well-deserved rest on Saturday and Sunday for team-building activities. That would be rather unscrupulous, wouldn't it? Yes. Let us proceed with Friday night. Once the itinerary is arranged, please send it to me for review, adhering to the same high standards as before, understood? Pei Qian briefly outlined a few points and was about to hang up when Assistant Xian interjected. Please hold. General Manager Pei, there is another matter. Do you recall the young woman who inquired during our visit to Yanqing at the Tianhua studio? Her name is Lin Wan. Lin Wan? Pei Qian had a faint recollection of that name, though not a profound one. What about her? He inquired. Assistant Xian responded over the phone. She has arrived in Jingzhou and is determined to join our company, stating that she would work without a salary. Pei Qian was taken aback. Huh, where is she? Assistant Xian replied. She is at the company, having just arrived. I was the one who welcomed her. How did she transition from Tianhua Studio to Jingzhou? And why would she wish to join us without compensation? That is simply not feasible. Pei Qian pondered for a moment before asking, Assistant Xian, what are your impressions of her? Xian Hailu paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, General Manager Pei, I believe this young woman may come from a prominent background. She is likely a wealthy heiress. I noticed that her attire and handbag are from renowned international brands, and her entire ensemble must easily be worth several tens of thousands. She is rather unpretentious and possesses a lovely disposition. However, I harbored some concerns regarding her seemingly naive and overly innocent perspective, which may render her unsuitable as an employee. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Overly innocent? Does that not imply a lack of professional capability? Quite the contrary. I have a penchant for such employees. Pei Qian felt that Lin Wan perfectly matched his recruitment criteria, a privileged young lady with virtually no work experience. Isn't that splendid? Very well. Let us proceed with the hiring. As for the salary, let us start her at 4,000 a month, and we can consider a raise later. Please finalize the contract with her directly. Regarding her duties, it seems there isn't much work at the moment, so let her engage in whatever she pleases for now. By the way, remember to include her in the activities on Friday evening. Pei Qian casually issued these instructions without much thought, as his mind wandered back to his dreams of that 500,000. Meanwhile, on the company front, the development of Maritime Fortress has entered its final stages. Bao Su did not travel to Yangqing instead. He has spent the past few days repeatedly experiencing the narrative mode of Maritime Fortress, meticulously noting all the aspects that felt awkward throughout the process and submitting them to Huang Xibao for revisions. Bao Su is not well versed in intricate game design theories. He relies solely on his intuition. Any area he perceives as flawed is documented and passed on to Huang Xibao. In turn, Huang Xibao diligently analyzes the issues and often manages to devise viable solutions. Huang Xibao is acutely aware that the narrative mode is a significant highlight of Maritime Fortress, a key element that elevates the game's prestige, and he is determined to achieve perfection in this aspect. Naturally, other factors are also crucial, such as the shooting mechanics, the models and animations within the game, and the various modes apart from the narrative, all of which influence the player's experience. The trial of these elements has largely been shouldered by Bao Su, an avid gamer who is now merely dedicating his gaming hours to his own project instead of others. Bao Su does not find this endeavor burdensome. Rather, he revels in it. When encountering frustrating aspects in other games, he often feels powerless, as submitting feedback to customer service usually proves futile, rarely reaching the project team, and even if it does, changes are seldom made. However, Maritime Fortress is different. Whenever Bao Su identifies an issue, he promptly communicates it to Huang Xibao, who swiftly implements the necessary adjustments. Most of the major revisions have already been addressed, leaving only minor details to be fine-tuned, such as bullet trajectories and character collision boxes. Although these elements are vital to the gaming experience, they can be resolved by merely adjusting some parameters. As the originally set development deadline approaches, Huang Xibao finally breathes a sigh of relief. He has lived up to expectations. The development of Maritime Fortress has been completed on schedule and to a high standard, fulfilling Pei's trust. However, Huang Xibao remains entirely uninformed about how to promote and market this game. He hardly paid it any mind. After all, these were all decisions made by President Pei. With President Pei overseeing the promotional strategy, how could there be any errors? The one who conceived the idea of promoting Ghost General through Weibo certainly possesses the ingenuity to devise an exceptional marketing approach. Chapter 56. President Pei reviews the research and development achievements. Lin Wan sat in the reception room, sipping the tea that Assistant Xian had brought her. Ah, how nostalgic. It evokes the essence of home. How long has it been since I savored such exquisite tea? Perhaps nearly half a year. Lin Wan is currently in her 4th year of university, with 6 months remaining until graduation, yet she has already interned at the Tianhua studio for 6 months. During her university years, Lin Wan made the resolute decision to immerse herself in the gaming industry, which often led to heated disputes with her father, particularly during the summer of her junior year when such disagreements peaked. In a fit of defiance, she chose not to return home and instead pursued an internship at Tianhua studio. Since then, Lin Wan's life has been quite frugal. The designer bags and clothing she once purchased without a second thought now require careful consideration. The tea she frequently enjoyed at home had become a rare indulgence. This moment marked the first time in a while that Lin Wan felt a sense of belonging. Her affinity for Tengda soared to new heights. This was Lin Wan's inaugural visit to Jingzhou City. Upon disembarking from the plane, she initially felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, as a second-tier city, it could not compare to the bustling vibrancy of a first-tier metropolis like Yangqing. However, upon entering the Shunhua Haoying, that disappointment evaporated, replaced by joy and admiration. Witnessing the office environment and the demeanor of the employees, Lin Wan was certain this was the sensation she had longed for. The idealistic brilliance she had once perceived in Pei Qian shone resplendently here. Assistant Xian knocked and entered, holding a contract in hand. Congratulations. President Pei has agreed. By signing this contract, you will officially become an employee of Tengda. The salary is 4,000 yuan per month. Is that acceptable? Lin Wan quickly stood up, her face alight with enthusiasm. Yes. She took the contract, skimmed through it briefly, and signed her name. So what will my job entail? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Assistant Xian pondered for a moment. Your job? Well, tomorrow at 2 p.m., You will participate in a team-building event, which includes watching a movie, dining, and karaoke. Huh. Lin Wan looked utterly bewildered. On Friday morning, after a prolonged absence due to exam week, Pei Qian arrived at his company. According to the original work schedule, the entire development of Maritime Fortress was to be completed this week and officially launched on the official gaming platform. The settlement would occur in 2 weeks, as Pei Qian had allowed for a slight buffer. During the planning phase, he had been concerned that the lethargic pace of his employees might lead to delays in the game's release. So he had deliberately set the deadline a week earlier to ensure ample leeway. Today marked the time for assessing the results. Upon arriving, Pei Qian made a beeline for Huang Sibo. President Pei. Huang Sibo appeared invigorated, looking remarkably handsome. Over the past 2 months at Tigda, his income had increased. His leisure time had expanded, and his spirits had lifted considerably. Thus, the mental state has transformed from a previous state of despair to one of vibrant vitality. Now that winter has arrived, Huang Sibao recently purchased several winter garments. Considering his newfound financial comfort and his employment at Shenhua Haojing, Huang Sibao resolved to procure an acceptable ensemble, spending over 1,000 on a somewhat casual suit, which now grants him the appearance of a successful individual. How's the progress on Maritime Fortress? Do we need to postpone for a week? Pei Qian inquired. Huang Sibo vigorously shook his head. No need. Rest assured. We have conducted thorough testing, and all identified bugs have been rectified. The game is ready to launch at any moment. Quite good. Pei Qian nodded. Though his expression betrayed little joy, Huang Sibao's unyielding confidence instilled a sense of unease in Pei Qian. Could it be that this game was indeed completed to standard? Yet, pondering Huang Sibao and Bao Su's qualifications, alongside the 3 stipulations he had imposed on the game's development, Pei Qian felt that even if the game were successfully developed, profitability was utterly unattainable. Would you like to try it out? Huang Sibao offered. No need for a trial, Pei Qian replied after a moment's thought. Show me the game's storyline mode and the epic weapons. He was well aware that Maritime Fortress was likely a subpar game, hardly warranting a trial. It seemed unreasonable to sample a product of one's own making that one deemed unworthy. Nevertheless, in order to ensure that the game incurs losses, Pei Qian decided to take a moment to assess whether his vision had been firmly realized. He was particularly concerned about whether significant effort had been invested in the development of the narrative mode, and whether the game featured the coveted 888 Fire Qian. Huang Sibao nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Mr. Pei. I shall present it to you right away. Opening Maritime Fortress on his computer, Huang Sibo began to explain. This is our narrative mode, where players must ascend from the lowest tier of the maritime base to the highest. The narrative mode lasts approximately 6 hours and is divided into 3 distinct scenes. The primary gameplay involves battling zombies, mercenaries, and engaging in some straightforward puzzles. He continued. This is the marketplace system. Here is the epic weapon, the Rainbow Fire Qian, which we plan to launch in the month of our release. As per your suggestion, the price for permanent access is set at 888. We have also included additional epic weapons in our development plans, aiming to introduce a new one every 2 to 3 months. As Pei Qian listened to Huang Sibao's explanation, his expressions fluctuated between furrowing his brows and nodding in approval. He furrowed his brows upon witnessing the actual gameplay footage of Maritime Fortress. The visuals were somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had anticipated that the final product would resemble Crossfire, but upon seeing the real graphics, he realized they were far more intricate and visually appealing. Whether it be the characters, the firearms, the settings, or the game's user interface, everything is refreshingly new. While it may not reach the pinnacle of artistic excellence exemplified by foreign AAA masterpieces, it is certainly not far behind. Pei Qian initially felt a surge of anger and was eager to question Huang Sibao about who had instructed him to create such a visually stunning game. Did he not realize that such beauty could be fatal? However, he soon reflected that it was, after all, his own doing. Well, that settles it. At that time, Huang Sibao had approached Pei Qian with a budget report for over 600,000 for art procurement, to which Pei Qian, without a second glance, doubled the amount to over 120,000. Indeed, the funds were spent. Yet, the quality of the acquired artistic resources had escalated several tiers. Gazing at the exquisite visuals of the game, Pei Qian felt a twinge of unease. The crux of the matter was that he could not express his frustration. For all these beautiful artistic resources were purchases he had urged Huang Sibao to make. Nevertheless, as he listened to Huang Sibao's explanations, Pei Qian felt a measure of reassurance. Fortunately, the time-consuming and thankless storyline mode had been completed. The concept of battling zombies and mercenaries sounded rather uninspiring. The famed Fire Qian from 888 had also been developed, and it stood alone in the marketplace, devoid of any lower-priced alternatives. He was likely to face criticism from players. But Pei Qian had mentally prepared himself for that eventuality. If he had to endure some scolding, then so be it. Losing money was an acceptable outcome. After all, like old Ma, who faced daily complaints from players, it did not hinder him from taking the bus, did it? Moreover, Pei Qian had already conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that the Bullet Marks game from the Tianhua studio was also set to launch in the near future. Pei Qian resolved that Maritime Fortress would directly confront Bullet Marks, hoping for a catastrophic collision that would leave it utterly shattered. With such a formidable competitor, what significance did it hold for Maritime Fortress to simply have superior graphics? The data would undoubtedly be crushed and subjected to relentless defeat. President Pei, there are some other game modes we could discuss. Would you like me to elaborate? Huang Xibao inquired. Pei Qian shook his head. No need for that. Let us proceed directly to the official store for review. Everyone has worked diligently for so long. It's time to prepare for our outing this afternoon. Let us enjoy a splendid film and indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 57. Team building means indulgence. On Lin's first day at work, she was greeted with a grand welcome ceremony. At 2 p.m., everyone gathered at the company before heading to the cinema in a jubilant procession. Following Assistant Xian's meticulously arranged itinerary, they booked a VIP IMAX theater for over 4,000, enjoying the latest film, Avatar. After the movie, the group proceeded to Swan Lake, the most extravagant buffet restaurant in Jingzhou City, where each person's meal cost 428, plus a 15 service charge, culminating in over 10,000 spent by Pei Qian. Upon finishing dinner, the party swiftly made their way to a nearby KTV, reserving a luxurious room with a minimum spending requirement of over 6,000. Subsequently, Pei Qian performed a series of transactions at the bar, pushing the total into 5 figures. Despite this, Pei Qian still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He was eager to splurge, yet funds seemed inexhaustible. He could sense that, in contrast to usual restrictions, the system had relaxed its financial limitations today. It appeared that the system's constraints fluctuated each time Pei Qian accessed the funds. The rationale he presented allowed for varying maximum allowances. Previously, under the pretext of a business trip to Guangzhou, he spent freely according to corporate travel standards. This time, however, he justified the expenses by celebrating the completion of Fortress at Sea, thereby broadening the scope of permissible dining and activities. Typically, for a standard gathering, a buffet would be capped at around 200 per person. Exceeding this limit would trigger a warning from the system. However, this time, perhaps due to the compelling reasoning provided by Pei Qian, the choice of a buffet costing 400 yuan per person elicited no reaction from the system, which tacitly approved. Pei Qian speculated that the system's standards are likely to be dynamically adaptable, rather than static. This bodes well, as it signifies that Pei Qian could attain an increasing degree of freedom, allowing him to utilize the system's funds for a broader array of endeavors in the future. Of course, the system's funds remain strictly confined to company-related affairs and cannot be employed for personal expenditures. Pei Qian is already making concerted efforts to spend money. Yet he still feels as though his endeavors barely make a dent. Take today's expenses, for instance. He has spent less than 30,000, which falls short of his initial expectations. Nevertheless, it is of little concern, as there remains over a week until the final settlement, providing ample time to continue his spending. While Pei Qian can maintain his composure regarding this event, others are not faring as well. Particularly, Ma Yang, Bao Su, and Huang Xibao have gradually succumbed to a state of stupor as the team-building activities unfold. They booked a VIP IMAX screening to watch the latest 3D blockbuster, relishing the experience to the fullest. Following this was dinner, with an average cost exceeding 400 yuan, offering over 500 dishes and more than 400 types of seafood, including bluefin tuna, New Zealand rock lobster, Australian crayfish, and exquisite shrimp. Upon discovering that Häagen-Dazs ice cream was available in unlimited quantities, Ma Yang nearly embraced the tub to indulge, only to be met with a stern reprimand from Pei Qian. Are you incapable of making a selection? Surely you have some awareness of what is expensive. If you truly do not comprehend, then simply ask. The crowd reveled in their feast, darting about the restaurant with exuberance, unbothered by the peculiarities of the dishes before them. Regardless of taste, anything that appeared extravagant was eagerly claimed. Most of these patrons were in their early 20s, the prime age for indulgence, and soon, the empty plates piled high upon the tables. Pei Qian, however, remained remarkably composed. In his previous life, he rarely encountered such lavish buffets. These delicacies held a certain allure for him, yet his mind was preoccupied with the prospect of 500,000. Once he secured that sum, the notion of enjoying fine cuisine would become trivial. He would no longer need to fabricate excuses for a sumptuous meal, nor would he have to appease the whims of the system. Casually, he popped a piece of bluefin tuna into his mouth, his thoughts solely fixated on the grand total. Similarly, Lin Wan's attention was not captivated by the food. To her, the offerings were mundane, long since familiar. What intrigued her were the dynamics among her colleagues and the demeanor of President Pei. Observing her co-workers, she noted their unbridled joy, a sight she had never witnessed among her colleagues at Tianhua Studio. Was it simply the allure of fine dining? No, surely it was not. This was merely a buffet costing over 400 per person, hardly remarkable. The elation radiating from her colleagues stemmed from their sense of being valued by President Pei. His humane warmth had imbued them with genuine happiness, reminding them that work could indeed be a source of joy rather than a relentless struggle. At Pei's gathering, it is evidently not the case. Such a pure and rare occasion for a dinner is indeed a treasure. In contrast, gatherings at other companies often occur on rest days, encroaching upon employees' leisure time, with the sole purpose of drinking under the guise of fostering camaraderie, which in reality serves as mere social obligation. Many find this utterly tiresome, yet feel powerless to change it. However, at Tingda, the atmosphere is entirely different. Everyone indulges in food and drink freely, without the customary speeches, toasts, or awkward ice-breaking activities. Simply relishing the culinary delights. What a genuinely pure team-building dinner. Moreover, Lin Wan observed that Pei Qian was eating absent-mindedly, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps he was contemplating matters related to the game and company operations? While everyone else excitedly fetched their meals and feasted, only Pei Qian appeared troubled, his mind elsewhere. Indeed, this embodies the responsibility of a company owner, one who worries for the world before seeking joy for himself. Lin Wan couldn't help but gain a fresh perspective on Pei Qian. After the meal, the group proceeded to a luxurious private room at a nearby KTV, reveling through the night. Of course, for the girls who preferred not to sing and wished to return home early, Pei Qian thoughtfully arranged for male colleagues to taxi them back. After all, the cost of the room remains the same, and even if the guests depart, it does not hinder Pei Qian from spending. His principle is clear: as long as they do not obstruct his use of company funds, they are free to do as they please. The luxurious suite features a private bar and dance floor, with an array of beverages available for indulgence. Initially, the guests were somewhat reserved, but once Ma Yang showcased his deathly yet captivating vocal prowess with a rendition of Love for Sale, the atmosphere transformed into one of lively revelry. Everyone began to unleash their inhibitions, clutching the microphone and singing with wild abandon. Lin Wan chose to remain, serenading the crowd with several songs, her voice echoing with an authenticity that elicited rapturous applause. She realized she had developed a fondness for this group, which felt akin to a loving family, all gathered closely around President Pei in a harmonious embrace. This ambience reassured Lin Wan that she had indeed found her rightful place. Tingdao might just be the answer she had been fervently seeking regarding her dreams in gaming. Pei Qian, too, was in high spirits, indulging in a few drinks. In a state of half-drunkenness, he imagined the system processing, envisioning the transfer of 500,000 system funds into his account. The following noon, Pei Qian awoke in his rental apartment, rubbing his bleary eyes. Though he had consumed alcohol the previous night, it was of superior quality, leaving no trace of a hangover. Rising from bed, he poured himself a glass of water and powered on his newly acquired laptop. His previous device had been honorably retired after just over half a year since his enrollment. Now, Pei Qian possessed a top-of-the-line Alienware gaming laptop. Since it ultimately utilizes the system's funds, the anticipation surrounding this gaming laptop has diminished for Pei Qian. Upon accessing the official ESRO platform to check on Maritime Fortress, he discovered, to his surprise, that it had yet to pass the review process. Given the game's substantial size, it is only natural for the review to take longer. Thus, after 20 hours, the game remained in a state of review. Pei Qian closed his laptop, not particularly concerned. Others may fret over when their games will be approved due to meticulously crafted promotional plans that necessitate immediate action post-approval. However, Pei Qian harbored no such promotional strategy. In light of this, does the timing of the game's approval truly matter? Not in the least. Chapter 58. Has this game received any promotion at all? Monday noon. The team-building activity last Friday had exhilarated most participants, and after a 2-day respite over the weekend, everyone felt utterly relaxed. Aside from Bao Su, who returned to the office on Sunday, the others indulged in a well-deserved break. After all, the game had already been completed, leaving no justification for additional work hours. Although overtime might yield extra compensation, the allure of a leisurely holiday was far more enticing. On this Monday, many remained enveloped in their joy. However, Huang Sibao did not share this blind optimism. His expression was somewhat grave. You've noticed the data for Maritime Fortress, haven't you? Huang Sibao approached Bao Su's workstation, discovering that Bao Su was also monitoring the back-end statistics for the game. In short, it was dismal. The game was submitted for review on Friday, passed inspection on Saturday night, yet by the end of Sunday, the download count had barely reached a few hundred. For too few. Unlike other genres, FPS games are akin to competitive online games. They require a substantial player base to thrive. The fundamental gameplay revolves around player versus player combat, and with only a few hundred downloads, the active player count amounted to merely dozens. How could one expect any semblance of competition? Forget about matching equally skilled opponents. There was uncertainty whether they could even find live players. It was unreasonable to expect gamers to engage solely against AI. Certainly, Maritime Fortress distinguishes itself from other FPS games such as Bullet Scar through its narrative mode, allowing it to be enjoyed as a standalone experience. However, the storyline mode cannot sustain an extensive gaming duration, leading players to quickly lose interest. Moreover, the majority of enthusiasts who favor counterterrorism plan tend to prefer competitive modes, showing little enthusiasm for the narrative aspect. In summary, the situation appears rather bleak. The several hundred downloads achieved were under the premise of Maritime Fortress being a free game. Had it been priced according to standalone game standards, it would likely have been set at no less than 30 or 50 yuan, resulting in a further decline in downloads. As for the reasoning behind Maritime Fortress being designated as a free game, it stems from Pei Qian's lessons learned from Ghost General. The latter's commendable qualities led to a rapid expansion of its user base, with hundreds of thousands of new active players each month. Each of these new players brought in 10 yuan of revenue for Pei Qian, catching him off guard. Originally, this 10 yuan pricing was merely intended as a barrier to deter free players, but it inadvertently resulted in a model of thin profit margins paired with high sales volume. Thus, Pei Qian, reflecting on the experience, ultimately reversed the pricing strategy for Maritime Fortress by making the game entirely free, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances. And with a certain level of downloads achieved, Pei Qian would not be able to extract a single penny from these ordinary players. The threshold for the epic weapons in Maritime Fortress is sufficiently high, inciting criticism and tarnishing the game's reputation, thus dissuading casual players. Simultaneously, it renders the majority of players unable to afford them. As for the question of why it cannot be entirely free, does Pei Qian not desire it? The crux lies in the system's restrictions. If the game were entirely free, devoid of any in-game purchases or advertisements, it would be inherently unreasonable. Akin to Pei Qian subsidizing the production of a product only to give it away for free. Such blatant exploitation and intentional financial loss are strictly prohibited by the system. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly simple for Pei Qian to incur losses, merely purchase a batch of goods at full price and sell them at a discount, enabling him to lose as much as he wishes. The system would not allow such apparent loopholes for Pei Qian to exploit. Thus, he must devise a profitable model for the game. Whether through sales or in-game purchases, he must ensure there are profit points to avoid system warnings. In summary, as of now, the situation of Maritime Fortress remains under Pei Qian's control. He has established 3 lines of defense for the game. The first line, a lack of early promotion, leading to indifference. The second line, a disastrous pricing strategy, with the 888 epic weapons damaging public perception and resulting in a collapse of the game's reputation. The third line, the formidable competition posed by the excellent game Bullet Marks, which exerts significant pressure on Maritime Fortress. Currently, the first line of defense is proving effective, and both Huang Sibao and Bao Su are troubled by this predicament. The two individuals were keenly observing the performance of Maritime Fortress, a labor of love they had invested considerable effort into, particularly as this game bore the weight of President Pei's expectations. If the game were to fail, it would undoubtedly betray his trust, a scenario that was utterly unacceptable. Huang Sibao hesitated, seemingly uncertain whether to voice his thoughts or remain silent. However, After much deliberation, he finally spoke up. Brother Bao, do you think President Pei has perhaps neglected the promotion of Maritime Fortress? After all, the download figures are alarmingly dismal, aren't they? Although it may seem disrespectful to suggest so. The reality appears to align with this notion. In today's landscape, the success of domestic games heavily hinges on marketing and distribution channels. Many subpar games have managed to attract a substantial number of players through aggressive, brainwashing marketing strategies. Of course, whether these players remain engaged is an entirely different matter. Nonetheless, it stands to reason that even the most mediocre games, if properly promoted and sufficiently funded, would not go unnoticed. Yet, after a full day since launch, only a few hundred downloads? This is simply illogical. Bao Su glanced at Huang Xibao and replied, Brother Huang, let us not question President Pei. He is a master in marketing, having successfully employed Weibo to promote Ghost General. Surely, he understands the significance of promotion and marketing. Huang Xibao scratched his head, acknowledging that the logic was indeed sound. However, the current state of Maritime Fortress is evidently languishing due to a complete lack of promotion. Huang Xibao even took the initiative to investigate and found that Maritime Fortress has not been featured on any other gaming platforms, nor has it been advertised or promoted through any other means. Surely, President Pei cannot be silently biding his time for a grand reveal? Sensing Huang Xibao's perplexity, Bao Su remarked, I believe we should place our utmost trust in President Pei. He has not tasked us with the responsibility of publicity, so we need not concern ourselves with it. Indeed, you are right, Huang Xibao pondered, realizing the validity of this perspective. After all, what kind of genius is President Pei for him to worry? Thus, Huang Xibao turned to leave. Yet, 10 minutes later, he returned, not regarding the game's promotion. Huang Xibao explained that it pertained to modifications for the subsequent version. Oh, Bao Su replied, nodding. Huang Xibao paused slightly. The official version of Maritime Fortress has been fully developed. And according to standard development protocols, we should now prepare to formulate plans for the next version. So? Bao Su responded, somewhat perplexed. At present, he had only a rudimentary understanding of the game development process, and he was prepared to assist Huang Xibao in whatever manner was required. Chapter 59. The need for test subjects. Generally speaking, the progress of a game's development team tends to outpace the content available to players by 1 or even 2 versions. For instance, if players are engaged with version 1.0.1, the testing server is likely already evaluating the contents of version 1.0.2, while the development team is concurrently working on 1.0.3 and plans for 1.0.4 are already on the agenda. This is particularly true for games that undergo frequent updates. However, even in titles where updates are less common, the development team's plans should at least be ahead by 1 version compared to the content currently accessible to players. Once the game development reaches completion, it is essential to swiftly transition into the next phase of research and development. Otherwise, the project team would find themselves idle during this period. With this in mind, Huang Xibao, drawing from his previous work experience, believed it was time to establish the next phase of the development plan, a responsibility that fell squarely within his purview as the chief executor. It would be a grave oversight to wait until President Pei pressed for the next version before Huang Xibao began to make arrangements. Bai Su had no objections and fully supported this initiative. However, the current dilemma was that Huang Xibao was uncertain about what plans to set in motion. He lacked direction and did not even know how to implement the necessary modifications. He voiced his frustrations. The new version essentially comprises 2 facets. One involves rectifying existing bugs, vulnerabilities, and inconsistencies within the game, while the other focuses on developing new gameplay, maps, and content, thereby enhancing and expanding the game itself. However, the quandary that Huang Xibao currently faces lies in the fact that Maritime Fortress has already reached a state deemed perfect by both him and Bao Su, seemingly devoid of any bugs or design flaws that necessitate repair. As for the development of new content, to be frank, there is already an abundance of material. The game features a narrative mode, a combat mode, and within the combat mode, there are various subgenres such as biohazard mode, ghost mode, and demolition mode. At present, there appears to be no room for additional content. Before players grow weary of the existing game elements, would it not be superfluous to exert effort on new gameplay and maps? Bao Su found himself rather vexed, as this matter transcended his realm of expertise. While he excelled at gaming, he was utterly inept when it came to the overarching planning of the game itself. I am at a loss, Brother Huang. You shall have to navigate this situation as you see fit. What do you think we should do? Bao Su inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xibao responded, I believe we ought to enlist some core players to experience the game and provide us with their insights and suggestions. Please do not misconstrue my words, Brother Bao. It is not that your suggestions lack merit, but rather, those embroiled in the situation may lack perspective. We must strive to gather input from a broader spectrum of players. The larger the sample, the more precise the data. Bao Su, unfazed, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Huang Xibao's reasoning. Previously, the game's balance and feel relied solely on Bao Su's comprehensive oversight. Whenever he deemed a weapon's trajectory in need of adjustment or found a particular action's feel unsatisfactory, Huang Xibao would promptly instruct the design team to implement the necessary changes. However, Bao Su is merely an individual, despite his remarkable skills. He can only represent his personal perspective. The game caters to hundreds of thousands of players, and who can guarantee that one's own taste will resonate with the majority? Therefore, Huang Xibao believes it is essential to recruit a group of players to experience the game. By identifying flaws, they can be incorporated into the next phase of the version plan, allowing for continuous optimization of the game. This way, Huang Xibao can formulate a coherent work plan for the subsequent steps. I concur, but which players do you intend to approach? If we invite them to test our game without justification, will they be willing to assist us? Shouldn't we offer some form of compensation? Bao Su inquired. Well, that is indeed a dilemma. Huang Xibao furrowed his brow, contemplating where to find a few willing participants. Upon returning to his workstation, Huang Xibao found himself troubled. It is indeed necessary to gather a significant number of testers to evaluate the game properly. In fact, any standard game should undergo a player public test prior to its launch. Often, no matter how proficient the testing team may be, they cannot surpass the bug-prone nature of casual players. On one hand, with the widespread use of game editors and expedited ESRO reviews, the development process of many games has become increasingly streamlined, rendering the public testing phase optional. On the other hand, General Manager Pei has never instructed him to arrange for public testing, directly tasking Huang Xibao with submitting the game for approval. Thus, Sea Fortress was directly launched online without any player beta testing. Now, Huang Xibao feels the necessity to recruit a few test players to provide feedback on the game. But the question of where to find these test players presents a significant challenge. Lacking connections and resources. Perhaps, he could consult General Manager Pei? That would be inappropriate. It would be quite embarrassing to ask General Manager Pei for guidance on such a trivial matter. Huang Xibao repeatedly reminds himself, you are now the lead designer. General Manager Pei has entrusted you with important responsibilities. Not with the expectation that you will approach him for every minor issue like a schoolboy, but rather that you can stand on your own and competently fulfill your duties. It is best to resolve minor matters independently and not always trouble General Manager Pei. Moreover, when it comes to recruiting test players, General Manager Pei may not have a solution either. Although he is remarkably capable, it is unreasonable to expect him to personally seek out players for game testing. Thus, Huang Xibao suppresses the urge to consult Pei Qian, deciding that it is more prudent to handle this demanding task himself. After fruitless attempts to seek assistance from Quandu, Huang Xibao sends out a message within the design team. I am looking to recruit a group of players to test the game. Does anyone have connections? Ideally, I would like to find some fans of FPS games and collaborate with their group leaders to bring in a few test players. Of course, we should show our appreciation. While monetary compensation is out of the question, we can offer them some exclusive in-game weapons. It is certainly possible to find people by paying, but if we do that, General Manager Pei must be informed. Huang Xibao believed that it was unnecessary to trouble General Manager Pei with this matter. Since he could not afford to invest his own money, he could only offer some in-game benefits. Although the allure for players was rather meager, it was still better than nothing. Before long, responses began to pour in. Most, like Huang Xibao, lacked connections, did not know individuals in similar circumstances, nor were they part of any related player communities. Xiaoel suggested that he could search for some groups of players engaged in counterterrorism operations and see if he could manage to infiltrate and negotiate with the group leaders. However, the likelihood of success for this plan was rather slim. Attempting to advertise other FPS games in someone else's player group without offering sufficient incentives would likely result in being expelled by the group leader. At that moment, Lin Wan spoke up. Actually, I have the contact details for several leaders of large FPS gaming groups. They typically manage 1 or 2 player communities, each consisting of hundreds or even thousands of players. Huang Xibao quickly inquired, would it be possible to negotiate with them? He quickly corrected himself, adding, could they lend us a hand? Realizing he had been rather indiscreet in front of the charming girl, he hastily amended his phrasing. Lin Wan was unfazed. No problem. I am quite familiar with them. It's merely a matter of a single sentence. Huang Xibao felt a surge of curiosity. How do you know so many leaders of FPS gaming communities? It seems rather implausible. Lin Wan was not an enthusiast of FPS games, and even if she were, there would be little reason for her to be acquainted with so many leaders of various FPS groups. Lin Wan explained, "Oh, it's because during my internship at Tianhua Studio, the project team for Bullet Mark specifically sought a group of core FPS gamers to serve as testers. I was responsible for coordinating and liaising with them." Huang Xibao couldn't help but feel delighted yet amused. So that was the case. He almost forgot that Lin Wan, during her time at Tianhua Studio, was involved with the Bullet Marks project team, which was also an FPS game. At that time, Lin Wan was merely an intern with little work experience. So Zhou Muyan assigned her to connect with these testers, who were carefully selected from core FPS players. These testers did not need to work at Tianhua Studio. They simply received the testing packages for Bullet Marks online at home and immersed themselves in the game. Subsequently, they would meticulously document their gaming experiences and submit their feedback to Lin Wan, who would then compile the responses and relay them to the project team. The team would make improvements to Bullet Marks based on this feedback. Naturally, given Tianhua Studio's substantial resources, they would provide a remuneration, unlike Takda, where Huang Xibao was solely focused on getting something for nothing. Each day, Lin Wan was responsible for receiving the testers' gaming experiences, engaging in casual conversations, and thus became acquainted with them. In other words, Takda's ability to locate these individuals was akin to reaping the benefits of Tianhua's labor. Regarding such unearned gains, Huang Xibao could only exclaim, "How wonderful! I kindly request your assistance in reaching out to as many enthusiasts of FPS games as possible for a trial play. Each participant will be rewarded with a commemorative Desert Eagle within the game. Furthermore, for those who successfully recruit a substantial number of players, we shall consider enhancing their rewards. If one can gather 100 players, a permanent epic weapon will be bestowed. Alternatively, you may select a few exceptional testers to receive the same permanent epic weapon as a reward." Huang Xibao's offer is rather conservative, while he cannot provide monetary rewards. As the chief executor, he possesses back-end management privileges to allocate firearms or vouchers to designated players effortlessly. Although the permanent epic weapon is quite costly, priced at 888 yuan each, it merely represents data from the perspective of the gaming company. Should a player truly manage to enlist 100 participants for the trial or uncover critical bugs, it is entirely reasonable to grant them a permanent epic weapon as recognition. Rest assured, I shall take care of this. Lin Wan readily agreed, viewing this as her inaugural task at Tingda, though not particularly challenging. She is determined to complete it with diligence. Without delay, Lin Wan reached out to the leaders of several FPS gaming groups, starting with one known by the moniker Zhi Qinsha. Zhi Qinsha, whose real name is Qinsha, is a seasoned FPS gamer and a well-respected figure within the counterterrorism plan community, serving as the leader of a player group, which could also be considered his own fan base. His group is a vast one, encompassing 2,000 members, among whom several hundred are exceedingly active. The Tianhua Studio places great importance on Chen Sha's opinions, and many modifications have been made in accordance with his suggestions. However, Lin Wan is only vaguely familiar with his name and can sense that he is quite affluent in reality. As for other specific details, such as his profession, she remains unaware. "Old Chen, stop lurking and help me test a game." Lin Wan, having grown relatively close to Chen Sha, wasted no time on pleasantries and jumped straight to the point. Before long, a response came from the other end. "Isn't Bullet Marks already fully tested and set for release? Are there further testing requirements?" Chen Sha inquired casually. Lin Wan clarified, "It's not Bullet Marks, it's another game." "Oh, I haven't mentioned that I've left Tianhua Studio," Chen Sha replied. "Leaving right after the game's launch is quite a move. I've heard that the bonuses for the developers after a game's release are substantial. Aren't you turning your back on potential wealth?" "What bonuses? That's of little importance. I assure you, the company I am with now surpasses Tianhua Studio significantly. Enough of this chit-chat. Please expedite the game testing for me," Lin Wan urged. "All right. Is the price still the same as at Tianhua Studio? 500 yuan per evaluation?" "Oh, not quite. After the evaluation, you'll receive a limited edition Desert Eagle from the game as a reward," Lin Wan responded candidly. There was a long pause on the other end, and Chen Sha found himself momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? Is the disparity not too great? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? The Tianhua studio has requested Qinsha to assist in game testing for each session, regardless of the number of issues raised. A reward of 500 yuan is given for identifying problems. After all, as a distinguished player, Qinsha can discern subtle nuances that ordinary players might overlook, rendering his evaluations irreplaceable. Bullet Marks is a game tailored for hardcore players, and Qinsha epitomizes this demographic. Requesting a higher compensation is not unreasonable. Naturally, 500 yuan may seem excessive, which is somewhat understandable from this new company. However, offering 400 or even 300 yuan as a token of appreciation would suffice. Receiving no reward at all, aside from a limited edition Desert Eagle within the game? What a farce! Who truly desires such a trivial virtual item? Qinsha felt somewhat exasperated but refrained from blocking them outright, given his prior acquaintance with Lin Wan. I remarked that this new company seems rather miserly, asking for my assistance in testing, yet offering no compensation. Are they trying to exploit me? Qinsha felt rather speechless. Miserly? No, no, no. I assure you on my integrity that this company is anything but stingy. Not only are they generous, but their level of generosity is astonishing. I realize that might not hold much weight, but I am certainly not deceiving you. Here's the deal. As long as you conduct a thorough test, I will apply for an additional reward on top of the limited edition Desert Eagle, a permanent epic weapon. Lin Wan diligently attempted to persuade Qinsha. Qinsha remained utterly disinterested, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion. Who cares about the weapons in this game? Moreover, how much could a permanent epic weapon possibly be worth? At best, it might fetch 100 or 200 yuan, which is far below my anticipated price range. Let me be clear. Anything below 300 is out of the question." Lin Wan pondered for a moment before responding. To my knowledge, the permanent epic weapons in the game are priced at 888. Qinsha inquired, "How much did you say?" 888? In points or in actual currency? Lin Wan replied, "Of course, I mean in actual currency." Qinsha leaned closer to the computer screen, scrutinizing the details. Indeed, there was no decimal point accompanying that 888. This is madness. Absolute madness. An epic weapon priced at 888 yuan? Why not just rob a bank instead? Who in their right mind would purchase such an overpriced item? My perception of this game and the company behind it is increasingly dubious. Qinsha fell silent for a prolonged moment. After 2 minutes, he finally said, "Send me the game. I'll take a look. But let me make it clear. If this game turns out to be subpar, do not blame me for lacking loyalty. I truly cannot assist you with that." In truth, Qinsha was not swayed by Lin Wan's words. His curiosity was simply piqued, and he wanted to see what a weapon priced at 888 yuan looked like. The game is titled Fortress at Sea, and the official game store is already accessible. Lin Wan was brimming with confidence, assuring others that despite his lack of experience with the game, he firmly believed it would emerge as a remarkable success, owing to its creation by one of the country's most visionary and talented designers. Qinsha, however, was somewhat skeptical regarding the assertion of the designer's brilliance. His primary concern lay with the game's title, Seaside Fortress. Upon encountering this name, an inexplicable premonition arose within him that the game would likely be subpar. With a blend of curiosity and doubt, Qinsha navigated to the official game store, located Seaside Fortress, and proceeded to download and register. To his surprise, the game's file size was quite substantial, exceeding that of Bullet Scar and far surpassing counterterrorism plan. Nevertheless, Qinsha refrained from overthinking, acknowledging that large file sizes do not preclude the existence of inferior games. He recalled a particular domestic game that, due to poor optimization, had rendered even the most advanced graphics cards incapable of running its substandard visuals, thereby creating the infamous legend of Titanfall. Thus, a large file size and high system requirements were not definitive indicators of quality. The essence lay within the game's content itself. Before long, Qinsha entered the game. His initial reaction was surprisingly positive. The visuals appeared quite impressive, far superior to what he had anticipated. Qinsha had initially perceived it as an unreliable and mediocre game, harboring little hope, merely wishing to glimpse the epic weapon priced at 888. Yet, the game's first impression left him pleasantly surprised. Although there is no opening CGI, both the login interface and the scene UI are visually stunning, rivaling that of Bullet Marks. Qinsha first explored the marketplace, where he was immediately captivated by the legendary epic weapon, a dazzling rainbow-hued Pei Qian. At first glance, it bears the familiar shape of an AK, albeit with extensive magical modifications in its intricate details. The entire body of the firearm gleams with golden brilliance, while the barrel is adorned with a vibrant paint job that radiates outwards like the rippling waves of a colorful rainbow, truly mesmerizing. Beneath the barrel rests a uniquely designed golden bayonet, referred to in the marketplace as the Qian stab. At the junction of the barrel and the body stands a colossal Qian head, its gaping maw poised to engulf both the barrel and the bayonet. The Qian's eyes glow a menacing crimson, and as the weapon shifts, flickering red dots create an effect that makes it seem as though this mythical creature is alive. Its fur exhibits the colors and textures of flames, undulating like waves in a gentle breeze. Furthermore, the magazine, grip, and stock have all undergone modifications, exaggerating the dimensions and enhancing the unique design while preserving the original silhouette of the AK, leaving a lasting impression. Chen Sha was left in awe. How could this be so spectacular? As a seasoned player of counterterrorism plan, he had previously delved deeply into bullet marks during its testing phase. However, both counterterrorism plan and bullet marks have meticulously replicated real-world firearms to the fullest extent. The AK rifle, for instance, is typically subject only to modifications in its paintwork, with its fundamental design remaining largely unchanged. This may elicit criticism from fervent enthusiasts of military games. In contrast, the maritime fortress represents an audacious transformation. Strictly speaking, the Fire Qian may appear somewhat ostentatious. Its exaggerated design, bold alterations, and flamboyant effects initially evoked a sense of discomfort in Chen Sha. This reaction stemmed from years of immersion in FPS games, where he had grown accustomed to the traditional appearance of the AK. Thus, the abrupt shift from realism to a fantastical aesthetic was understandably jarring. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this weapon possesses an undeniable allure. Indeed, the more one gazes upon it, the more captivating it becomes. Chen Sha found himself entranced by the effects adorning the Fire Qian, particularly the vibrant flames that danced like fiery tendrils atop its head, enhanced by a breathing effect, coupled with the gun's dazzling paintwork. Once one embraces such a design, it surprisingly resonates in an exhilarating manner. Furthermore, considering the price, a genuine 888 soft-shelled currency per unit, Chen Sha could not help but exclaim in admiration. Such audacity in pricing a singular weapon so high truly speaks to the designer's prowess. Such boldness is indeed remarkable. Typically, in-game purchases are priced incrementally, cautiously probing the psychological thresholds of players. In games such as QQ 3 Kingdoms, the initial cap for in-game purchases is rather modest. However, as many players reach this monetary threshold, QQ 3 Kingdoms subsequently introduces additional payment opportunities, gradually elevating both the noble system and the spending limit. Conversely, titles like Sea Fortress are exceptionally rare, debuting with a price tag of 888. Chen Sha perused the in-game shop and stumbled upon a peculiar observation. There were no tabs or product categories within the store. The entire shop featured solely this singular item, which stands as the exclusive avenue for expenditure in Sea Fortress. In other words, apart from the 888 Fire Qian, Sea Fortress offers no other purchasable items. Of course, the game does include various other firearms, all of which can be located within the Armory feature. Here, players can find detailed attributes and methods for acquisition. The means of obtaining these weapons are diverse. Some are unlocked by completing story mode challenges, others by achieving specific milestones, and a few can be procured through tokens available in-game. These tokens are earned through daily activities and battles. While not limitless, they are not particularly challenging to acquire. Chen Sha was astonished to discover that, aside from the Fire Qian, not a single weapon in the expansive armory could be obtained through monetary transactions. He scratched his head in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the game's pricing mechanism. Was the Fire Qian truly worth such an exorbitant price of 888? He scrutinized the description of the Fire Qian closely. In the realm of the game, firearms are categorized into 4 distinct tiers: common, elite, heroic, and epic. When juxtaposed with the lower-tier heroic weapons, the epic weapons exhibit only marginally superior attributes. Upon closer inspection, Chen Sha could hardly discern any differences between the attributes of the epic weapon, Fire Qian, and the heroic-grade AK. This pattern holds true across all tiers. Each level of a given weapon showcases slight enhancements and attributes, yet these improvements remain rather inconspicuous. Moreover, epic weapons bestow certain unique effects. Players experience a 200 increase in experience points earned. Experience influences player level, which, in reality, holds little significance. as leveling up merely grants a small amount of a-game currency and may serve as a condition for certain functionalities. Within the same room, players enjoy a 50 boost in experience points and a 30 increase in currency acquisition. Upon a player's demise, their weapon drops as a common AK. While if a player voluntarily discards their weapon, it continues to drop as the Fire Qian. The Fire Qian boasts a slightly faster reload speed and weapon switching speed, alongside a marginally larger magazine capacity. Beyond this, there is little else to note. While there exists a slight advantage, it is far from overwhelming, failing to reach the level of dominance one might expect. Given that this is an FPS game, a headshot with a common AK results in an instant kill. Just as a headshot with the Fire Qian does, there is no distinction. The Fire Qian may indeed reload and switch weapons a fraction of a second more swiftly, and it may inflict slightly higher damage when shooting through walls or targeting feet, yet the difference remains minuscule. In Chen Sha's perspective, the Fire Qian does possess a slight advantage in attributes over other weapons, yet this advantage hardly justifies the expenditure of 888 soft sister coins. Chen Sha finds himself at a loss in defining this game. Is it commendable? The fact that this weapon dares to be priced at 888 is certainly incongruent with any notion of integrity. Is it a scam? Aside from the Fire Qian, the game is fundamentally free, and the Fire Qian purchased for 888 does not confer any substantial numerical superiority. Chen Sha believes that the designer of this payment model deserves to be recognized in the annals of human perplexity. It is genuinely, utterly unfathomable. Chapter 62. Is there really a story mode? It appears that Lin Wan's offer to assist in securing a Fire Qian for himself is, in reality, quite a generous gesture. After all, the market price for a Fire Qian is 888. However, Chen Sha quickly shook his head, dispelling this ludicrous notion from his mind. What is this 888 Fire Qian? It is merely a collection of code within the game. How could anyone possibly spend money on it? If no one is willing to purchase the Fire Qian, then it becomes utterly worthless. Indeed, as long as no one buys the Fire Qian, this could be considered a rather fair game. Chen Sha found himself perplexed by the mechanics of this game. He had encountered titles like Counter-Strike, which offered no in-game purchases and relied solely on sales, as well as Bullet Strike, which was free but structured with various tiers of in-game purchases. Yet he had never encountered a game like Maritime Fortress. Driven by curiosity, Chen Sha exited the store and continued to explore other modes within the game. The competitive mode presented numerous new gameplay options, such as Ghost Mode and Biohazard Mode, which seemed unfamiliar to him. To his astonishment, there was even a story mode. While he felt a modicum of excitement upon discovering Ghost Mode and Biohazard Mode, it did not entirely surprise him. After all, innovation in gameplay is not uncommon in competitive FPS games. However, the revelation of a story mode left him utterly astounded. For neither Counter-Strike nor any other domestic developers of FPS games had ventured into creating a narrative-driven experience. Creating a narrative within first-person shooter games is a rather arduous and thankless endeavor, particularly for domestic developers who generally struggle to master this art. Conversely, some international masterpieces do incorporate storylines. However, these grand productions often entail substantial investments, diverging significantly from the typical FPS concept. The Tianhua studio has meticulously refined bullet marks for an extended period, striving for excellence in every aspect, yet they have refrained from adding a storyline mode. This is due to the belief of Zhou Mayan that it is neither necessary nor feasible. If even Tianhua Studio dares not venture into narrative territory, what temerity does the relatively obscure Maritime Fortress possess to attempt such a feat? This piqued Chen Sha's curiosity. Instead of promptly exiting the game as he had anticipated, he resolved to explore the narrative mode, bracing himself for an experience that he expected to be tedious and unfulfilling. Upon entering the narrative mode, he was greeted by a prolonged black screen. Chen Sha nearly concluded that the game had encountered a bug. However, he soon heard a voice. Already dead? Perhaps not entirely. Though the G-Virus guarantees a grim fate, let us abandon him here. The dialogue was articulated in authentic English, fortunately accompanied by subtitles against the backdrop of darkness. In the pitch-black void, the screen seemed to tremble slightly, signifying the protagonist's semi-conscious state as he was cast aside, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. The screen remained shrouded in darkness, yet a faint glimmer of light emerged, akin to the vision one perceives when closing their eyes during daylight. As light penetrates through the eyelids, registering in the mind's eye, Qinsha's headphones were filled with an array of unsettling sounds. There were heavy gasps and low moans, likely emanating from the protagonist. Whispers and rustling noises hinted at something crawling or staggering nearby, and indistinct sounds from the throat resembled the laborious strains of a dilapidated bellows, echoing the quintessential growls of the undead, albeit from a distant realm. Soon, two arcs appeared on the screen, shrouded in a hazy view, mimicking the protagonist's struggle to open his eyes. After several blinks, the protagonist's vision cleared, revealing a vivid game scene. The first sight that met their gaze was a hand, an ashen, veined hand belonging to a corpse. Both the protagonist and Qinsha were taken aback. The protagonist attempted to rise but was confronted by an even more horrifying spectacle. He was not lying upon a soft bed, but rather atop a mound of bodies. The corpses varied in their states of decay. Some were gruesomely mangled, grotesque enough to churn one's stomach. Others appeared relatively intact, devoid of visible wounds. Yet their skin was pallid and veins prominent. Still, some had begun to rot or sprout grotesque flesh, undergoing terrifying mutations. A copious amount of blood had dried and congealed, as if the bodies were intertwined, making separation impossible. At that moment, the protagonist was on the verge of becoming one of them. The protagonist finds himself at the edge of a pile of corpses, clearly indicating that those who brought him here had no intention of delving deeper into this grim location. They merely discarded him carelessly. After a disorienting spin, he tumbles from the heap and, after catching his breath, manages to regain some strength and precariously rise to his feet. At this moment, Qinsha realizes he has gained control over the protagonist, along with the freedom to navigate and move. A rather straightforward prompt appears on the screen, indicating that he can observe his surroundings by moving the mouse, while the AWSD keys allow for movement in all directions. These are fundamental controls typical of FPS games. However, considering that some players may be encountering such a game for the first time, Seaside Fortress has thoughtfully provided guidance, aligning itself with the standards of international AAA titles. Immersed in the first-person perspective, Qinsha fully embodies the character within the game. The ambient light is dim, yet he can vaguely discern that the protagonist is situated within a structure reminiscent of a military base. There are remnants of chairs, a large conference table, and several computers that once served the military establishment, now all abandoned and carelessly strewn about, with numerous corpses piled atop. As he gazes upon the largest heap of bodies, Qinsha is uncertain whether his eyes are deceiving him. He could almost swear he glimpsed an arm emerging from the mound, as if it were struggling to move. This unsettling scene sends a shiver down Qinsha's spine, prompting him to search for an exit. There are 3 exits, each illuminated by a green light, with one prominently displaying the word exit. The lights within the room are dim, leaving the protagonist reliant on the glow emitted from the exits to discern the surroundings. Qinsha guides the protagonist towards the nearest door. The protagonist moves at a leisurely pace, occasionally experiencing a haze in vision. The right hand swings with each step, while the left rests against the abdomen, indicating a clear discomfort. Upon reaching the first door, a forceful push reveals it to be unyielding, as if locked or obstructed from the other side. The second door presents a barrier, requiring a special access card for entry. Subsequently, Qinsha leads the protagonist, with heavy footsteps, toward the distant third door. From afar, it appears ajar, suggesting possible passage. The atmosphere grows eerily silent, save for the sound of the protagonist's labored breaths and footsteps. Suddenly, a zombie lunges from the pile of corpses, seizing the protagonist's right leg and attempting to bite. The protagonist cries out in horror, and a crimson hue envelopes the screen, signaling that the protagonist is under attack. Chapter 63. The plot following the prompts displayed on the screen, Qinsha swiftly maneuvered the mouse and clicked the left button to execute an escape action. The protagonist let out a pained scream as he struggled to break free, forcefully kicking the zombie aside and crushing its skull beneath his foot. The camera, however, shifted slightly at the crucial moment to avoid overly graphic imagery. Although the ESRO serves as a classification entity, both Bao Su and Huang Sibo were reluctant to have Maritime Fortress categorized as unsuitable for younger audiences, as this would inevitably diminish the player base. In similar scenes, simple adjustments were made to ensure the depiction remained as subtle as possible. The protagonist, overcome by pain, collapsed to the ground. From the first-person perspective, one could distinctly observe a gaping wound on his right leg, inflicted by the zombie's bite, with the camouflage pants torn and bloodied, flesh exposed and drenched in crimson. He struggled to rise once more, laboring towards the exit. At last, he arrived before the final door. It stood ajar, with a faint glow seeping through the crack and the faint sound of movement discernible. With both hands, the protagonist pushed against the door. However, at the very instant it swung open, a blood-soaked zombie lunged forth from behind, toppling the protagonist to the ground. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Chen Sha was thoroughly startled. The zombie's face loomed perilously close, filling the screen entirely, with blood and decaying flesh visible upon its teeth. Though the visage of the zombie was not crafted with remarkable realism or intricate detail, its sudden appearance utterly took Chen Sha by surprise, instilling him with terror. This was a zombie clad in a mercenary uniform, its physique intact and robust, unlike the previous feeble and disfigured undead. The mercenary zombie lunged at the already injured protagonist, desperately stretching its head towards him while emitting a guttural roar, intent on severing his neck. In response, the protagonist's right hand clutched the zombie's throat with all its might, while his left hand sought the weapon at the zombie's waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out, through a vision blurred by blood. The mercenary zombie was pushed away by the protagonist, its body crashing to the ground. At the zombie's waist, a handgun was revealed, which the protagonist swiftly seized, firing a shot that obliterated the zombie's skull. The scene mimicked the effect of a gradually blurring vision due to significant blood loss. Thus Chen Sha did not witness the details of the zombie's demise, yet this obscured perspective combined with the protagonist's voiceover served to heighten the atmosphere of tension. Chen Sha was thoroughly startled. What a predicament! This was purported to be an FPS game, yet it unfolded like a horror game, inducing sheer fright. In truth, both encounters were merely transitional sequences. As long as one had hands, a mere shake of the mouse sufficed to prevail. Nevertheless, Chen Sha was drenched in cold sweat. This was primarily due to the first zombie gnawing at his leg and the second one that burst through the door, both appearing without any psychological preparation on his part, amplifying the shock effect significantly. Subsequently, he entered a conventional tutorial mode. The system begins by introducing the fundamentals of pistol aiming, shooting, reloading, and crouching, routine operational modes. These modes bear striking similarities to those found in other PFS games, allowing Chen Sha to quickly acclimate. In terms of narrative, the protagonist discovers a medical kit within the cabinet of the room, tending to the wounds on his abdomen and right leg with bandages. Simultaneously, he uncovers a keycard on a corpse in the same vicinity. After administering rudimentary first aid and bandaging himself, the narrative-driven gameplay officially commences. Initially, he encounters relatively feeble zombies that move at a sluggish pace, with headshots typically resulting in a single kill. However, the protagonist's ammunition is alarmingly scarce, and the zombies tend to appear unexpectedly in various obscure locations, posing a constant threat of bites or tackles. Despite Chen Sha's commendable marksmanship, he finds himself sufficiently startled. The game refrains from overtly disclosing the protagonist's identity and objectives. Nevertheless, as the plot unfolds, Chen Sha forms reasonable conjectures. It is evident that the protagonist is ensconced within a clandestine base, which has inexplicably succumbed to a mysterious viral outbreak, resulting in a multitude of humans being transformed into zombies. Furthermore, the protagonist is not only pursued by mercenaries from the secret base, but has also sustained bites from the undead. While he manages to staunch the bleeding with the bandages from the first aid kit, the virus will inevitably manifest, and the transformation of the protagonist into a zombie is merely a matter of time. In this desolate environment devoid of companions or any means of communication with the outside world, the protagonist is compelled to navigate the perilous confines of a base in solitary pursuit of resources, contending with both the undead and mercenary foes, striving to survive against all odds. Throughout this harrowing journey, players are confronted with a myriad of challenges. In terms of combat, engaging with zombies presents a starkly different approach compared to confronting mercenaries. Zombies possess acute hearing, and discharging a firearm recklessly could attract a horde of them, leading to a dire situation unless the player wields exceptional marksmanship. Even in the event of vanquishing a zombie, ammunition is seldom replenished, quickly resulting in a dire scarcity. Hence, the most effective strategy against zombies is to employ melee weapons, executing stealthy assassinations in succession. Conversely, mercenaries typically patrol in groups, and should one of their number go missing, the others will immediately be on high alert, vocally warning their comrades and reinforcing their defenses. Therefore, stealthy assassinations are not advisable when dealing with mercenaries. Players are urged to confront them head-on, engaging in swift combat. Notably, defeating mercenaries allows for the acquisition of ammunition, and at times, even new weaponry. Moreover, Players may occasionally find themselves facing both mercenaries and zombies simultaneously, presenting the opportunity to lure these adversaries into conflict with one another, ultimately positioning oneself to reap the benefits as the victor emerges. In certain stages, players are afforded the opportunity to indulge in a moment of exhilaration with special items, such as unleashing a powerful machine gun upon a horde of zombies at a designated location. However, for the most part, players must meticulously strategize the deployment of their weapons and ammunition, navigating the treacherous path of survival where every single bullet holds immense significance. Although the game's environments predominantly consist of monotonous spaces, the layout evokes a labyrinthine sensation. Some doors obstruct passage, while others necessitate access cards. And certain barriers can be dismantled using specialized tools. As players progress, adversaries grow increasingly formidable and diverse. Compounding the challenge, the protagonist's mental state deteriorates, manifesting in symptoms such as momentary blurriness of the screen followed by a return to clarity, trembling hands that cause the aim to waver, sluggish movement, and an inability to walk in a straight line. Ultimately, Qian confronts his first mini-boss. This initial foe is a formidable mutated zombie, distinguished from its counterparts by its considerable size and significantly enhanced health. Nevertheless, being the inaugural mini-boss, Qian manages to vanquish it with the array of weapons accumulated thus far. Exhausted, the protagonist collapses to the ground, his vision gradually fading. His stamina is severely depleted, and the virus infecting him relentlessly gnaws at his consciousness. In the end, the protagonist closes his eyes, plunging the screen into darkness. Chapter 64. An unexpectedly captivating plot. After a period of time, the protagonist awakens once more. He discovers that he remains in the same room as before, with the corpse of a mutated creature lying beside him. However, his health has significantly improved, and the fever that plagued him after contracting the virus has subsided. A small girl is hiding behind a dilapidated counter, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and caution. The protagonist attempts to greet her in various languages, realizing that she seems to comprehend Chinese but is unable to respond. She points to her mouth and then shakes her head. She cannot speak. Is she a character from the narrative? Qian muses with intrigue. The story unfolds further. The protagonist rises and approaches the girl with kindness, engaging her in conversation, and learns that she is the one who saved him. The girl presents him with a special syringe, presumably a unique instrument developed by the researchers at the base, capable of drawing blood and administering injections. The protagonist gradually comprehends that the girl's blood has healed him of the viral infection, thus preventing his transformation into a zombie. The girl leads the protagonist to a nearby laboratory. The scene is chaotic, as if a fierce conflict had erupted. The air is thick with a pungent odor. Only after donning a gas mask taken from a fallen soldier does the protagonist dare to enter. From the scattered documents and the condition of the surroundings, he deduces the sequence of events. This little girl possesses antibodies against the virus within her, and her blood serves as the antidote to the infection. After the outbreak of the virus in the base, a mercenary squad was dispatched to rescue a young girl. However, during their mission, they were ambushed by zombies. In the ensuing fierce battle, the mercenaries released a special gas to eliminate the undead, but the overwhelming number of zombies led to the squad's annihilation. Ironically, the very zombies, including those who had once been members of the squad, succumbed to the toxic gas as well. With their equipment damaged and rendered inoperative, the young girl managed to escape. She possessed antibodies that rendered her immune to the biochemical virus and gas, and her blood held the potential to heal the infected. However, drawing her blood required specialized syringes, which would be rendered useless after a single use. Thus, the protagonist, accompanied by the girl, embarked on a quest to find an exit from the base. Along this journey, Qian encountered increasingly formidable challenges. The map grew more intricate, necessitating simple puzzles to advance. The monsters became progressively stronger, with certain zombies exhibiting mutated abilities, such as remarkable speed, heightened durability, and the capacity to turn semi-transparent. Meanwhile, the mercenaries wielded increasingly sophisticated weapons, and their numbers swelled. In addition to battling these adversaries, Qian had to scavenge for resources throughout the map, carefully managing supplies to avoid the dire predicament of running out of ammunition and provisions. Beyond gathering ammunition and medical supplies, the protagonist was also tasked with collecting syringes. The blood of the young girl does not grant the protagonist permanent immunity to the zombie virus after being bitten, The protagonist will once again contract the virus and will still require the girl's blood transfusion. Without a syringe, the girl is unable to provide the necessary blood. Moreover, the girl's role extends beyond this. Although she possesses no combat abilities, her contributions are invaluable due to her diminutive stature and agile movements. Coupled with her immunity to toxins and viruses, certain intricate puzzles necessitate the collaboration of the protagonist and the young girl to overcome. Her blood has the capacity to alleviate infection and restore health. During non-combat scenarios, she aids the player in discovering hidden collectible items within the environment. The girl has an innate sense of nearby zombies. If she suddenly seeks refuge while walking, it signifies an imminent battle. In the heat of combat, Qian finds his emotions intertwined with those of the young girl. Successfully collaborating with her to solve a mechanism fills him with immense pride. Witnessing her besieged by zombies ignites a sense of urgency, compelling him to rush to her aid. Observing her weakened state from blood extraction evokes deep sympathy. As he chastises himself for his foolishness, wishing he had avoided injury during the skirmishes. Unbeknownst to him, Qian has become ensnared in this bond. Strictly speaking, Maritime Fortress falls short in various aspects when compared to certain AAA titles from abroad, be it in terms of game quality, including graphics, models, animations, and intricate details, or the depth of its narrative. Nevertheless, Qian finds himself captivated, for he discerns a unique essence in this game that distinguishes it from its foreign counterparts. The protagonist, a Chinese special forces operative, embarks on a mission to infiltrate a multinational organization's secret base in search of the truth. Despite his proficiency in multiple languages, he often converses with himself in Chinese during breaks or speaks to a young girl in the same language, which fosters a profound sense of immersion for Qian. The very existence of a Chinese protagonist is inherently appealing. Moreover, to be fair, the fact that this domestic game manages to achieve an exemplary narrative mode is nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that narrative modes are often shunned by games like Counter-Terrorism Plan and Bullet Marks. While the narrative mode of Maritime Fortress may exhibit slight deficiencies compared to some iconic AAA titles from abroad, due to inherent limitations, it is by no means lacking. When juxtaposed with domestic games, it is a remarkable overachievement, deserving of the highest accolades. Remarkably, although the narrative mode of Maritime Fortress is not overly complex, it is a compact marvel, encompassing all essential elements. The level design is coherent, with a diverse array of monsters and weaponry, and the difficulty settings are well balanced. The standout feature lies in the design of the young girl, who revitalizes the entire narrative experience. If we were to remove the little girl, this would hardly qualify as a narrative mode. It would merely be an endless mode, consisting solely of traversing levels and battling zombies and mercenaries, devoid of any true storyline. However, with the inclusion of this young girl, the narrative mode appears to be entirely revitalized. The originally monotonous gunfire suddenly seems to possess a soul, as players invest genuine emotions into the experience. A game that can evoke resonance within its players can be deemed to possess a true narrative. In the climactic finale, the protagonist, after enduring countless hardships, finally ascends to the highest level of the Maritime Fortress, vanquishing the ultimate mutated monster boss, and boards the escape helicopter. As the protagonist presses the detonation button, a massive mushroom cloud erupts from the fortress, engulfing the abhorrent viral experiments, terrifying mutated creatures, and the greed-driven executives of the multinational organization along with the mercenaries, all consigned to the depths of the ocean. The protagonist pilots the helicopter, the camera shifting to the cabin where the little girl peacefully sleeps, covered by the protagonist's discarded jacket. In the golden glow of the setting sun, against the backdrop of the rippling sea caused by the explosion, the protagonist departs with the little girl, marking the conclusion of the narrative mode. As the credits roll, Qian is astonished to discover that the production team comprises a mere 60 individuals. Among them, Tenda's research and development team comprises merely over 20 individuals, with the remainder being personnel from various outsourcing companies, some engaged in model creation, others in custom functionalities, while others focus on voice acting, music, and sound effects. Nevertheless, Qian remained astounded. He had not anticipated that such a small group could craft a narrative so unforgettable. Upon further reflection, it became clear that the entire narrative structure did not demand extensive resources, with the only memorable character being that little girl. Yet, the storyline of Maritime Fortress left a lasting impression, which aptly demonstrates the designer's exceptional prowess. Chen Xia was taken aback, remaining in a daze for quite some time. He had initially thought that the company's development of the narrative mode was a jest, only to realize that they truly possessed this level of capability. Beyond the sheer shock of the narrative mode, Maritime Fortress offered Chen Xia numerous delightful surprises. For instance, the sensation during combat. As a seasoned FPS gamer, Chen Xia boasts remarkable skills. Whether it be precise shooting or rapid weapon manipulation, he executes these maneuvers with great finesse. In simpler terms, his marksmanship is exemplary, and he holds exceedingly high standards for the tactile experience in FPS games. The gaming experience in FPS titles can be said to hinge significantly on this tactile feedback. When Chen Xia experienced bullet marks, he was slightly taken aback, as he did not expect domestic game developers to refine an FPS experience to such an extent, even approaching counterterrorism plan. However, bullet marks leans more towards emulating counterterrorism plan. It is quite natural, as Counter-Strike has proven to be the most exemplary FPS game in recent years, particularly within the domestic market, where it faces almost no rivals. Striving to emulate the feel of Counter-Strike is unlikely to lead one astray. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that no imitation can surpass the original. Bullet Hole has attempted to replicate the mechanics of Counter-Strike, yet due to minor flaws and shortcomings, it consistently falls short of reaching the heights of its predecessor. Although Chen Xia has offered numerous suggestions for improvements to Bullet Hole, even he struggles to articulate the subtle distinctions between the two games. The essence of feel is inherently challenging to quantify. At times, one may intuitively sense an issue yet find it difficult to pinpoint the precise modifications required. In this regard, Maritime Fortress has taken an entirely different approach. This was particularly evident to Chen Xia during his experience with the storyline mode. The mechanics differ significantly from those of Counter-Strike. For instance, the weaponry in Maritime Fortress boasts greater stability, recoil is easier to manage, headshots are more attainable, and the speed of weapon switching and aiming is notably swifter. Chen Xia's initial impression was one of sheer exhilaration. If Counter-Strike demands intense concentration and involves intricate skills, then Maritime Fortress has considerably lowered the operational threshold, rendering the shooting experience more straightforward and enjoyable. Should he have encountered such mechanics from the outset in the competitive mode, Chen Xia might have found it somewhat off-putting. The game's reduction of operational difficulty presents a rather unfortunate development for those dedicated players who have devoted years to mastering counterterrorism, investing considerable effort in practice. However, Chen Xia has been immersed in the narrative mode. Within this mode, the eased shooting mechanics impart a sensation akin to silk, rendering it utterly irresistible. Although the narrative mode imposes limitations on ammunition, Chen Xia adeptly navigates through an array of firearms, skillfully executing headshots even amid hordes of zombies. All thanks to Seaside Fortress, which has simplified the gameplay experience, making it all the more exhilarating. After several hours of engaging with the narrative mode, Chen Xia was astonished to discover that he had fully acclimatized to this operational style, feeling no resistance whatsoever. It seemed as though swiftly switching weapons and managing recoil should be this effortless. Moreover, throughout the narrative, Chen Xia encountered numerous elements reminiscent of the competitive mode, as if experiencing a preview of it. For instance, one boss in the narrative mode transforms into a semi-transparent zombie, mirroring the ghost mode found in the competitive arena. The zombies faced in the narrative also echoed the gameplay mechanics of the biochemical mode. Additionally, the mercenaries encountered wielded sophisticated weaponry, which the protagonist could seize and utilize. These firearms can be acquired through purchase or alternative means in the combat mode, effectively allowing players a preview of the advanced weaponry within the narrative mode. The storyline mode serves as an exceptional guide, facilitating Chen Xia's seamless transition from counterterrorism plan to Maritime Fortress. Upon checking the time, Chen Xia realized that he had devoted over 5 hours to completing the narrative mode of Maritime Fortress since noon. Although the duration of the narrative mode is relatively brief, significantly shorter than some international AAA titles, it possesses an extraordinarily cohesive emotional arc, adeptly engaging the player's sentiments. In a flurry of excitement, Chen Xia opened his group chat and shared the official game market link for Maritime Fortress. This game is simply phenomenal. Quickly, everyone, come and play. The members of the group were taken aback, as it is quite rare to witness Chen Xia so fervently endorsing a game. Is he perhaps seeking financial gain? That seems unlikely. It's not that Chen Xia is averse to financial incentives. He often capitalizes on such opportunities. However, after doing so, He typically does not exhibit such enthusiasm in his promotions, merely offering a casual shout-out in the group chat. For instance, when he previously invited people to test bullet marks, he simply remarked, "Good brothers, let's make money together," without offering any commendation for the game. Chen Xia is known for his high standards. He considers bullet marks to be decent, but merely decent. Thus, he approached the testing task as a business transaction, exerting minimal effort. Yet, his current enthusiasm is rather enigmatic. Could it be, "Brother Chen, have you been hacked?" Someone in the group inquired. Chen Xia was at a loss for words. How could one be accused of being hacked? Can't a typically aloof individual simply recommend a game in earnest? I haven't been hacked. This game is genuinely unique. You should take a look, especially since it's free, Chen Xia insisted, his patience unwavering. What makes it so special? Is it more entertaining than Counter-Strike, Global Offensive? Another curious soul probed. Chen Xia pondered for a moment. Well, it's hard to articulate. It's quite extraordinary in its own right among narrative-driven FPS games. It excels in competitive play, and among competitive FPS games, it boasts the finest narrative. Despite its somewhat excessive microtransactions, it somehow feels quite affordable and genuinely considerate. The group members were left bewildered. What on earth? Has Brother Chen had one too many drinks today? This is hilarious. How can it be the best in narrative and competition simultaneously? Alright, I'm about to clock out. I'll give it a try after work. Chen Xia typed again. Is anyone interested in playing this game's special mode together? I wish to experience both the biohazard mode and the ghost mode. Is anyone keen on joining? Chen Xia wasn't attempting to leverage his acquaintances. The crux of the matter was that the player count for Maritime Fortress was exceedingly low. There might only be a handful of players online at any given time, making it nearly impossible to match in special modes. Thus, he could only rally people in the group to organize a session. Soon, the players in the group began to engage in fervent discussions about Maritime Fortress. Everyone was astonished to discover that, despite its rather unappealing name, the game excelled in various aspects. Chapter 66, A Dismal Situation. There are numerous group leaders who share similar experiences with Chen Xia. When Lin Wan approached them for assistance in testing the game, the initial reaction of most group leaders was one of resistance. You expect us to test it without compensation? Are we to be mere leeches? Nevertheless, many, driven by a sense of pride, downloaded the game and gave it a try. Once they began playing, they found it utterly captivating. Maritime Fortress has simplified its controls, which enhances the enjoyment for novices. However, for seasoned players, particularly veterans of counterterrorism plan, this may evoke instinctive discomfort and aversion. Yet, the narrative mode of Maritime Fortress adeptly addresses this issue. Most of these players were initially drawn in by the storyline, and during several hours spent in the narrative mode, they gradually acclimated to the unique gameplay mechanics, achieving a seamless transition. Once accustomed to this new feel, many found themselves struggling when they returned to counterterrorism plan. Why is weapon switching so sluggish? Why is controlling the recoil so challenging? My reflexes feel so dull. Suddenly, the experience became quite unpleasant. Counterterrorism Plan is an exceptional competitive game, which necessitates certain limitations on its mechanics. For instance, rapid weapon switching could enable skilled players to perform instantaneous headshots, thereby undermining the game's balance. Hence, the developers deliberately slowed down the switching speed. However, Maritime Fortress disregards such considerations, prioritizing unadulterated enjoyment for players. Balance. I have already achieved the Fire Qian. Do you still speak of balance? The seasoned players of Counterterrorism Plan suddenly felt as if they had been liberated. The gaming experience was remarkably smooth, making the game seem inexplicably simple and effortless. However, upon returning to Counterterrorism Plan, they found themselves struggling to adapt. This phenomenon exemplifies the transition from frugality to extravagance. Becoming accustomed to simpler gameplay makes the return to more complex games quite challenging. Moreover, Maritime Fortress offers not only a narrative mode, but also a plethora of diverse combat modes. In comparison to bullet marks and counterterrorism plan, the Ghost mode and Biohazard mode in Maritime Fortress present entirely new gameplay experiences, refreshing the majority of players. It is noteworthy that these new modes were conceived by Bao Su and Huang Sibao during the development of the narrative mode, aimed at effectively utilizing the leftover resources, such as zombie models. From a gameplay perspective, these modes are not particularly refined, exhibiting poor balance and requiring further improvement. Nevertheless, the key point is that there are no other games on the market offering these modes, resulting in a lack of competition. Therefore, Many players prefer the Ghost mode and Biohazard mode, despite their imbalances. As these are merely for entertainment, players do not mind and instead revel in the experience. Within a few short days, Maritime Fortress spread through the FPS gaming community like a virus. Friday arrived, and after completing his final professional course, Pei Qian finally found himself with a bit of leisure. He has resolved to face the painful reality of the failure of Fortress at Sea. In the days following its launch, Pei Qian diligently prepared for his professional examinations, effectively vanishing from the world. Fearing that Huang Xibao would pressure him into promoting the lackluster game based on its poor data, he instructed Assistant Xin to dismiss any inquiries, simply stating that he was unavailable. After enduring a full week without checking the back-end statistics, he mused that Fortress at Sea must surely be on the verge of collapse. Pei Qian managed the company's finances, and having already incurred substantial losses, he had no intention of spending even a penny on promotional efforts. Others who might wish to promote Fortress at Sea found themselves without any viable channels. Previously, when Demon General encountered Ruan Guangjin, it was merely a stroke of misfortune for Pei Qian. Such exceptionally talented artists within the realm of illustration were not easily found. This time, there were no such artists available for Fortress at Sea. Coupled with the game's markedly different feel compared to counterterrorism plan and the pay-to-win weaponry, its failure was all but guaranteed. Pei Qian had intentionally refrained from returning to the company for so long, primarily to avoid inadvertently laughing amidst the atmosphere of defeat. Now, with the failure of Fortress at Sea seemingly inevitable, the responsibility of a business owner beckoned him to the company, where he would need to soothe the employees' spirits, express his deep regret over the game's failure, and encourage them not to lose heart or become disheartened, but rather to swiftly regroup and begin preparing for the next phase of their objectives. The subsequent revenue from Ghost General is sufficient to sustain the company's operations for a considerable period, allowing Pei Qian to cheerfully receive 500,000 and subsequently squander the funds provided by the next phase of the system. Perfect. Simply perfect. Upon arriving at the base of Shenhua Haojing, Pei Qian rubbed his cheeks, letting the corners of his mouth that had involuntarily risen droop slightly. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, adopting a sorrowful expression that seemed to flow like a river of melancholy, and allowed this visage to freeze upon his face. He took out his phone and waved it slightly, assessing that his performance was passable. Pei Qian then stepped into the elevator and ascended to the company. As soon as he entered the office, Pei Qian acutely sensed that the atmosphere was indeed somewhat off. Huang Xibao was fixated on the computer screen, numbly refreshing the page repeatedly. His body slumped in his chair. Xiao Lu appeared restless, incessantly shaking his leg and scratching his head, as if afflicted by hyperactivity. To Pei Qian's surprise, Bao Su was not engrossed in gaming but was instead gazing at the greenery by the window and the view outside, lost in thought. Observing this scene, Pei Qian felt a sudden twinge of guilt. It seemed he owed them an apology. Although they were a group of misfits and had not produced anything resembling a decent game, this period had been filled with gatherings and vacations, leaving little time for game development. However, each of them had invested a modicum of emotion into this project. Witnessing its desolate reception and dismal performance was understandably difficult for them to accept. Huang Xibao, upon seeing such disheartening data, appeared to be in disbelief. Little Lu seemed at a loss as to what to do. And what about Bao Su? Perhaps he was questioning the very essence of life. Pei Qian let out a soft sigh. At this moment, it was imperative for him, as the boss, to provide some psychological counseling to his employees, for after all, the failure of this game bore almost all the blame upon his shoulders. Pei Qian quickly contemplated what he should say, but just then, the two twin sisters at the front desk noticed him. President Pei has arrived. The two young ladies suddenly led the applause. The entire office erupted into a lively atmosphere, with clapping and cheers ringing out, startling Pei Qian. What on earth is happening? Pei Qian observed that every face in the room beamed with genuine smiles. Not the feigned kind, but heartfelt joy. This instinctively made Pei Qian feel uneasy. Huang Xibao stood up and hastily approached Pei Qian, bowing deeply. President Pei, I stand corrected. Previously, I could not comprehend why you did not arrange for the promotion of Fortress at Sea, and I even harbored doubts regarding your decision. But now I understand. You have demonstrated through facts that a good game needs no promotion. With the player's word of mouth and organic growth, it can rise above fierce market competition. President Pei, your confidence is truly admirable. Pei Qian felt a chill run through him. He was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to maintain a serious expression. Our game. has become a success? Pei Qian felt as though he were plunging into an abyss, cautiously probing for answers. Huang Xibao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It's on fire. I have been refreshing the data backend incessantly, barely believing my own eyes. Without any promotional efforts, we have completely surpassed Bullet Mark in terms of popularity, active players, and profits." Pei Qian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. The situation felt slightly amiss. Calmness was imperative. It was only now that Pei Qian comprehended the true expressions of the three individuals present. Huang Xibao stared at the computer screen, numbly refreshing it repeatedly. Astonished by the game's data, which far exceeded his most optimistic expectations, Xiao LV fidgeted restlessly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Bao Su was lost in contemplation. Though the reasons for his introspection were entirely different from what Pei Qian had anticipated. "President Pei, champagne," Xian Hailu said with a smile, presenting a bottle of champagne. Pei Qian glanced over. It was a uniquely designed bottle, its casing crafted from platinum, inscribed with English text, conservatively estimated to cost 5 figures. Yet, Pei Qian felt no inclination to celebrate. He understood that the profits from Maritime Fortress would hardly be spent even if he were to acquire hundreds more bottles of such champagne. However, in the presence of others, Pei Qian could not simply turn away. He could not allow anyone to question the existence of the system or the challenges themselves. Taking a deep breath, Pei Qian accepted the champagne and with a resounding pop, opened the bottle. The pale golden liquid surged forth, accompanied by a distinctive aroma of wine, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere within the office. Everyone erupted in cheers as the two receptionists brandished the handheld confetti cannons and fireworks they had prepared in advance, showering the office in a cascade of golden rain. The crowd began to sing and dance, with young Lu nearly sliding onto his knees in excitement, only to be pulled back by Huang Xibao. Amidst this exuberant ambience, Pei Qian managed to muster a smile. "Well done, everyone. Keep up the great work." Maintaining his smile, Pei Qian retreated into his office and closed the door. Observing Pei Qian's silhouette, Huang Xibao couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, everything was within President Pei's meticulous plan. He had anticipated all of this, which is why he remained unfazed. For President Pei, this was merely an ordinary occurrence. Sigh, in comparison to President Pei, we truly resembled a group of naive children, reveling in our minor achievements. When would I ever cultivate a mindset akin to President Pei's? As Huang Xibao pondered, he refreshed the back end. Fortress at Sea had absolutely taken off. Of course, Huang Xibao reasoned. This was only natural given that President Pei had charted the course for the game. Its success was entirely expected and reasonable, nothing to be overly astonished about. After discerning President Pei's design intentions, Huang Xibao and Bao Su felt a strong conviction that this game was destined for success. However, they had not anticipated it to soar to such heights, even eclipsing Bullet Marks, developed by Tianhua Studio. What astonished Huang Xibao even more was that President Pei had once again devised a novel strategy. In the case of the game Ghost General, President Pei had already showcased how to achieve optimal marketing results with minimal expenditure. At that time, he had ingeniously promoted it within the artist community, successfully disseminating it to the broader player base. This time, Huang Xibao was equally hopeful that President Pei would unearth another unique path, employing a similarly subtle yet impactful approach to promotion. He even conceived several cost-effective marketing strategies himself. However, it now appeared that all his imaginings were misguided. President Pei had no intention of promoting the game at all. He was acutely aware that the game would thrive even without promotion, the player's word of mouth, organic growth, and the automatic recommendation mechanisms from the official channels were more than sufficient. How commanding, how self-assured. Such confidence required an extraordinary acumen for market analysis. Even as he uncorked the champagne, President Pei maintained an air of calm and confidence, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Huang Xibao was utterly convinced. In President Pei's own office, he slumped in his chair, unable to recover for quite some time. What on earth was happening? Had he mistakenly received the wrong script? Why? Oh why? Despite the complete absence of promotion, was the game still a sensation? Was there still a semblance of order in the world? Was there any law to uphold? This was utterly irrational. This time, there was no proactive promotion from Ruan Guanjian. So, which aspect went amiss? Pei Qian endeavored to calm his emotions, opened his computer, and attempted to reconstruct the sequence of events. Until this mystery was unraveled, Pei Qian would not find peace. Upon logging into the official gaming platform, He finally glimpsed the accurate statistics for Seaside Fortress. A shiver ran down his spine. Within just a week of its launch, the number of concurrent players had reached a staggering 100,000. Moreover, this was likely not the upper limit. The figure of 100,000 concurrent players did not imply that there were only 100,000 players. Rather, it indicated that the bandwidth of the cloud server rented by Seaside Fortress could only accommodate 100,000 players, with many others still waiting in line outside. Typically, in the realm of online gaming, server expenses do not constitute a significant portion of operational costs, unless the scale reaches the terrifying proportions of World of Warcraft or League of Legends. For most mobile games, a server can support around 3,000 active users, and renting a cloud server would only cost a few hundred yuan. The primary expense lies in bandwidth. The more concurrent players there are, the greater the bandwidth requirements, leading to increasingly exorbitant costs. In the case of Ghost Generals, a casual card game, server expenses are not a considerable burden. Seaside Fortress is similar. As a competitive FPS game, many players engage in single-player mode, relying entirely on local processing. Furthermore, competitive modes are organized into separate rooms, thus preventing scenarios where hundreds of players engage in a national battle simultaneously. After the allocation of rooms, the pressure on server bandwidth was significantly reduced compared to that of large-scale multiplayer online role-playing games. Moreover, Pei Qian had accurately predicted that Maritime Fortress would be a colossal flop, thus he had not allocated ample bandwidth for it. However, just a few days later, the number of active users had surged from a few hundred to an astounding 100,000 concurrently online, leading to considerable queues among players. As of now, the Pei Qian had sold over 1,000 units, yielding a net profit exceeding 400,000. Pei Qian slumped in his chair, contemplating the ease with which such a sum could be expended. The crux of the matter, however, was that based on the experience of Ghost General, this was merely the inception of his financial journey. With the continued popularity of Maritime Fortress, next week's earnings would undoubtedly surpass 400,000. And given the exponential rise in user numbers, the Pei Qian would certainly sell even more. By this reckoning, the first month's revenue would conservatively exceed 3 million, even after discounts. Thanks to Pei Qian's pricing strategy, Maritime Fortress essentially operated as a free game, with no cost for downloads and no items for sale other than the Pei Qian. This indicated that only a select few affluent players would purchase the Pei Qian, leaving the majority of players with no avenues for expenditure. If Pei Qian were to emulate practices from other pay-to-win games by introducing more packages and promotional events, it is likely that the revenue could increase by 2 or 3 times without difficulty. Even while deliberately employing a pricing strategy to restrain players from reaching into their wallets, the net profit still exceeded 400,000 within a week. What on earth is going on? Pei Qian is utterly bewildered. Please refrain from inquiring further with customer service or about bandwidth. The matters of servers and bandwidth have already been clarified. They are essentially one and the same. Mobile game companies, unlike larger corporations, typically do not invest in purchasing their own servers. They generally opt to rent cloud servers. The bandwidth required is determined by demand, and no one would exert the effort to establish a data center and maintain it around the clock, as that would be excessively burdensome. Generally, renting a server capable of accommodating thousands of mobile players costs merely a few hundred yuan per month, a negligible expense in the grand scheme of things. For startups, this could be less of a concern than the pressure of employee salaries. Many individuals may still cling to outdated notions stemming from games like World of Warcraft and League of Legends, mistakenly believing that servers incur exorbitant costs. This is simply not the case. Those two games feature an exceptionally high number of players and demand significant bandwidth, as World of Warcraft can involve hundreds of players in real-time battles, leading to a geometric increase in bandwidth requirements. Previous reports suggested that Zhouqing spent millions on World of Warcraft servers, which is misleading. The high player count and bandwidth demands are the true reasons behind such expenses. Expecting a mobile game startup to invest millions in servers would be akin to asking them to face immediate ruin. Such comparisons are unfounded. As for customer service, contemporary mobile game companies seldom maintain dedicated customer service teams. At most, they may outsource this function, and it is increasingly rare for mobile games to display a customer service phone number. Many small companies simply have their employees handle customer inquiries as a sideline, which is hardly a significant issue. Moreover, the expenditures incurred by the protagonist are relatively modest, these two costs do not constitute a substantial financial burden. Let us all keep this perspective in mind. Additional updates will be provided in the evening. Chapter 68, Analytical Report. After an extensive search online, Pei Qian found himself utterly perplexed by the sudden popularity of Maritime Fortress. Upon perusing the comment section, he discovered that player sentiments were sharply divided. One faction extolled the game while the other vehemently criticized it, resulting in a heated debate. The game's ratings yielded a curious C-shaped curve, with an abundance of both 5-star and 1-star reviews, ultimately settling the overall score at 7.3, though the 1-star reviews were few. They were notably more prominent than the 2-star reviews. The game's reputation was neither stellar nor dismal. As for player evaluations, they varied widely. Pei Qian scoured gaming platforms, major websites, and forums for discussions surrounding Maritime Fortress, counterterrorism plan, and bullet marks. However, the more he read, the more bewildered he became. Who would have thought that a domestic game could craft such an impressive narrative mode? It undoubtedly deserves a 5-star rating. 4 stars, to be precise, as 1 point is deducted for its title. This is a remarkable game that was almost overshadowed by its name. The scene where the protagonist escapes with the little girl, culminating in the explosion of Maritime Fortress, brought tears to my eyes. It was truly moving. I completely immersed myself in the protagonist's experience, a sensation rarely evoked by domestic games. The combat mode is refreshingly innovative. Both the biochemical and ghost modes are exceptionally creative, providing endless entertainment. Even someone like me, who is often bested in combat modes, found immense joy in the biochemical mode. Are those who praise this game merely hired by the gaming company? Such abysmal controls, and they dare to boast? Abysmal controls? How laughable. If you cannot adapt, does that equate to poor controls? I find this game far more exhilarating than Counter-Strike. The thrill of landing headshots is simply sublime. This absurd game sells a single weapon for 888, with weapons classified into tiers. And they dare to call it a competitive game? It is a blatant insult to the very notion of competition. I ponder, has anyone claimed this is a competitive game? Moreover, only a select few affluent players would purchase the Pei Qian, right? In all other aspects, it is fundamentally a free-to-play game, with no charge for the game itself. Furthermore, the attributes added by the Pei Qian are negligible. I believe this game exhibits remarkable integrity. I too find it commendable in stark contrast to the neighboring bullet marks. Let us not discuss bullet marks any further. Our focus is on Naval Fortress and Counter-Strike. Anyone who brings up bullet marks is undoubtedly a hired hand sent by Tianhua. Goodness, how do you justify Naval Fortress riding on the coattails of our bullet marks popularity? Have you no shame? Riding on your coattails? Nonsense. It is merely that your game is subpar, and players of Naval Fortress are simply expressing their genuine opinions. Why don't you mention that Counter-Strike is also riding on your popularity? Pei Qian was left utterly perplexed. He simply could not comprehend how Naval Fortress had garnered such popularity. The Lonely Desert Highway gained popularity, leading Pei Qian to discover the original video by Qiao Laoshi. Ghost General surged, prompting Pei Qian to find Wan Guangjin's Weibo. However, with the emergence of Maritime Fortress, Pei Qian was unable to identify any instigator. This was perplexing. Logically, when a game rises to prominence, there ought to be an initial group of individuals fervently promoting it, creating a buzz that facilitates its recommendation on official platforms, allowing it to gradually proliferate. The pressing question now is, where did this initial wave of supporters originate? Pei Qian could not comprehend this, yet he was compelled to unravel it. He needed to ascertain where Maritime Fortress faltered. As the saying goes, a fall teaches one wisdom. By discerning the failure of Maritime Fortress, he could avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future. Otherwise, if another game inexplicably gained traction, who could withstand such a predicament? One must never stumble in the same place twice. After contemplating for a while, an idea struck him. While he indeed struggled to analyze the reasons behind the game's failure, he was the boss. Why should he personally engage in such matters? He could delegate the analysis to Huang Sibo and request a report from him. The mere thought of Huang Sibo incited a twinge of irritation within Pei Qian. Although the circumstances remained unclear, the undeniable popularity of Maritime Fortress, abbreviated as HSB, was certainly linked to him. Was the narrative mode exceptional? Was the combat gameplay remarkably innovative? Clearly, these achievements were the handiwork of Huang Sibo and Bao Su. Let Huang Sibo produce an analytical report so I can thoroughly examine who is responsible for this situation and settle accounts afterward. With this thought in mind, Pei Qian sent Huang Sibo a private message. Huang Sibo was still exhilarated by the success of Maritime Fortress. Suddenly, he noticed a message from President Pei. Please compile an analysis report on the success factors of Maritime Fortress, integrating perspectives from design, promotion, and other angles. And send it directly to me. Huang Sibo was momentarily taken aback, but promptly replied, Understood, President Pei. Although a task had been assigned to him, he felt no irritation. Rather, he was filled with joy. His current mood resembled that of an exemplary student receiving an assignment from a teacher. Why did President Pei request this analysis report? Was it due to a lack of understanding of why Maritime Fortress succeeded? What a joke, certainly not. The overarching direction of the game was set by President Pei, and the hands-off promotional strategy was also his decision. Clearly, President Pei's comprehension of this game surpassed that of anyone else. So why the need for this analysis report? It is quite simple. This serves to reinforce our knowledge, just as a teacher requests students to submit a final summary after a test, to facilitate the absorption of experience and encourage continuous improvement. This indicates President Pei holds me in high regard. Otherwise, why would this task be assigned to me specifically rather than someone else? Huang Sibo was exhilarated and immediately opened the document to meticulously detail every aspect of the success of Maritime Fortress. Several hours later, Pei Qian received the report and swiftly perused its contents. The initial sections analyzed the successful gameplay elements of Maritime Fortress. For instance, the reduction of difficulty catered to a vast number of casual players. The superb narrative mode, coupled with players' affection for domestic games, garnered an excellent reputation. The diversity of combat modes, the absence of barriers allowed players to download and experience the game without any pressure. The pricing strategy of the Pei Qian 888 satisfied the desires of affluent players seeking to flaunt their status, and the attributes of the Pei Qian remained within a controllable range, providing experience bonuses to other players in the room. Thus, ordinary players not only accepted the wealthy players using Pei Qian, but welcomed them enthusiastically. As he absorbed these analyses, Pei Qian's lips twitched slightly. What was going on? This was quite different from what he had anticipated. Had he received the wrong script? Shouldn't this outline the reasons for Maritime Fortress failing? How had it transformed into a rationale for success? Pei Qian forcibly suppressed the urge to despair and continued reading. The following section provided an analysis of the promotional effects that facilitated the rapid dissemination of Maritime Fortress. He was determined to uncover who the traitor was. Chapter 69, A Fruitless Endeavor. Pei Qian's gaze meticulously traversed the latter half of the report, word by word. Upon completion, he blinked in bewilderment, glanced out the window, and proceeded to scrutinize the document from beginning to end once more. According to the report, the origin of it all lay with Lin Wan. Huang Sibo seemingly could not evade culpability either. However, attributing sole responsibility to any individual proved to be a formidable challenge. Huang Sibo had never intended to promote or publicize Maritime Fortress. He merely believed that following its launch, it was imperative to swiftly formulate the next phase of research and development plans and modifications. Thus, he sought out a few novice players to partake in the experience, gathering their feedback. Unfortunately, due to the scant player base of Maritime Fortress and his lack of resources, he could only rely on the members of the design team for assistance. Lin Wan, during her tenure at the Tianhua studio, had been tasked with liaising with several influential FPS players. Hence, she recommended Maritime Fortress to them, inviting them to experience the game. The exquisite quality of the game elicited a fervent response among these individuals, particularly regarding the narrative mode, which received an abundance of praise. Chen Xia and others soon found themselves enamored, fervently recruiting players in their group for the 888 Pei Qian. Initially, Chen Xia dismissed the Pei Qian, perceiving it as an ostentatious luxury item unworthy of his attention, as he prided himself as a high-end professional player in need of no such trinket. Yet, upon acquiring it, he was astounded by its appeal. As a truly unique weapon, it transcends mere attributes. It is a matter of prestige. In a room filled with numerous individuals, the mere display of the Pei Qian instantly draws others to gather around in reverence. Furthermore, the Pei Qian bestows experience points upon everyone in the vicinity, rendering its wielder immensely popular. After Chen Xia acquired the Pei Qian, he became the focal point of attention wherever he went. This sensation indeed feels quite exhilarating, doesn't it? Others, in their fervent desire to obtain the Pei Qian, began to rally their acquaintances, inadvertently becoming advocates for Maritime Fortress. which swiftly spread among numerous FPS gaming communities, securing its initial core player base. Subsequently, due to a remarkable surge in data within a short span, Maritime Fortress ascended to a more favorable recommendation position on the official gaming platform. Yet, such circumstances alone would not suffice to explain the influx of players and the heightened popularity of Maritime Fortress. At this juncture, Bullet Marks also made its debut. Following its launch, Bullet Marks expended substantial resources on promotion, inundating the market with advertisements while numerous content creators eagerly endorsed the game, propelling it into the awareness of a vast audience of casual gamers. According to the typical narrative, one would expect a portion of these players to abandon Bullet Marks after trying it, while another portion remains. However, many who had previously engaged with Maritime Fortress found themselves disillusioned upon playing Bullet Marks, immediately lamenting its lack of finesse. The gameplay felt unsatisfactory. The combat modes were insufficiently diverse. There was no narrative mode. The monetization model is far more exasperating than that of Maritime Fortress. Moreover, spending money does not guarantee obtaining a weapon as dazzling as the Pei Qian. Bullet Marks adopts a realistic style, and even the most expensive weapons merely offer a slight enhancement in textures. In comparison to the visually spectacular weapons like the Pei Qian, they fall woefully short. Consequently, many individuals have taken to the comment section of Bullet Marks to express their sentiments. This game is rubbish, utterly outclassed by Maritime Fortress, the pride of domestic FPS games. Apologies, but that title can only belong to Maritime Fortress. The pay-to-win aspect of this game is egregious, and its greed is unseemly. I suggest you familiarize yourself with Maritime Fortress. Such remarks saturate the comment sections of Bullet Marks. Some stem from genuine frustration, while others are intended to provoke. After all, this world lacks many things, but it is certainly not short of idle individuals seeking amusement. Initially, such comments were not abundant. However, the players of Bullet Marks could not tolerate this affront and erupted into disputes. Both sides clashed fiercely, citing various arguments and resorting to vitriol. In summary, the more they argued, the more animated the discourse became, drawing in an increasing number of participants. Many players, who initially came merely to observe, found themselves unable to resist joining the fray as the debate intensified. Thus, the situation escalated uncontrollably. Numerous players, lured by advertisements for Bullet Marks, ventured to try Maritime Fortress out of curiosity and quickly realized they could never return. The two games are simply not of the same caliber. The plot is utterly captivating, and the gameplay is exceptionally satisfying. Moreover, Maritime Fortress is available for free, proving to be far more considerate than Bullet Marks. Consequently, Bullet Marks has become merely a conduit, drawing in players who ultimately flock to Maritime Fortress. Following this turn of events, the data for Maritime Fortress skyrocketed. Not only did a substantial number of FPS enthusiasts converge, but even many who previously shunned FPS games were enticed to join. Strictly speaking, counterterrorism plan remains robust, with numerous veteran players still committed. However, the influx of new players has already proven immensely profitable for Maritime Fortress. Furthermore, this is merely the beginning. While counterterrorism plan is commendable, it fundamentally remains a single-player experience, lacking the convenience of cooperative play with friends. In contrast, Maritime Fortress is an online game, replete with diverse entertainment options, which, in the long run, will inevitably continue to erode the player base of counterterrorism plan. Aside from the Pei Qian, Maritime Fortress is nearly entirely free, and under these circumstances, its future appears boundless. Pei Qian felt as though he had been rendered paralyzed. Was fate truly jesting with him? How could such a situation even arise? He never imagined that the seemingly inept Lin one would possess such advantageous connections. Indeed, strictly speaking, this is not a self-sustaining channel. She merely happens to know a few leaders of FPS gaming communities due to her previous work experience, along with several influential players in the realm of FPS games. These individuals were gathered together by the Tianhua studio for the creation of Bullet Marks. Consequently, a spark ignited by this group has transformed, with the aid of Bullet Marks, into a blazing inferno. Originally intending to share the spoils, Pei Qian suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. Who should he blame? Huang Xibao and Bao Su. They indeed followed my instructions to develop this game. Should he fault Lin Wan? She was merely tasked by Huang Xibao to recruit a group of players as test subjects. Tianhua Studio and Bullet Marks have undoubtedly provided considerable assistance. On one hand, they have united numerous opinion leaders among FPS players, and on the other, they have fervently advertised, inadvertently promoting Maritime Fortress. Yet, the clash in release dates with bullet marks seems to have been my own decision. Could it be that the blame falls squarely upon my shoulders? Something feels amiss. Pei Qian was plunged into a deep state of self-doubt. This sensation was akin to having a victory seemingly secured, only to be swept away in an unexpected tide. Pei Qian felt despondent. 3 months of effort, wasted. Stay calm. I must salvage this situation. This time. I cannot afford to incur losses. No one can stop me. Pei Qian gritted his teeth in determination. Chapter 70. A collective salary increase. On January 29th, a Friday. Since the 18th, the profits generated by the Maritime Fortress have been steadily recorded, with weekly revenues hovering around 400,000 to 500,000. The next settlement is scheduled for January 31st, just 2 days away. During this period, Pei Qian has been tirelessly spending. Both the Ghost General and the Maritime Fortress have expanded their server and bandwidth capacities, opting for the highest specifications available for the rented cloud servers. He is outsourced to the most expensive, yet most courteous, and highly skilled customer service team, which, while not costing a fortune each month, still constitutes a significant expense. Nevertheless, Pei Qian continues to feel a profound sense of despair. Wealth Conversion System, Host, Pei Qian, Surplus Conversion Ratio, 100, 1. Loss Conversion Ratio, 1, 1. Next settlement time. In 2 days, System Funds, 1, 124, 355, 3, 624, 355, 3. Personal Assets, 708, 3. Pei Qian feels somewhat disillusioned. Originally, the system funds had about 70 to 80,000 remaining, which he could not exhaust. Despite his efforts to spend over the past 2 weeks, the system funds have still surpassed 1 million. The silver lining is that, with the continuous decrease in new players, the income from the Ghost General has finally begun to plummet significantly after 3 months, with this week's earnings barely exceeding 200,000. Conversely, the unfortunate news is that the Maritime Fortress has started to yield profits, netting over 400,000 this week. The even graver news is that this may merely be the beginning. Fortress at Sea stands in stark contrast to Ghost General. The disparities between these two games are considerable. Ghost General merely stirs a modest commotion within the mobile gaming sphere, and due to its remarkably reasonable pricing. With a maximum purchase of a lifetime card priced at around 30 yuan, its potential for sustained momentum is inevitably limited. However, Fortress at Sea is a different entity altogether. As a successfully established FPS game, it caters to the largest cohort of client players currently available. Moreover, it is free to play, boasting exceptional virality. Its monetization ceiling is significantly high, while the number of players purchasing the Fire Kirin may be few. The impact of a single such player can equate to that of 88 ordinary players from Ghost General. Consequently, the future revenue of Fortress at Sea is likely to soar even higher. He has contemplated the possibility of updating both Ghost General and Fortress at Sea, investing substantial funds into acquiring a new batch of artistic resources, which would allow for further financial outlay. However, introducing a new version necessitates the establishment of new monetization points, as mandated by the system. Furthermore, no unreleased products may exist in the week leading up to financial settlement. Otherwise, the settlement will be delayed. Thus, any aspirations related to launching a new version must be postponed until the next cycle. As for other expenditures, whether for celebrations or bonuses, while the system permits them, they are not boundless and must remain within a reasonable limit. This implies that achieving a loss within 2 days poses a considerable challenge. Yet, Pei Qian remains undeterred. Previously, Pei Qian had considered his current situation, which ultimately presents him with 2 choices. Option 1. To cease further depletion of system funds and await the settlement. The advantage lies in the ability to convert approximately 6,000 units of personal assets. The disadvantage, however, is that the target amount for this round of system fund supplementation is predominantly around 1 million, a figure that the system has already reached. Therefore, it is certain that no further supplementation will occur, akin to the previous settlement. As for the second option, one could continue to deplete the system's funds without impacting the settlement, utilizing as much as possible. The benefit of this approach is that regardless of the amount depleted, the system will inevitably replenish the funds, which is quite reassuring. The drawback, however, is that the convertible personal assets may diminish, with 5,000 potentially shrinking to 3 or even 2,000. Yet, if the losses can be kept below 449,000, it would still yield a profit compared to the current surplus. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Qian came to a realization: the need to persist in depleting the funds. As for the method of depletion, new strategies are required. During this period, Pei Qian's understanding of the system has deepened significantly. According to the system's regulations, system funds are exclusively designated for activities related to company operations, while the utilization of personal assets is entirely unrestricted. Nevertheless, the application of system funds is not as rigid as it may seem and can be adjusted within a certain range. Take dining, for instance. Pei Qian is prohibited from using system funds for personal meals or treating friends to dinner. However, hosting a meal for employees is entirely permissible. Yet, such gatherings cannot be overly frequent. One cannot host a banquet for every meal, nor exceed a specified budget. For instance, just yesterday we gathered for a sumptuous feast, and it would be rather inappropriate to convene again today without a plausible justification. The reasons that Pei Qian previously devised, such as engaging in collaborative learning or celebrating the successful development of a game, are indeed acceptable. In this regard, the system demonstrates remarkable intelligence, exhibiting a dynamic adaptability in its assessment of violations and the allocation of funds. Many actions are not categorically prohibited. Oftentimes, a mere rephrasing can facilitate their execution. Similarly, Pei Qian's previous endeavors, renting accommodations, leasing vehicles, purchasing exquisite suits, and acquiring high-performance gaming laptops, were all achieved by ingeniously transferring personal needs onto the company's account. Naturally, such clever justifications have their limitations. For instance, if Pei Qian wishes to purchase an extravagant pair of sneakers worth tens of thousands, acquire tickets to a concert of a favorite artist, indulge in a luxurious set of cosmetics, or invest in a lavish supercar, such endeavors cannot be executed under the guise of corporate expenditure. Presently, with 1 million in system funds, Pei Qian has contemplated his options and resolved to continue his spending spree. The third settlement is destined to incur losses. I assure you, no one can hinder this resolve. Pei Qian has meticulously devised a detailed plan. Once finalized, he summoned Assistant Xin to his office. The salary standards have been revised, correct? Pei Qian inquired. Xin Hailu nodded affirmatively. Yes, President Pei. It has been executed entirely according to your prior instructions. First and foremost, there will be a comprehensive salary adjustment, with supervisors receiving a 60 salary increase, while all other employees will enjoy a 30 raise. Furthermore, a project bonus system will be implemented, allocating 15 of the game's net profits as bonuses to all employees involved in the development. Additionally, to support employee welfare, each staff member will receive a monthly shopping cart valued at 1,000 yuan. Pei Qian nodded in approval. Excellent. These expenditures, whether the salary increments or the bonus distribution percentage, represent the maximum limits permissible by the current system. Pei Qian desired to offer even more, but the system constraints rendered that impossible, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Prior to the launch of Maritime Fortress, he had contemplated instituting project bonuses and distributing shopping carts, but it lacked logical justification. After all, Ghost General was solely his creation, and it would have been unreasonable to distribute bonuses derived from its profits to Huang Sibao and others. However, this time was different. Maritime Fortress was the result of tireless efforts from Huang Sibao, Bao Su, and the design team, making the issuance of bonuses entirely justified. Moreover, as the company's profitability increased, providing each employee with shopping cards as a benefit also seemed entirely reasonable. Assistant Xin, holding a small notebook, inquired, "The salary should be credited today. Do you have any other instructions?" Pei Qian felt a sense of relief. Once the salaries were distributed, the system funds would be reduced by over 300,000. With the addition of project bonuses, it was almost certain that every employee's monthly salary would exceed 10,000. Were there any other expenses to consider? Chapter 71. Special Reimbursement. Pei Qian suddenly recalled another notion. Wait a moment, I have thought of something else. I have decided to allocate a specific reimbursement limit for each employee, allowing them to claim a certain value of office supplies within a designated period. As for the precise amount, for the month of March, each employee may reimburse up to 500 yuan for office supplies. Pei Qian was not merely contemplating. He was testing the system. If the period is shorter than 3 months or the reimbursement exceeds 500 yuan, the system will not permit it. Xin Hailu appeared somewhat perplexed. President Pei, currently, We have no limit on employee reimbursements, including their taxi fares for overtime and travel expenses, which are reimbursed in full. What does this 500 yuan limit specifically refer to? Pei Qian elucidated. This is termed special reimbursement. This fund may be freely used to purchase any items related to their work. For instance, isn't Bai Su fond of gaming? He could utilize this money to purchase game cards or equipment. Additionally, if an employee already possesses a sufficient headset but believes that a superior model would enhance their auditory experience for gaming, thereby aiding in game production, they could use this fund to acquire a gaming headset. Xin Hailu nodded. Understood, President Pei. Pei Qian had only recently become aware of this aspect. While reimbursement remains a uniform standard applicable to all employees, the system exhibits varying degrees of tolerance for different behaviors. The original reimbursement policy applied uniformly to all employees. For example, everyone could claim full reimbursement for taxi fares incurred during overtime, maintaining equality among all. In the office, everyone is equipped with mechanical keyboards, dual monitors, and other standard essentials. However, certain unique demands are not acknowledged by the system. For instance, Ba Su expressed a desire to experience a particular game, yet he faces a financial barrier. The system does not approve his request. Similarly, Huang Xibao stated his wish for a 2,000 yuan mechanical keyboard or a 3,000 yuan gaming headset, claiming it would enhance his gaming experience. The system remains unyielding. Such somewhat tenuous justifications were originally deemed unacceptable. The system maintains varying standards for what constitutes necessary conditions for each employee to fulfill their work obligations. Pei Qian, the employer, holds notably high standards. The purchase of an upscale suit is permitted, suggesting a special privilege afforded to the host or the employer. Conversely, the limitation lies in the fact that the host, as the employer, cannot allocate a salary for himself. Other employees are only allowed to reimburse necessary expenses within the scope of their work. This is quite reasonable. If the system were to fully reimburse expenditures for gaming credits or high-end headsets deemed essential for an improved gaming experience, Pei Qian could simply encourage all employees to indulge in domestic pay-to-win games, thus depleting the system's funds. The system is evidently astute. However, Pei Qian has skillfully devised a workaround. He has discerned that the system does not entirely reject non-essential expenses, provided they are not reimbursed without limit, but rather within a fixed quota. Therefore, by establishing a cap for each individual, they can, like Pei Qian, openly utilize the system's funds under the guise of work-related expenditures. Pei Qian calculated this with precision. It appears that, solely from the special reimbursement aspect, the monthly expenditure could increase by an additional 30 to 40,000 yuan. What is even more commendable is that this sum is entirely unrelated to the production process, purely dispensed as employee benefits strictly in accordance with company policy. Thus, there will be no delays in settlement. Pei Qian could not help but feel a surge of delight within, thinking to himself, I am indeed a genius. In the office area, the entire company has recently been enveloped in a euphoric atmosphere. The design team is almost daily refreshing game data, witnessing the rising popularity of Seaside Fortress, which is completely overshadowing bullet marks. Although the specifics of bullet marks remain concealed from the public eye, the rankings on official gaming platforms and subsequent recommendations indicate that this collision has been disastrous for bullet marks. Its situation could be described as increasingly dire. While the pricing structure of bullet marks is considerably more reasonable than that of Seaside Fortress, it proves to be of little consequence. The revenue generated by a game is not determined by its pricing structure, but rather by the number of players, no matter how reasonable the pricing may be. If players abandon the game, it becomes futile. The quality of Seaside Fortress surpasses that of bullet marks in every regard, leading to a scenario where it gradually siphons away players from bullet marks. Players spend less while Seaside Fortress earns more, leaving bullet marks in a precarious position. Huang Xibao could not help but marvel at how enigmatic General Manager Pei truly is. Perhaps during his discussions with the Tianhua studio about successful experiences, he had already foreseen this very outcome. The deliberate release of bullet marks in conjunction with Maritime Fortress seems intended to promote the latter by riding on its wave of popularity. Such opportunism is rather excessive, to the point of rendering bullet marks nearly bald from the overexposure. Curiosity abounds regarding the current state of Tianhua studio, yet few dare to inquire, fearing their questions may be perceived as boastful, thereby inciting animosity and creating immediate enmity. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that even without asking, resentment has already reached its zenith. But then again, why dwell on such matters when the profits have already been secured? As Huang Xibao pondered this, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon inspection, it revealed a message regarding his salary. What could this mean? Why has his salary increased yet again? A large question mark loomed over his head. This month, he had hardly engaged in overtime, so logically, there should not have been much extra pay. Yet, upon closer examination, the figure nearly startled him. His base salary, initially 4,000, had surged by 60 to 6,400. The project bonus, amounting to 15 of the profits from Maritime Fortress, totaled approximately 130,000 over 2 weeks. As the lead planner for the project, Huang Xibao was entitled to a slightly larger share, around 8,000. Thus, this month's earnings reached an astonishing 15,000. Of course, deductions for social insurance and housing funds must be accounted for, as well as taxes. Nevertheless, in 2010, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 is undeniably an income worthy of flaunting. Moreover, with the enduring popularity of the game Maritime Fortress, the greater the game's revenue, the more project bonuses Huang Xibao stands to receive. Consequently, his salary next month is bound to be even higher. Having successfully managed his project, President Pei generously distributed a substantial bonus, resulting in a veritable double delight. Yet, this is not the end of it. Xi and Hailu arrived in the office area to distribute shopping cards. These were elegantly designed in a soft golden hue, prominently featuring the emblem of the largest shopping mall in Jingzhou City. Once all the cards had been distributed, Xi and Hailu approached the center of the office with a smile, announcing that everyone should take care not to misplace their shopping cards, as they would each have a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan to purchase essential goods at the mall. Furthermore, starting today, President Pei has instituted a special reimbursement policy for everyone. Every 3 months, the company will reimburse up to 3,500 yuan for various expenditures, including XIN. The assistant briefly outlined the categories covered by this special reimbursement, noting that even game top-ups would be eligible for reimbursement. The crowd was taken aback, particularly Bao Su, who suddenly appeared invigorated. Such a fortunate arrangement? Does this mean that in the future, one would no longer need to bear the cost of in-game purchases? Chapter 72. Is shopping with Pei a feasible idea? Everyone felt a bit awkward. On the company's side, high-end computers were provided, overtime was compensated, project bonuses were available, and snacks and daily reimbursements were generously supplied. Now, even the expenses for employees' gaming top-ups were reimbursed. How astonishing is that? Seemingly sensing the unease among the crowd, Xi and Hailu smiled and continued, "Please do not feel shy. This afternoon, President Pei will accompany everyone to the mall to celebrate the success of Fortress on the Sea. Please tidy up and be ready to leave work punctually at 3 p.m. The bus will be waiting downstairs." Pei Qian had long anticipated that some might feel embarrassed, especially regarding the special reimbursement of 3,500. He was particularly concerned that some individuals might hesitate to take advantage of it. Therefore, today he intended to take this group of people to the mall, ensuring they utilized both the shopping cards and the special reimbursement fully. After all, Pei Qian was currently in a phase of strategic expenditure. The system would naturally replenish the funds during financial settlements, so why not spend what could be spent? He calculated briefly, the system funds were approximately 1 million. The expenses for salaries and bonuses this month would be around 400,000, with over 30,000 in shopping cards and slightly more than 100,000 from everyone's special reimbursement limits. If he treated himself to a few items, spending around 100,000 more, by this calculation, his impulsive spending still held potential to create a loss. Unfortunately, rent and other expenses had already been settled at the beginning of the month, and it was impossible to pay for the next month's dues in advance. Pei Qian, filled with exuberance, made a resolute decision to treat everyone to a spontaneous shopping spree at the mall. Each individual was mandated to exhaust the special reimbursement of 3,500 yuan without retaining a single cent. By mid-afternoon, the group arrived at the mall via bus. Once disembarked, Pei Qian gently clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. Today was a celebration of the successful project Maritime Fortress, and as a token of appreciation for everyone's hard work, he announced a rewarding shopping experience. The 1,000 yuan shopping vouchers must be fully utilized, and the special reimbursement amount of 3,500 yuan must also be completely spent. Should even one person fail to spend their allotted funds, none would be permitted to leave. With that, he dismissed them, and the crowd exchanged glances before erupting into a chorus of cheers. All right. Thank you, President Pei. Several young individuals dashed excitedly towards the counters. The prospect of paid shopping was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a privilege was unheard of in their company. In the vast expanse of the mall, they could indulge to their heart's content. Their available funds exceeded just the 1,000 yuan shopping vouchers and the 3,500 yuan reimbursement. Their salaries had recently seen a significant increase, complemented by project bonuses, leaving them with a considerable sum to splurge. Pei Qian soon observed his employees splitting into various groups, each dispersing in different directions. The ones who sprinted ahead likely harbored the strongest desire to shop, ensuring they would effortlessly deplete their funds. Meanwhile, those who hesitated and meandered into stores might take a tad longer to spend, but were unlikely to leave with any remaining balance. As for the last group of procrastinators, whose desire to shop is rather tepid, Pei Qian felt compelled to keep a close watch on them. These individuals might very well have an inexhaustible supply of funds. This indecisive habit of spending must be eradicated. Huang Xibao, Xiao LV, Lin Wan, and Ma Yang gradually fell into the final echelon, prompting Pei Qian to intensify his scrutiny of them. Except for Lin Wan, the other three were characterized by their reluctance to spend. Their material needs were modest, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm for shopping. As for Lin Wan, she genuinely believed she lacked for nothing. If she had needed anything, she would have procured it long ago, rather than waiting until now. For her, observing Pei Qian was far more significant than making purchases. In Lin Wan's eyes, Pei Qian, as a boss, was simply extraordinary. Not only did he distribute shopping vouchers and provide everyone with special reimbursement limits, but he also took the initiative to bring everyone to the mall for shopping. How thoughtful. Could he be the fabled warm-hearted boss? The group wandered aimlessly through the mall until they soon arrived at the exclusive store of Shenhua Digital. As the largest telecommunications technology and hardware manufacturer in the country, Shenhua Group dabbled in real estate and high-tech industries, yet their primary focus remained on digital products such as computers, mobile phones, and headphones. Xiao LV picked up the latest flagship smartphone, captivated by its allure. In Pei Qian's view, compared to the smartphones of his previous life, these devices were indeed quite impressive in their presentation. In the bygone years of 2009 and 2010, smartphones had yet to achieve widespread adoption. The market was inundated with an eclectic assortment of mobile phones, many of which were equipped with physical keys, and quite a few even featured full keyboards. In contrast, this world had embraced the wave of smartphones earlier, resulting in a predominance of fully touchscreen devices, approximately 2 to 3 years ahead of the previous era, not dissimilar to the original Xiaomi. Currently, Xiao Lu possessed a Shenhua G9, one of the few smartphones on the market tailored for avid mobile gamers, priced at $39.99. After contemplating for a considerable time, Xiao Lu quietly set it down. At that moment, Pei Qian expressed his displeasure. "What, do you not fancy it?" Pei Qian inquired. Xiao Lu hastily replied, No, it's just that I believe my current phone can last another year. Moreover, $39.99 seems a tad expensive." "Expensive? Utilize the special reimbursement," Pei Qian retorted. "Huh? Director Pei, can this really be reimbursed?" Xiao Lu queried, somewhat bewildered. "Purchasing this phone has little to do with work." Pei Qian shook his head. "How can that be? We might not rule out future mobile game development plans, perhaps even a new version of Ghost General? What is wrong with acquiring a gaming phone for testing purposes?" Xiao Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The special reimbursement limit is 3,500. You can offset the remaining 499 with a shopping card. Isn't that perfect? Xiao Lu blinked. But what? Don't you desire this phone? Your G6 is a relic from 2 years ago. It must be lagging like a PowerPoint presentation by now, doesn't it? I must admonish you for utilizing such an obsolete device, as it evidently hampers your work efficiency. Should I require your assistance in the future and find your phone unresponsive, it would indeed cause delays. For the sake of your professional duties, you must replace it post-haste. Pei Qian adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Lu could only acquiesce, responding, "Understood." President Pei. He excitedly picked up a brand new, unopened phone from the counter to proceed with the purchase. Remember, 3,500 on card, 499 with the shopping card. And ensure you submit the receipt to Assistant XIN for reimbursement. Don't spend your own salary. As he watched Xiao Lu head to the checkout, Pei Qian felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. He glanced at Huang Xibao. It seems your phone could also use an upgrade? Huang Xibao swiftly waved his hands. No. President Pei, I just replaced my phone a little over 2 months ago. However, Pei Qian saw through him. But yours is a youth edition, which is essentially digital refuse, you know? No need, President Pei. I have other items I wish to purchase. Huang Xibao reiterated his refusal. Pei Qian nodded. Since there were other desires to fulfill, he decided to wait. He then turned his gaze to Lin Wan, who raised her left hand to showcase her Shenhua M10. This is the latest flagship business phone, with the most basic version costing over 5,000. And the one in Lin Wan's possession was likely a high-end variant with a rather unique color scheme. Lin Wan remarked, I essentially possess everything available in this store. President Pei Qian replied, well, the affluent can indeed act as they please. You are impressive. Chapter 73, a historic turn from gain to loss. Pei Qian wandered around the store and found himself near the headphones section. Mayong, I recall your headphones were merely a 20-some yuan trinket from a street vendor. Pei Qian glanced at Mayong. Ah, no, Mr. Pei, they are indeed from a street vendor, but they function quite well. Mayong quickly corrected himself, ensuring not to reveal the nature of his relationship with Pei Qian in front of others. That simply won't do. A street vendor's product is just that, insufficient for your needs. This latest model is priced at $29.99. Take it. Anything below 10,000 merely produces sound. Pei Qian directly thrust the headphones into Ma Yang's hands. Ma Yang was taken aback. Mr. Pei. But my current role doesn't relate to headphones at all. At present, Ma Yang was merely assisting in the design department, occasionally filling out forms, utilizing an editor, or requesting resources. His work had little to do with audio equipment. Pei Qian pondered for a moment. Consider it preparation for future tasks. You may need to communicate with external vendors regarding music and sound effect requirements. Without a quality pair of headphones, how can you discern the quality of the music and sound effects provided by the vendors? Mayong scratched his head. But isn't the headphone provided with the company computer adequate? Pei Qian's expression darkened. Can you take the company-provided headphones home? What if an urgent situation arises and you need to communicate with the music vendor after hours? Mayong fell silent, realizing there was some merit to Pei Qian's argument. A smile blossomed on his elongated face as he accepted the headphones and hurried off to the checkout. He, like Xiao LV, genuinely wished to make a purchase, yet hesitated to spend his own money, feeling somewhat uneasy about utilizing the special reimbursement quota. However, with Pei Qian's gentle persuasion, their reservations dissipated entirely. Once the items were in their hands, the sole word that encapsulated their sentiment was magnificent. The crux of the matter was that it felt as though they had spent not a single penny. With the company covering all expenses, such a fortunate circumstance is rare to encounter. Soon, the two completed their transactions. Xiao LV immediately donned his new mobile phone, utterly enamored with it. The group continued to wander through the mall, while Pei Qian kept a vigilant eye on his subordinates, scrutinizing who might dare to indulge in frivolous spending. He compelled Huang Xibao to purchase a new tablet, under the pretense of enhancing productivity. He also urged the two young ladies at the reception to acquire several stylish outfits, all in the name of elevating the company's image. For other items, as long as he noticed his employees yearning to buy something, he would promptly devise a plausible justification to facilitate the purchase. In certain instances, however, when a male employee sought to buy a handbag for his girlfriend, Pei Qian found himself at a loss for a valid reason and had to suggest alternatives. After surveying them all, Pei Qian expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, it appeared that everyone had spent quite a bit. Upon checking, the system's funds had originally stood at 1 million. Today, after Pei Qian's flurry of extravagant actions, including salary disbursements, bonuses, and shopping vouchers, over 530,000 had been expended. The system funds now remained at 570,000. As he stood at the crossroads of his endeavors, Pei Qian realized that he could only rely on himself from this moment onward. He understood that his colleagues had exerted their utmost efforts, and now, the remaining 70,000 yuan was a burden he must shoulder alone. After incurring a loss of 70,000, every additional penny spent could directly translate into personal assets. This was the final stretch of a long journey, and he was determined to achieve his goals in one decisive effort. His first destination was a high-end suit store, deliberately avoiding the previously purchased Jexia brand. However, he soon found himself departing silently. The system had denied his request. Perhaps it was due to the excessive number of suits he had acquired previously, leading the system to conclude that he had no further need for clothing. Subsequently, Pei Qian visited a Rolex store, hoping to purchase a watch. This time, the system did not outright refuse him. Yet, as he perused the most expensive model, priced over $200,000, he was ultimately permitted to select only the most basic entry-level watch, costing $40,000. Though still a Rolex, the price felt disappointingly low. Pei Qian felt a twinge of frustration, yet he reminded himself that $40,000 was still a considerable sum, and he resolutely made the purchase. As the saying goes, the more one wears a Rolex, the greater the responsibility they bear. Pei Qian believed that as a business owner, he bore the greatest responsibility, and thus, it was reasonable for him to don a watch worth $200,000. Clearly, however, the system held a different perspective, deeming him only worthy of a 40,000 yuan timepiece. This left Pei Qian feeling somewhat vexed. Continuing his exploration, he realized that if he could not purchase an exquisite watch, then other items less related to his work, such as expensive men's fragrances or grooming products, were even less attainable. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. Having spent over 40,000 yuan, he finally felt somewhat reassured. It was time to push forward. As this was the final phase of extravagant spending, Lin Wan and Huang Xibao had already completed their shopping quotas. They strolled alongside Pei Qian while quietly observing him. Lin Wan, in particular, was quite curious about what Mr. Pei would choose to purchase. However, after watching for a while, she realized that her understanding of Mr. Pei had been completely upended. In his personal life, he was surprisingly frugal. She could clearly see that there were items Pei Qian indeed wished to buy. For instance, he clearly showed an affinity for a classic luxury perfume set from the brand starting with AG, priced at over 1,000 yuan. Yet, after a brief glance, he set it down. There was also a tailored suit that he tried on. It fit him perfectly and looked splendid, priced just over 10,000. Yet he chose not to buy it. And then there was the Rolex watch. Pei Qian browsed through options that exceeded 200,000 yuan, but ultimately settled on the most affordable entry-level model, costing only around 40,000. It was astonishing that such a successful businessman like Mr. Pei would wear a Rolex worth merely 40,000. Lin Wan was taken aback. Pei Qian continued to browse, picking up a few scattered items. Items prohibited by the system could only be abandoned. However, anything that the system did not explicitly forbid was fair game. Nevertheless, even with this flexibility, Pei Qian was unable to acquire many items due to the numerous restrictions imposed by the system. Having acquired a Montblanc fountain pen, priced over 7,000, purchased a golden belt beginning with the letter G, costing more than 3,000, and acquired a men's business bag, exceeding 20,000. Some items are the most expensive, while others fall into a mid-range category. This is entirely contingent upon the limitations imposed by the system. Pei Qian's objective is merely to procure the finest within the confines of what is permissible by the system. After meandering through the shops, Pei Qian discerned that there seemed to be little of value left to purchase. Upon taking stock, he realized that although he had accumulated a considerable number of items, the number of bags in his possession was rather scant. The total expenditure amounted to 73,000, resulting in a loss of over 3,000. Pei Qian could not help but display a smile of delight. A historic milestone. This was the outcome of impulsively spending, as well as a long-standing victory adhering to the principle of not seeking the best, but merely the most expensive. Henceforth, every penny spent could seamlessly transform into personal gain. Meanwhile, Pei Qian's smile took on a different connotation in the eyes of others. Lin Wan felt a profound sense of reflection. With the remarkable success of Fortress at Sea, it is conservatively estimated that President Pei earns no less than 200,000 a month. Yet, astonishingly, he remains so frugal. Chapter 74, A Significant Leap in History. Lin Wan observed that President Pei passed by several luxury brands of personal items multiple times, without even stepping inside. Astonishingly, he did not purchase a lavish perfume gift set priced over 1,000 yuan. Instead, everything President Pei bought was related to work. Even his belts and bags were of the type conducive to business negotiations. Altogether, he spent less than 100,000 yuan. Lin Wan was taken aback. What remarkable self-discipline. Reflecting inwardly, she mused that if it were someone else earning 2 million a month, or even just 1 million, they would likely indulge in extravagant purchases of clothing, bags, and watches worth tens of thousands. Yet, President Pei was content with spending less than 100,000. It was truly admirable. The contrast between President Pei's generosity regarding office conditions and his lavishness in salaries and bonuses and the current scene was striking. Lin Wan and Huang Xibao, among others, felt their eyes moisten slightly. What an extraordinary boss he was. Meanwhile, Pei Qian was completely oblivious to the reactions of those around him. He was still racking his brain, pondering where else he could possibly spend more money. The situation had already entered a state of loss, and any additional expenditure felt like a bloodletting. However, he had already circled the mall and purchased everything the system permitted. As the others concluded their shopping and gathered in the lobby, each person carried shopping bags and wore expressions of delight. Shopping with paid leave was indeed exhilarating. Yet, Pei Qian was reluctant to leave just like that. After enduring significant losses, amounting to over 3,000, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Glancing at Exine Hailu, an idea suddenly struck him. I wish to purchase a gift for a friend who is a business owner. Do you have any suggestions? He refrained from mentioning that it was for his own use, as such a declaration might appear peculiar and trigger system alerts. Others would wonder why he didn't simply buy what he desired for himself. However, by framing it as a gift for a friend, he could gather recommendations while subtly assessing what he still needed to acquire. Exine Hailu promptly began to offer various suggestions, with others chiming in enthusiastically. They proposed items such as tailored suits, perfumes, watches, and fountain pens. Yet, Pei Qian shook his head repeatedly. He had already explored most of these options and purchased all that were available to him. The remaining items were all restricted by the system. After exhausting their ideas, the group found themselves at a loss for alternatives. At that moment, Lin Wan tentatively suggested, how about gifting a pair of glasses? Pei Qian's eyes lit up at the thought. Glasses? Lin Wan nodded in affirmation. Yes, if your friend is nearsighted, you could gift him a pair of prescription glasses. Though you would need to know his prescription. Even if you are unaware of it, or if he is not nearsighted, you could simply gift him the frames. A stylish pair of glasses can enhance one's demeanor and signify sophistication. Pei Qian felt an overwhelming urge to commend Lin Wan profusely. Glasses. How had he overlooked such an obvious choice? He himself was not nearsighted and did not wear glasses, thus he had not considered this avenue at all. Reflecting on it now, purchasing a pair of glasses for personal use seems quite reasonable. He turned to Assistant Xian and inquired, where can I find the most expensive glasses? Xian Hailu pondered for a moment before responding, there is a Louis Vuitton store that sells eyewear, which should meet your criteria for luxury. Though most of their offerings are sunglasses, I'm uncertain if that aligns with your needs. Take me there, he replied. The two ascended swiftly in the elevator, arriving at the Louis Vuitton boutique, where they located the eyewear counter. Upon his glance at the prices, Pei Qian exclaimed, this is acceptable. The cheapest pair was priced at over 2,000, while the most expensive exceeded 9,000. The notion of a pair of glasses costing over 9,000 was, to say the least, beyond Pei Qian's comprehension. However, this was a positive development. Yet, when he reached for the pair priced over 9,000, the system issued a prohibition. Pei Qian was left speechless. Was the system forbidding the purchase? That would indeed be a disappointment. He cautiously picked up another pair priced at over 8,000, and this time, the system issued no warnings. Elated, Pei Qian meticulously compared the two pairs and concluded that the former was overly ostentatious, unmistakably a pair of sunglasses, with a frame that was far too elaborate, entirely unsuitable for business purposes. Conversely, the pair priced at over 8,000, although also categorized as sunglasses, featured a delicate gold wire frame, and the lens design was more conventional, lacking in flamboyance. Pei Qian donned the glasses and turned to Exine Hailu, asking, what do you think? Exine Hailu nodded in approval. It enhances your aura, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian was overwhelmed with joy. It was no wonder the system had not issued a warning. This pair could indeed serve as business eyewear, effectively elevating his presence. In the realm of the system's concept, these spectacles can be worn during business negotiations to enhance one's demeanor, serving a purpose akin to that of an exquisite suit, thus imposing no restrictions. Pei Qian promptly selected two pairs, each with slight variations in design, which constituted the maximum quantity permitted for purchase by the system. Having made his acquisition, Pei Qian immediately swiped his card. The sales assistant, taken aback by the sudden transaction, hastily produced an elegant gift bag to wrap Pei Qian's purchase. Just as she completed one, he gestured for her to halt while indicating he would manage the other himself. With that, Pei Qian removed the light ink-colored lenses and donned the frame. He gazed into the mirror and mused that it indeed added a touch of refined elegance to his appearance. Very well, he thought, wearing them. After all, they were spectacles worth over 8,000 yuan. They certainly should not be left to gather dust. Upon reviewing the system's funds, Pei Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. He had exerted himself to the utmost, ultimately achieving a loss exceeding 20,000. This was a small step for Pei Qian, yet a monumental triumph over the system. Upon returning to the hall, everyone keenly observed a transformation in General Manager Pei's image. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses now adorned his nose, significantly elevating his aura. General Manager Pei looks so handsome. Did he purchase a pair for himself? How attractive. I wonder how much those glasses cost. They must be over 1,000, right? Responding to the flattery from his employees, Pei Qian offered a subtle smile, remaining composed within. Everyone, please head back. The company will reimburse your taxi fares. Enjoy a restful weekend. On the 31st, the system would settle accounts. The luminous screen reappeared before Pei Qian's eyes. Wealth conversion system, host, Pei Qian, surplus conversion ratio, 100, 1, loss conversion ratio, 1, 1, calculating. System funds, 478723, 5, 21276, 5. Personal assets, 608, 3, calculating. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 478723, 5. Personal assets, 21884, 8, 21276, 5. Pei Qian was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Finally, after much effort, he had successfully managed to incur a loss of 20,000. Do not underestimate this sum. It marks a historic milestone, a small step in loss, yet a giant leap toward success. Soon, the screen displayed additional information. Next settlement time, 90 days later, system funds to be supplemented, target amount, 1 million, system funds supplementing, 521276. 5. Supplementation complete. System funds, 1 million, personal assets, 21884. 8. Current cycle special task. Own any physical store under the company. To be located in a bustling area or near a university. Special task completion reward. An additional 10 increase on the existing conversion amount. As Pei Qian had anticipated, the system's funding had indeed been elevated once more, increasing from 500,000 to 1 million. If previously Pei Qian's system funds exceeded 1 million, it is unlikely that he would make any further contributions this time. Pei Qian extravagantly spent over 470,000, successfully converting 20,000 into personal assets, and the system automatically replenished the funds to 1 million. One could say it was a significant profit. Furthermore, Pei Qian noticed several distinctions compared to the previous settlements. Firstly, once the funds reached 1 million, there was no longer a need for him to painstakingly count the zeros. Secondly, the system issued a special task if he owned any physical store under the company's name by the time of settlement. An additional 10 would be added to the existing wealth conversion value upon completion of this objective. To briefly summarize, I find myself somewhat conflicted regarding this segment of the plot. I am aware that no matter how I write it, there will always be discontent. As before, some may argue that it is a mere ploy, claiming, how can one incur losses consistently? The protagonist has exerted such effort only to end up with nothing? Would it not have been wiser to pursue profit from the outset? Such a repetitive formula becomes tiresome. Thus, I contemplate allowing the protagonist to experience a minor loss, a taste of success, making it as unpredictable as possible whether he will incur a loss or a gain during his next settlement. A slight loss this time does not signify perpetual loss. Rather, it serves as an incentive, revealing a glimmer of hope in losing money, prompting the protagonist to strive harder. Yet, unexpectedly, he may find himself unable to incur losses next time, which is the element of surprise I wish to convey. Once again, some have remarked that this is a plot that should only emerge at the grand finale, asserting that the protagonist ought to perpetually encounter losses. To their astonishment, the protagonist has indeed managed to exploit the system's advantages. Apologies, but I must abandon the book. Not to be critical, but I have consistently found myself ensnared in a narrative of perpetual loss, likely to be met with disdain. Admittedly, the current handling may not be entirely flawless. Thus, I remain contemplative. This does not detract from the preceding or subsequent narrative and can be amended at any time. Should I be unable to conceive a superior resolution, I shall proceed with the current approach. If inspiration strikes, modifications will be made accordingly. I welcome any brilliant ideas from everyone, which will be considered judiciously. Presently, there exist 3 possibilities. 1. Continue with the perpetual losses. 2. A last-minute reversal, transforming a loss of 20,000 into merely 2,000, or 3. The current scenario. I find myself leaning towards options 2 and 3. I encourage everyone to express their preferences. Naturally, I shall strive to adhere to my vision, for it is impossible to please all, yet I aim to gather the majority's views. I will collect opinions for one day, and should a conclusion be reached by tomorrow, I shall remove this chapter. Splendid. I appreciate such a transparent system. Gradually discerning the system's temperament, Pei Qian felt increasingly adept at exploiting its nuances. Is this special task arduous? It presents some challenges, yet remains within acceptable bounds. Moreover, even in the absence of a special task from the system, Pei Qian had long harbored similar notions. Pei Qian is acutely aware of the overarching trends that will shape the next decade, one of which is the declining state of physical retail stores. This downward trajectory can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the soaring rental prices have significantly escalated the costs associated with leasing commercial spaces. Secondly, the rapid advancement of online shopping and food delivery platforms has led to an increasing number of individuals preferring to remain at home. In the past, even a modest establishment near a university could yield profits. Whether it was a small convenience store or a printing shop, success was almost guaranteed. Establishing an internet CAF or a well-regarded restaurant would yield even greater returns. However, as time passed, the fortunes of many physical stores waned, leading to their closure. The functionality of numerous brick-and-mortar shops has been supplanted by e-commerce platforms. Previously, many university students would venture to nearby computer markets only to be taken advantage of. Now, with the convenience of online shopping, few would subject themselves to such experiences. While some daily necessities are still purchased at supermarkets, many opt for home delivery instead. Dining out has also shifted, with an increasing number of people ordering takeout. At most, they may indulge in fine dining during holidays, but are unlikely to visit roadside eateries. In essence, regardless of the type of physical store, they are increasingly struggling, representing a true sunset industry. This reality is precisely what Pei Qian finds appealing. Yet, the question remains, what type of physical store should he establish? The system has not specified any particular requirements, as long as it is a physical store, with the sole stipulation being its location in a bustling urban area or near a school. Even small establishments such as convenience stores, bookstores, or printing shops are entirely acceptable. Pei Qian fell into a moment of contemplation, meticulously analyzing the probability of success in this venture. Although physical stores are anticipated to decline over the next decade, is it certain that embarking on such a venture at this juncture would inevitably result in losses? It seems not necessarily so, for it is the year 2010, a time when online shopping and food delivery are still in their infancy, and physical stores continue to yield considerable profits. For instance, the bookstore near the school, small supermarkets, and internet cafes are all thriving. Even a modest printing shop tucked away in a corner can be quite profitable. Students frequently require printing for papers, assignments, and document copies, making visits to printing shops an essential necessity. Looking a decade ahead, physical stores are likely to face losses. However, in the short term, there exists a significant potential for profit. Moreover, Pei Qian found himself grappling with the question of how to operate this physical store effectively. If he invested a modest amount, losses would also be minimal, and with a stroke of luck, he might even turn a small profit. Conversely, if he invested heavily and the quality of his offerings fell short compared to others, how would he cope with the repercussions? This is a delicate endeavor that requires careful deliberation. Nevertheless, before launching the physical store, Pei Qian resolved to first implement the elimination system he had been contemplating for some time. Initially, he only intended to recruit a group of lackluster individuals, yet unexpectedly, each turned out to be a potential asset. How could this be? Particularly with Bao Su and Huang Xibao among them. Keeping them around could lead to endless complications. With their presence, it would indeed be quite challenging for the gaming business to incur losses. As for Lin Wan, further observation is warranted. After all, her ability to contact those players previously stemmed solely from her role in Tianhua Studio, where she was responsible for such communications. With a change of project, her connections would become utterly ineffective. Thus, Pei Qian pondered how to arrange matters concerning Bao Su and Huang Xibao. Immediate dismissal was certainly not an option, nor was demotion feasible. Without evidence or a reasonable justification, the system would not acquiesce. Pei Qian fell into deep contemplation. February 1st, Monday. Office area. Brother Huang, look quickly. There are so many people online fervently discussing our game, and it seems quite a few industry insiders are involved. Xiao exclaimed. as if he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Huang Xibao nodded. I am aware. I have been keeping an eye on it. He glanced at Bao Su. What do you think, Bao Gu? Bao Su maintained a calm demeanor. What does it have to do with us? Huang Xibao reflected for a moment and agreed. Indeed. What does it have to do with us? Online, there was indeed a considerable amount of fervent debate surrounding Maritime Fortress. A discussion that had persisted for nearly half a month, never settling since the game's launch. Initially, it was a clash between the players of Maritime Fortress and Bullet Marks. But as the argument progressed, the topic's intensity inexplicably escalated. At first, the discourse revolved around which of the two games, Maritime Fortress or Bullet Marks, was superior. Subsequently, amidst the clamor, the matter faded into obscurity. A vigorous debate ensued. Is Maritime Fortress a paragon of industry integrity or a malignant tumor within the gaming realm? The discussion attracted numerous professionals from various gaming companies. A casual glance at any thread reveals two factions embroiled in heated arguments. Maritime Fortress may very well be the catalyst for ushering in an era of exorbitant monetization in domestic gaming. Selling a permanent weapon for 888 is unprecedented. Furthermore, as a first-person shooter, how can it justify selling attributes? Does this company possess even a modicum of passion and integrity for gaming? While other games face harsh criticism for offering in-game purchases worth $200 or $300, how is it that this game, charging $888 for a single weapon, garners such unwavering praise? And what of the servers? They are often overwhelmed, lagging, and utterly inadequate. How many bots has this game enlisted? Clearly, it is a profoundly pay-to-win disaster, yet it is absurdly touted as the beacon of domestic FPS gaming. However, these notions are swiftly countered. A pay-to-win disaster? It seems you have never experienced it. Indeed, I am an ardent supporter of Maritime Fortress. So what? Let me emphasize why I consider this game commendable. It sells but one weapon for $888, while all other content is entirely free. For those offering in-game purchases, their product listings can fill pages. Can these truly be compared? The narrative mode of this game bears the hallmarks of numerous AAA masterpieces, executed with remarkable finesse. Typically, such AAA titles would command a price of at least $200, yet this one is offered at a mere fraction, selling for $100 or even $50, which seems quite reasonable. However, this rather naive company has opted to make it entirely free. They allow players to experience the narrative mode without charge. Is this not the epitome of benevolence? The 888 weapon essentially shifts the financial burden from individual players to affluent patrons, and those wealthy individuals willingly partake in this exchange, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Is it not? As for the complaints regarding server lag, I must apologize. Maritime Fortress is no longer experiencing such issues. It seems they have acquired new servers and expanded their bandwidth. Alas, some individuals simply cannot discern priorities. The company invests in game development and service provision. They cannot rely solely on goodwill, can they? They have waived the entry fee, transferring the cost to the affluent, and yet, some still express dissatisfaction. Ultimately, whether this establishment is a blight or a beacon within the industry remains unresolved. Nevertheless, the fervor surrounding the game has undeniably surged. The key factor is that the 888 Pei Qian has generated considerable discourse. Many indifferent to gaming will instinctively remember the name of a game with a weapon priced at 888. Thus, the metrics for Maritime Fortress continue to climb. Huang Xibao initially harbored concerns that these disputes might tarnish the reputation of Maritime Fortress. However, it now appears that rather than adversely affecting the reputation, it has instead fostered a significant dissemination effect. Huang Xibao felt reassured, sensing that everything was indeed under President Pei's meticulous orchestration. At that moment, Pei Qian emerged from his office. With a new pair of glasses adorning his face, President Pei exuded an air of confidence and assuredness that deeply impressed Huang Xibao. Everyone, please check the internal group. I have initiated a poll. This is an anonymous vote, and I invite you all to select what you believe to be the best employee. Pei Qian said with a smile. There will be a mysterious reward. Chapter 76. The Dream Fund. The best employee? A mysterious reward? Is President Pei about to bestow accolades? The crowd eagerly clicked their mice, selecting their preferred candidate for the title of Best Employee. Soon enough, all votes were cast. Pei Qian glanced at the results. Huang Xibao emerged as the frontrunner with 14 votes, followed closely by Bao Su with 10. Surprisingly, Lin Wan garnered 3 votes, leaving everyone curious about her supporters. Pei Qian signaled to Assistant Exine, who promptly retrieved a custom trophy that had been prepared in advance and handed it to Pei Qian. Approaching Huang Sibo, Pei Qian presented the trophy, exclaiming, "Congratulations." Huang Sibo, taken aback, hesitated momentarily before quickly rising to accept the trophy with both hands. The office erupted into enthusiastic applause. Most believed that the title of Best Employee rightly belonged to Huang Sibo, who tirelessly urged the development progress, who, with unwavering dedication, stayed late to work. The success of Maritime Fortress undoubtedly owed its accolades to the research and development team, with Huang Sibo serving as the principal executor, contributing the most effort. Nevertheless, some argued that Bao Su's creativity was equally significant, as evidenced by his 10 votes. However, it should be noted that the creative aspect was also credited to President Pei. After all, it was Pei who outlined 3 essential requirements, prompting Bao Su to conceive his idea based on these guidelines. Essentially, it was a correct answer derived from clear prompts. Moreover, Huang Sibo was tirelessly engaged in advancing the game's development, his presence unmistakably prominent. Thus, it was no surprise that he emerged as the recipient of the highest number of votes. Cradling the small trophy in his hands, his heart brimmed with indescribable excitement. This trophy, with its remarkably unique design, was evidently a custom creation, standing in stark contrast to the cheaply engraved trinkets one might find on the streets. Furthermore, this transcended mere monetary value. The trophy represented an honor. The inscription on it, Best Employee of the First Phase at Tengda Network Technology Company, Limited, was the highest commendation for his work, something that could not be purchased with any amount of money. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Huang Sibo felt compelled to say a few words. Clearing his throat, he expressed, "I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to President Pei for his trust and guidance, as well as to everyone for their continuous cooperation and support. The success of Fortress at Sea is primarily attributed to President Pei, who has illuminated the correct path for us, allowing Brother Bao and me to forge ahead in the right direction. Secondly, we owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Bao for his boundless creativity. If not for his brilliant plot concepts and innovative battle modes, this game would not have achieved its current heights. We must also acknowledge the relentless efforts of all our team members. During this period, the design team has endured hardships alongside me, laboring to advance the project, while others provided their utmost support. This is a collective achievement. I believe this trophy belongs to each and every one of us." As Huang Sibao finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Tears glistened in Lin Wan's eyes, moved by the moment. Look, is this not the epitome of what a conscientious company should embody? Indeed, I have made the right choice. Coming to Tengda was truly the correct decision. The applause gradually subsided. Pei Qian continued, "Next, we shall unveil the special reward for the best employee. Huang Sibao, from this day forth, you shall no longer be a part of the design team. The position of chief designer will be assumed by LV Mingyang." Little LV appeared utterly bewildered. What? Huang Sibao was equally stunned. What does this mean? Did I not just receive the Best Employee Award? What is happening? Am I being dismissed on the spot? The others were equally perplexed, unsure of Pei's intentions. Huang Sibao had been performing exceptionally well in the role of chief designer, and his accomplishments were evident to all. Yet, he was suddenly removed from his position. Not only was he no longer the chief designer, but he was also expelled from the design team. Pei Qian, with a smile, continued, "As the best employee, I have decided to grant you a dream fund of 1 million yuan, allowing you to pursue your aspirations. You remain an employee of Tengda, but you will no longer be in the gaming department. You may choose any industry you desire to invest this 1 million, and regardless of success or failure, the company will cover the costs." Originally terrified and frozen with fear, Huang Sibao's mood underwent a complete transformation in an instant. How wonderful! Pei Qian is not dismissing me after all. Moreover, I was bestowed with a dream fund of 1 million to pursue my aspirations. Huang Sibao felt as though he were in a dream, utterly unable to comprehend that such an extraordinary event had truly transpired. Others gazed wide-eyed, their faces etched with envy and resentment. Is this the privilege afforded to the best employee? How utterly astonishing! 1 million in venture capital, immense autonomy. And regardless of success or failure, the company would foot the bill. Envy, writ large. Huang Sibao's hands trembled slightly, nearly unable to grasp the trophy. President Pei, I fear my abilities may fall short, rendering me incapable. Pei Qian gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further lamentations. As the best employee, you have already demonstrated your capabilities. I believe in you. and you ought to believe in yourself as well. Pei Qian spoke with utmost sincerity. Tears glistened in Huang Xibao's eyes. His lips quivered, unable to articulate the multitude of emotions swelling within him. He simply bowed deeply. Yes, President Pei. I will certainly strive to excel. Pei Qian's expression softened with satisfaction, secretly reveling in his triumph. Success. This is the inaugural implementation of the elimination system. This was Pei Qian's brainchild, meticulously conceived. The success of Maritime Fortress had already validated that this group was far from incompetent, particularly Huang Xibao, who was undeniably a hidden gem within the realm of gaming. Pei Qian had no time to ponder why he consistently encountered such overlooked talent. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a solution to this predicament. If Huang Xibo and Bao Su are allowed to continue their antics and produce yet another blockbuster game, it would be quite problematic. Therefore, the implementation of a first elimination system is imperative. However, Pei Qian cannot dismiss Huang Xibo or demote him, as it would be illogical and raise suspicions among others. The system does not permit such actions. Thus, Pei Qian conceived an ingenious plan. Simply reassign Huang Xibo. He may possess a modicum of talent in game development, which is acceptable. Given that, let him not engage in game creation any longer. By placing him in an unfamiliar industry, providing him with 1 million to experiment, failure is likely to ensue. Consequently, the gaming division would incur losses due to Huang Xibo's absence, while he would squander 1 million due to poor management. An exquisite solution, indeed. The brilliance of such a flawless plan is a testament to my genius. Pei Qian was immensely pleased with himself. However, it must be noted that Bao Su also poses a significant threat. The success of Maritime Fortress can largely be attributed to Bao Su's creativity, likely stemming from his extensive gaming experience. Pei Qian turned to Bao Su and remarked, "You are the runner-up in this voting, having made substantial contributions to the company. Although being second is unfortunate, the company will not forget your efforts. As the second-best employee, you are awarded a month of paid leave. Starting from tomorrow, you shall no longer need to come to work. Instead, explore various places and broaden your horizons, for it will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors." Chapter 77, Planning. Bao Su was momentarily taken aback, not experiencing the delight one might expect. President Pei, I do not require that. I find the environment here quite satisfactory. This was his sincere sentiment. Going out for leisure? What could possibly be enjoyable? Would it not merely involve lingering in internet cafes once more? The ambience of the company far surpasses that of any CAF. Here, every individual is talented, their words melodious, and he is exceedingly fond of this place. Pei Qian had anticipated this response, and his expression swiftly turned grave. Your perspective is misguided, profoundly so. As the saying goes, one should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Game design is not merely a solitary endeavor. To achieve future success, one must broaden their horizons. Over the course of this month, you are not permitted to frequent internet cafes. I will instruct Assistant XIN to devise an itinerary for you, ensuring you visit prominent landmarks across the country, check in at various locations, and observe major gaming companies domestically to enhance your skills. This is a professional necessity and cannot be declined. Do you understand? Upon witnessing President Pei's demeanor, Bao Su dared not be negligent and nodded in agreement. Understood, President Pei. The exchange between the two left those nearby in a state of astonishment. What an extraordinary employee and an equally remarkable boss. The employer offers paid leave to the employee, yet the employee prefers to work overtime. Goodness! Surely, something must be amiss in this world. Lin Wan felt even more moved and wished to capture this moment on film. She was concerned that when she recounted this scene to others, they would find it hard to believe. However, such companies, such bosses, and such employees indeed exist in reality. After successfully eliminating 2 outstanding employees, Pei Qian felt rejuvenated, his entire being imbued with comfort. Huang Xibao had already departed from the gaming industry under Pei Qian's directive. Meanwhile, Bao Su was destined to spend a month indulging in leisure and adventure, rendering him incapable of interfering with the development of new projects. By the time Bao Su returned in a month, the design drafts for the new project would have been completed, and the work would have already commenced. No matter how brilliant your ideas and creativity may be, they would have lost their efficacy. Of course, Pei Qian had yet to fully conceptualize what the new gaming project would entail. Nevertheless, it was undeniably prudent to remove these 2 individuals from the equation. Following the commendation of the exemplary employees, Pei Qian summoned Ma Yang to his office. while the others returned to their respective duties. Xiao El, or El Mingliang, felt an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm for his work. This recognition of outstanding employees served as a potent catalyst for motivation. President Pei demonstrated to all the tangible results of diligent effort. With hard work, attaining the title of best employee could lead to a dream investment to realize one's aspirations. Even if one merely secured second place, a month of paid leave awaited them. Such authentic examples, even if just one, bore far more significance than 1,000 empty promises from other bosses. In Pei Qian's office, Ma Yang clearly harbored reservations regarding Pei Qian's arrangements. Qianer, although you currently hold the position of my superior, I must express my candid thoughts given our relationship, regardless of whether you wish to hear them or not. I believe it is inappropriate for Lu Mingliang to take over Huang Xibao's role. I find Lu Mingliang lacks any remarkable capabilities. If he is deemed fit to be the executive chief strategist, then I surmise I am equally capable. I have participated in numerous design projects recently. Though I may not have experienced everything, I have certainly observed the process. Pei Qian reclined in his chair, legs crossed, smiling at Ma Yang. Rest assured, given our relationship, would I ever treat you unfairly? Lao Ma, while today's accolade for best employee does not pertain to you, you must trust that I have always regarded you as one of my most trusted individuals. The reason I have not assigned you to a significant position is that I have an even more crucial task intended for you. This marks a pivotal step for Tongda Group's expansion into diverse domains, and I am prepared to entrust this to you. Are you ready? Ma Yang's eyes gradually brightened. Really? Truly? Pei Qian slightly adjusted the computer screen, pointing to the map of Jingzhou City displayed upon it. Look here, here, and here. These are all bustling commercial districts in Jingzhou, and don't forget around our university. This location is also quite promising. I am considering selecting the best among these sites to establish a large chain internet CAF. This matter will be entirely under your purview. What do you think? A look of confusion clouded Ma Yang's gaze. Qianer, the significant position you mentioned, is it to be the owner of a cyber CAF? Ma Yang felt a tremendous sense of disparity. Pei Qian frowned and remarked, what do you mean by the internet CAF owner? That is not the same thing at all. In my vision, this is not merely a simple internet CAF. It should be a grand entertainment center that amalgamates various experiences such as internet coffee, gaming, hardware sales, and film viewing. You have yet to comprehend the significance of this matter. Currently, our primary business at Tongda is concentrated in the gaming realm, but what do we lack? We lack a window and platform for communication with the players. Our ambition at Tongda is to become a colossal enterprise that spans multiple domains including gaming, entertainment, and hardware. The offline sector is one of our crucial layouts. This vital task cannot be entrusted to anyone else. It must be assigned to you. Gazing into Pei Qian's earnest eyes, Ma Yang was convinced that Pei Qian was not jesting. He was utterly sincere. Ma Yang's hands trembled slightly. Qianer. I. Pei Qian patted his shoulder. Do not say anything more. I understand entirely. However, I am merely a lone commander, devoid of resources. Ma Yang's expression revealed his distress. You possess wealth. What more do you desire? If you feel the need for talent, then recruit. Do not fret. Our Tongda is currently thriving, with 2 profitable games in hand. You may proceed boldly. I will support you. So what is there to fear? Pei Qian spoke with exuberance. Then, what budget can I expect? Ma Yang inquired. Budget? There are no limits. Pei Qian gestured grandly. Whatever amount you require, feel free to ask. However, it is essential to communicate in advance, as financial turnover requires time. Ma Yang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, all right, I shall accomplish the task. Very well, proceed with your preparations. First, draft a preliminary plan. I must remind you that our company, Tongda, aims to undertake significant ventures. Even if we establish a physical store, it must not resemble the ordinary internet cafes. Do you understand? The standards of decoration must align with our company's ethos. We cannot afford to diminish our value. Pei Qian reiterated earnestly. Ma Yang thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility. With that, Ma Yang exited the room. Pei Qian gazed at Ma Yang's departing figure, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Indeed, one cannot rely on mere passers-by. Ultimately, one must depend on brothers. The failure of Fortress at Sea largely stemmed from Pei Qian's misplaced trust in Huang Xibao and Bao Su. Had he entrusted this project to Ma Yang from the outset, the outcome might have been different. Now, Huang Xibao busied himself with other matters, armed with 1 million. while Bao Su was compelled to take a paid leave. The gaming project was assigned to Xiao Lu, and the internet CAF affairs were entrusted to Ma Yang. Previously, Pei Qian had exerted himself to the utmost, spending lavishly, which resulted in a loss of over 20,000. Although he had tasted a hint of success, it did not quench his thirst. When the next settlement occurs, as long as Pei Qian manages the system funds to hover around 200,000 to 300,000, it would instantaneously yield an influx of 700,000 to 800,000. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. At that point, everything that the system prohibits from purchase could be acquired in abundance. On Wednesday, in the conference room, Lu Mingliang felt extremely anxious and apprehensive. The conference table now feels starkly empty, for the dependable pillars that once supported it are no longer present. Bao Su has not reported to work since yesterday, having been granted a month of paid leave, during which President Pei has insisted he visit renowned scenic spots nationwide and engage in exchanges with various gaming companies. Huang Sibo has also been absent lately, leaving one to ponder how he intends to allocate the 1 million dream fund bestowed upon him by President Pei. With these two titans no longer at the forefront, LV Mingliang suddenly finds himself burdened with the weighty responsibilities of the chief planner, and an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes him. During this meeting, after President Pei delineated the recent work objectives, LV Mingliang's apprehensions only deepened. President Pei declared that there would be no updates scheduled for Ghost General and Maritime Fortress in the near future. Instead, all manpower would be redirected towards the development of the next game. This revelation was entirely unforeseen for LV Mingliang, igniting a profound sense of worry within him. Logically speaking, with two successful games in hand, it would be the optimal moment to maximize profits. Launching a new version, introducing fresh card sets, and unveiling a brand new epic weapon would allow for effortless earnings, rendering it a lucrative venture. Meanwhile, this juncture would have allowed LV Mingliang to complete the necessary handover of responsibilities. His initial plan was to produce new versions for Ghost General and Maritime Fortress, allowing for a period of adjustment and refinement before embarking on the development of a new game, which he deemed the most prudent course of action. However, President Pei has entirely dismissed the notion of developing new versions and has instead mandated the immediate initiation of a new project. This unexpected directive has left LV Mingliang, who had only recently and inexplicably assumed the role of chief planner, feeling an acute sense of anxiety. Certainly, Lu Mingliang is acutely aware that President Pei's arrangements are undoubtedly grounded in his own rationale. President Pei is a relentless individual, far from the mediocre boss who merely rests on his laurels and counts his profits. Instead of developing a new version that allows for effortless earnings, he chooses to embark on high-risk new projects, which epitomizes his ambition, expansive vision, and magnanimity. Regarding the new game, I have formulated an idea that I would like to share with everyone. At the head of the conference table, Pei Qian exuded an air of calm confidence that effortlessly captivated the entire audience, further solidifying Lu Mingliang's judgment. However, Pei Qian's considerations were entirely contrary. Why refrain from developing a new version? Because creating a new version necessitates the introduction of paid features. It would either involve charging for DLC or incorporating new in-game purchases. A completely free new version is not permissible by the system. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both Ghost General and Sea Fortress boast a substantial player base with a high enthusiasm for spending. In such circumstances, the introduction of a new version could very well lead to an instantaneous surge in purchases of the new paid features. Thus, Pei Qian believes that launching a new project is a more prudent course of action, as it is considerably easier to fail at a new initiative than to jeopardize the success of an already thriving project. Numerous new games have met untimely ends upon launch, and even renowned producers find it challenging to reverse such fates. Conversely, many successful older games, despite repeated missteps, continue to linger on. Therefore, Pei Qian resolved to start afresh, determined to learn from past experiences. What was the greatest mistake last time? It lay in placing excessive trust in Huang Sibo and Bao Su. Pei Qian never anticipated that his 3 requests would be so egregiously misinterpreted, ultimately transforming into the selling point of the game. This time, Pei Qian resolved to tighten his grip on the entire game development process, ensuring that there would be no recurrence of the deviation experienced with Maritime Fortress. He even hesitated to allow Xiao El any creative freedom. What if Xiao El secretly consulted Bao Su, or, inspired by a sudden flash of insight, devised yet another brilliant idea? Thus, Pei Qian decided to establish an autocratic approach. He surveyed the room and spoke slowly. This time, we shall create a game that will be etched in history. It shall be titled Game Producer. The attendees in the conference room were all intently focused on Pei Qian. It sounded impressively formidable. Was this going to adapt the story of Tengda in the gaming industry into a game? However, while this subject matter might lend itself well to a documentary or an interview, how could it possibly be transformed into a game? Everyone listened attentively. Pei Qian, with unwavering confidence, elaborated. The concept of the game was straightforward. Players would assume the role of a game producer. Within the game, they would be required to make continuous choices, each leading to different outcomes. For instance, they could freely select the type of game, payment methods, promotional strategies, and more. Simultaneously, players would encounter a series of unexpected events. Ultimately, the players will develop a game and witness its subsequent profitability and sales upon its launch. This is essentially the framework. If anyone has questions, feel free to raise them. The audience remained silent, their expressions betraying a hint of bewilderment. Pei Qian wore a confident smile. Bewildered, are we? That is precisely the point. This is a niche theme that has never been explored before, and its content is neither captivating nor conducive to grand spectacles. The gameplay is exceedingly simplistic. The gaming industry is fraught with challenges and monotony, and transforming this concept into a game would undoubtedly yield a lackluster experience. Such a theme is destined to fail. Even if it manages to attract a modest group of players as an independent game, achieving blockbuster status would be exceedingly difficult. It would be quite simple to overspend on artistic resources while setting a low selling price, leading to an inability to recoup costs. Of course, Pei Qian possessed an alternate narrative for these individuals. Mingliang was the first to raise his hand. Mr. Pei, I comprehend the general flow of this game. May I inquire about its form of presentation? Is it akin to an independent game in the style of a text-based adventure? Text-based adventure games, to put it plainly, involve dialogues with paper characters. This genre is straightforward to produce, widely applicable, and requires only the creation of a series of 2D scenes and character illustrations, supplemented by extensive text to effectively convey the entire game content. According to Mingliang's imagination, the shape of this game closely resembles a production version of Chinese Parents. Certainly, Mingliang was unaware of the game Chinese-style Parents, yet he had encountered other text-based adventure games. Pei Qian shook his head, expressing his disbelief. No. To transform it into a text-based adventure game? Absolutely out of the question. How much could one possibly spend on a text-based adventure game? Just a handful of rudimentary illustrations. Even if we enlist a few renowned voice actors, it would barely amount to a few $100,000 at most. Such an investment is merely a drop in the bucket. Currently, Maritime Fortress generates $400,000 to $500,000 weekly, while the new game has a total investment that scarcely reaches that figure. This is nothing but a futile attempt to mitigate the problem. It does not address the core issue at all. In my estimation, the budget for the new game must exceed $200,000 to even contemplate the possibility of incurring losses. Otherwise, in the face of cash cows like Ghost General and Maritime Fortress, a shortfall of a few $100,000 is utterly insignificant. We require fully three-dimensional environments, employing the highest caliber of 3D modeling, every character and every scene, crafted to perfection. Mingliang was taken aback. He could scarcely envision what such an image would resemble. The very thought felt profoundly discordant. A text-based adventure game composed entirely of 3D assets? Tentatively, Mingliang inquired, "Why are you so adamant about this text-based adventure format?" Pei Qian, somewhat exasperated, shook his head. "I have no intention of utilizing the text-based adventure format. It is far too antiquated. We must adopt a more abstract and postmodern approach to encapsulate this game." Chapter 79, a game that insults players. A delayed mid-autumn update. Pei Qian feigned disdain for text adventure games, yet he was acutely aware that old-fashioned also implied stability. Text adventure games, though antiquated, have proven to be a remarkably reliable genre, enduring the test of time. With the memories of his past life, Pei Qian recognized that Chinese Parents, as an independent game, had successfully employed a similar production method akin to text adventures. This was a phenomenon he could not allow to recur. Thus, he resolved to completely abandon the text adventure game model. Clearing his throat, Pei Qian continued, "My vision is to create a three-dimensional flowchart. Indeed, a structure as intricate as a spider's web. Each box on the flowchart represents a room, while the lines depict corridors. As players traverse these corridors, they engage in the process of selecting branches within the flowchart. The various rooms symbolize the outcomes of their choices. Each room features a door leading back to the corridor, signifying the player's diverse options. Do you grasp my meaning? The crowd nodded in unison, yet simultaneously shook their heads. They understood, yet did not fully comprehend. With Pei Qian's description, most could envision the game's form. Flowcharts crafted with software like Visio are prevalent in both gaming and numerous industries, primarily employed to illustrate logical relationships and procedural flows. For instance, a certain program is initiated under specific conditions, traversing through a series of determinations, ultimately culminating in a result. Visually, the flowchart comprises countless squares and diamonds adorned with text, interconnected by numerous arrows. If we were to replace each square with three-dimensional rooms, varying in size, and transform the arrows into corridors, the entire flowchart would metamorphose into a vast labyrinth. The protagonist navigates this immense maze, with each door symbolizing a distinct choice, ultimately arriving at a terminal room that signifies a particular ending of the game. What perplexes many is the nature of this game genre. It is unprecedented. Not only has such a concept not been encountered domestically, but it is also unheard of abroad. Can it truly succeed? To invest in such exquisite 3D models and expansive settings, only to produce a game that revolves around incessant wandering? There is an unsettling sense that something is amiss. Yet, no one dares to question Pei Qian. Confused? That is precisely the point. The thoughts of President Pei are beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Only the likes of Huang Sibo and Bao Su can vaguely decipher President Pei's design intentions. Others fall woefully short in their understanding. El Mingliang is acutely aware of this. Thus, he diligently records notes. Fortunately, President Pei has elaborated extensively this time, eliminating the need for conjecture. As long as the instructions are followed meticulously, success is assured. Lin Wan raised her hand and remarked, President Pei, I believe this is an exceptionally innovative design. However, would players not find it somewhat tedious to traverse through this? Tedious? How delightful. That is precisely the effect I desire. Yet, Lin Wan's inquiry prompted Pei Qian to contemplate another potential pitfall. Would this approach be insufficiently audacious? If it is merely tedious, it may not sufficiently deter players. What if they relish the sensation of making choices, enduring the monotony, and consequently become engrossed instead? Pei Qian's gaze lowered, lost in contemplation. A spark of inspiration struck him. We should incorporate narration into the game. Narration? Lin Wan blinked, somewhat perplexed. While it is not uncommon to add narration, it is typically reserved for the opening CG. Introducing it during gameplay, however, could severely disrupt the immersion. Pei Qian chuckled. Why include narration? Precisely to disrupt the player's immersion and render the game unplayable. Furthermore, I intend to embed personal jibes within the narration, mercilessly mocking the players, provoking their ire, and inciting them to curse. This would make them feel their dignity has been affronted, leading them to leave negative reviews, and ultimately, the game's reputation would plummet, drawing it closer to failure. Imagine, every time a player makes a choice, the system's narration would deliver a scathing retort. A game that insults its players. How exhilarating. Any player with a modicum of pride would likely hurl their mouse in frustration. Pei Qian cleared his throat lightly and explained, narration serves as a means for us to interact with the players. They often run around aimlessly, which can become rather tedious, as they essentially find themselves as outsiders or mere spectators, making it easy for them to lose interest. We engage with them through narration. For instance, if they select an incorrect option, it triggers narration A, while a correct choice prompts narration B. This way, with every decision the player makes, they receive feedback, alleviating feelings of loneliness and boredom. Lin Wan nodded vigorously, realizing the brilliance of Pei Qian's idea. Indeed, he exemplified what it meant to be a genius designer. Lin Wan couldn't help but reminisce about her experiences at the Tianhui studio. There, they frequently held discussions, brainstorming ways to refine certain game details. Yet, the atmosphere was entirely different. Zhou Muyin would invariably pose the question, are there similar approaches in other games? If the answer was affirmative, he would analyze whether the method had proven successful. Only if it had, would it be adopted. Conversely, if the answer was negative or if another game had attempted the same approach but failed, the idea would be ruthlessly discarded. This was not an isolated instance. Most gaming companies in the country operated in this manner. For the sake of caution, the majority of designers hesitated to take risks, opting instead to derive insights from past experiences. Thus, many games tend to become monotonous, as if they were all cast from the same mold. However, Mr. Pei's approach evoked an involuntary admiration in Lin Wanqing. He is utterly unconcerned with the existence of successful precedents, bravely venturing to be the pioneer in uncharted territories. Such a vision is, without a doubt, several tiers above that of Tianhua Studio and Zhou Mayan. Lin Wanqing is increasingly convinced that Pei Qian is a genius designer. Without a doubt. As for LV Mingyang, he could only frantically jot down notes. He was somewhat bewildered yet impressed, unable to comprehend the rationale behind Pei Qian's actions. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and would never voice any dissent. He would simply adhere to Mr. Pei's directives. Having successfully persuaded everyone, Pei Qian felt a wave of contentment wash over him. This sensation is truly delightful. This project is entirely within his control. 3 days to produce the design draft. A week to complete the entire process, and 2 weeks to deliver all artistic resources. Surely, this is feasible? Pei Qian turned to LV Mingyang. LV Mingyang promptly nodded. Rest assured. Mr. Pei, I assure you we will fulfill the task. After saying this, he added somewhat sheepishly, Mr. Pei, if we find ourselves unable to complete it, may we request to work overtime? Overtime is a privilege reserved for exemplary employees, and he was uncertain whether he qualified as one in Mr. Pei's eyes. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and nodded, certainly, but it must not exceed 9 p.m. Although you are all young, it is imperative to take care of your health. Understood. LV Mingyang was utterly moved. Such human compassion, where else can it be found apart from Tingda? If not for President Pei's tireless efforts, is that still humanity?